The national road survival game is descending 10, 20, 30, 100. Player logged in at this moment. Jiang. Filming a vlog titled A Liberal Arts Graduate Challenge to Survive on 300 yuan a month. Inadvertently fumbled, causing a sizable piece of dragon fruit, purchased for a mere 0.5 yuan at the market, to slip from his grasp. The ripe, crimson fruit plummeted onto the glass tabletop of his dormitory, teetering perilously close to the edge. After a 3-second daze, Jiang Yi decisively bent down. Mouth open, he grotesquely caught it. The game announcement paused momentarily in an eerie fashion before resuming in Jiang Yi's mind. Welcome, player, to the road survival game. Please pay attention to the following game instructions and corresponding rules. 1. Regrettably, this game operates under principles of involuntary, unequal, and opaque conditions. Participants must meet the following criteria. Age between 12 and 55. Possess basic judgment and awareness. Have a fundamental desire to survive. Under normal circumstances, only one player may exist on any given road. However, there exists a certain probability of triggering parallel roads, which will not last longer than half an hour. Jiang Yi raised his blood-red lower face, his mind in a haze. What on earth was happening to him? Upon loading the initial screen, the game will provide each player with 3 selectable vehicles, each equipped with initial propulsion. Players may only select one as their tool for the road survival game. Please note that the choice of vehicle will significantly influence the player's survival capability and development trajectory. Make your selection wisely. 3. Reverse driving is strictly prohibited on the road. 4. The time frame for the road survival game is as follows. Day, from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Night, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day. 5. During the day, players may advance, while night brings peculiarities that restrict player movement. In night scenarios, a safe zone exists within a 10-meter radius of the vehicle. Outside this zone, players must fend for themselves. 6. During night, fog will begin to pursue and gradually erode the road. In the initial scenario, the fog's encroachment speed is 5 kilometers per hour. Players consumed by the fog will be deemed dead. 7. The sides of the road have been eroded, and there is a chance for treasure chests to spawn at the edges, containing resources and other items. Players may choose whether to collect them. 8. This game employs a data recording method, generating a unique data panel based on the player's genetics and cellular state. Players may unlock the panel and corresponding tools by calling upon them within their consciousness. 9. The road survival game discourages fatigue driving. If a player's fatigue exceeds 80, their driver's license will be confiscated, and certain conditions must be met to regain it. Without a driver's license, driving is prohibited. The above rules have been read. Should you have any inquiries, the mysterious voice elongated, its tones suddenly turning cold. Then go die. The game favors the strong and the wise. Fools are unwelcome. As the voice announcement concluded, Jiang Yi was bent over, checking his Oppo A6 to ascertain whether he had accidentally activated an app that had emitted such a sound. Suddenly, a brilliant white light appeared overhead, and a paper object tethered by a thin leather string fell directly onto Jiang Yi's neck. He reached out to examine it, and bold characters caught his eye. Driver's license player. Jiang Yi. Are you serious? Jiang Yi couldn't help but curse. His mind raced as he crouched down, his left hand brushing against a box of mineral water beneath the dormitory table. And in an instant, he was engulfed by the dazzling white light. The sun adorned the azure sky, a gentle breeze caressing the hem of Jiang Yi's pink Hello Kitty apron, which had cost him 8.9 yuan. In his right hand, he clutched his dormitory's electric frying pan, while his left foot rested atop a box of Nungfu Spring. A piece of dragon fruit still lodged in his mouth, his expression one of utter bewilderment. At that moment, he stood at the edge of a wide road, flanked by billowing white fog, within which the outlines of some cities could be faintly discerned. Jiang Yi blinked, a thorny plant rolled across the road, and silence enveloped the scene. After a 2-second pause, Jiang Yi blinked again, pinching his thigh. The pain was excruciating. This was not a dream. Jiang Yi removed the dragon fruit from his mouth, spun around in place, and after thorough confirmation and comparison, arrived at a clear conclusion. He had genuinely entered the road survival game, described by that mysterious voice. After a moment of chaotic contemplation, Jiang Yi suddenly laughed, a manic glint in his eyes. Is studying really this damned? The real world was already a struggle for survival. Must it extend into the game world as well? Is there no justice, no law? Having voiced his thoughts, He took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Well, it was too late for regrets. He might as well see what was going on. He placed a piece of dragon fruit back into his electric frying pan. Though he was uncertain about the specifics of the situation, if what the voice had claimed was true, that he had indeed entered a survival game, then food and water would undoubtedly be scarce resources in the near future, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Reflecting on this, He silently commended his own cleverness. Thankfully, he had instinctively grabbed the box of water upon entering. According to his earlier memory, He mentally recalled what had transpired. What was it again? Something about a panel. No sooner had he thought this than a white light screen unfolded before him. Player, EID, 439900805. Nickname, to be determined. Please confirm promptly. Players, vehicle, to be selected. Fatigue level, 50. What did you do last night, young one? Health level, 70, in a state of suboptimal health, suffering from severe insomnia. Strength, 10, just a mere trifle. Stamina, 21, surprisingly decent stamina. Rather adept at prolonging life, are we? Agility, 15, average level. Overall combat ability, 13, just a mere trifle. Supplies, electric cooker *1, 500 milliliters bottled water *12, one large piece of nearly spoiled dragon fruit, nibbled on. Vehicle currency, 0. Note, come on, it's called vehicle currency. At least earn a little. After perusing his lackluster attributes and a merciless evaluation of the system, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Beyond his own attributes, he noticed a line of text at the top of the panel. This region is Dragon Country, District 189, Subdistrict 99, with a current online population of 100,000. In the bottom left corner of the panel lay the chat channels: World Chat, Regional Chat, Private Chat. However, all chat channels were currently grayed out, evidently yet to be activated. After concluding his review, He lingered on the player nicknames section, contemplated for a moment, and entered his dual nickname, Melancholy French Fry. Upon completing the entry, He observed that the nickname on the panel had transformed to French Fry. Next, it was time to select a vehicle. Chapter 2. Do you want this great fortune? As the game loaded its initial interface, players were presented with 3 selectable starting vehicles, each equipped with initial power. Players could only choose one as their means of survival in this road adventure game. It is important to note that the selection of a vehicle would profoundly influence the player's future survival capabilities and developmental trajectory. Hence, one should exercise caution in making this choice. 3 initial vehicles, Jiang murmured. As he spoke, he noticed a backpack-like item appear on the right side of the panel. As a qualified male graduate, he was quite familiar with games. After a brief moment of contemplation, he attempted to open the backpack with his mind. The light screen shifted, revealing 5 empty slots within the backpack. He then tentatively placed the supplies he had at hand into it. Consequently, the contents of the backpack transformed to electric cooker 1, bottled water 500 milliliters *12, one large piece of nearly spoiled dragon fruit *1. Note, the backpack does not maintain a static state. The items within will change over time. Jiang's own items occupied 3 slots, indicating that the backpack storage capacity was determined by the type of items rather than their quantity. He mused to himself. After experiencing the initial chaos, he had now regained complete composure. Compared to the average person, his capacity for acceptance was remarkably high. He recalled that during his university days, his dorm mates often remarked, "You're like a human machine." This did not imply that he was cold-hearted or indifferent. He possessed necessary emotions. Yet he would take decisive action before such feelings fully developed. For instance, skip class? A bit hesitant. The next moment, he found himself outside the school gates at a street food stall. Or go hiking? What nonsense are you talking about? It's 3 in the morning. Yet, in the next moment, he was fully suited up in his hiking gear, waiting at the gate for a taxi. In summary, he was incredibly proactive. With a mind teeming with unexpressed emotions, he felt somewhat alive, yet not entirely so, and death would be acceptable too. Vehicles, he repeated, as he took his first step in the road survival game. The black and white sneakers touched the light-colored asphalt, and at that very moment, he felt as if something had been set in motion. The entire space suddenly came to life. He gazed ahead. The road stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon, flanked by swirling white mist. Within the fog, remnants of the past seemed to lurk, accompanied by countless watchful eyes, instilling an involuntary sense of trepidation. Before Jiang Yi, 3 orbs of white light emerged. It appeared that the vehicles he could choose from had been revealed. Jiang Yi's expression brightened slightly. He had previously played similar games on Steam and had also tried modified versions on Dole. The significance of vehicles to players was undoubtedly clear. For instance, in the game, players universally acknowledge that off-road vehicles are optimal for development, followed closely by a variety of others such as RVs, tractors, pickup trucks, electric vehicles, and trucks. Off-road vehicles possess ample power in the early stages and offer considerable modification potential later on. Although they are fuel-intensive, their straightforward nature is a significant advantage. Each of the other vehicles, RVs, tractors, pickups, and trucks, has its own merits and drawbacks, rendering them difficult to compare uniformly. Of course, apart from the conventional starting options, there exists a moment of radiant brilliance, wherein the outlines of the vehicles gradually emerge. Jiang Yi's expression becomes increasingly tense as he hopes fervently that the first beam of light does not dissipate to reveal a soft, foldable pink baby stroller. Encased in a pure white compartment, with 4 exquisitely cute wheels, each adorned with delicate lace embellishments. Jiang Yi's countenance darkens. Damn it, a baby stroller. Beneath the stroller, a message floats, a delicate pink and white human baby stroller, symbolizing love, companionship, and hope. Surely, you cherish it as well. Jiang Yi takes a deep breath, his gaze resolutely bypassing the stroller and focusing on the 2 vehicles behind it. He has never been as fervent as he is at this moment. Though it may seem trivial, he silently appeals to the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the 3 Pure Ones, God, Zeus, and the Emperor Morix, aiming for a comprehensive blessing. As the radiant light surrounding the second vehicle gradually dissipates, under the scrutiny of Jiang Yi's 2 pure black, clear eyes, perhaps responding to his fervent plea, this time the vehicle does not appear absurd. A truck labeled heavy-duty truck comes into view. It is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The accompanying description wafts forth. My apologies for the blind spot. I thought it was a speed bump. You can discuss that with your insurance. We are all striving to survive, tears welling up from the declaration of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Jiang Yi's eyes brighten. The heavy-duty truck boasts ample power, complete with a cabin and cargo space, making it suitable for both transportation and storage. In many respects, it perfectly meets the demands of a survival game. The previous baby stroller pales in comparison to the imposing red truck. The choice seems far from difficult. Just as Jiang Yi is about to step forward for a closer inspection, a sudden thought halts him. While the heavy-duty truck indeed offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as storage options, its most significant drawback becomes glaringly apparent. Jiang Yi gazes deeply at the seemingly empty road. Although the game has stated that treasure chests will spawn along the sides of the road after the game begins, and based on his experience, these chests may contain the resources he desperately needs. The issue lies in the fact that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse represent an insatiable abyss for him. He cannot fathom how much fuel this vehicle will consume. Although the game description mentions an initial power supply, once the fuel tank runs dry, Jiang Yi contemplates. The bulk of resources he must acquire for survival will transform into gasoline. After all, in the game, a black mist pursues from behind, and the vehicle must possess power. In other words, once one opts for a heavy-duty truck, the subsequent developmental trajectory becomes exceedingly constrained. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi began to waver. This contraption may prove invaluable in the later stages, yet in the initial phases, one must exercise caution. Despite its unassuming appearance, the stroller at least possesses ample power. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi instinctively shook his head. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further. Withdrawing his steps, he redirected his gaze toward the position of the 3rd vehicle. Only 1 vehicle remained. Due to the impact of the 1st and 2nd vehicles, Jiang Yi felt somewhat resigned. At this juncture, even a bicycle might seem appealing. He held his breath, his focus sharpening as the glow of the 3rd vehicle gradually faded. The first sight to capture his attention was 2 elongated black hooks extending outward. Jiang Yi's mind momentarily faltered. Could it be? Is this a mammoth appearing before me? As he scrutinized further, he noticed that the 2 black hooks stretched parallel outward, their base connecting to a cargo rack, which was affixed to a sturdy black frame. Behind the frame was a rudimentary protective canopy, and the cockpit area was entirely open to the elements. The vehicle was painted a bright yellow, with the front two wheels larger than the rear two. This was a forklift. Chapter 3, Exploiting the Bug. A forklift. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Although the speed of a forklift cannot be deemed exceptional, it is still a vehicle with power. Moreover, unlike typical forklifts that only possess horizontal beams, this one had a closed top, implying a complete covering overhead. Zhang Yi glanced up at the sky. While it was a clear day, one could never predict when rain might descend in the game. It is well known that hypothermia from rain is one of the greatest threats in the wilderness survival scenario. The cargo rack at the front of the forklift, while not comparable to a truck's cargo hold, could still potentially accommodate some items if a suitable base were to be found. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi's gaze shifted, and a thought struck him. The power storage level above the vehicle materialized, revealing that the power reserve of the four horsemen was not full, but rather at a mere 15. Isn't it customary for such games to start with a full capacity? Is this system playing tricks on me? He quickly glanced back at the forklift. The power gauge was indeed full. Is this a balancing mechanism within the game? What about the stroller? After a brief internal struggle, Zhang Yi ultimately chose the forklift. The four horsemen consumed fuel. The stroller consumed life. Only my gentle little forklift was sweet and tender. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yi strode confidently towards the bright yellow forklift. As if sensing his choice, a radiant path appeared beneath his feet, akin to a road leading to the sacred halls of matrimony. Unaccountably, Zhang Yi felt his heart rate quicken as his slender hand rested upon the forklift. The name on the driving license illuminated, while the other two vehicles, unselected, plunged into a black abyss that suddenly erupted from the white light below. In the center of the path, only the forklift, which Zhang Yi had longed for, remained. Vehicle selection complete. At the very moment the vehicle selection concluded, the holographic screen sprang to life, displaying the following information. Player, Zhang Yi ID, 439900805 nickname, melancholic French fry vehicle, electric forklift. To Zhang Yi's surprise, it was indeed an electric forklift. A flicker of joy ignited within him. The primary distinction between an electric and a fuel-powered forklift lies in their load-bearing capacity. However, he had no substantial cargo weighing in the tons to transport, rendering the electric forklift's capacity entirely sufficient. Moreover, its consumption was relatively lower compared to fuel. Should there be any retrofitting for solar power in the future, concerns regarding energy expenditure would dissipate entirely. Simultaneously, the chat channel on the left began to pulse with activity. The world channel remained muted, yet the regional channel erupted with messages. Zhang Yi opened the chat channel, and a flurry of messages emerged. Dragon Country Region 189. Zone 99100000100000. Hello, is anyone there? Yes, brother, there are. Have we all been pulled into this so-called road survival game? Does anyone know what is going on? I'd like to know too. The messages scrolled rapidly, and Zhang Yi noticed a player with the nickname Your Wild King Rampant expressing his discontent. Damn. What a pathetic vehicle, a shopping cart, a wheelchair, a skateboard. What the hell can I choose? Zhang Yi silently lit a candle for this unfortunate fellow. What dreadful luck. Ha ha ha. That poor soul upstairs, still hoping for a tricycle, only to realize there are greater misfortunes. My goodness, that kid managed to pull out a truck. Am I the protagonist? Let us not stir up hatred, my friend, lamented the player known as Your Wild King Rampant. Is there anyone who cares about my plight? I'm literally in the middle of taking a dump. Quipped player Song Sang Wild Wolf. Following Song Sang Wild Wolf, another player named Your Sweetness chimed in, crying, I'm in the shower. Beyond inquiries, complaints, and grievances, the most prevalent sentiment echoed the universal discontent of being abruptly thrust into a survival game, surrendering their fates to an unknown entity, an intolerable predicament for anyone. However, this so-called survival game seemed to possess some form of filtering mechanism, for Zhang Yi could only perceive asterisks in the messages. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to mentally erase the questions regarding the nature of this experience from the chat box. Such inquiries bore no significance. Currently, no one could provide them with answers. The only course of action was perhaps to embark on their journey. As the chat messages gradually subsided, it became apparent to everyone that no amount of complaining would alter the reality of their involuntary participation in the game. Zhang Yi gazed towards the dense white fog looming behind the forklift. According to the game's instructions, Being engulfed by the mist would lead to true death. It was time for him to set forth. Jiang Yi took his seat on the forklift, and a holographic display emerged. You have automatically mastered the skill of driving a forklift. Current maximum speed, 25 kilometers per hour. Current battery level, 100. Maximum range, unloaded on flat terrain at 15 kilometers per hour 30 hours. This speed, compared to the current fog's pace of 5 kilometers per hour, was more than sufficient. In the upper right corner of the hologram, 2 lines of text appeared. Current distance to fog encroachment, 0 kilometers. Fog has not yet formed. Distance traveled today, 0 kilometers. Jiang Yi silently calculated. In the initial state, the black mist moved at 5 kilometers per hour. The nighttime spanned from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., totaling 8 hours, which equated to 40 kilometers. If he maintained the maximum range speed of 15 kilometers per hour, he would only need to drive for 2.5 hours to leave the fog behind. This requirement seemed quite attainable. Perhaps this was what they called the novice protection period? The tasks were not overly difficult, allowing most players to survive. While Jiang Yi pondered, the main screen updated with a new notification. Dear players, today marks the first day of road survival. To enhance players' familiarity with vehicles and test their survival skills, no treasure chests will spawn along the roadside today. Please proceed at full speed. The game favors the strong and the wise. Give it your all. No treasure chests would spawn today. On one hand, this meant no immediate threats from monsters emerging from chests, but on the other hand, it also implied a lack of resources. According to the game's tendencies, this was a lesson in the importance of resources. However, Jiang Yi also noticed that after the system's announcement, a new window appeared in the lower right corner of the hologram. Trading Hall. If he guessed correctly, players could exchange resources there. He glanced at the chat channel, where the previously incessantly scrolling messages had suddenly fallen into an eerie silence. It seemed that no one wished to trade resources without knowing the availability of supplies. After a moment of contemplation, just as Jiang Yi was about to close the chat channel and focus on the road, he suddenly gasped lightly. It appeared he had overlooked a crucial rule. Jiang Yi squinted and pulled up the initial rule log. Road Survival Rule Number 5. During the day, players may advance. When night falls, the Eyrie descends, and players are forbidden to move. Within a 10-meter radius of the vehicle during the night is a safe zone. Outside this zone, fend for yourself. This rule seemed to impose restrictions due to the eerie presence of the night, determining the safety perimeter by the vehicle. However, what if the encroaching fog happened to be trapped within the safety zone during the night? Chapter 4. The collapse of the heavens, or a stroke of fortune, hinged upon this moment. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Jiang Yi continued to contemplate. The rules state that within a 10-meter radius of the vehicle is considered a safe zone. Although the regulations do not explicitly mention that this safe zone can withstand the encroaching fog, neither do they state otherwise. So, what would happen if I were to leave the vehicle stationary at the edge of the fog's emergence? If other players were to learn of Jiang Yi's intentions, they would undoubtedly deem him insane. After the rules of highway survival were announced, everyone was eager to distance themselves from the fog, wishing to flee as far as possible. Who would think of remaining still in place? Jiang Yi was acutely aware of the peril inherent in such thoughts, yet he found himself unable to resist them. Observing the data indicating that the current fog encroachment distance was 0 kilometers, the fog had not yet formed. He felt as if he had been jolted awake by his dog roommate in the middle of the night for cold noodles. An internal conflict began to brew within him. An hour passed, and the discomfort in Jiang Yi's backside grew unbearable. After another half hour, he impulsively leaped from the driver's seat in a fit of irritation. Upon landing, he stretched his aching spine. The gentle breeze, the azure sky, and the drifting fog felt far more pleasant than the confines of his dormitory or classroom. However, his thoughts remained chaotic. As he gazed at the ever-shifting white mist, his movements unknowingly slowed. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Yi felt as though the fog possessed an almost hypnotic allure, drawing him ever closer to its embrace. With a sudden jolt, he slapped his own face. Awakening from his trance, what was I thinking? By the time he regained his senses, he found himself teetering on the edge of the road. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he shook his head vigorously, hastily retreating to the center of the road. He retrieved a bottle of Nongfu Spring from his backpack, the crisp mineral water soothing his throat, and finally, he felt fully alert. In the chat channel, a player named Clearwater Green Mountain posted a photograph. Although I do not know what this game entails in today's society, Opportunities to quietly appreciate the scenery along the way are rare. Accompanying this were scenic highway photos taken by the player, followed by, "Let us encourage each other." Upon reading this message, Jiang Yi instinctively typed in the chat box, "Do not gaze at the sides of the road. It is dangerous." However, before he could send the message, he noticed the player's avatar had turned gray. Simultaneously, the number of online participants in the regional chat channel dropped from 100,000 to 99,999. What just happened? Why did the number decrease by 1? Why did the avatar of Clear Water Green Mountain turn gray? The chat box rapidly refreshed. Jiang Yi's expression froze, and after a moment of silence, he sent his message, "Do not gaze at the sides of the road. It is dangerous." Other players responded in kind. Suddenly, I found myself yearning to step aside and feel the breeze. Player Rainy Day exclaimed, "Is this game a scam?" Player Thunder Z warned, "Everyone, be cautious." Player Your Wild King Rampant remarked, "It's a game." The messages kept refreshing, yet Jiang Yi had lost the desire to read them. There were indeed players who had perished in this game. Exhaling a heavy breath, his fingers trembled slightly. He was not an overly sentimental savior, but as everyone was merely grasshoppers in the same game, a sense of fear was inevitable. Returning to the driver's seat, Jiang Yi's earlier conviction began to waver. This game could truly lead to death. The bug he had just discovered might simply be poorly described. What difference was there between his subsequent actions and those of player Green Hills and Clear Waters? They were both courting disaster. The game had mentioned that the roads flanking the highway had been eroded, inherently suggesting danger. One should not directly confront peril. Yet he had contemplated exploiting a loophole in the rules. The game could afford countless mistakes, but he could only afford one. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Yi hesitated momentarily, his foot hovering over the accelerator. However, after a few seconds, he still could not bring himself to press down fully. Time passed slowly, and soon the orange glow began to envelop the road. In the group chat, a player messaged, "Player Orange. I'm starving to death. I was on a light fasting regimen before getting pulled into this game." Player 0925 responded, "Sympathy for the player above. Player the window that won't close complained, damn it. This truck consumes too much fuel. After a few hours, the tank is down to 30. The player above retorted, "You're still in a truck. Why don't you try riding a skateboard?" Player Your Wild King Rampant lamented with a face full of sorrow. Player Anxious interjected, I need to look for my sister. Ning Ning, are you there? If so, message me privately." The messages continued to refresh, but no players had listed supplies in the trading hall. No one knew how the game would unfold next and were unwilling to take risks, even if there were opportunities. Perhaps they had been communicated through private messages, which Jiang Yi could not see. As for Jiang Yi, he lacked for nothing in terms of supplies. He had no inclination for selfless charity in a survival game, hence no private messages or trades. Jiang Yi gazed intently at the setting sun as darkness gradually began to envelop the edges of the road. He closed the chat window and contemplated before commencing his workout within a 10-meter radius of the forklift. Indeed, it was a workout. While everyone else was busy racking up miles on the road before nightfall, Jiang Yi began his exercises. Now, exercising felt no different from courting death, but considering what he was about to do, he thought that if he was going to embrace death, he might as well do it wholeheartedly. Jiang Yi's emotions had escalated to the brink of explosion. Thus, simple exercise could serve to stabilize him somewhat. After graduation, Jiang Yi ventured into various realms of short videos. Aside from his role as a culinary vlogger, he also explored niches in educational and fitness content creation, yet none of these paths bore fruit in the end. Just as he began to see a flicker of success in the fitness domain, he was startled half to death by the messages from his peers on Dole, filled with remarks like "Hello, brother, you smell delightful," and other unsightly emojis that were far from passing scrutiny. However, this experience afforded him some insights into exercise and fitness. After a brief warm-up, Jiang Yi commenced his burpees. Upon fatigue, he would stretch, and after stretching, he jogged lightly near his vehicle. Meanwhile, the two distance metrics displayed in the upper right corner remained virtually unchanged since his first break. At precisely 9:59 p.m., the road lay shrouded in darkness, and atop the forklift, Jiang Yi's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Exhaling a heavy breath, he glanced at the main screen, where the mileage read, "Current fog erosion distance, 0 kilometers, black fog imminent. Kilometers driven today, 0 kilometers." Ultimately, Jiang Yi resolved that the 0 kilometers driven today indicated that the forklift had not moved an inch. A minute later, behind the forklift, the ominous black fog capable of erasing players was about to manifest. Jiang Yi's forehead was drenched in sweat. There were merely 30 seconds left. The fate of the heavens rested upon this moment. Chapter 5, Server-wide announcement. First kill. 215,942. 215,943. 2,200. An eerie rustling sound filled the air, as if it were whispering directly into Jiang Yi's ears, but he could not decipher its message. At that moment, it scarcely mattered to him, for the fog loomed before his very eyes. A colossal mist, reminiscent of a primordial beast, descended from the heavens, cutting across the road. Jiang Yi, along with the forklift, was enveloped in the white haze, save for a glimmer of bright yellow. He attempted to step back, only to find his body completely rigid. After swallowing hard, he blinked. Jiang Yi felt the presence within the white fog, as if two eyes were fixed upon him, and his skin could sense the warmth and breath of this entity. Announcements echoed continuously. Player melancholic French fries and their soul-bound vehicle have been locked by the white fog. Amp safety zone determination in progress. Within 10 meters of the vehicle in the initial scene is deemed a safe zone. Player melancholic French fries is currently within the safe zone, thus classified as safe. Amp player melancholic French fries and their soul-bound vehicle have been locked by the white fog. Player melancholic French fries deemed safe. Locked. Safe. A sharp, piercing electric sound reverberated in Jiang Yi's mind, as if two individuals were hurling insults in the void. His head throbbed, and with a sudden pop, blood trickled from his nose. Jiang Yi covered his nose with one hand, his face contorted in anguish. Damn it. He finally comprehended the meaning behind a phrase his high school homeroom teacher often repeated. If you're going to argue, do it outside. Don't disturb your classmates. This system was in disarray, yet his mind seemed to be fracturing and spiraling into madness. Would this contraption cause his brain to explode? Alongside the disjointed voice of the gaming system, whispers echoed in the mist within his mind. Fleetingly insane thoughts flickered through his consciousness, and Jiang Yi blurted out, I have been reborn. Reborn before the school bully slapped me. The bully had struck him 300 times, asking if he had submitted. As Jiang Yi spoke, a sudden electronic beep resonated in his mind, plunging everything into an eerie silence. Yet, he was utterly absorbed in his own world. I declare my defiance. The bully retaliated with another 800 slaps. Now I certainly submit. If love is forgotten, and tears refuse to fall, let those moments of happiness reach her on my behalf. You all are squabbling in my mind, aren't you? Well, I shall join in. After Jiang Yi's outburst, he noticed that all sounds had quieted. Even the game's typically sardonic voice maintained a profound silence, seemingly stunned by the turn of events. It had long suggested monitoring the player's intellect and mental state, yet no one heeded its advice. Now look where we are, confronted with a lunatic, right? With silence reigning in his mind, Jiang Yi finally ceased his ramblings, muttering to himself, Are you all done arguing? Have you made your judgment? No one responded to his inquiry. Don't pretend. I know you possess remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so sarcastic in the rules and making insinuations. This is a bug, and I have discovered it. Jiang Yi crossed his arms, his tone settling into calmness. He realized he had made the right gamble. Indeed, every phrase from the voice prompt had significance. Aside from the direct rule loophole, the system had emphasized twice. The game favors the strong and the wise. The strong, in the early stages of the game, were nearly unattainable except for the inherently powerful. As for the wise, Jiang Yi now understood. That referred to those who could comprehend and exploit the rules. A minute later, the familiar voice finally resounded. Congratulations, player melancholic French fries. You have unlocked and completed hidden level life bug. Though the congratulatory words were spoken, the game voice sounded somewhat gritted. It had genuinely not anticipated encountering a lunatic who remained completely still. Moreover, this was indeed a bug. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yi flashed a grin. Feeling a sense of relief, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. The arduous job-seeking journey post-graduation had dulled his youthful spirit, yet now, he had rekindled some of the initial joy and sense of achievement from playing games. Surely, such a level of hidden challenge should yield some benefits. As Jiang Yi gazed expectantly, the voice suddenly slowed, announcing that having passed the hidden level, it was time to congratulate the player for unlocking the first title in the entire server. The first title in the whole server. Jiang Yi's anticipation heightened even further. Congratulations to the player for attaining the title of bold and cautious stubborn donkey. Jiang Yi what? The voice continued. Explanation. You claim that he is cautious enough to discover the bugs in the rules, yet he dares to confront the deadly white mist head-on. If you assert that he is inherently cowardly, he still bravely risks his life to validate a conjecture. How should I evaluate you? A bold and cautious stubborn donkey. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Was he being insulted? He opened his mouth to curse the mechanical progenitors of the system, but upon reading the subsequent content, he was overwhelmed with joy. Upon donning the title of bold and cautious stubborn donkey, your strength increases by 3, stamina by 3, agility by 1. And the fatigue value can be locked after it rises. Once the fatigue reaches 60, it can be locked for 3 hours. Attribute enhancements are forcibly locked. Within the realm of gaming, this title is remarkably comprehensive. Should you equip the title? Yes. Thus, Jiang Yi's profile transformed into player, Jiang Eid, 439900805 nickname, melancholic little French fry title, bold and cautious stubborn donkey vehicle, forklift fatigue value, 45, normal fatigue state. You've been burning the midnight oil again. Health value, 70, suboptimal health, suffering from severe insomnia, strength, 103, unremarkable, quite ordinary. Stamina, 213, well, a matured beast of burden. Agility, 151, not bad, relatively agile. Overall combat ability, 15, lacks combat awareness and means. Just an average person with decent physical condition. Supplies, electric cooker X1, bottled water 500 milliliters X12, a large piece of nearly spoiled dragon fruit X1 car coins. 0, please. It's called car coins, at least earn a little. Just as the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth began to lift, 2 spheres of white light suddenly appeared. Within one sphere was an identification card and a steel fork, which Jiang Yi grasped with one hand. The other sphere contained a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the player melancholic little French fry for receiving a silver treasure chest. The steel fork was somewhat heavy, and upon receiving it, Jiang Yi felt a slight weight in his hand. Unexpectedly, he jabbed it towards the treasure chest, causing it to spring open. Out leapt a massive, flat brown insect with a notably regional double ponytail hairstyle and thick black hairs on its legs. What the? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi swung the fork, sending the double ponytail creature flying. Before the brown figure could even unfurl its wings, it was swept into the white mist, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the light curtain reappeared, this time blooming with brilliant fireworks. At that very moment, all players on the road, whether awake or asleep, were startled by the sound of the fireworks, their eyes blinking in confusion. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player melancholic little French fry from Dragon Country Region 189. Subregion 999 for achieving the first kill of a game monster across the entire server. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief. What? Chapter 6. Profession, Quality Inspector. The chat channel erupted. The chat box scrolled rapidly. What just happened? First kill of a monster. Is there truly a monster in this game? Player Your Wild King Unbridled remarked. Melancholic French fries. Are you seriously charging straight into the mist to slay monsters? It has barely been 3 minutes since nightfall, and the monster chests have yet to respawn. How did you manage to secure the first kill? It appeared that others were beginning to grasp the situation, inundating the chat with messages. Indeed, is this reasonable? After driving all day and just parking my ghostly vehicle, you completed the first kill? Is this what they call a high-level player? Player Hinata Natsuki commented, the disparity between the name and prowess of melancholic French fries is astounding. Can we be friends? Please, I beg you, take me along. Player Born to be King inquired, are there rewards for achieving the first kill? Player Thunder Z expressed admiration with thumbs up emojis. Player Steel Shadow asked, do you still need charms? I can help. Player Your Wild King Unbridled retorted, who in the 3rd floor is directly asking about the rewards. Did your mother not teach you to respect others' privacy? In a survival game, questioning another about their rewards reflects either a lack of awareness or the assumption that the esteemed player could not navigate the complexities within. Player Your Wild King Unbridled sat cross-legged on his skateboard, typing away. He appeared to be a young man in his 20s. Player Born to be King countered. Isn't it normal for everyone to share information in a survival game? Player Your Wild King Unbridled responded with a middle finger emoji. The channel content continued to refresh. And Zhang Yi finally processed the earlier events. He had nearly been deceived by this game. He did not believe that it was merely a coincidence. The two clusters of white light were not aligned parallel, but rather stacked one above the other. When he took the steel fork, it was all too easy to tap the chest below. After cursing the game internally, Zhang Yi turned his attention back to the open chest. Perhaps because it was a reward chest, the only creature within was the cockroach he had just sent flying with the fork. Simultaneously, resources spilled out. You have obtained 2 handmade noodles, 3 non-fu spring water, 2 alkaline bread, taro flavor, 1 change of clothes, 3 screws, 1 waterproof canvas, 3 batteries. 1 water condenser manufacturing manual. The manufacturing manual is essential for creating various tools. Once the material requirements are met, it can be used at the manufacturing station. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These were all scarce living essentials. Moreover, upon seeing that the last item was the water condenser manufacturing manual, he exclaimed in delight, slapping his thigh. What is most lacking in a survival game? Water resources. If he had a water condenser, the pressures of survival would be significantly alleviated. However, true to the game's stinginess, the chest did not contain a finished water condenser, but rather the manual for crafting one. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Yi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. In some respects, this was not a bad outcome. On one hand, his current water reserves were relatively adequate. On the other hand, as previously mentioned, water resources are a critical factor in survival games. Any player wishing to live with fewer constraints must possess this particular item. With a crafting manual in hand, one could effortlessly amass a plentiful supply of water resources, subsequently trading them in the trading hall. Although the trading hall currently lacks any available goods, Zhang Yi remains confident that it is merely a matter of time. From his extensive gaming experience, he understands that player interactions constitute a vital aspect of the game. With this in mind, Zhang Yi finds himself less irritated by the system's frugality. He picked up the condensation device manual. Upon doing so, he instinctively comprehended the crafting method for the device. The materials required include 1 5L glass container, 01, 2 hoses, 02, 5 screws, 35, and 4 connectors, 04. Except for the screws, he possesses none of the other materials. Additionally, a crafting station is necessary, which sounds quite challenging to locate. If his assumptions are correct, only by acquiring a crafting station can he create a series of subsequent items. After finishing the manual, he set it aside in the driver's seat. After placing the remaining supplies, including non-fu spring water, alkaline bread, and a change of clothes into his backpack, he realized that all 5 compartments were now filled. His current inventory consisted of 1 electric cooker, 14 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 1 large piece of nearly spoiled dragon fruit, 2 servings of handmade noodles, 2 pieces of taro-flavored alkaline bread, 1 change of clothes, 3 screws, 1 waterproof canvas, 3 batteries, 1 condensation device manual, and 1 refined threaded steel fork. A truly bountiful haul. Concerned about resource scarcity, Zhang Yi had consumed nothing but a bottle of mineral water the previous day. Now, as the sun began to rise, he felt a slight acidity in his stomach. Pondering for a moment, he retrieved the dragon fruit and devoured it whole. The sweet juice, due to its impending spoilage, was somewhat cloying, yet it served to replenish his sugar levels effectively. After consuming it, he felt a modicum of sustenance within him, allowing him to refocus on the steel fork in his hand. This refined threaded steel fork, with its remarkable hardness and thickness, could likely penetrate relatively thin iron doors. Recalling the fork's impressive performance in fending off monsters, Zhang Yi was increasingly convinced of its utility. However, its weight posed a concern. It seemed prudent to enhance his physical condition during his spare time. Otherwise, encountering monsters could lead to complications. Setting the fork beside the driver's seat, he began to examine the new identification that had been granted to him. It was a badge-like document that could be clipped to his chest, inscribed with 5 words. Level 1 Quality Inspector, Zhang Yi. A quality inspector? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice resonated. Congratulations. Player Melancholy French Fries has obtained the profession. Level 1 Quality Inspector. Note: 1. Professions in the game possess unique abilities, capable of yielding unexpected outcomes, and the developmental paths of each profession necessitate active exploration by players. 2. Quality inspectors have the authority to assess the majority of in-game items. Note: before inspection, inspectors must not artificially alter the properties of items. Violations will be penalized. Inspection items do not include player-traded goods. Certain items are subject to specific regulations. Upon completion of inspections, they provide evaluation reports, which are subject to system review, and based on the reporting and review outcomes, performance compensation will be issued. 3. Professional paths will be intricately linked with vehicles. Should modifications be made to vehicles? Upon reading the last description, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and ultimately chose to proceed. Although the current description of the quality inspector's role seemed somewhat vague to him, he felt that this profession held great potential, reminiscent of quality inspection in the real world. After making his choice, Jiang Yi observed that a 3-meter-long cargo compartment abruptly extended from the rear of a bright yellow forklift. The exterior of the compartment featured 2 tall windows, while the back door stood ajar. Jiang Yi circled around to the back and found the interior to be quite spacious, containing only a steel bed. Was this the inspection platform? Goodness, he had essentially transformed his forklift into a quality inspection workshop. Note: certain game settings differ from reality and should not be overly scrutinized. Chapter 7. Service Area. Jiang Yi stepped into the workshop and, after a moment's reflection, lay down on the inspection platform, sprawling across the cold inspection bed. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "I have a bed now." Although the image of a quality inspector lying on a frigid inspection bed appeared somewhat peculiar, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Having a bed was certainly preferable to curling up in the driver's seat. This was a small step for the workshop, yet a significant leap for his quality of life in the survival game. After kicking his legs about a bit, Jiang Yi finally closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The following day, at 6 in the morning, Jiang Yi sat up from the hard inspection bed, rubbing his eyes in a daze. 5 minutes later, the system announcement echoed. Attention players, today marks the second day of the survival game. It is also the second day of the novice adaptation period, day 27. Today remains a vehicle familiarization day, with a maximum of 1 treasure chest refresh. Please cherish your resources and plan wisely. To all novice players, a leader has already emerged among you. If you aspire to receive bountiful rewards akin to the first kill player, melancholic French fries, you must strive even harder. Friendly reminder: when opening treasure chests, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Perhaps this will be the last glimpse you have of this beautiful world. Today's fog encroachment speed, 5 kilometers per hour. Surely, no player wishes for themselves and their beloved vehicles to fall prey to the encroaching fog. So, let us set forth, novice players. As the announcement concluded, Jiang Yi furrowed his brows atop the inspection bed, pondering the mention of bountiful rewards. Was this a targeted warning for him? The game system was truly insidious. Jiang Yi's expression darkened. Indeed, following the system announcement, the chat channel erupted once again. Player 0714. Today, will only 1 treasure chest be refreshed? What if no resources are obtained? Wouldn't that leave us with nothing? Player Fortunate Daughter expressed her frustration, lamenting, "Isn't it all a matter of luck?" Player Eternal Flower sighed, envious of the esteemed little French fry, who presumably need not worry about such concerns, especially since the system has proclaimed that great rewards await the elite. Envy indeed. Does the illustrious little French fry truly lack for charms? Player Born to be King questioned. So, little French fry, have you already opened today's refreshed treasure chest and garnered abundant resources? According to the rules and the system's words, it appears that this little French fry has fortuitously triggered the first refresh of the day's treasure chest, amassing substantial supplies. Little French fry, since you opened the inaugural treasure chest, do enlighten us about the creatures contained within. We are all in this together. Only by strengthening one another can we hope to emerge alive from this game. It would be selfish otherwise, wouldn't it? Little French fry was subjected to 3 consecutive inquiries from Born to be King, causing Jiang Yi to furrow his brow in irritation. Is this person unwell? Without uttering a word, they have already donned the cloak of selfishness? Moreover, why should he feel obligated to share the information and rewards he risked his life to obtain, especially when others are not contributing at all? Jiang Yi inwardly cursed, dismissing him as a fool. Such a self-serving individual is clearly not the only one in this group. Player Boundless Love chimed in, indeed. A basic sense of empathy should be expected. Look at how many in the group are suffering from a lack of water and food. If you have an abundance of resources, why not spare a little for us? Little French fry, I implore you. Jiang Yi had intended to describe the creature he encountered, but upon seeing the influx of chat messages, he lost all desire to engage. His demeanor grew colder, and just as he was about to close the chat window, A new message appeared. Player your Wild King declares. A bunch of idiots up there. Simple, succinct, and laced with biting sarcasm. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This unfortunate player who had opened a baby carriage, wheelchair, and skateboard brought a hint of levity to his mood. In the private chat, friend requests flooded in. But Zhang Yi merely glanced at them before shutting the window. He had no time for such distractions. Recently, the game had not only directed players' focus onto themselves, but also subtly amended the rules. Dear players, you surely do not wish to see yourselves and your beloved vehicles succumb to the encroaching fog, for that could lead to perilous outcomes. This statement clearly delineated the priority between the fog and the vehicles. One must admit, this game is quite insidious. The rule modifications are crafted to be barely noticeable. The fog of night continues to advance, and with his vehicle currently ensnared, he must depart promptly. Having gained this experience, Zhang Yi resolved to pay closer attention to the information provided by the game. In the upper right corner, the distance has been updated. Current fog erosion distance, 0.001 kilometers. Child, I advise you not to continue courting death. Distance traveled today, 0 kilometers. The system has established a regulatory distance of 1 meter. Furthermore, the data regarding today's travel distance has also caught Zhang Yi's attention. If it were merely the pursuit of the white mist, displaying only the current fog erosion distance would suffice. There would be no need to present the distance traveled today. This perhaps suggests that the mileage is a significant aspect? Is there a potential assessment mechanism for players? Contemplating this, Zhang Yi nodded slightly, placing both hands firmly on the steering wheel, and pressed the accelerator. The electric forklift surged to a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. Having not moved yesterday, the battery had experienced minimal depletion, and with the acquisition of a new battery reserve, it was still quite ample, allowing him to unleash his full potential for a vigorous sprint. This time, apart from pausing to take a few sips from a bottle of Nongfu Spring, Zhang Yi drove continuously for 6 hours. Only when his palms began to tingle and his waist felt weak did he finally come to a halt. During this period, Zhang Yi kept his gaze fixed on the sides of the road, hoping to catch a glimpse of a treasure chest, yet regrettably, none appeared. After all, today's limit for treasure chests was 1, making it uncertain whether he would encounter one. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi felt no anxiety. The bounty from this morning was sufficient to sustain him for a considerable time. Stepping out of the driver's seat, Zhang Yi performed a few stretches, then sat down on the ground beside his vehicle. He took a sip from his bottle of Nongfu mineral water, contemplated for a moment, and then retrieved a piece of alkaline bread, taro flavor, from his backpack to nibble on. He was exceedingly hungry. The time had now reached 12:15, and the upper right corner displayed the updated mileage. Current fog erosion distance, 150 kilometers. Distance traveled today, 150 kilometers. The fog's advance speed remained at 5 kilometers per hour. Calculating for the 8 hours of night, it could potentially catch up to the 110-kilometer mark, providing ample safety distance. However, considering the potential significance of the mileage, Zhang Yi had no intention of stopping. With a vacant expression, Zhang Yi chewed on the taro bread. Chew, chew, chew. Suddenly, a new feature appeared ahead on the road. It was a right turn leading to a service area. Chapter 8. The Brown Bear Shopkeeper ahead was a service area, an unlockable station, allowing players to decide whether to enter. The prompt sound rang out abruptly, nearly causing Zhang Yi to choke. He patted his chest several times with his right hand to swallow the bread down. A service area? A station? These names were familiar to Zhang Yi. Whether in the real world or the gaming realm, such places were quite common. However, the question remained, would there be any danger at this service point within the game? After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Yi ultimately resolved to investigate. One step ahead, every step ahead, to become powerful, unbound, and unrestrained. One must first possess the courage to embrace adventure. Zhang Yi dusted off his pants and placed half a bottle of water and half a piece of bread back into his backpack. As for the other supplies, Zhang Yi placed them directly in the rear compartment of the forklift. With a sharp hiss, the forklift roared to life again, and Zhang Yi navigated cautiously to the right. He drove with one hand while gripping a finely crafted rebar fork with the other. Soon, the forklift advanced, entering the confines of the service area. A sign marked with brownish-yellow stains came into Zhang Yi's view, but before he could discern the words inscribed on it, a towering figure at the entrance captured his attention. A monster? Panic surged within Zhang Yi, and he instinctively pressed the accelerator to the maximum, intending to charge forward at the first sign of danger. As he approached the figure, it became increasingly clear what it was. To his astonishment, it was a plump brown bear. And what's more, it was clad in an apron. Upon noticing the approach of a human, the bear squinted its eyes, and then spotted a person seated atop the yellow forklift, wielding a steel fork with a menacing expression, as if preparing to ram into it. The bear's eyes widened in alarm. With its paws raised, the hefty creature scurried about. But alas, it merely spun in place. A vehicle is about to collide with me. Danger, danger, danger. Roar. Witnessing this scene, a wry smile crept onto Jiang Yi's face, and he inadvertently eased off the accelerator. Hiss, did this brown bear seem somewhat dim-witted? When the forklift was still 30 meters away from the bear, it had already exhausted itself, clutching its belly and gasping for breath. Huff, huff, I'm so tired. The bear wiped the sweat from its brow. Jiang Yi, seated in the vehicle, pondered for a moment before halting the forklift, though his foot remained poised over the accelerator, ready to act at a moment's notice. Jiang Yi let out a sound. Startled by the noise, the bear raised its hefty paws once more. Don't crash into me. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yi replied, I want to crash into you. Really? The bear, still clutching its head, blinked in disbelief. Then why are you driving so fast? I'm right in front of you. My apologies, Jiang Yi replied awkwardly. The bear blinked again, and after a few moments, lowered its paws. Then I forgive you. Jiang Yi wiped his face, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Station information loaded successfully. Honey Therapy Center, managed by a brown bear. Within the Honey Therapy Center, honey can be purchased or therapy services can be acquired. The bear scratched its head, having dismissed the threat posed by the human driver, and cheerfully offered, would you like to visit the therapy center? My rates are quite reasonable, only 3 vehicle coins to enter. 3 vehicle coins sounded modest. Yet the issue was that Jiang Yi had not a single coin to his name. The Honey Therapy Center seemed like an enticing place. Honey could serve as nourishment, rich in sugars and nutrients, while also providing a modicum of water. The therapeutic services, though uncertain, appeared to be beneficial as well. Alas, he had no money at all. Was he to leave empty-handed? Surely, the emergence of such stations must possess an element of randomness. It is indeed a pity to leave like this. Jiang Yi sighed and, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly exclaimed. His eyes brightened as he retrieved a small identification card from his pocket, a badge of a first-class quality inspector. He pinned it to the front of his shirt. Immediately, he turned to the bear store manager, but before he could utter a word, the bear manager covered his cheeks with both paws, exclaiming, oh, it's a quality inspector. The expression on the bear's face revealed a hint of panic. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Could this be promising? In the next moment, he heard a notification sound. Bear store manager's favorability level, 3. Current favorability, 3. Huh? The favorability has decreased? Jiang Yi pondered the general attitude of people toward quality inspectors in the real world and seemed to understand something. Being a video content creator, he possessed a fundamental ability for interaction and emotional intelligence. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Bear store manager, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation for being honest and the renowned quality of your honey. I am fortunate to be able to conduct an inspection in your store today. What a delight. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification chimed again. Bear store manager's favorability level, 5. Current favorability, 2. Is that true? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? The bear store manager scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful and skeptical. Indeed, please trust in the affirmation that everyone has for you, your products, and your services. Jiang Yi's tone was resolute, and his expression sincere, as if these were his heartfelt sentiments. His eyes, often mentioned by female fans and some male fans for their uplifting quality, appeared remarkably genuine and bright at that moment. The notifications rang out in succession. Bear store manager's favorability level, 5. Bear store manager's favorability level, 3. Bear store manager's favorability level, 2. Current favorability, 12. Am I really that impressive? Hee. This was no ordinary player's flattery, but rather an endorsement from a quality inspector. The bear store manager couldn't help but think, am I really that remarkable? A quality inspector says I and my honey are famous far and wide. He attempted to contain his excitement in front of the inspector, but found it utterly impossible. If not for the presence of Inspector Jiang, he would have been tempted to perform a honey dance right then and there. A proud and self-satisfied smile spread across the bear's face as he approached Jiang Yi. Sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Yi felt a jolt of surprise, yet maintained a smile, pressing down a bit more on the accelerator. Please, come in, Inspector Jiang. I will surely treat you well. Inspector Jiang? Oh right, the identification card bore a name. But it seemed that success was within reach. Jiang Yi felt a surge of happiness. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and replied, sure. Holding a steel fork in his right hand, Jiang Yi exited the driver's seat, while the bear store manager placed a paw on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Instantly, Jiang Yi's shoulder tensed up. Although this bear store manager appeared adorably clumsy, he was indeed quite large, and that paw looked to possess significant strength. The brown bear remained utterly oblivious to Jiang Yi's unusual demeanor, evidently. The excessive layer of fat hindered the transmission of tactile sensations. The bear patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in response. Come on, is this fork heavy? Shall I help you with it? Jiang Yi took a deep breath, his slight frame trembling, and smiled as he declined. It's not heavy. Thank you, manager. What is the matter? Chapter 9. The coward dies of hunger. The bold suffers from gluttony. With a resounding clap, the enormous bear paw struck the switch, illuminating the entire honey retreat. The establishment appeared to be a quaint two-story building, with the lower level lined with rows of honey jars, all exuding an amber hue. Although the jars were capped, the sweet aroma in the air was nearly overpowering. Jiang Yi even spotted a few little bees fluttering near the window. The upper level was adorned with a deep brown wooden railing, behind which Jiang Yi could not yet discern what lay beyond. As he ventured further inside, his curiosity piqued. He was pleasantly surprised by the cleanliness of the retreat. Despite the dilapidated and grimy sign outside and the seemingly clumsy demeanor of the bear manager, the interior was far more orderly than Jiang Yi had anticipated. Remarkably, the honey jars were arranged at uniform angles, their varying depths and the bear's face on the labels all aligned perfectly. The glass jars glimmered under the light, radiating a cohesive, lustrous sheen. Jiang Yi did not hold back his praise and raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, the cleanliness on the first floor is commendable. Bear manager's affection level, 1, current affection level, 13. Once again, the affection level increased. The bear manager bashfully patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder, eliciting another series of creaks from his burdened bones. Jiang Yi discreetly extricated his arm from the bear's grasp, his dark eyes shifting slightly as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Manager, the hygiene is indeed satisfactory. Now, may we proceed with the sampling of goods? Is it convenient for you at this moment? Though his face remained composed, anxiety began to swell within Jiang Yi. According to the job description, a quality inspector could indeed assess the quality of the products. Yet he was unfamiliar with the specific procedures and could only take it step by step. Fortunately, the bear manager exhibited no suspicion, though he appeared somewhat anxious. The bear manager nodded eagerly. All right, I'll fetch the goods for you, little Jiang, our quality inspector. A surge of joy flooded Jiang Yi's heart. The items to be inspected could no longer be sold to customers, and since the system had not specified how to handle the inspected goods, it was likely that they could be pocketed without consequence. Was this not a stroke of luck in acquiring resources for free? The bear gestured for Jiang Yi to explore at his leisure while he went to retrieve the items. Although his mind was preoccupied with the imminent acquisition of goods, Jiang Yi dared not display excessive eagerness. He pondered for a moment and decided to ascend to the second floor for a casual exploration. As he ascended the stairs, Jiang Yi discovered a massage table on the upper level. Beside the massage table, there was a row of honey, its hue slightly different from that below. Jiang Yi, intrigued, picked up a bottle to examine it. Special honey essential oil. Usage yields, fatigue value 20, strength 1, stamina 1, agility 1. When combined with the exclusive massage technique of the brown bear shopkeeper, it can provide fatigue value 50, strength 3, stamina 3, agility 3. Consecutive usage results in diminishing effects, and the refresh time should be determined based on personal condition. What a remarkable find. Absolutely splendid. Holding the essential oil, Jiang Yi called out loudly, shopkeeper. The essential oils upstairs are also for sale and need to be sampled. The brown bear shopkeeper downstairs did not respond immediately. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be after a few seconds? The reply came. All right, little Jiang, could you please bring them down? Instantly, Jiang Yi beamed with joy, grinning like an innocent child. Is it truly the timid who starve and the bold who thrive? Jiang Yi took down 3 bottles, uncertain of the required sample quantity. So he dared not take too many. With the special essential oil in hand, he circled the second floor. Apart from the massage table, there were several closed doors, presumably leading to the brown bear's living quarters. Jiang Yi merely glanced at them before leaving the second floor. Downstairs, the brown bear had organized the month's items for sampling. Upon seeing Jiang Yi and the 3 bottles of massage oil in his hands, the brown bear momentarily froze. Jiang Yi hesitated. Had he taken too many? A hint of panic crept in, and he forced a smile, about to feign calm and explain that he was new and unsure of the sample quantities. When he heard a notification sound, brown bear shopkeeper affection level 10. Current affection level, 23. What? Jiang Yi was bewildered. Had he done something? He looked at the brown bear, who, towering at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, was wiping his eyes with a paw, clutching his apron. Jiang Yi's mind went blank. What was happening? Little Jiang, you truly are, sob, a wonderful quality inspector. Jiang Yi was even more confused. Previous inspectors would take away 15 items, and he had no objections to the inspections. But this is a small business with slim profits. Sob, little Jiang, no? Jiang Ji, you are too good to me. There were at least 50 bottles of massage oil on the second floor, and Jiang Yi had only taken 3. Compared to other inspectors, he had been exceedingly considerate. Thinking of this, the brown bear wiped away another tear. On the stairs, Jiang Yi felt utterly stunned. What the heck? Why had no one told him? He could take so many. Damn, the system was playing tricks on him. Chapter 10. The Fortune of 2 Bottles of Honey. Jiang Ji, what's wrong? You look rather pale, the brown bear observed as Jiang Yi seemed to be frozen in place. Concern etched on his face. Jiang Yi snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth, replied, nothing, just a bit tired from work. Hearing this, the brown bear nodded. His voice deep and resonant. I understand. You have so many products to inspect. It must be quite busy. Thank you for your hard work. How about this? I shall offer you a full body massage with essential oils shortly. As the words fell, Jiang Yi instantly detached himself from his previous emotions, smiling as he replied. That sounds splendid. My arms are quite sore. I've longed to experience an authentic bear massage. Absolutely, leave it to me. After mentally cursing the troublesome system and the game a few more times, Jiang Yi nodded and descended the stairs, gazing at the array of untested products laid out on the table by the bear. After a brief internal struggle, he finally declared, there are far too many items. I'll randomly select 8 cans. Well, 10 will suffice. As he uttered these words, Jiang Yi felt a pang in his heart. Was there truly any distinction between this and reaching into his own pocket? Yet, having established his persona and garnered goodwill, he had no choice but to remain steadfast. Moreover, considering the bear's massage service earlier, this could very well be a long-term investment, so perhaps it was not a loss after all. Despite this rationalization, Jiang Yi's eyes remained fixated on the 30-odd jars of honey before him. These could have been a veritable treasure trove. The bear was taken aback. Bear shopkeeper's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 33. All right. I won't be courteous with you, Jianggu. You must come often in the future. Indeed. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious shopkeeper, Jiang Yi commenced his intangible performance within the confines of a single examination bed in the carriage. As the carriage was enclosed, he need not worry about the bear discovering anything. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yi placed 10 jars of honey and 2 bottles of essential oil into his backpack and then fell into a stupor. He couldn't just enter and exit immediately. The inspection could not be that swift. Perched on the metallic surface, with his chin resting in his hand, he noted that the inspection table was rather high. Despite his height of 178 centimeters, his feet barely grazed the ground. He opened the regional chat channel. Dragon Country District 189. Subdistrict 99, 9961, 610, 0000. Jiang Yi paused slightly. The number of participants had dwindled. Nearly 400 players had vanished from the group chat. Compared to the first day of the novice adaptation period, this death toll had surged dramatically. It appeared that the dangers of treasure chests were far more perilous than he had anticipated. His silver treasure chest had yielded nothing but a cockroach. Perhaps it was merely a system reward. Jiang Yi silently reminded himself. In the chat interface, numerous players were recounting their treasure chest discoveries. Player Digga. Good news, I stumbled upon a bronze chest, and fortunately, no monsters were inside. Bad news though. I ended up with some medicine, Dinguayer naval stickers and appetite-regulating tablets. Upon reading this message, Jiang Yi nearly burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. What a character. My friend, the naval stickers are somewhat acceptable, as they can treat gastrointestinal issues and diarrhea, but the appetite tablets are truly laughable. Clearly, He was not alone in his misfortune. Player 0923. I opened a jar of pickled vegetables. With my water supply running low, I dare not touch this thing. Player Huaxiao Little Princess. Who on earth has brought forth a live octopus? What peculiar place relishes such a dish? Upon casting a glance, I mistook it for an odd creature. Aside from the unfortunate souls, there are certainly those on a quest. Ning Ning, are you there? It's your brother. Player uneasy. If one is seeking a sister upstairs, I shall search for my father instead. Father, I am your child. If our home lacks provisions, the child shall starve. Player Ma Chao. Son, hold on a little longer. Player identity 5th. Curse it all. Player Guojiao. The vehicle has run out of fuel and cannot move an inch. May I ask which noble friend possesses some oil to assist me? I can trade food for it. Perhaps due to today being the second day and the treasure chests already refreshing, the trading hall finally witnessed some activity, albeit the transactions were rather limited. Zhang Yi opened the trading hall once more. Most resources did not pique his interest. He still had a bit of water, food, and batteries. So there was no immediate urgency, yet having more of these basic supplies would always be beneficial. Regarding water, Zhang Yi preferred to craft a condensation device sooner rather than later. With the recent stockpile of honey, he need not fret over food. And as for batteries, the more, the merrier. If only there were solar-powered devices, it would alleviate the power shortage. Rome wasn't built in a day. Progress must be gradual. Zhang Yi marked 3 items in the trading hall: batteries, flour, and yeast. With flour and yeast, the former could be mixed with water, combined with the latter. One could even make steamed buns. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of luck when he acquired an electric forklift, which could directly connect to his portable electric steamer. Adding water would allow him to steam buns. Though his culinary skills were not of a professional caliber, they were quite commendable among the average populace. Relying on his self-taught culinary prowess, he managed to sustain himself with a monthly budget of 300 yuan, which he documented in a vlog that garnered notable attention. Despite most comments praising only his voice and hands. Such is the world that values appearances. After waiting for 5 minutes, Zhang Yi finally sprang from the quality inspection platform with grace. The modified forklift's rear compartment was not excessively high, allowing Zhang Yi to glimpse the scene outside through the side window. The brown bear shopkeeper was anxiously rubbing his paws against his apron, appearing rather tense. Almost there, Zhang Yi muttered. With a clang, the compartment opened, and he leaped down, striding toward the brown bear shopkeeper. Zhang, how did it go? The shopkeeper hurriedly approached. A smile graced Zhang Yi's face as he spoke. The goods have been inspected, and all meet the standards. After a brief pause, he added, they have all achieved the quality product criteria. He had just sampled a taste from the jar and had to admit, the brown bear shopkeeper indeed possessed considerable skill. This was undeniably the best honey Zhang Yi had ever tasted. As Zhang Yi's words lingered in the air, a sudden burst of white light materialized before the brown bear shopkeeper. With a soft thud, a badge descended. It was a verdant emblem, inscribed with the character, excellent. Concurrently, the game notification chimed. Level 1 Inspector, Zhang Yi. This quality inspection is valid. Received a commendation from the brown bear shopkeeper. This performance salary, 5 car coins. The badge gently floated down, and the brown bear shopkeeper, too transfixed, found himself cross-eyed. Rubbing his eyes, he managed to catch the badge with one paw. It was indeed excellent. How delightful. The brown bear shopkeeper could not contain his chuckles, and his paw seemed poised to rest on his own shoulder. But Zhang Yi deftly sidestepped, placing his hand instead on the bear's waist, if such a creature had a waist. Congratulations. Zhang Yi grinned broadly. It turned out that the workflow for inspectors was quite straightforward. Select samples for inspection, return to the quality inspection vehicle for evaluation, provide feedback on the items. Allow the system to audit, and simultaneously dispense valid evaluations and salaries. What a frustrating system, relying entirely on players to unearth the professional intricacies and processes. Moreover, the remuneration was rather paltry, merely 5 car coins. A glance at the prices revealed that a jar of honey cost 3 car coins, meaning that with his current savings, he could purchase just 2 jars before declaring bankruptcy. Chapter 11. One cannot always rely on tasting with the mouth, Brother Zhang. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The little eyes of the brown bear shopkeeper sparkled as they gazed at Zhang Yi. With an excellent evaluation, my honey can now be sold in more places. An evaluation possesses such influence? No wonder the brown bear did not resist being exploited by other inspectors. Zhang Yi shook his head, smiling. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve as shopkeeper. Brown Bear Shopkeeper Affection Level 1. Brown Bear Shopkeeper Current Affection Level 34. Come on, Brother Jiang. Let me treat you to a massage. The brown bear, not one to shy away from offering, promptly decided to give Jiang Yi a full-body massage. Observing Jiang Yi's slight frame, the brown bear resolved in his heart, Brother Jiang works so hard, I must do my utmost, employing all my skills and strength to ensure he experiences the true essence of a brown bear massage. Noticing the brown bear shopkeeper rubbing his paws together, Jiang Yi's pace hesitated slightly. Suddenly, he felt less inclined to take advantage of this offer. In truth, utilizing massage oil directly could suffice. Although it wouldn't yield the same effect as a bear's massage, the shopkeeper, Before Jiang Yi could finish his thought, he was swept up by the brown bear shopkeeper's paw. Half dragged, half cradled, he was pulled into the shop. While dragging him along, the brown bear shopkeeper exclaimed, Brother Jiang, just you wait and see. My massage skills are unparalleled. You appear so frail. It must be from working too hard. Leave it to me. Jiang Yi struggled for a few moments, but ultimately relented. Approximately half an hour later. Brother Jiang? On the massage bed of the second floor, the brown bear shopkeeper clutched his apron with one paw, while the other tentatively poked at the soft, sprawling form of Jiang Yi. Are you all right, Brother Jiang? After approximately 5 seconds, Jiang Yi finally responded with a faint, His voice, rendered hoarse from excessive shouting moments before, barely escaped his lips. Initially, he had intended to endure, but once the warm-up concluded and the brown bear shopkeeper became earnest, Jiang Yi's resolve crumbled in an instant, unleashing a series of cries. Once the outburst subsided, his throat felt as if it had been shattered, and his voice had reached an extreme raspiness. After lying on the bed to recuperate for a while, he finally propped himself up on his arms and slowly sat upright. His face flushed, yet his expression remained bewildered. As the saying goes, that half hour felt like the longest decade of his life. Observing this, the brown bear shopkeeper felt an even deeper sympathy for Jiang Yi. How much exhaustion, injury, and hidden pain must this little body have accumulated to be unable to withstand such a challenge? He resolved that from now on, every time Jiang Yi visited, he would first offer him a massage. The brown bear shopkeeper's small eyes sparkled with determination, yet Jiang Yi remained oblivious to this newfound resolve. After another 5 minutes, Jiang Yi's weary and heated body finally settled into a state of calm. Oh, Jiang Yi let out a soft sound as the previous soreness and swelling gradually dissipated, replaced by a soothing warmth akin to warm water. Hey, Brother Jiang, the effects are remarkable, aren't they? The brown bear shopkeeper proudly remarked upon seeing Jiang Yi's expression. Jiang Yi smiled and replied, Yes, it feels wonderful. The combination of essential oils and the warmth of the bear's paw had fully manifested its effectiveness. Jiang Yi had never felt his body so comfortably warm and cozy before. He glanced at his status panel. Player, Jiang Yi ID, 439900805 nickname. Melancholic French fry title. Bold and detail-oriented stubborn donkey vehicle. Forklift fatigue level, 6010. Oh my. Is this the power of the brown bear's massage? You now feel invigorated, astonishingly strong. Health level, 70, suboptimal health. Serious insomnia issues, strength, 133 stamina, 243 agility, 181 comprehensive combatability, 22 on the roadside. Supplies, electric cooker X1, bottled water 500 milliliters X13, brown bear shopkeeper's honey X10, specially made honey essential oil X3, handmade noodles X2, alkaline bread, taro flavor, X2, change of clothes X1, screws X3, waterproof canvas X1, batteries X3, condensation device manufacturing manual X1, refined threaded steel fork X1 currency. 5. Congratulations, you have finally achieved a breakthrough from 0. Strength, stamina, and agility have all increased by 3, and with the title's effect, Jiang Yi's stats have finally improved. More importantly, due to the exhaustion accumulated from an all-nighter last night and the relentless travel today, his fatigue level has been reduced to a mere 10. Initially, his fatigue level would have exceeded 60. It was only due to the title bold and detail-oriented stubborn donkey that it was capped at 60. Originally, Jiang Yi had planned to halt his journey upon surpassing 60, allowing himself a moment of respite. While he acknowledged the significance of mileage, he was not so short-sighted as to exhaust himself in a survival game. Now, however, he could resume his journey and accumulate more distance. A faint smile graced Jiang Yi's lips as he sensed the massage bed nearby. Exclusive honey essential oil massage by the Brown Bear shopkeeper. Cost, 15 vehicle coins. Includes massage and oil fees. Note, the massage effect refreshes every 14 days. Moderation is advised. 15 vehicle coins. For Jiang Yi at this moment. That was a considerable sum. His salary from quality inspections barely amounted to 5 vehicle coins. He turned to the Brown Bear, who wore a sincere smile, showing no inclination to mention the cost of the massage. A warmth flickered within Jiang Yi's heart as he stretched his limbs and leaped off the massage bed. The Brown Bear's silence regarding the fee likely indicated a gift, but he was not one to take advantage of others, at least. That was not how he wished to be perceived by the shopkeeper. Thus, Jiang Yi kindly addressed the Brown Bear, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. I feel as though all my fatigue has dissipated. After a brief cough, he added, Oh, and shopkeeper, please remember to keep my honey jars separate from the merchandise. It would be careless to mix them. The Brown Bear was taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. Oh, Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. I didn't see anything. I merely wanted to remind you. He then winked at the Brown Bear, conveying a sense of camaraderie. Calming down, the Brown Bear replied eagerly. I understand. I will ensure to keep it well hidden. Jiang Yi said nothing more and gave the Brown Bear a friendly pat on the shoulder. Earlier, while wandering on the second floor, he had inadvertently seen the Brown Bear selecting certain jars, leaning over the railing for a moment, completely oblivious to Jiang Yi's presence. Who among chefs does not indulge in a taste? Although, technically, the Brown Bear was not a chef of honey and was unaware of its production, Jiang Yi chose to remain silent on the matter. He aimed to cultivate a long-term rapport with the shopkeeper, and this was an opportunity to invest in that relationship wisely. Indeed, Brown Bear shopkeeper favorability, 8. Current favorability, 42, brought a slight smile to Jiang Yi's face. As the bright yellow forklift departed from the service area, the game notification chimed. You have completed a quality inspection. Inspection completion rate, 60. Reminder, inspection completion rate of 60 passes the basic assessment. Upon verification, you have successfully passed the evaluation, unlocking the career development guide. Guide explanation. Integrate more professional quality inspection equipment to enhance the scientific accuracy of inspections. After all, one cannot rely solely on taste. Dear soul, human quality inspector. Jiang Yi thought. Chapter 12. Curiously adorable. Was it truly his intention to rely on taste? There was nothing available yet. After mentally gesturing a middle finger at the game and system, Jiang Yi wasted no further time and pressed down on the accelerator, propelling the forklift forward once more. Jiang Yi observed that, amidst the nonsensical chatter in the chat channel, most players were grappling with a prevalent issue. Your Wild King is unrestrained. Damn, my fatigue level has hit 80. How am I supposed to continue playing? Player Steel Shadow replied, What can we do? Just lie down right here, unless you wish to have your driving license revoked. By the way, Player Your Wild King interjected. Didn't you draw a skateboard as your vehicle? Does that even require a driving license? Less of your nonsense, Player Your Wild King retorted, rolling his eyes. Player Steel Shadow shrugged in response. Player The Window That Cannot Be Closed chimed in, buying gasoline. Buying gasoline. Buying gasoline. Jiang Yi had a vague recollection of this player. He remembered that the window that cannot be closed had a truck as his vehicle, which explained the urgent need for gasoline. However, he was also quite curious about how the Wild King's skateboard operated. As Jiang Yi pondered this, he realized that, despite its peculiar nature, the skateboard wasn't as abysmal a vehicle in the early stages of the game. Its uniqueness meant it required minimal power, relying solely on one's legs. Additionally, the skateboard could attain respectable speeds at times. If there were any items or settings in the game that allowed for modifications to the skateboard, akin to how one could enhance a forklift based on their profession, it could potentially incorporate auxiliary power, which would be quite advantageous. Regarding storage capacity, having a backpack mitigated most concerns. However, it seemed this Wild King would have to settle for sleeping on the ground at night. Well, it might not even be a brother. Perhaps it was a spirited sister with a boisterous demeanor. While perusing the chat channel, Jiang Yi accelerated forward. The skyline began to shimmer with orange hues, and just as he thought his luck had run dry and he would fail to find a treasure chest, a cerulean chest suddenly appeared on the right side of the road. Startled, Jiang Yi promptly slammed on the brakes. A cerulean chest, according to the chat channel, should be a bronze chest, right? A flicker of joy surged within him, yet he steeled himself for potential danger. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi chose to remain in his vehicle. From his previous experiences with reward chests, he knew that simply touching it would suffice to unlock it. With that in mind, he navigated the forklift slowly towards it. The steel prongs at the front of the forklift stretched nearly 5 feet, and at this distance, any monster that might charge forth would first collide with the forklift's guard rack, allowing Jiang Yi to impale it with the steel prong. He assumed a defensive stance, gripping the steel prong. Perhaps due to enhanced strength, it felt considerably lighter than before, making it easier for him to wield. Clank, 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 the wheels turned, and as the prongs made contact with the treasure chest, a burst of white light erupted forth. Indeed, a dark mass surged out. Bang! The speed of the dark entity caused it to slam into the forklift's guard rack, jostling the vehicle. Jiang Yi sprang to his feet and, with lightning speed, thrust the prong downward. The creature appeared dazed from the impact, a large bump forming on its forehead, and before it could react, Jiang Yi had already skewered it. The speed was astonishing, akin to the act of discarding refuse. In the fleeting moment the creature soared away, Jiang Yi discerned that it was, in fact, a plump gray rabbit. No wonder it was so swift. Fortunately, he was in the vehicle. Otherwise, had he opened the treasure chest unawares, he might have found himself in dire straits. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Jiang Yi as he began to comprehend the alarming rise in fatalities today. Gripping his steel fork, Jiang Yi leapt from the vehicle and approached the open treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest. Rewards: 2 spicy broad beans, 1 Nongfu spring, 5L, 2 gasoline, 2 anti-inflammatory medicine, 1 sensual underwear. Jiang Yi gazed silently at the pink lace item on the ground, and after a few moments, he swiftly tucked it into his backpack. Rubbing his ear, he stammered, "Well, it appears that the contents of the bronze treasure chest indeed pale in comparison to those of the silver one." "Are you speaking to me, player Melancholy French Fries?" came the system's interjection. "No." Jiang Yi wiped his face. The system's interruption seemed to dissipate his strange shyness. Ignoring the system, he rearranged his supplies. Although the items from the bronze chest were few, they were practical: food, drink, clothing, medicine, and even fuel. However, he had no use for the gasoline. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel and privately messaged the player the unclosable window, 2x5L gasoline. Interested in a trade? He opted for a private message due to the notoriety he had gained from the announcement of his first kill, which had attracted the attention of various idle players in the group. Not wishing to expose too much personal information, he chose to communicate privately. Moments later, the private chat window erupted with notifications. The unclosable window. Holy smokes. The first kill big shot. The unclosable window. No way, am I dreaming? The first kill big shot is messaging me? The unclosable window. Twirl, jump. Eyes closed. I'm the agile dog of the mountains. The unclosable window. Hello. Esteemed big shot. Pause shake. Pause shake. Pause shake. The barrage of messages from the unclosable window left Jiang Yi feeling a twinge of regret for initiating the private chat. However, having already sent the message, he steeled himself and prepared to select a greeting sticker from the chat box. Just as he was about to send a simple hello, the next moment arrived. Player Melancholy French Fries. Hug. To his surprise, it was a cute little white cat extending its paws. Darn it, clicked the wrong one. The chat box displayed a yellow French fry with a red M logo, sending an adorable, soft hug sticker, leaving the unclosable window momentarily bewildered. That's strange. With no reply or greeting, the first message was simply a hug, rather adorably peculiar, wasn't it? The unclosable window widened their eyes in realization. Could the first kill big shot be a girl? Chapter 13. A call for help after sending the hug sticker. The other player fell silent, leaving the unclosable window increasingly suspicious that they were indeed conversing with a rather shy and cautious girl. The name Melancholy French Fries also seemed to lean towards a feminine touch. The player, the window that cannot be closed, felt a surge of excitement, though he couldn't quite fathom the reason behind it. "Hey there, big boss. You're so adorable," he exclaimed. Jiang Yi, leaning against the forklift, couldn't contain himself and muttered a curse under his breath. Just as he contemplated shutting down the chat window, the window that cannot be closed continued. "Boss, I want 5 liters of oil. What would you like to trade?" Upon reading this message, Jiang Yi hesitated, his finger hovering over the screen, dismissing the chaotic tone of the conversation. "What do you want to trade?" Has this fellow amassed a considerable stock of supplies? Sensing Jiang Yi's curiosity, the window that cannot be closed replied, "Hee hee, I was quite fortunate. When I arrived, I was participating in a survival drill and brought along a backpack full of supplies. I am a devoted admirer of apocalyptic novels and works. Indeed, that was quite a stroke of luck. However, he himself was not lacking in basic supplies. I need batteries. Jiang Yi succinctly typed. The very item he had been keenly observing in the trading hall was precisely what this individual was offering. Sure. Hee. The batteries were actually from today's treasure chest. Truly, it seems fate has bestowed upon me the opportunity to meet you, big boss. Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment, choosing to disregard the exuberant tone. I have 3 batteries here. Do you think that is sufficient? Oil is quite precious. If you feel it's not enough, I can throw in some water or food. The image of a dog wagging its tail at a high-heeled shoe filled the chat window, and Jiang Yi felt a surge of irritation. Enough was enough. Yet, for the sake of the supplies, he managed to suppress his frustration. Jiang Yi was intent on suggesting a private transaction, as he did not wish to attract undue attention in the trading hall at that moment. Before he could voice his intentions, the other party promptly sent over 3 batteries along with a bottle of Nongfu spring water. This exchange was a unilateral gift, lacking any binding obligation. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Had he discerned his inclination for a private chat? Not too dull, after all. Casually, Jiang Yi reciprocated by gifting 2 liters of oil and a pack of peculiar-flavored broad beans. Not wishing to engage further in trivial banter with the window that cannot be closed, he left a message stating that if more batteries became available in the future, he could be contacted, and promptly closed the private chat channel. All right, big boss, came the enthusiastic response. After sending the message, the window that cannot be closed settled into the driver's seat of the truck, swinging his legs joyfully outside the window, reveling in the moment. After the trade, Jiang Yi piled the items atop the vehicle and resumed his journey. Although the electric forklift was significantly faster than a bicycle, baby carriage, or wheelchair, it still paled in comparison to players driving cars, trucks, or other vehicles. Although the latter may also be constrained by fuel and fatigue levels, preventing them from speeding, Jiang Yi did not wish to lag behind. If he perceived the mileage displayed in the upper right corner as having a unique significance within the game, he ought to seize the opportunity. Jiang Yi continued to drive at maximum speed until the orange glow was engulfed by darkness. Beneath the shroud of night, only a faint glimmer of light illuminated the white mist. Although the transition from day to night occurred at 10 o'clock, very few players ventured to race in the dark until that hour. Aside from concerns regarding supplies, there were also issues with lighting. By 8 o'clock, the sky had become nearly pitch black, and the roads themselves lacked illumination, with only the dim glow of the mist on either side providing some semblance of light, merely enough to highlight the edges. At this juncture, a careless turn of the steering wheel could easily send one crashing into the mist, resulting in an inevitable game over. Vehicles required illumination. This was the conclusion Jiang Yi reached. With a sigh of relief, he finally brought the vehicle to a halt. A glance at the upper right corner revealed his progress. Current fog erosion distance, 300 kilometers. Distance traveled today, 300 kilometers. He had traversed an additional 150 kilometers. Coupled with the previous day's 30 kilometers, his total mileage reached 330 kilometers. While this figure appeared commendable, Jiang Yi was acutely aware that it could represent merely 3 or 4 hours for certain vehicles. However, there was no point in fretting. He felt a slight twinge of conflict within himself before alighting from the forklift. Never mind, he was hungry. His wrists and rear were numb, and his fatigue level had once again plateaued at 60. In the darkness, he found it difficult to retrieve anything else to eat, such as noodles and his small pot. So he could only produce a jar of honey from the brown bear shopkeeper. This honey, unlike refined oils, bore no extraordinary effects. It was merely sweet and a rare delicacy. After opening the jar, Jiang Yi retrieved the leftover half of a live bread roll from lunch. Drizzling a bit of honey atop it, the dry bread transformed into something delectable. The sweetness of the honey perfectly balanced the dryness and slight saltiness of the bread. As Jiang Yi ate while lost in thought, he reopened the chat channel, though he refrained from examining the messages, opting instead to check the online count. Dragon Country Region 189, Zone 99, 9958, 410, 0000. Compared to the earlier flurry during the treasure chest refresh, the numbers had stabilized, yet over a dozen players had perished. Today marked the second day of survival. In comparison to the pursuit of fog, issues surrounding food, water, and fuel had become more pronounced. Reflecting on the initial rules stating that players were aged 12-55, Jiang Yi fell silent once more. He could scarcely fathom how individuals at either end of such an age spectrum could endure. Or perhaps, there were hardly any left at all. In a sudden surge of frustration, Jiang Yi crumpled the plastic wrapping in his hand and cast it into the white mist to the right of the road. The mist resembled a sprawling, desert beast. As soon as the wrapping brushed against its edge, it was instantly consumed, leaving no sound in its wake. After preparing a satisfactory dinner, Jiang Yi took stock of his supplies: 1 electric cooker, 14 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 98 jars of honey from the bear shop manager, 3 special honey essential oils, 2 servings of handmade noodles, 1 sweet potato-flavored alkaline bread, 1 pack of peculiar-flavored broad beans, 1 set of clean clothes, 3 screws, 1 waterproof canvas, 6 batteries, 2 anti-inflammatory medications, 1 manual for constructing a water condensation device, 1 refined threaded steel fork, and 1 pair of seductive underwear. Disregarding the last item, he began by packing the bulkier and heavier items such as the mineral water, honey, and batteries. After placing the manual for the water condensation device inside, Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before attempting to stow the powdery white object within the clean clothes, intending to place it into his backpack. However, the backpack indicated that the 2 items had different functions and could not occupy the same compartment. Jiang Yi cursed profusely and, after a difficult decision, ultimately stored the peculiar item away. He was not a deviant, or at least he considered himself not to be. Yet it was a common trait among Chinese people to find it challenging to dispose of something that was neither broken nor dirty without any psychological burden. After all, one never knows when it might come in handy. With the vehicle rendered inoperable, Jiang Yi decided to engage in some simple exercises within a safe radius of 10 meters from the vehicle. He performed burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and basic stretches, cautious not to venture out into the darkness. Perhaps due to an enhancement in strength and other attributes, he found his exercises becoming more effortless and fluid. After completing several sets of burpees and push-ups, an idea struck him. With a light leap, he grasped the ceiling above the forklift and commenced doing pull-ups. Pull-ups were often a nightmare for many male students during university fitness tests. It required more than mere strength to perform them quickly or in abundance. The passing standard was 10, while achieving a perfect score necessitated 20. Compared to this, the passing line for the Marine Corps was merely 4. If not for the unspoken understanding that assessments were often lenient, most individuals would struggle to meet the minimum requirement. Although Jiang Yi was not a particularly athletic student, he typically hovered near the passing line. However, now he engaged his core with ease, lifting his body while counting, and within a brief span, he managed to complete 12 pull-ups. While he acknowledged that he could not compare himself with elite soldiers, 12 was a commendable achievement, and he was not yet fatigued. After performing 5 more, he finally jumped down, his face slightly flushed. 17. And they were all genuine, unassisted pull-ups. Such physical capabilities were beyond the wildest dreams of his former self. A smile emerged on Jiang Yi's face as he began to enjoy his workout. Under the night sky, atop the stationary vehicle, most people were engaged in group chats, seeking information and exchanging supplies, while also passing the time to combat the fears and loneliness that the darkness brought forth. Although many longed for a life of seclusion, the sense of security found in communal living could not be replaced amidst the unknown terrors. However, for Jiang Yi at this moment, such concerns were of little significance. While engaging in self-media, he had grown accustomed to conversing with the camera alone, pondering scripts and angles, unfazed by the absence of responses. Upon completing his final set of stretches, Jiang Yi felt invigorated. However, the odor of sweat was indeed somewhat intolerable. Sighing, Jiang Yi reflected that though he was not excessively fastidious, he maintained a basic level of cleanliness. Moreover, personal hygiene was often a crucial step in fending off illness and infection in survival situations. After some contemplation, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water and used a small portion to wash himself off. He thought to himself that he would find a water dispenser soon enough. Removing his shirt, he draped it over the front seat to dry, then entered the assembly inspection compartment behind the forklift. With a shift of his legs and a relaxing of his arms, he took out a clean shirt to cover his abdomen. The weather on the road was reminiscent of early summer, and the night was not cold. As soon as he closed his eyes, sleep overtook him, and he drifted off swiftly and unburdened. It had been many years since he had fallen asleep so quickly and effortlessly. He slumbered without dreams. As the first light of dawn broke at 5 o'clock, his chat group suddenly refreshed with 2 messages. Player Orange, is anyone there? Player Orange, please help me. Chapter 14. Does the big boss have a daughter? Part 1. With a thud, Jiang Yi rolled off the metal inspection table. Propping himself up, he struggled to open his eyes, appearing utterly dazed from the fall. After a few moments, he gradually rose to his feet, one hand resting on his knee as he leaned against the inspection table to regain his composure. During this time, he nearly slipped back into sleep. He could hardly recall the last time he had slept so soundly, perhaps during military training in his freshman year. Just as he was about to doze off again, Jiang Yi slapped himself sharply. The system jolted in surprise, momentarily reacting to his consciousness. What on earth is this player doing? Not only does he talk to himself and indulge in self-entertainment, but he also slaps himself. Coupled with the profound impression left by the player's earlier determination to test bugs with his life, the system found itself increasingly baffled by the nature of human beings. Or more precisely, by individuals like Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi remained oblivious to the system's internal musings. Even if he could hear them, he would pay no heed. After the self-inflicted slap, Jiang Yi was fully awake. His hair was tousled atop his head, and he casually raked his fingers through it before hopping down from the compartment with a slow gait. It was now 5:05. The sky had not fully brightened, and the morning breeze swept across the roadside, tousling Jiang Yi's hair. He squinted towards the horizon. Although he could not see it, he knew that the dark mist, which had crossed paths with him before, was drawing near once again. Death lurked just behind him. After a quick wash, Jiang Yi resolved to exercise on an empty stomach, planning to start driving promptly at 6. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the chat channel flickering. At this hour? Jiang Yi murmured softly to himself as he opened the chat window. Player Orange, is anyone there? Player Orange, please help me. The messages indicated they had been sent 5 minutes prior, and there were no new messages following these two. This could mean either salvation had arrived, or that the sender had succumbed to unconsciousness and death, perhaps having witnessed numerous life and death experiences over the past 2 days. Jiang Yi felt only a fleeting sense of melancholy, without any significant turmoil. He seemed to recall this player, who had mentioned embarking on some form of intermittent fasting. Indeed, a rather unfortunate individual. Shaking his head, he was about to close the chat window when, unexpectedly, a new message appeared. Player Orange, I'm dying. My supplies are in the trading hall. Take them. Jiang Yi paused momentarily, instinctively clicking on the trading hall. Within, new supplies had indeed been added. 3 screws and half a date cake, all priced at 0. This meant that anyone could acquire these items without cost. Almost instantly, the 3 screws were claimed by 3 different players, while another player snatched up the date cake. The status displayed that all screws and the date cake were sold out. Yet just moments ago, no one had responded to Player Orange. Jiang Yi felt a twinge of pity, but nothing more. Trading is a matter of mutual consent. In a survival game, the instinct to survive prevails, and everything else is left to individual will. There is little to be said. He shook his head and was about to close the window when yet another new message popped up. This time from a different player. Player Wandering the Jianghu. It's almost time to eat, brothers. It seemed he was among those quick to act just moments ago. However, within a second, Player Wandering the Jianghu sent a confused emoji. What the heck? Screws? How lucky can one get? Orange. Even though Jiang Yi was well aware of the inherent greed and indifference within human nature, he couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Eating someone else's misfortune and smacking one's lips? Are they even human? A chill ran down his spine. Jiang Yi's disdain was unmistakable as he clicked on Player Wandering the Jianghu's ID to block him. Such individuals are not worth engaging with. Those who gain benefits will not remember the kindness of others, and should they perceive even a slight loss, they will treat you as an enemy. A grain of kindness begets a measure of resentment. After being disgusted by Player Wandering the Jianghu, Jiang Yi contemplated closing the chat window entirely, wishing to avert his gaze from such unpleasantness, yet he found himself hesitating for quite some time. The final words of Player Orange, I'm dying. My supplies are in the trading hall. Take them, resonated with an air of utter helplessness and solitude. This stirred memories within him. Dawn, often referred to as daybreak, is said by some to be the darkest before the light. In that darkness, Jiang Yi exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy sigh. A few seconds later, in the private chat channel, Player Melancholic French Fries, are you still there? Chapter 15. Does the big shot have a daughter? Upon inputting, there was a prolonged silence from the other party. Jiang Yi pressed his lips together, intending to abandon the conversation when a line appeared at the top of the chat. The other party is typing. Jiang Yi's heart fluttered slightly, and he promptly sent a message. Player melancholic French fries. What do you need? Jiang Yi fixated on the chat box, his emotions in a state of flux. After a few seconds, a message finally appeared. However, it was not a text message, but rather a voice message. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Although there was an option to send voice messages, very few players utilized this feature in the game, as it could reveal vital information. The rules of the game had stated that there might be parallel roads, suggesting the other party was on the brink of desperation. Jiang Yi opened the message, and a frail female voice emerged. I need water and medicine. That voice was painfully dry. I was wounded by a monster and have become infected. The voice faltered, laden with an unspeakable sense of grievance. I have no supplies to trade with you. She had given away her scant possessions, 3 screws and half a date cake, leaving her with nothing. Inside a heavy truck, a girl of approximately 18 or 19 curled up in her own embrace, suddenly striking her leg with a fierce blow. A lengthy wound marred her leg, already inflamed. Just 10 seconds, merely 10 seconds. In those fleeting moments, she had relinquished all her supplies, only for someone to offer a trade in the next instant. A mere 10-second gap. 10 seconds. Now, she was left with nothing. Just 10 seconds too late. Although she understood that the other party might not possess the necessary items to save her. The weight of despair caused the girl to crumble. I want to go home, mommy. She cried uncontrollably, her already parched body becoming even more deprived of water. Her temperature plummeted, rendering her as cold as iron, while her head felt as though it were boiling. She was unaware that this was the sensation of impending death. Her consciousness began to fade, and just as she envisioned her mother, a blinding light suddenly appeared above her head. Struggling to lift her gaze, she beheld a bottle of mineral water and a small red pill hovering above her. The girl was momentarily stunned. The mineral water bottle slipped, spilling its contents across her face. The icy touch invigorated her senses slightly. In an instant, the girl raised her hand, trembling fingers grasping the bottle of mineral water. The cap was missing, as if it had already been opened. The moment she seized the bottle, she brought it to her lips, desperate for a drink. The screen before her flickered, revealing a new message. Player melancholic French fries. Don't drink too quickly. It's dangerous. The girl paused, nodding her head. Though the gesture was invisible to the other party, she lowered her head and began to sip the mineral water cautiously. Another message popped up. Player melancholic French fries. The pill is an anti-inflammatory. I don't know if it will be effective, but give it a try. The girl replied in her heart, her throat parched and itchy. After taking a few more sips, she hesitated, but ultimately refrained from drinking further. In a state of dehydration, one ought not to consume excessive amounts of water, as it could impose undue strain on the stomach and heart. After a brief moment, her vision finally regained focus, and she hastily swallowed the small red pill. You are currently taking an anti-inflammatory medication. The effects are taking hold. Indeed, it was an anti-inflammatory drug. This stranger had genuinely provided her with such a remedy. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes welled with tears once more. On the other side, Jiang Yi struggled to comprehend what the player named Orange had just uttered. He pondered that the young girl must have been saved. It seemed his anti-inflammatory medication had not gone to waste. Jiang Yi was not a saint. He had acted somewhat irrationally earlier, but having made the choice, he preferred not to dwell on it. While awaiting a message from Player Orange, he began doing push-ups on the ground. It was now 5:15, and there was still ample time until 6 o'clock. At precisely 5:30, Player Orange finally sent another message. I feel much better. Thank you. Thank you. Big shot. This time, her message was in text form. Upon seeing the term big shot, Jiang Yi realized that she had fully regained her consciousness. The anti-inflammatory medication must have been quite effective. It appeared prudent to stock up on such supplies, as being scratched by monsters could indeed prove troublesome. Before Jiang Yi could respond, Orange sent another message. Big shot. I'm sorry, but I don't have any resources to repay you right now. However, please believe me. I will give you all the supplies I gather in the coming days. Reading her message, Jiang Yi responded without hesitation. So, you would let yourself starve and thirst to death, forcing me to save you once more? Player Orange replied. Sniffles. Amused yet helpless. Jiang Yi thought of the young girl who had even given away her last piece of date cake. It seemed that was indeed the last of her provisions. Melancholy fries. Wait until I can secure basic resources before you give me anything. I don't lack for your little bit. With that, Jiang Yi sent Player Orange half a bottle of mineral water and a small portion of honey from the bear shop, which had been divided from the mineral water. He only had one package of alkaline bread and a strange flavored broad bean left, which he could not spare for the girl. Saving lives was commendable. But this was already an exception. Once again, a radiant light appeared. When player Yu Chung, also known as Orange, saw the mineral water and the fragrant honey descending from above, she almost felt compelled to bow in gratitude. How could there exist such an extraordinarily kind-hearted individual in this world? Tears silently streamed down her face. She thought she must have been mistaken earlier, during their conversation. She had been in a daze and had not clearly seen the big shot's ID. Now, upon regaining her senses, she nearly believed she was dreaming. This was the first kill master of the entire server. Certainly not someone of her humble status could ever be associated with. After secretly vowing to diligently seek out resources to repay the benefactor, Yu Chung could not restrain himself and inquired, "Player Orange, may I ask why you chose to assist me?" Upon sending the message, Yu Chung felt a twinge of concern that he might have offended the benefactor. Hastily adding, "If you prefer not to answer, please feel free to disregard my question." A sense of unease settled within him, as he recalled other players who had offered help, albeit under rather dismal conditions. Instinctively, Yu Chung sensed that the individual before him would not behave in such a manner. Firstly, there was no necessity for it, and secondly, the small detail of yesterday's bottle cap twist indicated that the benefactor was indeed a warm-hearted and thoughtful person. However, it was prudent to clarify this matter, lest he remain uncertain about how to express his gratitude. After completing 2 sets of push-ups, Jiang Yi began to stretch. Upon noticing the message, he casually replied, "Your words yesterday reminded me of someone who holds significant importance to me." My words from yesterday? Yu Chung pondered, the only memory surfacing being his own disoriented cries for his mother, which he had likely sent in a flurry during his foggy state. Could it be that the benefactor has a daughter? It was no wonder he was so attentive. His manner of speaking resonated with that of his own mother, who, while occasionally self-deprecating about her carelessness, was fundamentally warm and gentle in nature. Jiang Yi flexed his wrist and continued typing. In survival games, one must not be overly kind. What you perceive as kindness may become a source of ridicule for others. He paused before adding, "Also, avoidance will not resolve problems. Only by becoming stronger can one reunite with family." After some deliberation, Jiang Yi opted to patiently send a smiling emoticon. This time, it was a deliberate act. "Do you understand?" After reading the messages 3 times with tear-filled eyes, Yu Chung responded, "Orange, all right," and followed it with a bear emoticon embracing its mother. Observing the array of emoticons in the chat, Jiang Yi merely noted that girls tend to favor such adorable expressions, without delving further into the matter. A radiant sun emerged from the eastern horizon, its vast, undulating red illuminating the winding road against a backdrop of mist, where the city's outlines seemed to harbor nameless creatures, all gazing upon the solitary, diminutive survivor on the road. Dawn was drawing to a close, heralding the commencement of the 3rd day of survival. Chapter 16. Your monster is attacking your food just past 6 o'clock. Dear players, good morning. The familiar voice resonated. Leaning against the forklift, Jiang Yi mused. It seems that after spending some time in this game, no one will ever want to linger in bed again. This infernal system consistently announces messages precisely at 6:05. Those subsequent messages would be pinned on the screen. To receive news promptly, one must rise early. Oh dear, is someone complaining that I wake up too early? At this remark, Jiang Yi instinctively retracted his foot. It was not him. He certainly had no complaints. Everyone is just trying to get you on the vehicle a bit earlier, right? Wink. Now, after our morning greetings, let us embark on the 3rd day of our survival journey. I trust that over the past 2 days, everyone has formed a profound and intimate bond with their vehicles, and has come to understand the critical importance of resources. Therefore, in my generosity, I shall no longer impose a limit on treasure chests from today onwards. You may freely open them to gather the resources you desire. Additionally, I bring good tidings. The fog will advance at a swifter pace today, reaching 10 kilometers per hour. As you know, the little fellow misses you and wishes you good luck. The familiar tone of sarcasm lingered in the air. The speed of the fog has escalated to 10 kilometers, Jiang Yi murmured. This marks a gradual departure from the novice phase, increasing the challenge. If the speed continues to rise, one must wonder if the game's intention is to eliminate them outright. Correspondingly, should the vehicle's speed not also increase? Otherwise, there will inevitably come a day when the fog outpaces the vehicle. After analyzing this in his mind, Jiang Yi glanced at the upper right corner. Distance remaining to fog encroachment, 260 kilometers. Note, a kind reader pointed out potential ambiguities here. I have revised my wording accordingly. Thank you. Distance traveled today, 0 kilometers. The fog advanced another 40 kilometers last night, and by tonight, that figure will double to 80 kilometers. The numbers are escalating dramatically. This game is systematically weeding out slower players. Jiang Yi's expression grew serious as he took a deep breath and started the forklift. After approximately 2 hours of travel, he felt a slight acidity in his stomach, prompting him to stop. He realized he was becoming hungrier more quickly than before. On one hand, this is a positive sign, indicating a significant improvement in my physical condition over just 2 days. On the other hand, my consumption of food has also surged. I can only hope to find more resources today. Jiang Yi retrieved his electric cooker from his backpack, which contained 2 portions of handmade noodles. He took one portion out, contemplated for a moment, and then divided it in half. He poured in some mineral water and began to cook the noodles. Honestly, the dish was rather unpalatable, lacking seasoning and flavor. Yet compared to most options, this was a rather luxurious breakfast, as it utilized both ingredients and water. Eating noodles with a spatula felt a bit awkward. Upon entering the game, he found a silicone non-stick spatula in the pot. Now, it was purely a test of his arm strength. He was genuinely hungry. As the screen flickered, Jiang Yi noticed a private message. Unclosable window. Good morning, big shot. Kiss. I found a battery. Do you want it? Jiang Yi paused with the spatula in hand and replied, melancholic French fries. Yes. What do you need? He automatically disregarded the kissing emoji, thinking to himself, so quickly, another battery? Unclosable window's luck is truly remarkable. A few seconds later, the reply came, big shot. Do you have any snacks? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Snacks? The unclosable window. Ah, how pitiful. Inside the survival pack I brought, there are only compressed biscuits and some rather tasteless jerky. My mouth is practically devoid of flavor. At that moment, Jiang Yi caught a glimpse of a few words ahead, only to have them retracted. The figure in the truck's seat, the unclosable window, suddenly sat upright, wiping the virtual sweat from his golden-haired forehead. How could I utter such words to a goddess? After retracting, he hastily sent another message, expressing that these items were far too unpalatable to consume. He rephrased it more appropriately and reclined once again. Jiang Yi perceived nothing amiss, saying, all right, I'll trade you honey. The unclosable window replied, honey? Truly impressive. You possess such a treasure? The melancholic French fries interjected. 1 jar of honey in exchange for 3 batteries, and the jerky you just mentioned, 1 piece. Across from him, the unclosable window winced internally, realizing it was a bit pricey. 3 batteries and 1 piece of jerky constituted a rather generous offering. However, surely the great one wouldn't be so petty as to take advantage of this minor trade? Judging by yesterday's transaction, the great one didn't strike him as such a person. With this thought, the unclosable window sent back, all right. The supplies were still sent in the form of a gift, and one couldn't help but admire how adept this fellow was at navigating social interactions. After receiving the supplies, Jiang Yi sent over the jar of honey. Upon seeing the substantial jar of honey shimmering in the light, the unclosable window was left astounded. Such a large jar. Jiang Yi was not one to exploit others. The prerequisites for the bear shopkeeper's honey jar included that its paws must be able to reach inside, which dictated the astonishing weight of the jar. The entrance fee was 3 vehicle coins, and the cost for a single jar was likewise 3 vehicle coins. Most individuals likely hadn't acquired any vehicle coins yet. Not to mention that purchasing this item required a certain probability, necessitating the refreshing of the bear shopkeeper's spa. Thus, the value of the honey was indisputable. Meanwhile, the unclosable window curiously opened the jar of honey, scooping a spoonful. As soon as it entered his mouth, his eyes widened in amazement. It was undoubtedly the best honey he had tasted in years. He took a few more spoonfuls, and those few tasted insignificant compared to the vast quantity remaining in the jar. How wonderful, truly the supplies of a great one. The unclosable window murmured to himself. After resting for a while, Jiang Yi resumed driving. Soon, the battery indicator showed it had been depleted. He replaced the battery and continued on his journey. Fatigue once again registered at 60, and after driving for another hour, Jiang Yi intended to take a break when, unexpectedly, a treasure chest appeared on the left side of the road. The chest's glow was quite faint, and Jiang Yi nearly overlooked it. His eyes brightened. and he drove the forklift straight over. The finely crafted threaded steel fork was poised at the front. While driving, Jiang Yi mused that while the fork was indeed effective, it was somewhat cumbersome to maneuver at times. Ultimately, he resolved to also carry a melee weapon. Ideally, it would be a dagger or a firearm. The former is precise and lethal within 3 meters. The latter, swift and accurate beyond that range. As he pondered, the wooden chest had already been punctured by the forklift. Yet no monster emerged. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, gazing down from the vehicle. Inside the chest, a diminutive chestnut-brown mouse was nibbling on a slice of toast. What on earth? The creature within the chest was feasting on its contents? Is there no one to address this absurdity? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow and swiftly dispatched the mouse with a fork. This frustrating game was driving him to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 17. Would you care for an anvil? In the time that followed, Jiang Yi encountered several more wooden chests, but they yielded little of value. The only noteworthy items he retrieved were 3 screws and an adapter, essential components for crafting a condensation device. Aside from a troublesome boxing squirrel, the other monsters posed little threat. Jiang Yi reviewed the materials required for the condensation device: 1 glass container, 5L, 2 hoses, 5 screws, and 4 adapters. He had gathered a portion of these materials, yet he remained utterly clueless about the crafting station necessary for the condensation device. As he pressed forward, he finally surpassed the threshold of the title bold and cautious stubborn donkey, with his fatigue level reaching 75. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi decided to halt and take a rest. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water and opened the chat channel, first glancing at his private messages. Player Orange, big shot. I found 2 wooden chests. Seeing no immediate response, Jiang Yi hesitated. To be honest, he wasn't keen on forming a particularly close relationship. After all, in survival games, reality often prevails, and the most crucial aspect remains the exchange of benefits. Having previously offered his resources to save someone without compensation was a one-time affair. He mused that after only discovering 2 wooden chests, this young lady's luck was truly lacking. Jiang Yi intended to refrain from replying, but before long, another message arrived, accompanied by a radiant glow above him, indicating a gift had been transmitted. Player Orange, big shot. Take a look at this. Can you make use of it? With little expectation, Jiang Yi glanced at the materials sent his way. Just as his consciousness enveloped the item, a hefty iron object plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, landing on the pavement. Startled, Jiang Yi assessed the sound. This item must weigh at least 70 to 80 pounds. Furrowing his brow, he examined the item's description: Great Anvil, enchantment, repair, and renaming. This is a magnificent anvil. Note: can only be used once for enchanting a specific object. By the way, the Great Anvil requires an embedding space. Lacking one will greatly displease the soul of the block. Had Steve logged in from another location? Jiang Yi crouched down, meticulously inspecting the attributes of this unfamiliar item while muttering to himself. He was astonished to find such a thing in a survival game. However, the requirement for an embedding space puzzled him. Jiang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi abruptly turned around, his gaze fixating on the compartment that had been transformed into a quality inspection vehicle. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He first organized his backpack, clearing a compartment to place the anvil inside, and then he himself climbed into the compartment, releasing the anvil. As soon as the anvil was freed, Jiang Yi noticed a flicker from his quality inspection platform, and almost immediately, an embedded square appeared in the lower right corner. Embedded position vacancy, 01. Would you like to embed the Great Anvil? A prompt appeared, presenting him with a choice. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he hesitated. He was uncertain whether once embedded, the anvil could be retrieved later. If it were a one-time action, he knew he must proceed with caution. After all, the system's explanation regarding the anvil was somewhat vague, and he had yet to fully grasp its purpose. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Friendly reminder: players can sell acquired materials or items to the system, which will provide a fair price. The anvil, being somewhat aged and with noticeable wear, could be redeemed for 300 vehicle coins. What do you think, melancholic little fries? Jiang Yi remained silent, his arms crossed, seemingly deep in thought, as if he were genuinely considering the sale of the anvil. The system felt a surge of delight, eager to press on. In 10 seconds, we will provide you with premium selling services, it announced, counting down. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Yi's reaction remained nonchalant, appearing to tacitly accept the transaction. Had it not been for the fear of Jiang Yi noticing something amiss, the system would have almost burst into laughter. Success. If he could bring this item back, his points would surely soar, granting him a significant advantage in the upcoming evaluations against other regions. In the virtual space, the system eagerly rubbed its virtual hands together. With a decisive choice, Jiang Yi opted to embed the anvil. The system's hands clasped its forehead, nearly driven to madness. It was just a second too late. Wait, did you make a mistake? The system stammered, flustered. No worries, we can amend everything for you. It endeavored to sound extraordinarily patient and considerate. Sadly, Jiang Yi was not swayed. I did not make a mistake, he echoed the system's tone, graciously asserting his stance. Then why did you appear to hesitate just now? The system instinctively inquired. Jiang Yi squinted and smiled. I was merely lost in thought. The system was left dumbfounded, completely taken aback. Jiang Yi's lips curled upward, revealing his unmasked delight. This was a win. Initially uncertain of the anvil's worth, he now recognized its undeniable value, evident from the system's reaction. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the colossal anvil began to merge with the quality inspection platform. Fusion progress. 10, 20, 50, 100. Amidst the despair and disbelief reflected in the small eyes of the system, four grand characters emerged on the light screen. Fusion complete. A new prompt appeared. The great anvil requests a dialogue. Would you like to engage in conversation? Can this thing truly converse? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and clicked yes. Dialogue initiating. Chapter 18. Enchantment within the inspection vehicle's compartment. Jiang Yi stared unblinkingly at the anvil on the inspection platform, the very object that had just requested a dialogue through the light screen. New information flashed on the screen. A query from the great anvil. Brother, is this how you maintain your device? Truly, oh my god, this is the most tedious and hollow contraption I have ever encountered. Jiang Yi gazed at the screen for 2 seconds before uncertainly pointing at himself. Ami? Are you referring to myself? And when you mention maintenance, do you mean the vehicle? He glanced at the forklift, which appeared weary from nearly 3 days of travel. Dust and sand had infiltrated the compartment through the open windows, and due to his haphazard storage of items, the interior resembled a general store. To call it a general store was a compliment, from a distance. It bore a striking resemblance to a heap of garbage. Scratching his head, Jiang Yi responded hesitantly. Well, I apologize. It struck him as absurd. He couldn't fathom why he should express remorse to a piece of metal. No worries, brother. Let me assist you. I can hardly wait to make this dreary place exciting. The light screen displayed an animated emoji of bulging biceps. It was hard to imagine an anvil having arms. The great anvil continued. Hey, brother. Let us not waste time on tedious repairs or renaming. Let us dive straight into enchanting. I assure you, you will adore this sensation. With that, options appeared. Would you like to choose enchantment? Additionally, a note appeared. Please be aware that once enchanted, the effects cannot be undone. In other words, the nature of the vehicle will be entirely transformed. Choose wisely. Upon reading the prompt on the screen, Jiang Yi found himself engulfed in hesitation once more. Based on his interactions thus far, he could almost ascertain that this anvil was indeed a divine artifact, evident from the system's reaction and the anvil's rich self-awareness. It was no wonder the system was willing to offer 300 vehicle coins for its reclamation. Jiang Yi even suspected that within that price, there was assured profit. Otherwise, the system would not be so proactive. However, when it came to actual use, Jiang Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. The prior information was far too scant. He had no understanding of what enchantment specifically entailed within this game. Moreover, according to the description, there was only one opportunity to use enchanting. Once utilized, it would be gone. At that moment, the system, having recovered from its earlier frustration and anger, quietly redirected its gaze towards Jiang Yi, curious about his next decision. The system could not help but ponder. Ah, poor humanity, are you hesitating once again at this moment? The unknown is the greatest source of fear for mankind. To make decisions in a state of complete uncertainty is a feat that most individuals cannot accomplish. Oh, if Jiang Yi were to inquire about what enchantment is at this moment, it too would count down from 10, ultimately revealing in the final second, this is a game secret, access denied. It too wishes to let this human experience the bitter taste of dashed hopes. It envisioned a splendid scenario, yet regrettably, Jiang Yi is the least afraid of making decisions in the face of the unknown. a gambling enthusiast. Perhaps rational before making a choice, but ultimately, one typically opts for an all-in approach. Thus, after a few moments of indecision, the system watched in disbelief as Jiang Yi calmly selected yes. System, calm my foot. What do you even know? You merely made a choice. Buzz, a jarring sound of electric current echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. He touched his ear and casually inquired, System, did you just short-circuit? System, damn. From now on, if it tries to guess this human's thoughts, it will consider itself a dog. After Jiang Yi chose yes, the anvil became utterly exhilarated. Wow, brother, I truly adore you. No thanks, Jiang Yi replied without even blinking, resolutely. He genuinely took it to heart. This was the most painful lesson imparted to him by that group of fans back then. Great anvil. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are truly amusing. The luminous screen flickered incessantly, as if the very soul of the anvil were laughing heartily. All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us commence. For the sake of the divine, let us anticipate how charming this worn-out device will become after enchantment. Within the anvil, a milky white glow began to erupt with dazzling sparks, as if an invisible soul were forging, heating, and preparing for the initial processing. The milky white light first reached the inspection platform, which elongated and widened, extending into a new angle, perfectly aligning with the anvil's embedded position. Initially, Jiang Yi was concerned that after embedding the anvil, he would have nowhere to sleep. However, this development alleviated his worries regarding a bed. After the inspection platform transformed, next came the carriage. A 1-meter square opening was created at the top of the carriage. And in the next moment, new dialogue appeared on the screen. Great anvil. Brother, don't you have a single plank? Looking at the screen, which displayed a question purely out of curiosity, Jiang Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment for the first time. Indeed, he did not have one. Fortunately, this anvil seemed to possess a rather open-minded character, not overly concerned about such matters. Never mind, brother, a good beginning awaits. You are an interesting person. By the way, brother, can you jump 2 meters high? Jiang Yi doubted his own perception. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. But brother, you seem quite lean. You should exercise more. The fellow I encountered previously, robust and brawny. That is what a man's physique should be. The system deems Jiang Yi to be a lunatic. However, at this moment, it is Jiang Yi who feels as though he has encountered a genuine madman. Otherwise, why would this fellow speak in a manner that he himself cannot comprehend? After a hearty laugh, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed that the anvil seemed to have diminished in size. Simultaneously, a message echoed. You have received the great anvil's gift. 10 iron plates, 5 iron blocks, 12 screws. The notification sounded, and before the items could settle in Jiang Yi's hands, they were enveloped in a milky white radiance and soared upwards. He then perceived a thunderous clamor emanating from the exterior of the carriage. His heart raced, and Jiang Yi leaped from the carriage, squinting in the sunlight to behold the roof of the carriage, which had extended into a second level. Moreover, some materials had been reinforced at the location of the first level. Once the carriage was repaired, the iron block shifted to the driver's seat, prompting Jiang Yi to rush over. Upon sighting the refined rebar fork atop the driver's seat, the luminous aura excitedly displayed new information. Brother, this is a splendid item. Startled, Jiang Yi hastily retorted, this cannot be used. It is one of my few weapons, not to be repurposed for repairs. Fear not, I won't use it all. Trust me, brother. Jiang Yi was left in a daze, yet given that the enchantment points had already been allocated, he had no choice but to tentatively hand over the fork. With a dull thud, the exquisite rebar fork astonishingly snapped. Jiang Yi questioned his own perception. After all, this was rebar. Does enchantment defy the laws of physics? Such overwhelming effects. Although the rebar fork was broken, only a small portion had shattered. The original fork was quite lengthy and heavy, proving cumbersome to wield. However, now, with a length reduced to approximately 1 meter 20 or 30, it resembled a longsword or long knife. Receiving the modified fork from the milky white glow, Jiang Yi swung it effortlessly and had to admit, the handling felt significantly more comfortable. Meanwhile, the remaining materials were utilized by the anvil to extend the length of the forklift by an additional 20 to 30 centimeters. At the same time, it had become denser and sturdier. The materials were truly remarkable. The anvil was completely absorbed in the process, with only the most crucial step remaining. The milky white light soared back into the quality inspection compartment. Upon the appearance of this message on the screen, Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly followed suit into the compartment. Chapter 19. Level 2 Vehicle. The milky white light circled within the quality inspection compartment, and amidst Jiang Yi's mounting anxiety, it suddenly remarked, "This place devoid of sunlight is quite dreadful." Jiang Yi was perplexed. He could not fathom why an anvil would require sunlight. After contemplating for 2 seconds, the anvil darted back out. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit. The anvil returned to the driver's seat, and before Jiang Yi's watchful gaze, the milky white light began to compress continuously, transforming into a small cube, which then embedded itself into the steering wheel. At the center of the steering wheel, a pale blue square emerged. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi's forklift began to speak. "Hey buddy, this is quite impressive," a resonant voice emanated, prompting Jiang Yi to instinctively glance upwards and downwards. "Ha ha ha, my friend, that is not the voice of God. It is I, the magnificent anvil. I have merged with your, dilapidated little contraption, the forklift." Jiang Yi nearly lost consciousness. So this is what enchantment means, he thought, as he grappled with existential doubts. New information flashed on the screen. "Your vehicle, forklift, has been upgraded to a level 2 vehicle. Would you like to make a server-wide announcement?" Level 2 vehicle? Jiang Yi glanced at the extended second tier of the cargo area, the more resilient chassis, and the elongated forks. Suddenly, the idea of his forklift conversing with him didn't seem so far-fetched after all. However, as Jiang Yi slowly regained his composure from the earlier bewilderment, he pondered whether to make a server-wide announcement. He was not particularly inclined to do so. While it was certainly satisfying to bask in the limelight, he was well aware that not all players were of sound mind. After claiming the first kill, he had encountered a number of odd individuals eager to exploit his success. Another announcement could attract even more jesters demanding that he share information or resources. Just as Jiang Yi hesitated, the game voice chimed in again. Triggering a server-wide announcement will yield corresponding rewards. If the player opts not to announce, this trigger will be rendered ineffective. The system will automatically make a random choice in 10 seconds. Countdown 98. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, Jiang Yi's demeanor shifted. "In a game, I refuse to be timid. Such behavior is not in my nature." Jiang Yi chose, "Yes." System. Wasn't caution supposed to be your mantra? The system rolled its eyes at Jiang Yi internally. Unaware of the system's silent disdain, Jiang Yi was indifferent to its sentiments. After making his choice, a smile graced his face. Well, although there might be some unsavory characters, rewards are a different matter altogether. Thus, 3 seconds later, before all players who were driving or resting, a massive firework exploded, and the following words appeared directly before them. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Melancholic French Fries from Dragon Country, District 189. Zone 99 for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess a level 2 vehicle. Let us loudly proclaim. If one cannot succeed, do not blame the uneven path. If you are inexperienced, practice more. Many players, upon reading the final line, felt their teeth grind in frustration. 3 days of travel had left many appearing almost feral, insufficiently fed, and poorly clothed, and now they were being mocked by this wretched game. Beyond their anger, there was, of course, an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Player, I was once a youth. Wow, another big shot. Hasn't this game only been live for 3 days? How could a level 2 vehicle already exist? Indeed, some players are beyond comprehension. Player 0827. Incredible. The second server-wide announcement is also from our Dragon Country, District 189, Zone 99. We are gaining recognition, brothers. As Yu Chung sat in the car, sipping water and taking a brief respite, he was nearly choked by a pop-up announcement. Upon focusing his gaze on the familiar ID of the melancholic little French fry, a smile instinctively crept across his lips. How delightful. Truly, little French fry's mother is remarkable. Although he wasn't entirely certain of the esteemed figure's identity, it did not impede him from mentally addressing the illustrious fry as Big Shot. Elated, Yu Chung didn't dwell on it for too long and promptly sent a private message. Player Orange. Congratulations, esteemed one. Wow, the first level 2 vehicle in the entire server. After sending the message, he did not expect a reply from the Big Shot and was about to return to his own affairs when, unexpectedly, he received an immediate response. Thank you. The item you provided proved to be immensely helpful. Jiang Yi had no intention of concealing the truth. Having utilized the item, he felt no lingering concerns. In this transaction, he had undeniably come out ahead. Continuing to type. Jiang Yi replied. Player melancholic little French fry. You need not return the previous resources. The value of this is sufficient. Player orange. How can that be? Esteemed one. That was a life-saving grace. It is not comparable. Rest assured, I will not seek to reclaim the resources. I truly have no idea how to use that large item, nor do I have any need for it. The fact that you can utilize it to upgrade your vehicle indicates that it is destined for you. I shall repay you well. Just. As Yu Chung typed, he glanced at the empty passenger seat, his face slightly flushed. It merely requires a bit of time. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, recognizing that this girl often seemed to possess a touch of misfortune. He chose not to elaborate further. Player melancholic little French fry. Should you ever be in need, feel free to reach out to me. The item Orange had provided not only transformed his equipment into a level 2 vehicle, but also allowed him to make a server-wide announcement, garnering additional rewards. Appropriately distributing some resources did not seem unreasonable. Jiang Yi harbored the impression that this girl's luck fluctuated like the tides. He would regard it as a long-term investment. After sending his message, Jiang Yi took a quick glance at the announcement channel, witnessing a flurry of envious and astonished comments, alongside a fair share of foolish remarks. Player born to be king, another server announcement. Melancholic little French fry, you must have obtained some extraordinary item or hint, right? We are all in the same faction. In the same zone. There's no need for such selfishness. Player Sunflower, timidly raising hand. Yes, the big shot is indeed formidable. But it seems they haven't spoken much in the group. Perhaps you could share a word, or let us see what a level 2 vehicle looks like. I have yet to witness one. Anticipation, player boundless love. No need to plead with such a person. It's evident they relish hoarding their experiences and achievements. This era is filled with refined egoists. The selfless spirit of the previous generation has long since faded. I roll. Player 0721. The one above speaks boldly. TSK. I would not dare. I'll just give a thumbs up. After glancing at the messages, Jiang Yi shook his head in resignation, feeling no inclination to respond. Engaging with such individuals felt like a waste of his precious time. Instead, he chose to focus on the rewards of the server-wide announcement. After Jiang Yi clicked to claim his reward, 3 orbs of white light appeared in the upper right corner. 2 of them seemed to contain items, while the third held a golden treasure chest. This time, Jiang Yi had learned his lesson and took a significant step back. The golden chest, upon its emergence, plummeted to the ground. Had he remained stationary, he probably would have inadvertently triggered the chest's opening. It was evident that the monsters guarding a golden chest would be considerably stronger than those protecting ordinary ones. Although the system rewarded these items, and, according to previous experiences, it should mitigate the monster's strength, Jiang Yi dared not gamble on such odds. As the chest descended, Jiang Yi chose not to examine it just yet, but instead focused on the other 2 items. A system notification chimed. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. You have obtained 5 vehicle upgrade fragments. Note, vehicle upgrade fragments are essential for upgrading your vehicle. This is the only way to survive in the survival game. You have obtained 1 pioneer card. Note, only players who surpass others can unlock the pioneer item with some probability. The pioneer card, as its name suggests, allows players to experience a natural disaster, dungeon, or other survival activities ahead of others. During the event, player lives are not counted as real deaths, meaning you possess a second life to thoroughly explore the event's content. Players who manage to acquire this item should already comprehend the advantages of outpacing others, right? So, stride ahead of everyone. Continue to seize benefits unattainable by others, and relish in the admiration, praise, agreement, and envy from all. Chapter 20. Parallel Highway Vehicle Upgrade Fragments and a Pioneer Card. Jiang Yi gazed at the black fragments in his hand and a card shimmering with deep blue light. The description of the former unfolded. To upgrade a level 2 vehicle to level 3, you require vehicle upgrade fragments, 5100, wooden boards, 020, steel plates, 030, screws, 650, glass, 010, and refined wheels, 06. The necessary materials were evidently lacking, indicating that thoughts of upgrading anytime soon could be shelved. As for the latter, the so-called Pioneer card did not elicit overwhelming joy from Jiang Yi. He was well aware of the system's deceptive nature. If the Pioneer card is utilized wisely, it is an advantage. If misused, it could spell doom. Even with a virtual second life, what does it matter? Experiencing natural disasters and dungeons in advance. While the threat of death is absent, the resources consumed are nonetheless real. Consider the ramifications of enduring severe weather before others. How much more supplies would be expended? If one were to deplete their resources during the event, the aftermath would lead to a dead end. Furthermore, the presence of numerous players allows for discussion. Wisdom is subjective, and resources can be exchanged. At the very least, risks can be shared. However, if one ventures alone, they are left to confront the game as challenges without any prior information, relying solely on their own strength. It can be said that the difficulty level of both scenarios is not comparable. Moreover, Zhang Yi consistently felt that the so-called quest for survival was not as straightforward as he had initially imagined. The game harbored malicious intent towards its players, a realization that Zhang Yi was certain of from the very beginning. Consequently, upon acquiring the so-called advantage card, he did not succumb to excessive excitement. Aside from a fleeting moment of surprise and mild exhilaration, a greater sense of vigilance arose within him. With a calm gaze, Zhang Yi tucked the advantage card into his pocket. While the card represented an opportunity, he resolved to contemplate its use only when he had become significantly stronger and had more ample resources at his disposal. Observing Zhang Yi's actions, the system expressed some astonishment. The advantage card was not a novel item. Few could resist the temptation of an extra life to tackle dungeons and calamities, with most individuals diving headfirst into the game. Zhang Yi's demeanor seemed increasingly distinct from his earlier impulsiveness. In the remaining time, Zhang Yi restarted the forklift and drove forward. After encountering several wooden and bronze treasure chests along the way, night fell. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, felt beads of perspiration rolling down from his nostrils. He turned over nonchalantly and lay back on the ground. With his dark eyes gazing upward, he beheld a star-filled night sky. A gentle summer breeze caressed him, prompting Zhang Yi to squint in contentment. After acquiring a golden treasure chest, vehicle upgrade fragments, and the advantage card, he continued driving, pushing his fatigue level to its maximum limit of 60 after 3 more hours. Yet, he still felt unsatisfied. Applying a small jar of honey essential oil to his body to alleviate fatigue while driving for another 2 hours, only stopping to rest once his fatigue level reached its peak again. However, his respite was brief. After a slight relaxation, Zhang Yi commenced his routine exercises. Although the game had only begun 3 days prior, he had already recognized the significance of physical strength. On one hand, it was essential for vanquishing the monsters within the treasure chests. On the other, driving also demanded stamina. He barely managed to keep his eyes open, almost succumbing to sleep. Fortunately, a voice broke through. "Hey, brother, you don't intend to sleep on the ground, do you? That's quite cool, but I believe it's a tad risky. You know, someone named Steve did just that before. He resembled you somewhat, but was more square. He fell asleep on the grass, and when he awoke, guess what? He was surrounded by zombies. The green kind." The sound of the anvil resonated, akin to the engine's roar, jolting Zhang Yi awake. He abruptly opened his eyes, moments later parting his lips in realization. Damn, I almost dozed off. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and glanced at the driver's seat. The square embedded in the steering wheel flickered momentarily, as if winking at him. Zhang Yi reciprocated the gesture, and after a few seconds, he murmured, "Thank you." The anvil was reminding him that dozing off in the dark was perilous. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the anvil remained silent, merely becoming more luminous. Zhang Yi's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, pondering that having multiple of these gadgets was quite delightful, akin to equipping his vehicle with a charming little assistant. He propped himself up, rising from the ground, retrieving an electric cooker and a remaining half portion of handmade noodles from his backpack. Zhang Yi plugged the device into the battery and commenced cooking the noodles. Amidst the rising steam, he initially intended to eavesdrop on the conversations around him when suddenly, he perceived the mist along the roadside swirling as if it had come to life. The flowing mist illuminated the highway amidst the darkness, and as Zhang Yi glanced sharply to the right, he was astonished to see another road materialize out of thin air. On this newly appeared road, an enormous deep blue vehicle caught his eye, its vast body reflecting the glow of the white mist, sending a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine. Chapter 21. Misfortune, Misfortune, Misfortune. A parallel road, other players, and the blue heavy truck, one of the fabled 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. The player driving the blue truck seemed equally startled by the sudden emergence of the other road, causing him to inadvertently jerk the steering wheel. The tires spinning dangerously before he plunged into the mist, sparks flying from the pavement until he finally stabilized. Ahead, the two roads converged, and the vehicles drew closer. Jiang Yi repeatedly urged himself to remain calm, yet his palms were slick with sweat. No one on the highway appeared unafraid of this daunting presence. In comparison to the blue truck, his forklift seemed no more significant than a child's toy. Despite knowing he ought to focus, Jiang Yi couldn't help but internally lament his ill fate. To encounter a parallel road during the novice period, and to face such a colossal adversary. When it came to human nature, Jiang Yi dared not take any chances. It seemed he was indeed gambling with his life now. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his expression hardened. He pressed down on the accelerator, reviving the halted forklift. It was still just past 9 o'clock, and only by 10 would the darkness descend, rendering vehicles immobile due to the rules. Jiang Yi did not accelerate hastily, uncertain of the speed of the driver behind him. So he prudently kept his pace slow. If that person had no ulterior motives, it would be for the best, allowing them both to coexist peacefully. However, should any thoughts arise, the situation would decidedly turn against him. As he observed, the blue truck finally matched the speed of his forklift. From a level perspective, the blue truck towered nearly 2.5 times higher than the forklift, casting an almost suffocating shadow as it loomed closer. Jiang Yi's heart raced. With his 1.3-meter steel fork gripped tightly in hand, he mentally prepared for action. When the distance between the two vehicles remained around 5 meters, Jiang Yi noticed that the blue truck showed no intention of slowing down, its front end slightly overtaking the forklift as if it were about to pass by. Jiang Yi did not relent. His gaze remained fixed, easing off the accelerator slightly to further reduce his speed. In a way, this could be interpreted as a gesture of goodwill. However, a resounding honk echoed through the air. Simultaneously, the window of the driver's seat descended, causing Jiang Yi's heart to race momentarily. As the window of the heavy truck lowered, a gaunt man in his 40s, clad in a deep green work uniform, came into view. His face bore the marks of hardship, with furrowed brows as he peered down and noticed a young college student seated on the forklift. The boy's visage was youthful, though his gaze remained remarkably composed. A college student? Jiang Yi heard the middle-aged man inquire from the elevated seat of his vehicle. Jiang Yi responded with a slight affirmation. Ah, a college student. I never imagined the first person I would encounter in this. This game would be a university student. A faint smile forced its way onto the man's face, revealing his discomfort in conversing with someone like Jiang Yi, who was evidently much younger. Jiang Yi returned the smile, greeting him with a simple hello. The middle-aged man leaned against the window, scrutinizing Jiang Yi before asking, "Hey, young man, do you have a cigarette?" "I'm out. I don't smoke and I haven't come across such supplies," Jiang Yi replied earnestly. Indeed, nowadays, young people tend to avoid smoking. Following this, the middle-aged man fell silent and turned back to focus on driving, creating a palpable tension between them. Yet, the heavy truck's pace began to decelerate, a foreboding signal. "Oh, you don't smoke? Then perhaps you have some food?" The man's raspy voice cut through the night, instantly tightening the strings of anxiety within Jiang Yi. While internally apprehensive, Jiang Yi maintained a facade of calm, offering a wry smile and a sigh. "I have nothing left. Just 2 bottles of water." "Oh, I see. So, you haven't eaten much either?" Jiang Yi nodded, responding, "I haven't eaten in over a day, having just finished exercising." He hadn't even had the chance to eat the noodles he had prepared. His pallor confirmed his hunger. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding. Yet he did not raise the window. Jiang Yi's wariness deepened as the two vehicles continued to parallel each other for several seconds. Suddenly, the man spoke again. "Young brother, being a college student, you must be quite clever. I haven't eaten all day. When we are out in the world, we ought to help one another. If you truly have food, could you spare me a bit? I assure you, I will remember your kindness." The inevitable had arrived. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Feigning resignation, "I truly have no food left, uncle. How about I share a bottle of water with you? That is all I possess." "All you have?" The middle-aged man echoed, casting a doubtful glance at Jiang Yi, clearly unconvinced. Jiang Yi did not hide his sincerity, meeting the man's gaze to demonstrate his honesty. After a few seconds of mutual scrutiny, the man finally conceded, "Water will suffice. But you, being young and in good health, unlike us, should give me both bottles. Tomorrow, if I find a box, you can take a new one. What do you think?" The man smiled with an earnestness that almost felt endearing. Jiang Yi clenched his fists, thinking to himself, This is robbery. On Jiang Yi's face, a fleeting expression of difficulty and anger appeared, which did not surprise the middle-aged man in the slightest. Instead, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he turned the steering wheel, drawing closer to the forklift. Observing this, Jiang Yi promptly exclaimed, "I'll get you some water." Hearing this, the middle-aged man revealed a hint of a smile, saying, "Well, thank you, little brother. Just toss it through the window." He remained exceedingly cautious, unwilling to exit his vehicle for the exchange. After mentally cursing the man's ancestors, Jiang Yi retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack, one opened and one sealed, to avoid raising suspicion. With a slight tremor of anxiety, he tossed the bottles upwards. With a clap, the middle-aged man caught the water, his face brightening as he said, "Thank you, little brother." Jiang Yi managed a strained smile, perfectly embodying the image of a bewildered and frustrated university student. As the man in the work attire leaned out of the window, he appeared ready to accelerate away. Jiang Yi exhaled softly, fully aware that he lacked the capital to gamble with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If that vehicle collided with him, he would be left without a means of transport. In a survival game on the highway, lacking a vehicle meant certain death. Small sacrifices can yield greater plans, he thought. Under his watchful gaze, the blue heavy truck advanced half its length before suddenly slowing down again. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man's window slid down once more, and with a smile, he said, little brother, I just remembered something. Even if you've run out of food and water, your little forklift must have fuel, right? Oh dear. My vehicle consumes a lot of fuel, and it's hard to find." Chapter 22. Murder. When desire arises unfulfilled, it breeds malice. After witnessing the smile on the middle-aged man's face, Jiang Yi's understanding of this sentiment deepened significantly. Concurrently, a certain line within Jiang Yi's conscience shifted imperceptibly. With the window fully lowered, the once tense middle-aged man, upon seeing the anxious and youthful Jiang Yi, seemed to sense he had gained some measure of control, a dominion that elevated him above others. For the first time, the man's eyes, usually filled with trepidation, looked down at Jiang Yi without fear, brimming with unabashed greed. "Little brother," he declared, "my vehicle needs fuel." Had this been earlier, Jiang Yi might have feigned sincerity, claiming his vehicle was electric and devoid of fuel. However, he had no intention of doing so now, for such a ruse would prove futile. Once greed takes root, it is challenging to dislodge. Even if his vehicle lacked fuel, this middle-aged man would likely seek to strip away his battery. And if he proceeded to take the battery, who could say his next target wouldn't be his clothing? Thus, the situation was bound to spiral endlessly. The only way to halt this impending doom was singular. As the man's words faded, Jiang Yi, bewildered, replied, "Fuel? Yes, fuel." The middle-aged man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Give me the fuel from your vehicle." He no longer wished to act. After all, the young man was powerless to resist. "How can that be?" Jiang Yi shouted. Yet the only response he received was the growl of a heavy truck, akin to a beast. The middle-aged man, his demeanor turning confrontational, said, "Kid, do you wish to collide with a truck?" Jiang Yi's face flushed with indignation. Though the true source of his anger was known only to him, he was acutely aware that his heartbeat and adrenaline surged with unprecedented intensity. Enough of this nonsense. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly relaxed as he casually dug at his ear, mimicking the gestures of affluent individuals he'd observed driving luxury cars, one hand resting on the window ledge, the other steering the vehicle. The hand on the window beckoned towards Jiang Yi, as if teasing a small dog. "Bring the fuel." Jiang Yi's eyes reddened, and after a few seconds, he clenched his jaw and replied, "I don't have a fuel container. Not even that. Truly, a useless university student. Indeed, survival must rely on genuine skill. What good is mere rote learning?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head, appearing even more at ease. "Park the car," he bellowed, instructing Jiang Yi to stop, while simultaneously retrieving a fuel container from the passenger seat and hurling it toward Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi allowed the object to strike him, displaying a demeanor of utter submission. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's disdain only deepened. "Fill the container, then raise it. Do not entertain any tricks, though I doubt you would dare." Jiang Yi, visibly fearful, nodded in compliance. Grasping the fuel container, he turned and pretended to fill it from the space beneath the driver's seat, which was, in reality, the location of the battery. After mentally counting to 60, he declared, "Done." The middle-aged man grunted through his nose, turning his head and extending his hand. At that moment, as the man's gaze shifted, he noticed a dark flash hurtling toward his eyes. That fleeting shadow coalesced and scattered within his vision, until he felt a chilling sensation as something pierced through his brain. Subsequently, the middle-aged man opened his mouth but could not utter a sound. The object embedded in his mind shifted, causing his vision to spiral violently. Revealing a message: "You have been killed by player Melancholy French Fries. Your journey for survival ends here. Rest in peace." The man's pupils constricted sharply. Melancholy French Fries. The first player to achieve a kill. The only player in the entire server to upgrade a vehicle to level 2 within 3 days. How could it be him? How was that possible? Yet, he had no time left to ponder. With a swift motion, Zhang Yi extracted the steel fork from the fallen man's head, which had been pierced and twisted. Blood, brain matter, and an unclear mixture of red and brown liquid splattered across the truck's frame, the ground, and onto Zhang Yi's face and body. His heart raced, momentarily halting, and then his stomach churned. Zhang Yi's body slumped from the driver's seat, kneeling by the roadside to vomit. Even so, he did not release his grip on the pitchfork. Subconsciously, he could only cling to this one item, as it was the sole source of support left to him. Zhang Yi retched a few times, but regrettably, nothing emerged apart from a bit of acidic fluid. He had consumed little food. In that fleeting moment, his eye sockets had burst, and his eyeballs had exploded. With the contorting muscles replaying in his mind like a relentless film, Zhang Yi continued to gag for a long while, until his voice became hoarse, at which point he felt a slight reprieve. A pitchfork had pierced through his brain, and he had just taken a life. Zhang Yi's expression grew somewhat grotesque. For an instant, he felt as if he had returned to the beginning, gazing back at the black mist, akin to a dark cloud dragon. Within a 10-meter radius of the vehicle, all malevolence was converging incessantly until he too became a part of that malevolence. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back into you. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted repeatedly, a manifestation of extreme terror. This was not a game. He was not the protagonist or the victor of life. Just 3 days prior, he had been a university student who held the core socialist values close to heart. Although life had dealt him harsh blows, Zhang Yi had never forgotten the baseline of humanity. However, now that baseline had grown murky. Even though he understood that this was an inevitable process, he retched once more, leaning against the forklift as he slowly regained his composure. Zhang Yi's gaze gradually focused, and a line of information appeared in the center of the light screen. You have killed the player. Heaven's path rewards diligence. Please note, vehicles are unique, and player vehicles cannot be inherited. The backpack is a system-built inventory, which will vanish along with the bound identity upon killing a player. The core gameplay of the road survival game revolves around survival and driving. While the scenery along the way may be pleasant, do not become overly engrossed. Upon reading the game prompt, Zhang Yi reconfirmed that he had indeed taken a life. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose from his position. He glanced at the pitchfork in his hand, still stained with fresh crimson. His body felt somewhat rigid as he placed the pitchfork on the driver's seat and raised his gaze towards the adjacent blue heavy truck. Acting almost entirely on instinct, he leapt into the driver's seat of the forklift, then climbed onto the truck's wheel, reaching inside to unfasten the truck's door. During this process, the body of the middle-aged man, whose brain was half gone, was merely 10 centimeters away from Zhang Yi's, and occasionally, he could still feel a faint warmth. Zhang Yi forced himself not to dwell on it. As the door swung open, he pushed the middle-aged man's body out and climbed into the driver's seat. The vehicle could not be inherited. Zhang Yi was not intent on driving the blue heavy truck, but rather began searching for supplies. After rummaging through the passenger seat, apart from the 2 bottles of water he had just used, Zhang Yi also discovered 2 bags of toast, 3 bottles of farmer's mineral water, and a collection of miscellaneous parts. Clearly, this individual was not as destitute as he seemed, lacking neither food nor water. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi's previously anxious heart seemed to settle somewhat. This person had long harbored ill intentions. Zhang Yi was not attempting to absolve himself. Rather, he believed that this perspective would bring him some solace. The transformation from a respectable member of society to his current state undoubtedly required a process. After finishing in the passenger seat, Zhang Yi climbed out from the other side and opened the trunk for inspection. To his surprise, he discovered a small set of tables and chairs inside. He hoisted the furniture out and moved it into his own compartment. Then, his gaze fell upon the lifeless body on the ground. Chapter 23. The cool goddess shines bright. After a brief moment of inner turmoil, Zhang Yi squatted down and began to search the player, Tian Dao Cho Chin, for belongings. Following the line of the severed head downwards, he first noticed a pendant. Zhang Yi extracted it. It was a locket that could be opened. With a snap, an oval metal plate sprang open, revealing the smiling faces of a family of 3. A taciturn middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman with a changed physique, and nestled between them was a young girl who appeared quite small. The trio looked exceedingly happy. Zhang Yi paused for a moment, then closed the locket and tucked it back into the collar of the deceased. From the upper pocket, he retrieved half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. However, his trouser pockets yielded nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the shoes. Recalling that many middle-aged individuals tend to hide important items within their socks or shoes. Overcoming his discomfort, he reached in and indeed felt a hard, card-like object. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened as he pulled out the card. You have obtained a luck card 1 description. Upon using the luck card, for the next 24 hours, your fortune will significantly improve. You will experience reduced difficulty in monster encounters within treasure chests, a greater abundance of resources therein, or an increased refresh rate for certain categories of items. Luck is a skill. May fortune always be by your side. What a splendid find. The reason Zhang Yi had yet to open the golden treasure chest was due to his concern that the monsters within would exceed his current capabilities. With the luck card in hand, he could minimize the challenges and maximize his resource acquisition. He quickly stowed the card away. After completing his search, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then bent down to drag the middle-aged man to the roadside, heaving him into the fog. Perhaps leaving a body to decay in the wilderness is a taboo for those from the Dragon Kingdom. It was better to let him rest in the unknown mist. With a sigh, Zhang Yi felt a wave of calm wash over him compared to earlier. After dragging the body into the fog, within 5 minutes, he noticed the parallel road was gradually fading, its activation lasting only half an hour. Once the mist fully dissipated, Zhang Yi felt as though he had awakened from a terrible nightmare. He returned to the driver's seat, which bore splatters of blood that required cleaning. Taking out a bottle of mineral water, he silently washed away the stains, noting that, in addition to blood, there was also brain matter. Hey, brother, are you alright? At that moment, the sound of the anvil suddenly resonated. Zhang Yi did not lift his head, merely responding with a grunt. The anvil seemed to sense Zhang Yi's heavy thoughts, thus its tones softened slightly. Hey, brother, do you know? Sometimes, foolish villagers, foolish humans, are no different from zombies. It is perfectly normal and rational to treat them with a degree of cruelty. Zhang Yi listened quietly and nodded in agreement. The anvil spoke the truth. At times, humans and zombies were indistinguishable, driven by the same insatiable greed. Of course, he too was guilty of this. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile faintly and grunt again. He wiped away some liquid from the cushion, then turned his gaze to the steering wheel. Noticing some blood had also smeared across the surface, he used the coat he had taken from the middle-aged man to clean the face of the steering wheel. Brother, you're making me itch. Bear with it, Zhang Yi replied calmly. All right then. After cleaning the steering wheel, he casually tossed the coat into the white mist. Once everything was tidied up, Zhang Yi retrieved the electric pot and devoured all the noodles within. Although lacking in seasoning, the scalding warmth oddly brought him solace in the current scenario. In the chat channel, a myriad of messages continued to refresh. Zhang Yi cast a glance and saw a player, who couldn't close their window, was seeking gasoline. He opened the private chat channel, concise in his communication. Melancholic French fries. Do you want to trade for gasoline? Unclosable window replied instantly. Big boss. Unclosable window. Let us trade. Haha. I thought the big boss didn't want to talk to me anymore. Congratulations on being the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. Truly impressive. What does the big boss wish to exchange? Zhang Yi deliberately ignored the notion of not wanting to engage with him. This fellow was indeed relentless. Consistently messaging good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, even sharing photos of his meals throughout the day, embodying the quintessential ardent admirer. Zhang Yi had encountered such situations before during his time as a blogger, where similar fans were plentiful. Thus, he felt entirely justified in choosing to read without replying. Melancholic French fries, batteries or screws, glass, wooden boards, glass containers, hoses, any of those materials, the more the better. Unclosable window. All right. Can I trade 2 batteries and 5 steel plates? I just got them today and wanted to trade with you, big boss. As the conversation progressed, There was a hint of melancholy in unclosable window's tone. Jiang Yi, however, remained oblivious and coldly typed, "Okay." On the other side, unclosable window pouted slightly. Feeling a bit forlorn, yet swiftly sent the materials to the big boss through a gift. Upon receiving 2 batteries and 5 steel plates, Jiang Yi promptly sent all the gasoline he had obtained from the middle-aged man in return. When unclosable window received an entire barrel of gasoline, he was utterly astonished. Although he knew trading with the big boss was never a loss, the generosity displayed was beyond his expectations. The unclosable window, boss. This must be at least 20 liters of gasoline, right? It's excessive. The melancholic French fry. Just accept the surplus. Jiang Yi mused that, to a certain extent, this could be considered ill-gotten gains from a nefarious act. On one hand, it was of no use to him. On the other, it could serve as a long-term investment, securing a reliable battery supplier for himself. Curiously, although the unclosable window operated a gasoline vehicle, it seemed this individual predominantly produced batteries. Noticing the nonchalant remark from the melancholic French fry in the chat box, the unclosable window's lips curled into a smile, nearly compelling him to slap his thigh in delight. Was this the sensation of being associated with a boss? Although the boss often exhibited a cold demeanor, his actions radiated warmth. The unclosable window, wagging tail, wagging tail, wagging tail, thank you, boss. The emoji of death, wag that tail. Simultaneously, in an effort to avoid giving the boss a negative impression, he quietly added in his mind, thank you, boss. I will certainly cling tightly to your leg. The charmingly cold goddess under the adorable French fry moniker was truly remarkable. Chapter 24. We need talents like you. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everything settled down. The vehicle could advance no further, and Jiang Yi took a moment to organize his supplies. Supplies: electric cooker X1, bottled water 500 milliliters X13. Honey from the Brown Bear Shop X77, special honey essential oil X25, handmade noodles X1, beef jerky X2, donuts X3, alkaline bread, taro flavor, X1, toast X2, peculiar flavored broad beans X1, change of clothes X1, steel plates X5, screws X6, waterproof canvas X1, adapter X1, batteries X9, anti-inflammatory medicine X1, fire extinguisher X1. Condensation device manufacturing manual X1, refined threaded steel fork X1, sexy underwear X1. Today's treasure chest. Along with the generosity of a benefactor and the items exchanged with the player, the unclosable window had significantly increased Jiang Yi's supplies. This did not even account for the new items, Lucky Card X1 and Initiative Card X1, as well as the unopened golden treasure chest. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, performed 2 sets of stretches, then entered the cabin. With his eyes closed, he drifted into sleep. Jiang Yi had initially believed that his first act of killing might leave him psychologically scarred, but to his surprise, he felt an unexpected sense of tranquility within, experiencing a dreamless night. On the 4th day of survival, his biological clock roused him at 5:30. Initially, the hard inspection table was uncomfortable, causing aches all over. Yet now, Jiang Yi found it more comfortable than a soft bed. Sitting cross-legged on the inspection table, he drooped his head, coming back to reality. At this hour, his mind would automatically cease to ponder. Hey, brother, good morning. The anvil's boisterous voice resonated from below Jiang Yi. Not only did the steering wheel and the driver's seat possess this entity's presence, but it also manifested within the cabin. Good morning, Jiang Yi replied, his voice raspy. Brother, your voice is truly seductive. Jiang Yi, should I say thank you? He silently smirked, pulling at the corners of his mouth. The sky above the highway had yet to fully brighten, casting a faint glow inside the vehicle. Jiang Yi activated the light curtain, noticing a further decrease in the online count. In 3 days, it had been sufficient to eliminate those without resource reserves and combat capability. Jiang Yi tousled his disheveled hair, hesitating momentarily before gradually stepping out of the vehicle. Initially, he intended to commence his daily exercises directly. However, with his first step outside, his pace faltered. The canvas shoes met the asphalt, while the sun hung in the sky, hazy and distant. More significantly, as he extended his hand, although he grasped nothing, he inexplicably sensed an increase in humidity in the air. Was rain imminent? Could it be that the first day after the novice adaptation period would usher in a rainy season? Jiang Yi called out mentally, "System. Here, player little French fry." Jiang Yi paid no heed to the system's informal reference to him. instead focusing on the query. The novice adaptation period lasts for 7 days, correct? Indeed. During this period, the initial scenery remains unchanged? Yes. Oh, so the scenery will alter after the 7 days? Precisely. Wait, no, I'm not privy to that information. Oh. Jiang Yi had clearly mastered the art of inquiring with the system. It appeared that indeed, the scenery would change after 7 days. Though whether it would specifically be a rainy season remained uncertain. A thought crossed his mind, recalling the advance card. However, he quickly shook his head. If it were to be used, it was not the moment. He needed to stockpile resources first. After exercising on an empty stomach for nearly an hour, he casually retrieved a donut to eat. The clock struck 6:05. Good morning, players. The diligent players can hear the system's voice, while the indolent ones, are likely to perish easily. The familiar voice startled many from their slumber. In the chat channel, numerous players vented their frustrations. Player Your Wild King Unleashed. Do you even know what time it is? Player Your Wild King Unleashed has been muted. Automatically unmuted after 10 minutes. After being silenced, the Wild King defiantly gestured a middle finger to the sky. Damn, this wretched game. He had nearly failed to complete his mileage yesterday. The fog had hindered his progress for 80 kilometers all night. His skateboard had barely begun to glide before a boxing rabbit leaped from a treasure chest and knocked a wheel off. Consequently, he was left to run while carrying the skateboard. He even unlocked an achievement. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new title, Vehicle of Vehicles. Description: congratulations, you have, in a sense, created a new gameplay style, becoming a vehicle for vehicles. Description: wearing this title grants you a boost of 3 in strength, speed, and endurance. While you carry a vehicle and move forward, the treasure chest refresh rate along the highway will be slightly increased. Already burdened with excessive supplies, he now had to carry a board, open treasure chests, and run forward, nearly exhausting himself in the wilderness. He didn't cease running until 10 o'clock at night, even ruining a shoe in the process. After a few kilometers of navigating through the mist, he collapsed and fell into a deep slumber, only to be roused 8 hours later by the incessant clamor of the system, which was notorious for its mercurial temperament. Thus unfolded this scene. Damn, you scoundrel! With dark circles under his eyes, one foot adorned with a shoe while the other was merely clad in a sock. He began to curse at the heavens for a while. His current appearance bore little resemblance to that of a noble warrior, but rather, he seemed akin to a wild man. Initially, the system had no intention of engaging with this individual, yet as his tirade grew increasingly outrageous, within mere minutes, he had unleashed a torrent of invective upon the game and everything associated with it. The cruelty of his language was such that even the system, which prided itself on not stooping to the level of foolish players, began to hum with indignation. Player, your arrogance is boundless. In the realm of the game, let us maintain civility. Continue this way, and I shall silence you for 3 days. I'll silence your mother. Is it merely a matter of refraining from foul language? Do not underestimate me, you electronic offspring of unknown origins. Just as the warrior was about to launch into another tirade, suddenly, a notification chimed. Your words have attracted the attention of the passing sloth Mr. Tree. Mr. Tree is currently engaged in a transaction with the notoriously irascible money leopard. He seeks individuals of your caliber. Mr. Tree offers you a service point locator card. Will you accept? The warrior let out a sound of surprise, lowered the skateboard he had been shouldering, and scoffed. I decline. System, huh? The system could not help but respond in disbelief. The warrior, with a disdainful glare, thought to himself, do you think that by offering some trivial benefit, I would feel indebted to you and cease my cursing? Dream on. I shall not serve the capitalists. With that, he raised his middle finger, causing the system to tremble slightly. The warrior was about to speak again, but in the next moment, Mr. Sloth is even more pleased with you. He is indeed eager for talent. He will visit your vehicle at 10 a.m. today. Please also accept this service area locator card. A gift from Mr. Sloth for your meeting. With that, a burst of white light flashed, and the black service area locator card descended unceremoniously. Regardless of whether the warrior accepted it, neither side was to be trifled with. One could lead to complaints, while the other might insult him and strip him of his electronic guardians. The notification completed its message and hurriedly departed, fearing it might be caught by the warrior. The warrior furrowed his brow and let out a huff. The game continued its announcements. Dear players, today marks the 4th day of the adaptation period for the survival game, 47. Kind reminder, in the survival game, Vehicles and supplies are the cornerstone of every player's survival. Today's rate of fog encroachment, 10 kilometers per hour. Keep it up, novices. Perhaps it was due to the warrior's bold outburst that the system today was particularly succinct and gentle, delivering its message before swiftly vanishing. Chapter 25. Speculation is today's notification truly so scant? Jiang Yi murmured. In the past, had it not been filled with mocking sarcasm and the meagerest of hints? Oh well, let us consider it a whimsical quirk of the system. Jiang Yi flexed his wrist and retrieved 2 slices of toast from his backpack, intending them as his breakfast for the day. As a typical university student accustomed to early morning classes, he had seldom the opportunity to enjoy breakfast, surprisingly. This survival game had rekindled a long-lost good habit. Jiang Yi mused to himself, just as he was about to instinctively check today's fog erosion distance. The anvil spoke up. Hey, brother, are we ready to set off? Glancing at the numbers inscribed beneath him, he noted that the current fog erosion distance was 520 kilometers. Note, some readers have expressed discomfort with this figure. On the day I drafted this, it was May 20th. I thought it would be amusing to include it. I apologize if it's off-putting. Today's travel distance, 0 kilometers, Jiang Yi chuckled and acknowledged. This figure was significantly better than on the first day of survival, yet he remained vigilant. After all, the speed of the fog was continuously increasing. Of course, with the upgrade to a secondary vehicle, the electric forklift speed had reached a maximum of 30 kilometers per hour. Although it still paled in comparison to smaller vehicles and off-road cars, it was certainly an improvement over skateboards and wheelchairs. Jiang Yi pressed down on the accelerator. And after approximately 20 minutes, a sudden flash of azure light caught his eye from the roadside. Raising an eyebrow, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a treasure chest had appeared in just 20 minutes. Jiang Yi turned the steering wheel. For days of driving, coupled with the system's default familiarity, had begun to create a sense of unity between him and the vehicle. As he contemplated this, he deftly flipped his left hand, grasping the steel fork. Perhaps due to his experiences in genuine combat, Jiang Yi's expression was remarkably calm, his eyes sharpening with focus as they fixed on the treasure chest ahead. The forks of the forklift abruptly struck the bronze chest, which sprang open with a flash of white light. Suddenly, a dark, rope-like entity surged forth. A coarse rope? No, it resembled a monstrous python. Jiang Yi leapt from the driver's seat, thrusting the steel fork forward, piercing directly through the creature's tail. In that instant, the sensation of the fork embedding itself in flesh was unmistakable. Hiss! The creature emitted a cry, and upon closer inspection, Jiang Yi noticed intricate patterns on its forehead. From his experience, vividly colored patterns often indicated toxicity. Typically, pythons are non-venomous, suggesting this was indeed a mutated creature. As the steel fork struck, the python writhed, its scales gleaming in the sunlight, its head lunging towards Jiang Yi. However, ensnared by the fork, it could only move in a straight line, firmly trapped. Before Jiang Yi could contemplate his next move, the anvil erupted with alarm. Oh my God! What is that? Keep it away from me! The great anvil had never encountered such a creature, but for reasons unknown, upon sighting it, he felt as though his very iron was beginning to break out in goosebumps. Get it away from me! Ah! Jiang Yi, save me! A piercing scream startled Jiang Yi, causing him to shudder. Calm down, he managed to say, feeling a headache coming on from the shouting. Why are you, a hunk of iron, afraid of a snake? Ah! Jiang Yi's headache intensified, yet he found himself momentarily frozen in place. The steel fork he wielded was entangled, and he had no more suitable weapons at hand to deal with the creature. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted the steel fork high, spinning it in circles with fervor. The massive python was abruptly lifted and twirled several times, its grotesque, corpulent form enough to make many other players recoil in disgust. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi executed a grand arc, effortlessly flinging the snake into the mist. Hiss! Done! Jiang Yi flicked the fork and clapped his hands. You scared me to death. The iron anvil, still shaken, decided to allow his stout companion a moment to regain composure. Thus, he approached the bronze treasure chest nearby to see what lay within. The monsters guarding today's chest seemed, intriguingly, to be stronger than yesterday's. As he pondered this, Jiang Yi gathered the spoils. You have acquired 1 Wangzai milk, 2 QQ candy, 1 cucumber-flavored chips, 2 konjac snacks. A delightful snack package. Quite a satisfactory haul. A splendid start. A smile graced Jiang Yi's face as he held the items in his hands and returned to the forklift. Brother, you're back. The iron anvil's voice hinted at exhaustion. Yes, I'm back. Brother, can we negotiate something? In the future, when encountering such wriggling creatures, could you refrain from battling over my head? Jiang Yi chuckled softly. All right. Within 10 minutes, the conflict was resolved, and Jiang Yi continued on his journey. However, 20 minutes later, astonishingly, another bronze treasure chest appeared. Jiang Yi blinked in disbelief. Why was the chest refresh rate so high today? As before, he led with the forklift, armed with the steel fork, and after collecting the spoils, he found, to his astonishment, a third bronze treasure chest appeared just 10 minutes later. After gathering the treasures, even Jiang Yi, typically slow to catch on, began to sense something amiss. While on the move, he opened the chat channel. Player Xiao Wang doesn't eat cilantro. Hey everyone, have you noticed the treasure chest refresh rate is exceptionally high today? I found 4 chests in a short while. Player 0521. Me too. I only found 2 chests yesterday, yet today I opened 2 right away. Player the Wolf from afar. Damn it, had I known the treasure drop rate would be this high today, I wouldn't have traded gasoline for supplies in the marketplace yesterday. My mother always said that those with long names attract fools to follow. Can our trade be reversed? I have supplies again today. Player my mother said long names attract fools. What do you think? Is there any way to pull back when you've already taken a dump? Rough words, yet they held a kernel of truth. After observing for a while, Jiang Yi noted that most players were discussing the increased treasure chest refresh rate, with many transitioning from scarcity to a gradual abundance of resources. As supplies became plentiful, the most notable change was the players visibly relaxing from their initial tense states, engaging in light-hearted banter, remarking on how everything seems to improve after the adaptation period. However, Jiang Yi's brows furrowed deeper. Something is amiss. This is impossible. He could assert with absolute certainty that this game harbored malicious intent towards its players. He had observed the mist behind him, though he could not discern its nature. An instinctive dread warned him that to be engulfed by that fog would lead to inevitable obliteration. What kind of game, allowing such a thing to pursue its players, could possibly improve their circumstances? As for supplies, Jiang Yi was even more convinced that they were not meant to safeguard their interests. If that were truly the case, there would be no need to draw them into the game. Supplies were merely a sugar-coated trap, an illusion, a sedative. Thus, the increased probability of treasure chests refreshing was, in Jiang Yi's eyes, far from a positive development. What benefit could an abundance of supplies serve the game or the sinister force behind it? From a broader perspective, players upgrading their vehicles was merely a response to the accelerating encroachment of the fog. Acquiring more supplies was a preparation for an impending scarcity. Jiang Yi felt he was beginning to grasp something significant. The humidity in the air, the heightened refresh rate. The 4th day of the novice adjustment period. Could it be that the scenario following this period would drastically deplete supplies? Jiang Yi's mind cleared with a sudden revelation. Chapter 26. Warning as he observed the lively chat, which was tinged with a hint of tension, yet blossoming with enthusiasm. Jiang Yi contemplated the exact opposite. In the time to come, the scarcity of supplies would not diminish. Rather, it would escalate. With the novice adjustment period extending for another 4 days, he needed to stockpile more supplies. If post-novice protection yielded a landscape of scarcity, he must prepare the water condenser beforehand. Water was a resource that would always be essential. Once his thoughts were organized, Jiang Yi slowed his pace. The chests were relatively small and scattered along the roadsides. Moving too swiftly and unable to backtrack would cause him to miss them. Over the next 4 hours, Jiang Yi astonishingly collected 5 wooden chests, 3 bronze chests, and even 1 silver chest. Within the final silver chest, he unearthed a 5L glass container and 3 adapters. The basic materials for the water condenser had been gathered. 1 water condenser manufacturing manual, 1 5L glass container, 2 hoses, 5 screws, and 4 adapters. However, the essential crafting station remained elusive. It was understandable. Such an item as the water condenser should not have appeared during the novice adjustment period. Had he not discovered a flaw in the rules, it was unlikely he would have encountered this device on the 4th day of the game. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow and sat down to rest for a moment. At that moment, a private message from player Orange appeared in the chat box. Orange, good morning. Esteemed player, today, I had tremendous luck and opened 3 chests. I finally have extra food to share with you. Please, do not refuse. Piteous. Yu Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile, appearing quite pleased. Finally, on the fourth day of the game, his own fortunes had taken a turn for the better. After a few seconds, the other party finally sent a new message. Yu Chung felt a surge of joy and hurriedly checked what the esteemed player had sent her. Would they praise her? How delightful. The message read, "Are you not watching the chat channel?" Yu Chung scratched her head, puzzled by the lack of context in the esteemed player's words. What was wrong with the chat channel? She was indeed oblivious to it, completely immersed in the joy of having discovered 3 treasure chests that morning. Humming a little tune, she opened the regional chat channel, only to see a flood of messages about treasure chests, causing her smile to fade. A player exclaimed, "Is the treasure chest mechanism really functioning correctly? I've encountered 11 this morning. It's an overflow of treasure, folks. I'm selling gasoline in the trading hall. Who's interested?" Another player replied, "I'm in. Just found 4 more treasure chests." A third player chimed in, "Wow, I just opened a KFC bucket. Who's coming? I need steel plates and wooden boards." Messages continued to refresh rapidly, detailing the absurd number of treasure chests, 11, 4, 7, leaving Yu Chung utterly dumbfounded. She finally understood what the esteemed player meant. Jiangyi, while sorting through supplies, noticed a message from Orange. "Wah, esteemed player, I get it now. It turns out my luck isn't just good, it's terribly bad. Others are opening dozens of chests while I've only found 3, and they're all wooden chests. No wonder the esteemed player wanted me to check the group chat." Jiangyi couldn't help but chuckle, though he felt a bit guilty for mocking the misfortune of others. Clearing his throat, he typed, "You may keep the supplies." Orange replied, "Wah, no way. Esteemed player, I know I'm inexperienced, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Please accept them." Yu Chung felt a pang of regret and lowered her head, yet she persisted, but Jiangyi hesitated before responding. "Keep the supplies, they will be useful later." He was not entirely certain of his assumptions, but he had done his best to offer guidance. If the other party was not perceptive enough to grasp his meaning, then so be it. Having experienced the events of the parallel highway, Jiangyi had become much calmer and more rational in his thinking. In the chat box, Orange responded immediately, "Supplies are useful? All right, esteemed player, I'll follow your advice and start stockpiling supplies from now on." Jiangyi instinctively nodded, then added, "Your luck, well, it seems rather unfortunate. Try to trade for some basic supplies in the trading hall while they are still available." Orange replied, "Got it. Thank you for the reminder." Esteemed player, though Yu Chung was unaware of what had transpired or what was about to unfold, she understood the wisdom in heeding advice. After all, the esteemed player surely possessed more knowledge than she did. Orange concluded, "I'll follow your lead, esteemed player. I'll start stockpiling supplies, and if you need anything later, just call on me." Jiangyi simply replied with an Soon after, as per usual, after trading for batteries and jerky with the player known as the window that cannot be closed, Jiangyi offered a subtle reminder. To his satisfaction, the player was no fool and promptly removed some essential base materials from the trading hall. Jiangyi did not intend to form deep connections with the players, for human nature is inscrutable. However, he also did not wish to adopt a completely solitary approach. In a survival game where information exchange and resource trading are paramount, embracing the lone wolf mentality is hardly prudent. Of course, if one is innately fortunate and possesses exceptional strength, that is a different matter entirely. Jiangyi considered himself neither. Hence he resolved to extend a modicum of goodwill. After exchanging some food, water, and basic supplies in the trading hall, Jiangyi continued on his journey. This time, he drove while collecting treasure chests until darkness enveloped the land, at which point he halted the vehicle. On the fourth day, Jiangyi's mileage was not particularly high. In fact, it was even less than the third day before his vehicle was upgraded, though he still managed to cover 250 kilometers, approximately 10 hours of travel. The remainder of his time was devoted entirely to opening treasure chests. The system's default inventory was woefully insufficient, and all his supplies were crammed into the rear of the vehicle. Notably, his trunk now housed a quality inspection table serving as a makeshift bed and a set of small tables and chairs acquired from a player the previous day, lending a semblance of home to his setup. As for the second floor, well, he certainly lacked the ability to leap 3 meters high. Fortunately, he had exchanged for a hammer in the trading hall and, with some wooden planks and nails, fashioned a rudimentary ladder. This allowed him to utilize the second floor space for storing additional supplies. As the fourth day drew to a close, many in the group joyfully shared their acquired materials. with some posting pictures that inadvertently showcase their luxurious RVs and heaps of supplies, inciting envy and admiration from others. Player 0821. Wow, my friend. You must be the reincarnation of a fortune god with that grand RV. It has everything. Player flying with grandma. So envious. I wonder if the brother needs a warm bed? I can provide it from both ends. Player brotherly. Elaborate upstairs. How can it be arranged? Player flying with grandma. Shyly. Player your eyes return. Ahem. Pure female university student. Who would look? Just need 2 bottles of water. The chat was a chaotic mix of humor, banter, and risque remarks, which, to be frank, was quite common, and Jiangyi held no particular opinion on it. Behind the chat box, one could not discern who was male or female, human or ghost. Thus, there was no need to believe everything. However, Jiangyi cast a glance at the player flaunting the RV, player bronze, and found something peculiar about him, while it was possible that this individual genuinely enjoyed boasting. Revealing one's assets at the onset of a survival game was an exceedingly dangerous and sensitive act. Could anyone be so foolish? Or perhaps such behavior served a purpose? Keeping a wary eye, he noted player bronze's name before drifting into a deep slumber after a 2-hour workout. Chapter 27. The fortune card in the ensuing days. The 5th and 6th, to be precise, the treasure chests continued to emerge in overwhelming abundance. Many players remarked on the serendipity of encountering treasure chests while driving, walking, and even during unnecessary moments, such as squatting by the roadside to address physiological needs, only to have a treasure chest materialize unexpectedly at their feet. In summary, despite the presence of monsters within the chests, the valuable resources they yielded, coupled with the growing proficiency of the players, seemed to alleviate the pressures of survival significantly within just a few days. In the chat window, player 9-headed bird. Today, I found instant rice. For those craving a meal, come to the trading hall, 9-headed bird, and exchange it for gasoline. Player dreamer, raise your hand. Though I have no shortage of food, I still yearn for that taste of rice. Player today, it rained heavily. I discovered medical supplies. Players in need can trade any weapon. Player Thunder Z, I can make a trade. An increasing number of players flocked to the trading hall, primarily exchanging food or water for fuel and weaponry. It appeared that players held great confidence in their ability to traverse the highways further and further. The character unclosing window gazed at the gasoline listings in the trading hall, feeling a twinge of temptation. Several times, they hovered their hand over the trade button, yet refrained from clicking it. Moments later, resting their chin in their hand, they looked out at the road beyond the truck and sighed. I truly wish to trade for gasoline. Although I have stockpiled some, the consumption rate is alarmingly high. However, the elder has advised us to retain a reserve of essential supplies. Unclosing window absent-mindedly shook their leg, fatigue weighing heavily upon them. They needed rest. Watching the lively trading in the chat, they felt a twinge of itchiness in their hands, yet the elder's warning lingered in their mind, prompting them to refrain. Has the elder received some news? Or perhaps they have intuited something. Who knows how accurate it is? Unclosing window murmured. 6 days had passed in the game. During this time, aside from the initial kill, Little French Fry had not uttered a word in the chat, nor had there been any other indication of their activity. While Unclosing Window trusted that the elder was undoubtedly stronger than them, the vast distance made it difficult to feel truly convinced. After a moment of contemplation, Unclosing Window abruptly decided, enough. It's time to sleep. I'm exhausted. Before succumbing to slumber, the screen before Unclosing Window displayed a conversation with Little French Fry. Unclosing Window. Good morning, Elder. Unclosing Window. Today's treasure haul was quite remarkable. Lucky. Unclosing Window. Elder, checking quietly. Checking quietly. Checking quietly. Are you there? Unclosing Window. Elder. I saw someone selling gasoline in the trading hall. Yet, the elder, Little French Fry, did not respond to any of the messages. Of course, Jiang Yi had no time to reply. He was fully immersed in the rhythm of driving and opening treasure chests. The increasing rate of treasure chest appearances only intensified his anticipation that after the 7-day adaptation period, the game would soon present them with something grand. The more impatient he became, the more elusive the crafting station he sought remained, particularly the vital tool for creating the condensation device. Even though the treasure chests now boast a rather high drop rate, they predominantly yield wooden and bronze chests, while silver chests remain exceedingly rare. Jiang Yi harbors suspicions regarding the crafting station, believing it may only be accessible through silver chests or those of higher caliber. To this day, Despite having opened a multitude of chests, the crafting station has eluded him. Lost in thought, he swiftly dispatched a boxing rabbit before him with the dagger he had procured from a bronze chest. Recognizing the urgent need to eliminate the creature that posed a threat to his vehicle, the dagger served as a temporary remedy for his lack of melee weaponry. However, news of the elusive crafting station still remained absent. As a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, Jiang Yi collected the supplies, discovering an apple, a small bag of flour, and a silver coin. He paused momentarily, picking up the coin, which surprisingly turned out to be a vehicle coin. With a soft click of his tongue, Jiang Yi balanced the coin on his fingertip, watching it dance gracefully in the air before he sighed. Gathering the apple and flour and returning to his forklift. On the forklift, the anvil's voice boomed. "Hey, brother, aren't you pleased? I believe your haul has been rather commendable." The anvil's deep voice could be startling when it suddenly resonated, yet Jiang Yi had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. Casually fiddling with the silver coin, he replied, "The haul is decent, but I have yet to uncover what I truly desire." "What you seek, is it the diamond sword?" "Oh, then you must descend into the mines." The anvil jested. If only such a thing existed, but alas, the roads possess a unique nature that cannot be altered. Jiang Yi let the anvil's ramblings drift through one ear and out the other. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the rear of the vehicle, bringing it to a halt. The anvil, puzzled, wondered what Jiang Yi intended to do. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi dismounted from the driver's seat and strode towards the back of the truck. The pearlescent iron block flickered briefly, consciousness flowing into the cargo area, where the anvil's voice echoed, "Brother, what are you planning to do?" Following Jiang Yi's gaze, the anvil spotted a treasure chest shimmering with a golden hue. Realizing the significance, the anvil exclaimed, "Brother, are you about to open that yellowish box?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi nodded. Frustrated by his inability to acquire the desired crafting station, he was indeed ready to take a gamble. If the upcoming period proved to be one of scarcity, he must secure the crafting station. While he held little interest in claiming the top spot, he was deeply invested in survival. With unwavering resolve, he steeled himself, knowing that not even 10 oxen could sway his decision. Moreover, he was not entirely unprepared. A flash of white light emanated from his palm as 2 cards materialized in his grasp. One was a luck card bestowed by the benevolent deity, while the other was a binding card he had obtained in recent days. The former promised to enhance his fortune when opening treasure chests. The latter, the binding card, held the formidable ability to impose a 5S binding on any entity or object before him. Equipped with these 2 artifacts, along with his own pitchfork and dagger, Jiang Yi calculated that the odds of victory stood at least at a favorable 46 to 54. He meticulously plotted his route, stowing the golden treasure chest into his backpack before disembarking from the vehicle. He could not afford to drive and risk damaging the carriage. Once he released the chest into the vicinity of his transport, Jiang Yi braced himself, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing. Channeling his consciousness into the luck card, he chose to activate it. An eerie, pink glow emanated from the card, coalescing in midair into a petite pink pig adorned with a bow. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. As he reached out with the pitchfork to strike, it merely passed through the radiant figure. Simultaneously, a series of high-pitched giggles filled the air. "Dear player, why do you behave so rudely? Such actions may frighten me. I might become rather upset." The voice was playful yet unsettling. Jiang Yi glanced back in disbelief. "I am speaking to you. Why are you staring off into space? That is quite impolite." Upon turning around abruptly, he found the pink pig indeed before him. Observing Jiang Yi's astonished expression, the pig giggled again, its laughter causing goosebumps to rise on his forearm. Chapter 28. The mascot Pink Pearl. "How dare you look at me with such an expression?" The pink pig floated in midair, speaking in a peculiar yet bashful tone. Jiang Yi's body stiffened, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Where on earth had his luck card gone? He stared at the little pink pig, waiting in vain for any sign of fortune, his fists gradually clenching in frustration. "Are you mocking me?" Sensing Jiang Yi's growing hostility, the pig instinctively detected a hint of danger. Pouting, it exclaimed, "Why treat me this way? I am here to bring you good fortune." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's dangerous demeanor faltered momentarily as he narrowed his eyes at the floating pink pig, his expression clearly skeptical. "Is that so? I do not believe you." The pig huffed, about to continue teasing this seemingly oblivious human, when it suddenly noticed the identification badge of a quality inspector pinned to Jiang Yi's chest. After a brief moment of shock, the pig scrambled out of the pink aura and gracefully landed beside Jiang Yi. "Oh, you are a quality inspector. Why didn't you say so earlier? Perhaps I am a bit slow to catch on," it said, batting its eyelashes playfully. "A quality inspector?" Jiang Yi instinctively touched his chest, realizing he wasn't wearing the badge. Could it be that any presence on the highway could see it once they passed the assessment? Jiang Yi remained silent, adopting a scrutinizing posture as he regarded the pink pig. Seeing that Jiang Yi was ignoring her, the pig began to panic and quickly added, "Esteemed quality inspector, I assure you I am not neglecting my duties. I am merely establishing a warm and friendly rapport with the players. My luck is guaranteed to work. No, it has a 120% efficacy. Please believe me." Upon hearing the phrase 120% effective, Jiang Yi felt his heart race. Though he maintained an expression of calmness, merely squinting his eyes as he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed." The little pink piglet nodded eagerly. "I am ready for inspection." "Very well," Jiang Yi responded with a slight hum, gesturing for the piglet to proceed. To his surprise, the inspector was able to perform under such circumstances. The authority of this profession exceeded his expectations. Noticing Jiang Yi's apparent agreement, the little pink piglet hastily added, "Esteemed inspector, might you tilt your head slightly?" Jiang Yi complied, despite his confusion regarding the seemingly naive little creature's intentions. As he tilted his head, his youthful visage was revealed, fair and delicate. The little pink piglet appeared somewhat bashful, glowing in a rosy hue as it approached Jiang Yi's face. Tension gripped Jiang Yi's grip on the fork, and moments later, a sweet fragrance graced his left cheek, a soft peck. The piglet returned to its original position, blushing. A notification chimed. Mascot Pink Pearl's affection level, 3. Current affection level, 3. Jiang Yi turned his head stiffly, extending a finger to touch his own face. Had he just been kissed by a pig? Before he could articulate his thoughts, the anvil beside him erupted in laughter. "Ha! Brother, you just received a fragrant kiss from the little pink piglet. You're laughing far too loudly." Jiang Yi was about to chastise him when an unexpected warmth spread from his cheek throughout his entire body. Simultaneously, another notification rang out. "You have received the 120 blessing from Mascot Pink Pearl. For the next 24 hours, you shall be graced with good fortune." It truly was effective. Jiang Yi relaxed his grip on the fork. Glancing at the bashful pink piglet, he dared not ponder the reasons behind the increase in affection. Clearing his throat, still feeling a bit awkward, he declared, "Inspection complete." For some inexplicable reason, uttering those words at that moment instilled in Jiang Yi a peculiar sense of embarrassment. As soon as he finished speaking, a green, excellent badge, identical to that of the brown bear shopkeeper, appeared on the pink piglet's bow. The little pink piglet covered its face with its tiny, pink hooves, exclaiming, "Ah, I received an excellent. Can mascots achieve this too?" The piglet appeared quite exhilarated, bouncing back and forth as if searching for something. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck Jiang Yi, and he retrieved a pink handheld mirror from the driver's seat. This item had been procured from a treasure chest, originally intended for display in the trading hall that evening. Holding the mirror in his right hand, he presented it before the little pink piglet. The piglet emitted a small, inquisitive sound. "Oh, do you wish to see?" Jiang Yi asked. The piglet shyly nodded in response. Jiang Yi obliged, bringing the mirror closer. Gazing into the reflection, the little pink piglet beheld a small, light green badge, shimmering with brilliance. The emblem's superiority has subtly faded, transforming into a diminutive S-shaped icon, at the center of which appears to be a sacred staff. It differs somewhat from that of the brown bear shopkeeper. Upon seeing this small badge, the little pink piglet's mouth curled into a smile, and even its tail curled up in delight, exuding sheer happiness. Mascot Pink Pearl affection level, 5. Current affection level, 8. Affection has increased by 5. The bashful Pink Pearl shyly spoke. "Thank you for your recognition. I wish you a smooth journey." After bestowing good fortune, she prepared to depart. Jiang Yi nodded, contemplating, and handed the pink handheld mirror to Pink Pearl, saying, "Here, this is for you." Mascot Pink Pearl affection level, 4. Current affection level, 12. It seems she truly adores the color pink. Although Jiang Yi still felt somewhat awkward, witnessing the little pink piglet gazing at the mirror with sparkling eyes brought a gentle smile to his face. This reminded him of the little girls he encountered during his teaching stint, peculiar yet endearingly charming. The little pink piglet blew him a flying kiss once more. You have received a secondary blessing of good fortune from the mascot Pink Pearl. Oh, the luck you possess now is quite formidable. Jiang Yi was taken aback by Pink Pearl's generous gift of a second blessing, but when he looked up, she had vanished along with the pink mist. Chapter 29. Golden Treasure Chest, Open. It appears that increasing affection is indeed a foolproof investment. Jiang Yi awkwardly rubbed his face, noticing the light blue square on the steering wheel still flashing, alongside the screen filled with laughter. His expression soured, and he positioned the fork ominously above the steering wheel, signaling a threat to silence the laughter. Anvil, well said, well said. The laughter finally ceased, and the blush on Jiang Yi's ears began to fade. There was no denying it. Throughout the past 20 years, he had never been close to girls, or rather, females. In his youth, due to family circumstances, he rarely interacted with girls. By the time he reached university, every moment was devoted to securing scholarships and part-time internships, completely severing his ties with the opposite sex. Although Pink Pearl was merely a little pink piglet, how could that not be considered a different kind of softness? Jiang Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. And at that moment, the system's sardonic voice suddenly chimed in. How can you be so certain that Pink Pearl is indeed female? Dear esteemed quality inspector, first kill player. Melancholic little fries? Moments later, the anvil responded with a subtle tone. Huh? Then, with a clang, the fork was thrust directly toward the anvil. Why did it feel so cool on his head? Jiang Yi's expression darkened completely, and the last remnants of his peculiar enchantment vanished as he silently approached the golden treasure chest. While the anvil covered its head, Jiang Yi swiftly pried open the golden treasure chest with a fork. You have unlocked the golden treasure chest, and a special lucky bonus has been detected. Under normal circumstances, the mention of a special lucky bonus would bring joy to Jiang Yi. However, after the recent events, he found it exceedingly difficult to feel any happiness. With a scowl upon his face, Jiang Yi wielded a fork in his left hand and a dagger in his right, his expression dark as he gazed at the monstrous creature that was about to emerge. With a low, ominous growl, a black wild boar, approximately 1.5 meters in length and over 1 meter in height, burst forth. To his dismay, it was indeed a pig. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow and, disregarding all caution, raised the fork, executing a sweeping strike reminiscent of a celebratory toast beneath the moonlight. The speed of his attack produced a slicing sound through the air. The sudden motion startled the black wild boar, which seemed astonished at the audacity of modern players. In a fierce roar, the boar charged forward, undeterred by the impending confrontation. With a sharp crack, the boar's right tusk was shattered by the expertly crafted steel fork. Enraged, the wild boar bellowed in pain and lunged towards Jiang Yi. Rather than confront it head-on, he deftly maneuvered, employing the emperor's step to evade the creature. It must be acknowledged that as a formidable bipedal primate, humans possess an inherent advantage in agility. Jiang Yi darted around the boar, causing it to become disoriented, unsure of which direction to charge. As he evaded, he mentally called out to the anvil, seeking its guidance. The anvil, embedded within his vehicle and connected to Jiang Yi's consciousness, responded promptly, indicating its location. On the right side of the vehicle, it urged. Jiang Yi remained composed, grateful for his recent physical training. Otherwise, he, like an average university student, might have become dizzy from circling around a pillar. Lowering his profile, Jiang Yi stealthily slipped into the vehicle, carefully discerning the boar's grunts to pinpoint its position directly beneath the window. In the next moment, the window silently slid open, and Jiang Yi's head peeked out from a height of 1.5 meters above the ground. Gradually, half of his body emerged, followed by the glimmering steel fork. A flash of cold light heralded his strike, and with a swift thrust, the fork pierced downward. As the shimmering light enveloped the boar, it found itself ensnared by radiant bindings, rendering it immobile despite its attempts to struggle. At that instant, Jiang Yi descended like a fierce tiger from the mountain, directing the fork towards the soft underbelly of the boar, driving it deep within. Blood erupted in a spray, splattering Jiang Yi's face. In that fleeting second, the metallic scent of blood filled the air, yet Jiang Yi's demeanor remained unchanged as he twisted the fork once more. The boar thrashed violently, its strength nearly dislodging Jiang Yi from his position. The binding effect, however, was only temporary, lasting a mere 5 seconds. Resolute, Jiang Yi shifted the dagger in his right hand and, crouching down, plunged it into the boar's right eye with precision. After Jiang Yi thrust his blade, he aimed for the left eye once more. However, the wild boar thrashed violently, its hooves striking down towards Jiang Yi's sinking shoulder. A surge of intense pain coursed through Jiang Yi's shoulder, sending him crashing against the side of the carriage with a resounding thud, creating a considerable dent in its structure. As the 5 seconds elapsed, the beam of light vanished, revealing the half-blind boar writhing on the ground in a frenzy, unable to discern Jiang Yi's location and thus colliding wildly. Yet, Jiang Yi had already dragged his battered body to the rear of the carriage, his expression stoic, enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder as he observed the boar's strength gradually waning, its form becoming increasingly unstable. Finally, with a convulsive shudder, it collapsed onto the ground with a loud thump. Dark blood oozed from beneath the fallen creature, slowly soaking a small patch of the roadway. With a deep exhale, Jiang Yi released a breath of relief. It was over. Tentatively, he lifted his shoulder and arm, a sharp agony radiating from the impact site, likely a fracture from the collision. Jiang Yi let out a grunt, acknowledging the fortune card, the binding card, and the guidance of his steel fork, dagger, and anvil, which had all contributed to the demise of this monster, a true golden treasure. His meticulous preparations had indeed paid off. Otherwise, even if he had opened the treasure chest, he would have been the first to perish before it. Dragging his arm, Jiang Yi approached the boar's lifeless body, exercising caution as he used the steel fork to deliver 3 more strikes. More dark blood spilled forth, confirming the creature's demise. "Brother, are you all right?" came the worried voice of the anvil. Jiang Yi shook his head. Through numerous battles with monsters, he had matured significantly. Although this injury was the most severe he had endured, he had inadvertently acquired a wealth of combat skills. He retrieved the bandages he had previously stowed in the carriage and performed a hasty dressing of his wound before making his way to the now open golden treasure chest. Now, he awaited the fruits of this endeavor. Surely, he could not expect another grand reward. As the white light faded, an announcement resounded. "You have received 10 vehicle coins, 10 vehicle upgrade shards, 1 backpack expansion card. Each card grants 10 additional storage slots, 1 refined short knife, 5 bottles of iced red tea, 500 milliliters each, 5 steaming handmade hot dogs, 10 steel plates, 10 screws, 5 glass pieces, 3 refined wheels, 5 static slots for the item bar, requires nesting within the backpack storage, and 1 service area refresh card. No crafting station." Jiang Yi's heart sank. A multitude of items materialized from the white light, and he scanned through them, confirming the absence of a crafting station. What bad luck! Jiang Yi internally lamented, his unkempt hair drooping in despair. The anvil, seated in the driver's seat, sensed Jiang Yi's mood and was about to offer words of comfort when he noticed Jiang Yi approaching the boar once more, brandishing the short knife he had just acquired from the golden treasure chest. The anvil's eyelids flickered, as if a hunk of iron could exhibit such a reaction. "Brother, please, remain calm." But before he could finish his thought, Jiang Yi plunged the knife into the boar's carcass, beginning the process of butchering its meat. The anvil's voice trembled slightly. "Brother, rest assured, I have not lost my sanity. I merely carved the meat, which is indeed a precious ingredient, is it not?" Jiang Yi cast a sidelong glance at the anvil and plunged his knife into it once more. The pale blue block quivered slightly. "Is that so?" "Indeed." Jiang Yi smiled. This action rendered the anvil mute, fearing that if Jiang Yi were to lose his composure, it might suffer a similar fate. Chapter 30. The White Cat. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yi had meticulously stripped the wild boar clean. Observing the heap of bones left on the roadside, the anvil trembled with trepidation. As for Jiang Yi, after completing the butchery, he casually discarded the short knife and sat down, chuckling to himself. The anvil was taken aback. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, the anvil was internally pleading for rescue at that moment. His laughter stemmed from exasperation. He did not deny that the butchery served as a means of venting frustration, yet he had overestimated his capabilities. A mere scholar, who only days prior had been powerless, attempting to dissect a pig with precision was indeed a formidable challenge. Not only did he struggle to discern how to process each section accurately, but certain robust muscles also resisted the blade, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate. Consequently, after dismantling the unfortunate pig, Jiang Yi's fatigue level surged by 20 points. Reaching the threshold imposed by his title, he found the situation both laughable and infuriating. After a few moments, shaking his head in resignation, Jiang Yi slowly rose and retrieved his knife. However, upon turning to face the anvil, he distinctly noticed the pale blue block tremble again. Jiang Yi inquired, "Why are you shaking?" The anvil replied me. Seeing Jiang Yi's composed demeanor and the short knife stained with black pig's blood, the anvil managed a strained smile. "You see, I just drew a cross on my chest, beseeching the heavens to grant you good fortune. Heaven help me, I have begun to utter nonsensical words." Fortunately, Jiang Yi did not seem to mind. With a simple acknowledgement, Jiang Yi calmly began to gather his supplies. To be honest, although he did not acquire the crafting table he desired, the spoils were still commendable. Undoubtedly, it was a golden treasure chest, yielding items of superior variety and utility compared to wooden and bronze chests. Moreover, through this treasure chest experience, Jiang Yi confirmed that he did not possess the fabled luck of the European emperor. Despite the accumulation of good fortune to this extent, he still could not obtain what he wished for. His luck could only be deemed average, starkly contrasting with the legendary fortune of the European emperor. After a moment of self-deprecating analysis, Jiang Yi first employed a capacity expansion card, increasing his backpack storage from 5 slots to 15. Subsequently, he utilized 5 of them to apply the item slot immobilization feature. It must be said, this item was quite practical, effectively resolving issues related to food state changes. After some organization, Jiang Yi's supplies have been arranged as follows. In his backpack, he has 20 bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water, 14 vehicle coins, 15 vehicle upgrade fragments, 1 crafting manual for the condensation device, 2 jars of special honey essential oil, 7 bottles of honey from the brown bear shopkeeper, 2 fever reducers, 3 anti-inflammatory medications, 3 bandages, 1 electric cooker, 5 handmade noodles, 5 steaming hot handmade hot dogs, 1 KFC family bucket, 2 not-so-delicious pancakes from Aunt Yang, and 3 sweet oranges. Other supplies, such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, clothing, and crafting materials, have been placed directly in the vehicle compartment. Most items in the backpack are those that Jiang Yi deems to be of higher importance. However, after a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved 3 oranges and stuffed a small item into the bag. Iron anvil. "Brother, what did you just put into that little space of yours? Your movements were so swift that I couldn't catch a glimpse." Jiang Yi, "Nothing." Jiang Yi's ears flushed slightly. Iron anvil blinked. Jiang Yi pretended as if nothing had transpired and glanced at the only card remaining in his hand, the service area refresh card. The card provided minimal description, indicating that its effects would be random upon use. Jiang Yi stretched his limbs, resolved to seize the opportunity to refresh the service area directly. His confidence was not overwhelming. Rather, he aimed to take advantage of the good fortune card's effect while it lasted. The good fortune card's utility lasts only 24 hours, and once night falls, vehicles cannot operate. Moreover, tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances, marks the last day of his novice adaptation period. If his assumptions were correct, the treasure chest refresh rate would peak, and he would focus on opening treasure chests. To maximize utility, refreshing the service area now seemed most appropriate. With the prior experience of the brown bear shopkeeper, Jiang Yi felt reassured. As long as those creatures were not fools, they would not offend him, the sole human quality inspector. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yi hesitated no longer, tidied up a bit, and used the service area refresh card. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and indeed, a fork in the road appeared ahead, revealing a 3-story white building. From a distance, its purpose was indiscernible. Was it a hospital? A pharmacy? In any case, it appeared to pose minimal danger, Jiang Yi mused. Even so, he took out a jar of special honey essential oil and applied it to himself. The oil was rapidly absorbed by his skin, and instantly, his fatigue level decreased by 20 points. Each time he utilized the special essential oil, he recalled the brown bear shopkeeper. It must be said, while the shopkeeper's massage could be tantalizingly euphoric, the exclusive feature of reducing fatigue by 50 was exceedingly powerful. Although the rules indicated that the effects of the essential oil would diminish, it seemed that only the enhancements to strength, stamina, and agility were subject to reduction. After multiple uses, the oil could no longer amplify those 3 attributes. Fortunately, the effect on fatigue remained unaffected. It is worth mentioning that through the recent days of training, monster hunting, and the efficacy of essential oils, Jiang Yi has experienced significant enhancements in various attributes. Player, Jiang EID, for 3990805 nickname. Melancholic French fry title. Bold and meticulous stubborn donkey vehicle. Forklift fatigue level, 60-40. What to use with the brown bear massage. You are a miser, so let us pretend I didn't say anything. Health level 80. It seems you can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Congratulations. Strength 163. A somewhat strong male university student. Stamina 303. Strangely, your stamina is nearly twice that of other attributes. Are you particularly resilient? Agility 201. Not bad. Fairly nimble. Overall combat ability 28. Somewhat aware of combat, but lacking practical experience, although the various statistics still leave much to be desired. They are no longer as glaringly inadequate, with the combination of a steel fork and the newly acquired short knife. Typical wooden and bronze treasure chests pose little challenge for Jiang Yi. After reviewing his attributes and equipment, Jiang Yi, without further hesitation, took his seat at the helm and drove the forklift towards the service area. The duration of stay at each service area is uncertain. It is best to familiarize himself as quickly as possible. As the vehicle approached a fork in the road, unlike last time, there was someone to assist with parking. It was a white cat dressed in a blue jumpsuit, donning a white baseball cap. Jiang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that this white cat appeared somewhat robust. Upon seeing Jiang Yi drive in, the white cat, who had been lazily leaning against a post, straightened up. To Jiang Yi's surprise, the white cat smiled. A grin that oscillated between amusement and anticipation. It tipped its hat in greeting. Jiang Yi, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response. As the forklift drew nearer, the white cat remarked, "Hello there, player." "Oh no, a special player, I presume?" The white cat approached, its black and white whiskers twitching in the air. And upon noticing the quality inspector badge on Jiang Yi's chest, its expression shifted momentarily before reverting to normal. Jiang Yi sensed something amiss. Yet the white cat was ahead of him. "Welcome to the service area, esteemed guest." With that, the white cat snapped its fingers, and a flash of white light engulfed the scene, causing Jiang Yi's vehicle to vanish. The disappearance of his vehicle nearly prompted Jiang Yi to bolt for the exit. Unfortunately, there was no door here. Chapter 31. Daydream Pavilion. Jiang Yi maintained a smile on his face, yet internally, he was roaring. "Anvil, can you hear me?" After a second, a resonant voice responded. "I can't hear you, brother. Rest assured, I'm still here. I'm in a white building." Jiang Yi instinctively glanced at the white structure ahead, where indeed a large parking sign was prominently displayed. This service area appeared to hold a higher status than the massage parlor, Jiang Yi mused. The absence of his vehicle eased his anxiety somewhat, yet the white cat's trick left him feeling uncertain. For now, he could only proceed step by step. Damn it! Could it be that the luck card was overly potent? Jiang Yi deliberately feigned a calm demeanor, greatly pleasing the white cat. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards her, her expression reverted to normal. "Esteemed guest, this establishment does not require any currency. Please follow me," the white cat said with a smile, slightly bowing in a gesture of invitation. Jiang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. Without transportation, he had no choice but to follow her into the enigmatic white edifice. As the building loomed larger before him, it starkly contrasted with the somewhat dilapidated honey therapy center he had seen earlier. From the very first moment of its appearance, this white structure proclaimed to its visitors, "I am exquisite. I am opulent. I am lavish." The building, entirely cloaked in white, showcased intricate decorative patterns outlined in cream and slate-colored plaster, entwined together. Every 40 to 50 centimeters, a golden ornament resembling a circular coin was embedded within the design. To Jiang Yi's humble perspective, these seemed to be crafted from gold, or at the very least, akin to a valuable currency. Beyond the luxurious and refined decorations adorning the roof, the exterior staircase extended outward, with handrails embedded with gems that sparkled with dazzling brilliance. In Jiang Yi's previous world, such gemstones would have easily outshone the finest treasures at prestigious auctions. Yet here, they appeared casually set into the handrails. Upon entering, he discovered that the building's height was astonishing, soaring at least 8 to 9 meters, equivalent to several stacked small 3-story buildings in the real world. Standing beneath this white structure, the sunlight intensified, bathing everything in a radiant glow. In the air, a sweet fragrance lingered, prompting Jiang Yi to sneeze. Was that the scent of roses? Unfortunately, he was somewhat allergic to such things. Achoo! He sneezed several times in succession. The white cat turned to him with a concerned expression. "Esteemed guest, are you allergic to pollen?" Jiang Yi nodded. "I sincerely apologize. Please, come inside. I will ask the staff to remove the roses." Jiang Yi remained silent, feeling increasingly tense as the white cat's demeanor grew more respectful. No entrance fee, assistance with parking, even consideration for his health and comfort. Where in the world could one find such a place? Surely, he wouldn't find himself in a predicament concerning his kidneys. No, that couldn't be right. A university student's kidneys weren't worth much. He cast a doubtful glance at the white cat, yet her face maintained an appropriately polite smile. Please, come in. The white cat stepped aside to open the door for Jiangyi. It was hard to ignore that this blue-eyed feline stood taller than him. What an unusual occurrence. A brown bear might be understandable, but why a white cat? Feeling anxious, Jiangyi's thoughts began to wander. As the door creaked open, soothing music flowed like a gentle stream, utterly delightful. If not for his current unease, Jiangyi would have relished the opportunity to immerse himself in the melodious ambience. The warm yellow light danced in harmony with the music, revealing in Jiangyi's perception a vast, ancient Roman-style square hall. At the center of this grand space, a beam of light seemed to descend directly from the heavens, unadorned yet irresistibly captivating, drawing the gaze of all present. It appeared to be the focal point of everyone's attention. Under some strange enchantment, Jiangyi took a step forward, and suddenly, the immense hall seemed to be awakened by an unseen force. As he shifted his gaze from the beam, he discovered that the perimeter of the hall was adorned with tier upon tier of ascending seats, stretching upward until they vanished into a blinding white light that eluded even the keenest sight. Within this arena, colossal rhinoceroses, white tigers, a black-suited green serpent, and a white fox in a flowing dress stained with peculiar blood, all bore witness, alongside a goat on a high platform wielding a pair of intricate binoculars. They were all gazing intently at the spot illuminated by the radiant beam of light. It felt akin to a gladiatorial arena. In Jiangyi's ears, the gentle voice of a white cat, laced with mirth, chimed, "Esteemed guest, welcome to the Daydream Pavilion. May you have a splendid dream today." The name resonated ominously in Jiangyi's mind. It suggested that the higher the ambition, the swifter the demise. Before he could make a move, the white cat had already positioned itself behind him, blocking any retreat. "The audience has been eagerly anticipating your arrival," it purred. Anticipating what? Jiangyi silently cursed. Though the moment he caught sight of the cat's narrowed blue eyes, he swallowed his words. With a tentative smile, he posed, "I merely came for an inspection. Must I partake in this as well?" The white cat politely replied, "Of course." Sensing Jiangyi's confusion, it added, "The moment you stepped into the Daydream Pavilion, you became a dreamer. You must articulate your dreams. That is the privilege of the pavilion." Feeling somewhat powerless, Jiangyi rephrased his inquiry. "What happens if I choose to leave now?" In response, the white cat blinked and gestured courteously for him to look in another direction. Turning, Jiangyi beheld two gray cats dragging out a wild wolf, which was reduced to only half its body. As they pulled, the wolf's entrails spilled onto the ground. Yet, promptly, a well-dressed raccoon entered the scene, tidying up the mess and spritzing a fragrant scent into the air. Even from afar, Jiangyi could detect the aroma, which resembled oranges. He swallowed hard, realizing that this was not a haven for dreamers, but rather a clandestine underground casino. Turning back, he found the white cat smirking at him. "Esteemed guest, due to your limited privileges, you may presently only express your dreams on the first level. However, I believe you possess extraordinary potential." With that, the white cat cast a meaningful glance at the badge on Jiangyi's chest. It seemed he was the only human quality inspector in the history of this game, which piqued its interest. Unfortunately, this poor little human quality inspector was blissfully unaware that most inspectors were reluctant to venture into the Daydream Pavilion. Even as a quality inspector, one must exhibit their prowess to earn the right to speak within the Daydream Pavilion. Jiangyi nearly cursed the ancestors of this game in his mind. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss. "How should I articulate my aspirations?" Jiangyi spoke in a subdued tone. "The first step involves selecting your wager and choosing your opponent. Once both parties have confirmed their stakes, a duel ensues in the arena. Should you emerge victorious, you reclaim your wager along with that of your opponent, in addition to receiving a reward of 5 car coins. However, if you lose," Mao paused, his pale blue eyes shimmering under the light, "your wager is forfeited to the opposing party, and you must pay a fee of 15 car coins. Should your resources be insufficient, the venue will implement certain measures for deductions, threefold stakes, more ruthless than a 9-13 return." Observing Jiangyi's feigned composure, Mao teasingly added, "By the way, each entry to the first level requires a minimum of 3 duels. A chill ran down Jiang Yi's spine. Chapter 32. New Wagers. At last, Jiang Yi understood why this establishment was so opulent. Entering the venue entails 3 duels. Winning yields 5 car coins, while losing incurs a loss of 15 car coins, resulting in a net gain of 10 car coins per match and 30 car coins across 3 matches. If enough dreamers participated in wagers daily, the Daydream Pavilion could potentially earn thousands of coins each day. Furthermore, this was merely the first level of the pavilion. No wonder the Brown Bear manager referred to it as a small business. Compared to the Healing Center, the Daydream Pavilion is an outright gold mine. Noticing Jiang Yi's shift from calmness to visible agitation, Bai Mao's interest deepened. Indeed, it is precisely this. Witnessing the diverse reactions of individuals, observing their dawning realization, their helpless yet grudging acceptance of anger, and finally, the manic expressions that emerge when they either triumph or falter. Bai Mao's whiskers twitched slightly. A reaction typical of felines in moments of sheer delight. In the armory, Jiang Yi sat alone, his expression far from pleasant. The sound of a hammer echoed. What should be our next course of action? Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. The regulations of the Daydream Pavilion supersede those of the quality inspectors. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Given the situation, it is prudent to contemplate strategies for the forthcoming duels. Perhaps, the opponents will not be overly formidable. Before Jiang Yi lay a long table featuring a transparent display screen. Scrolling with the names of today as participants in the wagers, he spotted his own name. Dreamer, Jiang Yi Human. LV1. Wager, 5 jars of honey from the Honey Healing Center. This was the wager he had confirmed for the first match. It must be noted that most of Jiang Yi's possessions did not qualify as wagers. The most common stakes were car coins. Regrettably, he possessed only 15 coins. And should he submit them as his wager, he would have no means to contend with a potential defeat. Fortunately, the honey from the Healing Center met the minimum criteria for wagers. After silently expressing gratitude once more to the Brown Bear shopkeeper, Jiang Yi had yet to continue observing the other contestants when a battle invitation suddenly popped up. You have received an invitation from Dreamer, John, White Mutant Wild Boar, LV1. Match format, combat. Do you accept? Jiang Yi followed the invitation's direction, revealing a massive, upright white wild boar, its abdomen taut with muscle, wrapped in layers of bandages. The boar had a broken tusk on its right side, and coupled with its murky, slanted eyes, it exuded a fierce demeanor. It seemed that the animals emerging from the service station possessed a certain humanoid quality, fundamentally differing from the monsters that spawned from treasure chests. John's wager was Steel Fang, a durable wolf-tooth club, once stained with blood. Utilizing Steel Fang grants a strength bonus of 5, a speed bonus of 5, and an agility bonus of 5. Making it a remarkably practical weapon. To Jiang Yi's astonishment, it was a weapon capable of enhancing attributes. He couldn't help but be taken aback. After marveling at the grandeur of the Dreamer's Pavilion, Jiang Yi clicked without hesitation. It was no jest. Both the boar size and wager made it clear that this brother John was not to be trifled with. After dismissing the invitation, several more appeared, ranging from white tigers to elephants to lions, evidently perceiving the newly joined human player Jiang Yi as a coveted target. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yi disregarded the barrage of invitations and continued browsing the screen. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed, and he still had not selected a suitable opponent. Outside the preparation room, a knock resonated. Without lifting his head, Jiang Yi spoke in a deep voice. Come in. A raccoon, clad in a similar jumpsuit, glanced at Jiang Yi and reminded him that the duel would commence in 10 minutes. Should he fail to select an opponent by then, he would be automatically matched with the first inviter. Understood, Jiang Yi murmured, pressing his lips together. The raccoon offered a slight bow and exited the preparation room. Despite having previously faced life and death situations, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of despair in this moment. He never anticipated that a service station refresh card would lead him to a dead end. The contestants participating, these so-called dreamers, far surpassed his own abilities. This might be a location that only emerged in the later stages of the game, yet by using the luck card, he had inadvertently found himself here. What a stroke of misfortune. A cold sweat trickled down Jiang Yi's nose. Due to the sweat, the touchscreen became somewhat unresponsive, causing the page to scroll uncontrollably. The further he scrolled, the higher the levels of the dreamers appeared, their strengths seemingly formidable, and their wagers increasingly bizarre. At a certain moment, Jiang Yi's pupils dilated, a suitable opponent. He rapidly clicked invite. However, in the next instant, Dreamer Oko has declined your invitation. Jiang Yi's heart jolted, disregarding everything else as he shouted outside. Is it still possible to change the wager? 1 second, 2 seconds. Dear Dreamer, of course, the raccoon responded, knocking on the door before re-entering. Upon glimpsing Jiang Yi's gleaming black eyes, the raccoon momentarily hesitated before responding with polite decorum. After speaking, the raccoon raised its head, discreetly scrutinizing Jiang Yi, perplexed by the latter's sudden exuberance. Jiang Yi nodded. Within the raccoon's mildly curious gaze, he retrieved a badge from his pocket, proclaiming it as a new wager. Upon recognizing the object in Jiang Yi's hand, the raccoon's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 33. The legendary craftsman Oko. I apologize, but I need to further ascertain whether this item can serve as a wager, the raccoon stated, astonished as it regarded Jiang Yi. A few seconds later, it provided its answer, as soon as possible. Exiting the readiness room, the raccoon maintained an expression of shock and confusion. It walked forward, uncertain whether to report to the captain or seek out others. What are you doing here? A gentle yet magnetic voice interrupted, causing the raccoon to flinch. Upon seeing the white cat, it released a sigh of relief, appearing as though it had found a steadfast ally. Night team. The white cat, referred to as the night team, acknowledged with a sound, prompting the raccoon to continue. Taking a few steps closer, the raccoon leaned in to whisper in the white cat's ear. Upon hearing about Jiang Yi's desired change of wager, the white cat could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the raccoon, who nodded slightly in affirmation. The white cat let out a soft hiss, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He wishes to exchange for this? Why? The raccoon furrowed its brow, wearing a pained expression as it shook its head. I have no idea. That human spent 10 minutes in the readiness room searching for an opponent, then suddenly seemed to awaken, almost as if possessed. The white cat clicked its tongue, equally perplexed by the transformation. Nevertheless, this is intriguing. Let him proceed with the change of wager. Although the tone was slightly elevated, the white cat ultimately made a decisive statement. But there has never been such a wager before. That is of no consequence. Now there is. The white cat replied with a narrowed gaze and a smile. I maintain that humans are undeniably fascinating creatures. Indeed, with the captain's endorsement, the raccoon felt no inclination to oppose. It retrieved a sheet of paper adorned with golden patterns from its inventory, succinctly labeled, Contract Paper. Description, establish a contract. Effective upon verification. With the presence of the contract paper, the hassle of confirming the wager was alleviated. After substituting Jiang Yi's wager with that item, the contract paper radiated light, generating a new signature field. The raccoon looked toward the white cat. Night team. The white cat nodded, placing its paw upon the paper. The new contract was now in effect. Just as the raccoon intended to return and inform Jiang Yi that the new wager had been successfully replaced, the white cat halted him. Wait, night team. I shall go. Yes, the white cat smiled. Please assist me in receiving guests. And do remember to convey my apologies to those esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Is it that many? The raccoon instinctively inquired, but upon seeing its captain's smiling face, it silently acquiesced. Understood, Captain. I shall summon Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, hissing, seems to be somewhat at odds with their taste, you know. Xiao Wu is not particularly pleasing in appearance. The raccoon remarked, I understand. Xiao Qi and I will go. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, the white cat said, smiling with narrowed eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Jiang Yi, your wager has been successfully replaced. May I enter? The white cat knocked on the door outside the readiness room. Come in. Noticing a slight difference in the voice, Jiang Yi paid it no mind and responded. The white cat entered, holding the contract and badge, standing before Jiang Yi, and took a moment to reassess the human before him. Green and inexperienced. This was the white cat's initial impression. After all, since the game's launch, many humans had appeared, and this batch of players seemed to be the latest arrivals, unfamiliar with many aspects. It was indeed curious how a novice player could appear within the venue. But considering the items this newcomer possessed, it was somewhat comprehensible. However, what this newcomer was about to do exceeded the white cat's understanding. Mr. Jiang Yi, I would like to confirm once more, do you truly wish to change your wager to the quality inspector profession? Indeed, Jiang Yi replied, having suddenly, in a fit of frenzy, exchanged his original honey wager for the quality inspector profession. Although a quality inspector must adhere to the rules upon entering the Daydream Pavilion, they still retain the authority to conduct inspections. In other words, the quality inspector's powers remain significant and operational within the game. The White Cat could not fathom why this newcomer would opt for a more substantial wager upon seeing his competitors. Was it a case of feigning weakness? That seemed unlikely. In this game, pretending to be weak only invited stronger opponents, rendering it an unnecessary endeavor. Moreover, the newcomer's physique and demeanor suggested otherwise. The White Cat squinted. This player might have slain some monsters, or even humans, but he certainly did not possess vast experience. There was little indication of indifference in those eyes. Thus, the White Cat took the place of the raccoon. His curiosity piqued regarding the motivations behind this young man's actions. Confirmed, Jiang Yi nodded, his gaze intent. Very well. The White Cat ceased his commentary, intrigued by Jiang Yi's subsequent choice. Following the wager's alteration, the opponent recommendation section scrolled down numerous pages. Few wagers held equal value to that of the quality inspector profession. Invitations from other players cascaded towards Jiang Yi like falling snowflakes. In their eyes, this unfortunate human player must have been utterly bewildered, even wagering his own inspector identity. Jiang Yi ignored the invitations, instead focusing intently on a specific entry. Clicking to send an invitation. This time, it was swift. Dreamer, legendary craftsman Oko, LV20 has accepted your invitation. Upon completing his selection, a gigantic screen popped up, revealing the information of the opponent Jiang Yi had chosen. Upon seeing the name, legendary craftsman Oko LV20, even the White Cat nearly lost his composure. The White Cat was initially standing at ease. However, upon the appearance of a certain name in its gaze, the cat's whiskers stood on end as it abruptly turned its head, eyes wide, to look at Jiang Yi, who was seated on the couch in a white t-shirt, black pants, and the most unremarkable canvas shoes. The expression seemed to convey a silent question. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yi paid no heed to the cat's reaction. Upon noticing that Oko had chosen to agree, he felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over him. Often, after experiencing extreme emotional fluctuations, one may find themselves momentarily drained. Such was the case now. Jiang Yi slumped into the plush couch, remarking to himself that it was truly a venue befitting a feline creature, soft and inviting in every corner. Unconsciously, he rubbed against the blanket, which felt like a heavenly contrast to his rigid inspection bed. To the White Cat, this scene appeared no less than madness. The cat furrowed its brow, increasingly perplexed about Jiang Yi's intentions. Chapter 34. Prepare to meet your fate. Jiang Yi noticed the astonishment etched on the White Cat's face, but chose to remain silent. He nestled deeper into the couch, striving to calm his racing heart. Initially, he thought he might be trapped, but now, the outcome seemed uncertain. With his head buried into the cushions, the White Cat could not discern Jiang Yi's expression. It began to comprehend the sensation humans describe as a kitten tugging at one's heartstrings. Damn it, it longed to know what this human was thinking. Jiang Yi remained mute, and all he could do was wait as seconds slipped away. In the White Cat's view, this human was making no preparations whatsoever. He hadn't even organized his weapons. As the clock completed its final cycle, the White Cat exhaled a breath of impatience. Time's up, esteemed dreamer. After a few seconds, the head on the couch finally lifted. Oh, all right. Jiang Yi scratched his tousled hair and sprang up from the couch. He glanced at the light panel. You have fallen asleep on a blanket made of milk velvet, fatigue level 10. Jiang Yi smacked his lips and, under the White Cat's watchful gaze, inquired, do you sell these blankets here? Do you wish to retract your statement? Apologies? The White Cat blinked in surprise. Jiang Yi pointed to the blanket on the couch and repeated, is it for sale? The White Cat replied, yes. Jiang Yi nodded and asked again, how much is it in car coins? The White Cat regarded Jiang Yi with a bewildered expression, uncertain of the state of his mental faculties. If you win the competition, we will provide you with a complete set of blankets, pillows, and sheets free of charge. At this, Jiang Yi smiled and said, thank you. With that, he rose, preparing to exit the preparation room. Seeing that the White Cat had not followed, he casually asked, aren't you leading the way? I'm not sure how to get to the competition. The White Cat licked its lips and, after a few seconds, bent down in a bow, saying, please follow me. The spacious first-floor competition hall was filled with the mingling scents of music and oranges. Jiang Yi walked just behind the White Cat, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, exuding a hint of nonchalance. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the hand in his pocket was cramping from nervousness, everything would have been perfect. Jiang Yi's voice was slightly strained, and within his consciousness, he inquired, "Are you certain there are no issues?" "No problem," came the confident and relaxed reply from the blacksmith. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi realized that at this juncture, he could only place his hopes on the blacksmith's capabilities. As he exited the readiness room and traversed the lengthy corridor, he was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he felt the atmosphere in the hall had grown considerably more fervent since his arrival. Countless gazes seemed to coalesce into a tangible force, fixating upon him, including that of a lady adorned in a qipao, whose figure was quite alluring, who even flicked her tongue at his visage. With a sharp snap, she unfurled her fan and addressed him as he passed. "Young man, you exhibit remarkable courage. I hold great expectations for you. By the way, could you spare a little something for me?" Jiang Yi glanced askance at her. The lady chuckled. "I don't require much. How about one of your ears?" The laughter erupted around them. "Ha ha. I want your legs. I want your eyes. I desire that foolish brain of yours." Following her jest, a cacophony of mocking laughter ensued. Directed at Jiang Yi, he chose to disregard it, striding forward unabated. Above in the hall, a virtual screen flickered to life, displaying two names. The 312th Duel LV-20 Legendary Craftsman Oko versus LV-01 Jiang Yi. Countdown, 30s. The enormous screen continuously flashed information, and many hurriedly arrived spectators were momentarily stunned before succumbing to a frenzy. However, their excitement was not for Jiang Yi, but rather for the legendary craftsman, Oko. How could Oko agree to participate in a first-level competition? What extraordinary luck had this young man encountered today? Oko, the one hailed as a legend in the first-level arena. No, what sort of wager had he made to persuade Oko to engage? This competition was bound to be exhilarating. "Come on, I'm placing my bets. All in on Oko." The clamor nearly threatened to uproot the entire first level. Jiang Yi's fingers twitched as he observed that not only was the first level in a frenzy, but it seemed that at certain mysterious entrances leading to the second level, others were also activating something. New lofts extended from the second floor, directly beneath where he was destined to compete. This spectacle was unrelated to him. It was purely a reflection of his opponent, the so-called level 20 Dreamer legendary craftsman Oko. A disparity of 1 to 20 in levels seemed utterly insane. Yet Jiang Yi understood that he was not mad, at least, not before making this decision. As the match was about to commence, he was wished good fortune. Even amid curiosity, White Cat demonstrated poise, refraining from further comments, slightly shifting aside to signal Jiang Yi to advance into the arena. Jiang Yi paid no heed to White Cat, offering a subtle nod before stepping forward. Under the spotlight, all attention appeared to vanish, leaving only the vast arena. He observed the edges of the arena, which provided an array of weapons, long swords, daggers, whips, axes, and more, yet there were no firearms. Nevertheless, he had no need for such implements. Jiang Yi chose no weapon, simply sliding his hands into his pockets as he strode forward. In a moment of silent fury, he inwardly roared, "Steady, don't falter." After his outburst, the lights flickered dimly, plunging the arena into a brief silence. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Yi lifted his gaze, only to be enveloped by a colossal shadow. The air was thick with the metallic scent of rust mingled with the tang of blood, suffocating in its intensity. Then came the sound of chains dragging across the floor, followed by the heavy thud of iron boots, as if they were meant to be anchored to the ground. Thud, thud, a sound resonated, a weighty thrum akin to a stone axe. "You dare to be my opponent?" Jiang Yi looked up, his pupils narrowing as he beheld a waist so robust it could be embraced by two individuals, with an axe slung at the side that towered over him. The axe bore a deep crimson stain. He could barely discern the features of Oak's face. Stepping back, he retreated several paces until he glimpsed the weathered visage, obscured by a mane of crimson hair and a beard. A grotesque gash marred his lips, stretching ominously to his brow. Jiang Yi swallowed hard before finally uttering, "Very well." Oak nodded in acknowledgement and turned away, unconcerned about exposing his back to Jiang Yi. Goodness, Jiang Yi thought, his back resembling that of a green giant. Even if he were to attempt butchering it, he would surely exhaust himself without leaving a mark. Prepare to meet your end. Once Oak had put some distance between them, he withdrew his axe with a solemn demeanor. Chapter 35, I Bet on Myself. With Oak's declaration, the atmosphere in the arena surged to its zenith. White Cat, Tanuki, and other spectators set aside their previous engagements, intrigued by the unfolding contest. Oak twirled the axe in his hands, a seemingly simple gesture. Yet Jiang Yi's keen eyes caught the dark, profound aura trailing in the axe's wake. One swing could likely cleave him in twain. Just as Jiang Yi prepared to act, Aka's figure quivered and vanished from sight. "Hold on," came a fierce shout. The axe hovered mere centimeters from Jiang Yi's forehead, its edge glinting ominously before his eyes. Oak's indifferent golden pupils locked onto him. Jiang Yi, holding his ground, declared, "The duel I choose is not one of combat." Oak paused, as did the spectators. Momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, Oak took a few seconds before responding. "You wish to compete in forging?" "Indeed," Jiang Yi quickly affirmed, stepping back from the imposing axe. His words echoed throughout the arena, captured by the sound system. Upon hearing this, the Tanuki, who had been serving a pig noble, couldn't suppress a surprised glance at Jiang Yi, stifling a chuckle. Meanwhile, White Cat, who had initially displayed eager anticipation, shook his head in disappointment upon hearing Jiang Yi's words. The young pig donned a well-fitted robe, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he inquired, "Might I ask what has elicited your laughter?" In response, the raccoon turned, first bowing apologetically, before elucidating, "Esteemed guest, you may not be entirely aware that the majority of duels in the arena are fought in a combative manner, although a select few dreamers opt for alternative forms of challenge. For instance, Oko embraces two types of contests, combat and crafting." The rotund pig grunted affirmatively, gesturing for the little one to continue. Clearly, someone was attempting to exploit a loophole, as the little one glanced at Jiang Yi, who appeared diminutive beside Oko's imposing figure, and remarked, "He has chosen Oko after witnessing the rare alternative form of duel." The young pig nodded in acknowledgement. Regrettably, the little one cast a sympathetic glance towards Jiang Yi, recognizing that Oko's crafting skills surpassed his prowess in combat. This unfortunate human evidently lacked understanding of Oko's crafting techniques. Moreover, he was likely unaware that Oko harbored a profound disdain for those who squander materials. If Jiang Yi intended to conserve his strength and take a gamble, it could only be said that he was indeed quite unfortunate. Thus, the young pig comprehended the situation, narrowing his eyes as he observed the contrasting competitors within the arena. Shaking his head disapprovingly at the latter, opportunists ultimately meet their demise in the gamble. In the arena, upon noticing Jiang Yi's resolute expression and his subsequent reply, Oko's brow furrowed. This time, he scrutinized Jiang Yi meticulously from head to toe. Weak, powerless, such was his immediate impression. Oko sheathed his axe and spoke in a deep, resonant tone, "Should you squander materials, I shall confine you within my bellows." This simple statement imbued Jiang Yi with a palpable sense of lethal intent. Jiang Yi swallowed hard, internally beseeching, "Brother, can you do this? I need a definitive answer." "Indeed." The anvil responded with a resounding affirmation. "Excellent." Jiang Yi raised his gaze, fixing it upon Oko. Perhaps in moments of fear and anxiety, the mind vacates itself, or perhaps, akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water, Jiang Yi felt an unexpected lightness in his mind. Even uttering, "You may attempt it." A hush fell over the arena for a brief second, followed by onlookers regarding Jiang Yi as if he were a madman. Has this human lost his wits? Is this lad truly challenging Oko? Before the audience could fully react, Jiang Yi boldly declared, aware that his voice would be amplified, "Hold on, I still wish to place a wager." The raccoon, who had just collected 5 jars of honey from Jiang Yi, gazed at him in incredulity, suddenly realizing the implications of a wager. "What wager?" Jiang Yi turned towards the direction of the White Cat and inquired, "Surely you have a betting house here?" He could hardly believe that this unscrupulous venue, gathering such an audience, merely charged an entrance fee. There must certainly be a betting scheme in place. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Yi, the White Cat found itself momentarily overwhelmed. Instinctively, it rose from the railing it had been leaning against, responding with an unexpected deference. "Yes, do you wish to place a bet?" "Indeed." Jiang Yi inhaled deeply, his eyes aflame with determination. 15 coins. All on myself." The White Cat gasped in shock. Below, Lady Snake nearly dropped her fan to the ground, her delicate tongue barely grazing her elegantly shaped lips as she fought the urge to bite her own tongue. Reflexively, she glanced at Oko, and indeed, his expression had completely soured. Was there any difference between this and publicly humiliating Oko? "Human, do you wish for death?" Oko furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze. "No," Jiang Yi replied earnestly, enunciating each word, "I wish to live." Without waiting for Oko's response, He strode purposefully to the edge of the arena, handing his 15 coins to the bewildered white cat. "This is my wager." With that, he turned on his heel and returned. The white cat cradled the 15 coins, feeling as though it was holding 15 bombs. Well, not literal bombs, but rather the impending explosion of Oko's fury. After Jiang Yi's brazen declaration and humiliation, a burgeoning aura of crimson fury emanated from Oko, signifying his unique fire abilities. Jiang Yi glanced once more before averting his gaze, deciding to pretend he saw nothing. "You are impressive, human. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner." "Well, that is quite commendable," Jiang Yi replied. "Madness, pure madness." The white cat was left speechless. Chapter 36. Where is the door? Jiang Yi was not insane. His thoughts had been that he only possessed a limited number of coins. Losing a match incurred a penalty of 15, and to compete in 3 consecutive matches meant his coins would be insufficient regardless of the outcome. Under such circumstances, only the first match truly mattered. If he emerged victorious, not only would he reap rewards, but he could also significantly increase his stakes through betting. Conversely, if he lost, the situation would be dire, whether thrown into the furnace by Oko or unable to pay the fines and subsequently devoured by the Dream Pavilion. Death awaited him in either scenario. In other words, his sole concern resided in winning this particular match. Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed scarlet. In that moment, he was transported back to the time when he stubbornly endeavored to exploit a glitch, yet this time, it appeared far more sanguinary. The format of the competition had been altered to forging. The audience in the hall swelled, with even distant onlookers appearing. Consequently, on the highway, within the chat channel, players were buzzing with excitement. "Have you seen it? There are so many whirlpools on the highway," exclaimed a player. "It seems that all the monsters are spawning inside." Another added, "These creatures don't seem inclined to attack." One player observed, "It appears so. When I bent down to collect a treasure chest, a whirlpool spawned in front of me, yet the creature merely glanced at me and walked away." The dialogue continued as players engaged fervently in discussion. The orange, unable to close the window, sent a private message to the little fries, attempting to discern from the esteemed figure whether he was aware of the situation. However, the esteemed figure remained unresponsive. In the arena, Oko stood enveloped in flames, casting a commanding gaze upon Jiang Yi as he unceremoniously placed a heavy iron hammer on the ground with a resounding thud. A shimmering light veil emerged, a rough iron hammer awaiting refinement. It hails from the Iron Bull Jaime, accompanying the latter through his final days at the casino. Jiang Yi glanced at the hammer, realizing that this was indeed the item intended for forging. In a hushed tone, Jiang Yi muttered, "Is this even possible?" No response. "Come on, brother, don't jest. If it's not feasible, just turn me into a zombie. It will definitely work." All right. Though he longed to pierce this jesting anvil with a fork, Jiang Yi ultimately restrained himself. After setting down the first hammer, Oko retrieved another. The Iron Bull possessed 2 hammers, the latter being a wager from his final duel in the first tier. With the forging project determined, the competition was poised to commence. This fellow truly intended to compete with Oko in forging. How audacious. I cannot decide whether to commend his skill or regard his boldness as that of a naive calf unafraid of tigers. I suspect it is the latter. Did you not notice that his left hand has been trembling incessantly? The colossal refining furnace ascended from beneath the arena. Red crystals were fed into the furnace, causing the temperature in the arena to soar instantly. The refining furnace was generously provided by the Dream Pavilion, which had no qualms about being generous in this regard. As the duel between Oko and Jiang Yi had garnered them ample attention and, consequently, significant profit, the odds of the wager had escalated to 20-1. Only a few audacious spectators chose to stake on Jiang Yi, and even then, they merely placed the minimum bet of 5 tokens. As the stakes rose, the raccoon, Little 4, approached with a display screen, raising an eyebrow at the captain, inquiring if he wished to partake as well. The white cat squinted, then shook his head. The raccoon appeared somewhat taken aback. The knight did not elaborate, but instructed the raccoon to continue recording the bets. The outcome of this contest seemed too lopsided to hold interest, the white cat mused. Yet, somewhere within, a peculiar instinct unique to felines stirred a sense of unease. Regardless, what could be done? In the arena, separated into 2 factions, Oko calmly retrieved 3 iron blocks from the shelf, his imposing figure reminiscent of a mystical craftsman from the Middle Ages. Having selected the iron blocks, flames erupted from the palm of Oko's hand. encircling the edges of the blocks. After preheating with his hands, he proceeded to quench and purify. He then lifted the hammer and placed it into the melting furnace. He aimed to regenerate the blank and forge a new hammer. The crowd watched in rapt attention as Oko meticulously combined iron powder, aluminum alloy, lard, and kaolin in precise proportions, gradually forming a cohesive substance above the fiery furnace. Gasps of awe erupted from the onlookers. Truly, the legendary craftsman Oko was in a league of his own. The simplest forging brings forth a beauty akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. In this moment, Oko appears less menacing, replaced instead by an unwavering focus. Onlookers cannot help but glance sideways, pondering the audacity of this human. Perhaps he possesses some skill after all? As their gaze shifts, the first sight that greets them is half a head and a tousled mop of hair. The young master of swine instinctively rises to peer behind the forging furnace. The camera quickly detects the audience's curiosity, and several hovering lenses converge around Jiang Yi. Soon, a face blackened by smoke comes into view. Jiang Yi speaks. Encountered a challenge? So soon? Why can't you open this mouth? The arena falls into a profound silence. Jiang Yi strokes his chin, crouching and turning around. The anvil, unable to bear it any longer, interjects. Brother, you're standing on the wrong side. This is the back of the furnace. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi promptly shifts to the other side, and indeed, he discovers two closed hidden doors. It turns out the arena is symmetrically designed. No wonder he couldn't find the entrance. Jiang Yi's eyes gleam with realization. Meanwhile, the white cat finds itself cloaked in darkness. Unable to resist, it tightens its grip on the nearby marble pillar, its claws leaving a mark on the surface. He closes his eyes. Having managed the Daydream Pavilion for countless years, this is the first time he encounters someone so foolish as to evoke such emotional turmoil in him. On the other hand, after finding the door of the furnace, Jiang Yi pulls it open at last. Brother, what do we do next? Jiang Yi scratches his nose, silently inquiring. At this moment, he entirely relinquishes any notion of subjective initiative. Ridiculous, he is not the type to explode with potential at critical moments. Instead, he chooses to place his trust in the professionals. Brother, summon me first. Okay, acting purely on instinct. Jiang Yi conjures the image of the anvil in his mind. A white mist, visible only to Jiang Yi, begins to swirl forth, and soon, the formidable form of the anvil materializes above the furnace. First, place the hammer. The anvil begins to direct. All right, Jiang Yi, though not particularly distinguished, possesses a decent intellect and boundless action. Upon hearing this, he approaches the hammer on the ground, searching for the correct angle, and with a mighty effort, manages to lift it slightly. Brother, I've done my best. Jiang Yi remarks with a solemn expression. There's no choice. This hammer must weigh 100 or more pounds, and it's not easy to exert force. If it weren't for the training I've been doing these past few days, enhancing my attributes, I doubt I would have managed even this much. I'll take over. The anvil responds. The mist transports downwards, arriving beneath the hammer. Chapter 37. I still need a bit of your hair. In the audience, what is he doing? Some spectators observe Jiang Yi's actions, puzzled, weighing it. A lizard flicks its tongue, unsure. The perplexed expression on the white cat's face remained unchanged, an instinct whispering to him that this human might be incapable of wielding a hammer. How's it going? Jiang Yi inquired, his face flushed. The condition is acceptable. The anvil deliberated. Let's switch to the ground furnace. All right. Jiang Yi wasted no time, slamming the hammer's head down with a clang. Then turning to the white cat and calling out, Hello, let's change the furnace. We need a ground furnace. The white cat paused for a few seconds, then, realizing Jiang Yi was addressing him, pointed to himself. After receiving an affirmative nod, the white cat proclaimed, Shao Si, change to the ground furnace. Yes. In no time, the massive smelting furnace was dismantled, and the arena floor opened up once more, replaced by an embedded ground furnace. As the name suggests, the ground furnace is a smelting apparatus situated underground. It boasts a larger capacity than a conventional furnace, though managing the heat and state proves more challenging. Nearby, Oak had just finished melting a piece of iron ingot. Upon spotting the ground furnace, his gaze lingered for a moment, but he quickly averted his eyes after witnessing Jiang Yi's clumsy attempt to maneuver the hammer towards the furnace. What a show-off. Damned waste of materials, Oak thought, his demeanor growing more intense. Under the fierce flames, the original hammer transformed into a puddle of molten iron. Oak turned and poured it into a prepared mold, continuously adding fresh materials. Simultaneously, with a flourish of his hand, a gilded hammer materialized in his right hand. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated. Oak began to blend the new, denser iron ingot with vigorous strikes. Time and again, the hammer's silhouette overlapped, the rhythmic clangs harmonizing into a ceaseless symphony. Akin to an exquisite musical composition, truly a legendary craftsman, embodying the aesthetics of raw power. Young Master Zhu squinted his eyes, snapping open a fan with a satisfying flourish. He sipped from his goblet of wine, only to sputter a moment later. The raccoon cat, Xiaoqi, expressionlessly wiped the purplish liquid from his face. Cough, cough. Young Master Zhu coughed repeatedly, while Xiaoqi, gritting his teeth, hurriedly patted his hefty back, reminiscent of a mountain. Young Master Zhu, are you all right? Xiaoqi asked with concern. Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Zhu continued to cough, yet his gaze remained fixed on the opposite side of the arena, his plump finger pointing towards the furnace, as if to say, look over there. Xiaoqi instinctively glanced in that direction, only to witness Jiang Yi, after seemingly weighing the hammer, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, he seized a tool akin to a crowbar or pickaxe, and as the ground furnace slightly melted the hammer, he struck down forcefully, removing approximately a 1/16 of it. That small piece of iron tumbled down, swallowed by the furnace. The raccoon cat stared in disbelief. What on earth was that human doing? Wasn't he supposed to be repairing it? Why was he destroying the weapon instead? But that was not the end. After shaving off a 1/6 of the iron, Jiang Yi began to employ various tools, intermittently chipping away small fragments, leaving onlookers utterly baffled by his actions. At this moment, Jiang Yi resembled the young chef from the film Ratatouille. He was utterly oblivious to his actions. Nonetheless, he adhered strictly to the anvil's instructions. The tools vibrated violently, causing his hands to tingle, yet he dared not pause. After meticulously processing all the materials as directed by the anvil, it spoke once more. All right, my friend, after polishing, the stability is now quite balanced. Now, toss it into the furnace. He was instructed to add iron powder, aluminum alloy, kaolin, and steel. The initial materials were similar to those Jiang Yi had glimpsed when observing Oko, but the latter materials nearly caused him to accidentally strike his own hand. And add a bit of rubber essence. The anvil pondered for a moment, and a cow's tail. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Are you serious? Is enchantment coming into play? The anvil was unable to manually craft items within this world's workstation due to the constraints of blueprints and rules, a fact Jiang Yi had previously tested. However, with materials at hand, crafting a hammer, sword, or knife seemed feasible. Yet, he was unprepared for the peculiar ingredients the anvil suggested. Just as Jiang Yi was about to call for the white cat, the anvil interjected, I detect a hint of animosity. We also require a strand of Oko's hair. Jiang Yi, dripping with sweat, stammered, you must be joking. Indeed, the anvil affirmed confidently. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi stood up, nonchalantly placed a hand in his pocket, and strolled toward Oko's location. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by Jiang Yi's intentions. Oko lifted his gaze from the furnace, regarding Jiang Yi with the expression one might reserve for a corpse. Under Oko's piercing golden gaze, Jiang Yi swallowed hard and halted a meter away, crouching down. Oko embedded his axe directly into the ground, causing Jiang Yi to flinch. Do you wish to perish? Oko's voice boomed from above. Jiang Yi swiftly gathered a few strands of orange-red hair that had fallen to the ground and sprinted away. The white cat slapped its forehead, deeply regretting ever bringing this individual into the Daydream Pavilion. Surely, after the competition, Oko would not dismantle their place in anger. Chapter 38. What now? Jiang Yi, with a blank expression, withdrew his hand from his pocket, holding his breath as he declared, I've acquired Oko's hair. Excellent. The anvil stifled a chuckle. Yet upon seeing Jiang Yi's serious demeanor, felt a shiver of apprehension, fearing that Jiang Yi might inadvertently plunge an axe into his own head. After contemplating, the anvil swallowed its sarcastic retort. Jiang Yi endeavored to disregard the ominous gaze from behind him, wrapping Oko's hair around the cow's tail, as instructed by the anvil. This was facilitated by the bewildered expression of the white cat, who had delivered it upon request. Once completed, Jiang Yi cast it into the furnace. Flames erupted from the center of the furnace, brushing against his face. He even caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance wafting from his skin. Could it be done? Jiang Yi shook his head, dismissing the terrifying thought from his mind. After the addition of these two unique seasonings, the performance of the anvil was rather conventional, polishing, seeking balance, quenching, and forging. The anvil initially intended for Jiang Yi to practice his skills further, but he truly lacked the strength. He could hardly ask Oko for assistance with everything, so the anvil had no choice but to settle for a compromise, raising the quenching temperature and incorporating more auxiliary materials. Witnessing this, some spectators shook their heads, murmuring, "Ah, there's something there, but is he being too ambitious?" Turning back, Piggy observed with great interest. Dressed in a suit, the mole took a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, sharing some with Piggy and a portion with the raccoon as well. I noticed that the lad seemed to be refining something, yet with so many materials added and using a ground furnace, it would be quite challenging to accurately gauge the state of each material's refinement. Was he not merely experimenting blindly? Raccoon Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. "Why do you think he is experimenting blindly? Does he seem foolish to you?" The mole, who had arrived late from another venue, was unaware of what had transpired. Xiaoqi paused for a moment, "Isn't he?" Curiously, he glanced up at Jiang Yi, who was awkwardly stuffing materials into the furnace, a stark contrast to Oko, who effortlessly controlled the flames beside him. Is this lad truly refining? The audience, including Xiaoqi, wore expressions of doubt. However, Jiang Yi had no time to ponder their skepticism. His mind was entirely consumed by the anvil's insistent voice. "Brother, that chunk is about to melt away. Pull it up." "Good. Brother, add more water. The cooling is insufficient." "Good. Brother, toss in some rubber." "Good. Brother, there's a crack forming over there. The furnace temperature is unstable. Increase the heat." "Good. Brother, add more water." "Good. Brother, we need some of Oko's hair." "Good. No, that's not right." Jiang Yi raised his darkened face, instinctively speaking out. "Below." The mole displayed a knowing expression as he cracked open a sunflower seed, confirming, "Indeed, the timing is off." Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, mentally reconfirming again, "Yes, brother." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi turned and walked away, as if resolved to make a significant decision. Thus, within Oko's line of sight, the diminutive Jiang Yi reappeared, once more snatching a fiery strand of hair from the ground. Notably, this strand was more brownish, likely from a beard. Under Oko's penetrating gaze, Jiang Yi found himself compelled to speak. He straightened his upper body, chuckling awkwardly and greeting him. Oko said nothing, merely pulling the bellows, the scorching air lifting Jiang Yi's hair. Jiang Yi hastily shut his eyes, instinctively murmuring, "Don't be so fiery." Following this, he dashed back as if pursued by a dog. Oko blinked, then closed his eyes again, and upon reopening them, he resolved that after the competition, he would stuff Jiang Yi into his bellows, his rising irritation subsiding somewhat. Humph! The flames enveloping Oko began to converge, revealing the shape of a hammer above the forge. After a brief interval, the air and temperature reached an optimal state, prompting Oko to cool the newly forged hammer. With a sharp hiss, steam billowed forth, and the iron hammer took form, glistening with a dark sheen under the light. Intricate, interwoven patterns adorned the hammer's surface, a testament to the meticulous refinement of the iron during its secondary forging. The precision achieved was nearly unparalleled in the art of metallurgy. Oko lifted the hammer, affixing a protective handle, while two flames spiraled around it. With a casual flick, he swung the hammer, producing an exaggerated sonic boom in the air, accompanied by a peculiar muffled sound reminiscent of a lowing bull. As Oko raised the hammer, a display appeared on the screen. Restored hammer of the Iron Bull. Jaime, weapon grade assessment, silver tier. Effects and skills. Wielding this weapon grants a boost of 10 strength, 10 stamina, 5 agility. Active skill, Bull's Wrath, upon activation. Enter a berserk state, gaining 50 strength, 30 agility, and immunity to negative status effects for 10 seconds. Duration depends on the user's condition, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Note, the Bull's Wrath skill has a chance to trigger a debuff effect, affecting a range determined by the current attribute points of 2010. Goodness, a silver tier weapon. And it possesses skills? Truly, Oko is a legendary craftsman. The audience, witnessing the information on the display, could not help but express their astonishment. Those who had gathered at the Daydream Pavilion were no ordinary individuals. They understood the remarkable feat of crafting a silver tier weapon with skills from common materials. Moreover, the weapon's enhancements were direct and effective, perfect for certain numerical anomalies. Oko glanced at the display, his expression unperturbed as he calmly set the hammer down. as if placing a book down casually. He felt no surprise at this outcome. Such a competition did not warrant the expenditure of his precious materials and efforts. Thus, he merely selected a weapon from the vanquished, one he deemed unworthy. Having completed his forging, the crowd's attention inevitably shifted to the other side. Noticing their gaze, Zhang Yi slightly raised his head and, upon catching sight of the glimmering, silver-tier weapon, smacked his lips in disbelief. So, weapons have tears? It seems his steel fork holds no such designation. As time trickled by in the arena, most of Zhang Yi's forging process unfolded within the furnace, resulting in the large screen predominantly showcasing his raised posterior. The audience's expressions gradually morphed into something peculiar. The lady serpent in the audience elegantly rested her hands on the railing, propping her chin. Her azure eyes misty with intrigue as she focused intently on certain aspects of Zhang Yi, particularly his posterior, nodding in satisfaction. On the stage, Zhang Yi felt a slight chill at his rear. He glanced up, finding nothing amiss, and then half-crouched beside the furnace, intently observing the fire's intensity. It was not a display of skill from Zhang Yi or the anvil that led to the choice of the furnace. The reality was that he could not wield the hammer effectively. It was impractical to directly toss the hammer into the smelting furnace. And even if he managed to fling it in, subsequent steps like purification and quenching would become exceedingly cumbersome. Considering this, the anvil had advised Zhang Yi to opt for the furnace. As for the furnace's temperature, the anvil remained silent, deeming it a minor concern. A quarter of an hour passed. "Brother, it's done. Take it out." The anvil called out in Zhang Yi's mind. "All right." Zhang Yi had not yet responded when, suddenly, his entire body was lifted off the ground. "Hey, what is going on?" Chapter 39. You can always trust in the power of the cube. Zhang Yi craned his neck, his feet flailing in midair, turning to see Oko lifting him by his collar and tossing him aside. "We're still in a duel. You shouldn't be interfering with your opponent like this," Zhang Yi exclaimed, completely ignoring the earlier incident where he had crawled over to grab a handful of his opponent's hair. Below the stage, the expressions of Bai Mao and Li Mao, along with the other officials, grew tense. Li Mao, Xiao Si, and Xiao Qi all looked to Bai Mao, who furrowed his brow and spoke from outside the arena. "Mr. Oko, I understand you are quite upset, but according to the rules, the match is not yet over." Oko raised a hand, and Bai Mao fell silent. The giant Oko said nothing, merely lifting the furnace door with his left hand, extracting the smelting platform along with the hammer above it. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable hammer, devoid of any intricate patterns, Oko spoke in a deep voice. "Next, cooling?" Outside the arena, although the audience had begun to perceive Zhang Yi as a mere cadaver, they were still swept up in a wave of tension, continuously swallowing in anticipation. Zhang Yi, suspended in midair, struggled for a few moments to no avail and could only inwardly ponder. "Cooling?" The anvil responded affirmatively. Zhang Yi nodded at Oko. "Very well." Oko, with an impassive demeanor, turned to place it in the cooling barrel. Below, some speculated, is Oko growing impatient? Does he wish to conclude the match swiftly? It certainly seemed that way. The antics of this human jester on stage had likely irked Oko to no end. One couldn't help but wonder whether this little fellow would be first shoved into the bellows by Oko or dragged out by the Li Maos for retribution. Only the mole and young Master Pig viewed the situation differently. Crack, crack. The mole spat out the seed shells from his mouth, stroked his plush chin, and after a moment's contemplation, spoke. His words nearly caused young Master Pig to spew his wine, but this time, Xiao Qi had the foresight to position himself behind young Master Pig. Hiss, Oko's reaction. Could this lad have truly forged something remarkable? Cough, cough. Young Master Pig abruptly sat up from his recliner. Really? The wine was accidentally spilled, yet Xiao Qi remained remarkably composed as he instructed someone to prepare a new glass. After tidying up the remnants, he turned around in confusion, exclaiming, "Huh? What?" Disregarding any semblance of etiquette, he inquired. The mole, intent on the two individuals on stage, gazed intently and remarked, "Didn't you see? Aoko is examining that weapon. He is observing, not disdainful or indifferent." Xiao Qi abruptly shifted his gaze to the platform. Upon noticing the calm, contemplative expression in Aoko's eyes, partially obscured by his dense hair and beard, he was taken aback. How could this be? What had the legendary craftsman Aoko not encountered? Would he truly care about a mundane object forged by a mere human? Xiao Qi hastily adjusted several cameras to capture the freshly crafted weapon, which appeared as an unremarkable, lead-gray miniature hammer on the large screen. It looked utterly unimpressive, and some in the audience even began to boo, expressing their disdain. The Hall of Daydreams was not lacking in miracles and surprising performances. Zhang Yi had orchestrated such a grand spectacle, a human dreamer challenging the legendary craftsman Aoko, a level 1 novice daring to confront a level 20 master, wagering everything on himself. Many opportunists were compelled to consider that perhaps this human possessed genuine skill. However, upon witnessing the final product, their expectations were utterly dashed. Shaoqi tilted his head in confusion, attempting to bring the camera closer, only to have it abruptly captured. A piercing buzz echoed through the air. What on earth? The audience instinctively covered their ears, cursing. Yet when they saw Aoko raise his hand to seize the flying camera, they quickly chose to remain silent. Keep your distance, Aoko said with a stern expression. The cameras, recognizing the implication, retreated a few paces. Aoko then lowered his gaze and turned to Zhang Yi, who was clutching a small chick, and asked, "How will you cool it?" Zhang Yi pointed to himself. Me? Yes, Aoko replied succinctly. Zhang Yi, somewhat slow to grasp the situation, asked, "You're going to help me?" Indeed, Aoko continued, maintaining his brevity. Unsure of Aoko's intentions, Zhang Yi pressed on. "How do I cool it?" The anvil pondered for a few seconds, stating, 700 degrees sand, pit cooling. Zhang Yi echoed, 700 degrees sand, pit cooling. He had no idea what those words meant. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's repetition, Aoko couldn't help but inquire, 700 degrees? That high? Zhang Yi was uncertain of Aoko's meaning, but he trusted the anvil. Yes, he affirmed. Aoko did not elaborate further and raised the temperature in the pit to 700 degrees. Half an hour passed. The onlookers, however, were not bored. On one hand, the stakes were rising, with bets being made that could lead to life or death. On the other hand, Aoko's reactions were entirely unexpected, leaving them speculating whether Zhang Yi truly understood the art of forging and if he had indeed created something extraordinary. The temperature rose to 800 degrees, then dropped back to 700 degrees, with the anvil adjusting the temperature several times in between. Zhang Yi, with a steely resolve, conveyed his demands to the seemingly accommodating Oko, who remained silent yet observant, his gaze increasingly intense with contemplation. As the temperature in the cooling pit stabilized and returned to 700 degrees, the audience in the arena grew hushed and focused. Suddenly, Zhang Yi spoke. "It can be brought out now." A ripple of anticipation coursed through the crowd. Oko retreated to the back, arms crossed, his eyes fixed intently on the pit. Zhang Yi, though his expression was inscrutable, felt a surge of tension within. His throat constricted as he asked, "Brother, can I trust you?" "Brother, you can," came the reassuring voice of the anvil, imbued with an unusual calmness. "You must believe in the power of the cube." With newfound determination, Zhang Yi pressed the elevation button. The dual doors of the cooling pit swung open, and the platform rose, revealing a hammer emanating a deep crimson glow. Chapter 40. A bounty. All eyes were drawn to the hammer, its subdued glow contrasting with the more radiant weapon forged by Oko, though smaller in size and less luminous. Its silent emergence captivated the spectators. Notably, Oko's pupils contracted upon seeing the weapon. Under the spotlight, a faint blue scanning beam pierced the weapon, revealing its details. Hammer of coexistence, weapon level, near golden gray description. Those who coexist do not perish together, reborn through flames. Using this weapon grants an enhancement of 12 to strength, 12 to stamina, and 5 to agility. Active skill, Song of the Burning Battle. Upon activation, enter a 5-second invincible state with 100 strength, 100 stamina, and 50 agility. Following this, the user will experience an all-encompassing state of weakness. The specific effects dependent on the user's condition. The cooldown for this skill is 7 days. Passive skill, Twinborn Hammer. There is a 10 chance of achieving a secondary evolution of the weapon. A loud thud echoed as a snack fell from the mole's hands, while the pig young master stood up, his previously squinted eyes now wide open, revealing double eyelids. A near golden grade weapon. The crowd fixated on the details displayed on the screen, astonished by the active and passive skills. The latter even bestowing an invincible state, coupled with a remarkable base enhancement of 12. The superiority was evident. Oko took a few steps forward, and the nearby white cat, shaken from his shock, quickly regained composure. With a nimble flip, he positioned himself in front of Zhang Yi, raising a hand as a barrier. "Mr. Oko, please remain calm." Before he could finish, Oko's hand swung toward him. Gritting his teeth, the white cat unleashed an orange-red glow from his palm, colliding with Oko's strike. Oko staggered back a half-step, while the white cat swiftly returned to Jiang Yi's side. Jiang Yi, follow the tanuki for now. Jiang Yi exclaimed, followed by a thoughtful, "Oh." The raccoon descended from the stage, escorting Jiang Yi away from the arena. As they approached the edge of the venue, Jiang Yi suddenly realized the magnitude of the commotion he had stirred. The cacophony of voices crashed into his ears. Did I see that correctly? That lad forged a weapon of golden caliber. Pre-golden caliber. Is there a difference? None whatsoever. Goodness. Handcrafted pre-golden caliber weapon? Is that even plausible? Is this boy pretending to be a fool to deceive us? Beside them, young Master Zhu interjected disapprovingly. Hey, we've never done anything like that. Are you trying to get yourself killed? By who? Standing nearby, swiftly struck the kangaroo with a punch, causing the entire scene to descend into chaos. Some spectators leaned over the railing, calling out, Jiang Yi, are you selling that weapon? I'll offer 300, no, 500 car coins. Get lost. 500? How dare you even utter such a sum? Jiang Yi glanced at the onlookers. Mr. Jiang Yi, would you consider a residency here? Voices of all kinds, chickens, ducks, fish, and insects, mingled together. Jiang Yi rubbed his ears, and Raccoon Xiaoxi quickly urged, please follow me this way. Nodding obediently, Jiang Yi complied. The hammer sunk into the ground. Sealed away. Rubbing his nose, Jiang Yi thought to himself, brother, it seems you've made quite the impression. The anvil chuckled softly. Well said. As they exited the arena, the clamor faded into the background, and tranquility enveloped them. Jiang Yi realized they were no longer in the previous preparation room, but in a new locale. The feel of the path suggested it led underground. Walking behind, he felt considerably more at ease, having won one match. He could forfeit the next two by merely paying fines. In this round, he had gambled successfully. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Yi's lips. Here we are, Raccoon Xiaoxi announced, bowing slightly toward Jiang Yi. He remained silent, gazing ahead. VIP room 019. The vice captain is waiting for you, Raccoon stated. Not knowing who the vice captain was, Jiang Yi nodded indifferently. Just as he was about to enter, a soft yet magnetic female voice resonated. Please come in. Jiang Yi stepped inside. Within the VIP room, a large screen displayed scenes of his recent forging, showcasing his posture as he leaned over the furnace, nearly tripping over his own feet in embarrassment. Pretending to be oblivious, he cleared his throat and looked toward the figure seated at the table. To his surprise, it was a strikingly athletic white leopard. She rose gracefully, her muscular lines flowing seamlessly, her long calves reminiscent of pole vaulters he had seen in the real world. Jiang Yi, Level 1 Dreamer, Human Quality Inspector? The white leopard inquired, her demeanor appearing quite amiable. Unfortunately for Jiang Yi, he was not fond of such attitudes. It was not for any particular reason. Rather, he had encountered many like her during his university days, where the administrative staff and counselors exhibited the same demeanor. Thus, he chose not to respond. Jiang Yi's disregard for her words caused by Bao to furrow her brow slightly, yet she maintained her smile and said, Congratulations. You have triumphed in your first duel at the Daydream Pavilion. Thank you, Jiang Yi nodded. What are your plans now? For the next two matches, I choose to forfeit outright, deducting the penalties from the chips acquired in the previous betting pool. Forfeit outright. Is there an issue with that? No, Bai Bao's expression stiffened. It seemed somewhat different from what Bai Mao had described. Xiaoxi, what was the betting pool just now? Reporting to the vice captain, the odds were 1 to 30. Including the principal, a total of 450 Che coins were acquired. After deducting a 10-coin betting fee, that leaves 405 coins. 405 Che coins. Even after subtracting the 20 coins for the two upcoming losses, there will still be 385 left. Furthermore, there's the wager from Oko. I recall it being a promise for a custom forging. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. As a legendary craftsman, Oko undoubtedly possesses numerous schematics. And crafting tables should be no obstacle. A significant windfall indeed. Could it be that the good fortune of the mascot, the pink pearl, has not all been spent here? Very well, Bai Bao nodded slightly, directly withdrawing a white card and smiling as she handed it to Jiang Yi. Mr. Jiang Yi, this is a third-level storage card with a deposit limit of 10,000 Che coins, universally applicable. I have transferred 385 Che coins into your account. Please check. Chapter 41. Time to depart with a smile. A third-level storage card. This does not appear to be something one receives for free. Is this her way of gaining a favor? If so, having received a benefit, it is only proper to maintain a cordial demeanor. All right. Jiang Yi smiled as he accepted it. As for the subsequent matches, I will forfeit. The forging hammer can be handled by the system for a tripartite settlement. If there are no other procedures, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yi was eager to exit the Daydream Pavilion. This place was clearly of a higher level and authority, not suitable for a novice like him. He may have acted impulsively, but his intellect remained intact. Had it not been for the presence of his friend, the anvil, he truly might have faltered here. As for the hammer, Jiang Yi had no particular thoughts. It was ill-suited for him, and since the primary material was provided by Oko, while the auxiliary materials and the forging furnace were from the pavilion, he surmised that handling it later would be quite cumbersome. Best to leave it to the system. Upon hearing this, Bai Bao exchanged glances with the raccoon, Xiao Si, across from her. The former immediately spoke. We can process it as you suggested. There are no further procedures. Good. Jiang Yi wasted no time and turned to leave. Bai Bao instinctively called out, Mr. Jiang Yi, please wait a moment. Jiang Yi looked back, puzzled. Bai Bao bit her lip, astonished that someone could exhibit such disinterest in the pavilion. Mr. Jiang Yi, I would like to formally invite you, on behalf of the Daydream Pavilion, to serve as our resident forger. Upon accepting the invitation, you will be bestowed with the title of lifetime honorary member of the Daydream Pavilion, where all activities enjoy a 10% discount. Furthermore, upon fulfilling a specified monthly workload, you shall receive a remuneration of 5,000 vehicle coins. To this, Jiang Yi succinctly replied, I refuse. Little Four's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Bai Bao could not help but furrow his brow, inquiring if Jiang Yi harbored any reservations. For a new player, 5,000 vehicle coins is an exorbitant sum. Jiang Yi squinted, implying, is the price you offer to Aoko the same as the one for me? Bai Bao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the prices diverged. Huh. Jiang Yi was not at all surprised. From his current interactions, it was evident that the Daydream Pavilion had little to do with the realization of dreams. It was merely a place focused on maximizing profits, thereby seeking every means to exploit its value. However, Bai Bao instinctively began to argue. Considering the advantages Aoko possessed in terms of blueprints and other regulatory aspects, which made it improbable for Jiang Yi to negotiate on equal terms. For the Daydream Pavilion, weapon crafting was not the paramount endeavor. The related products held greater significance. Yet, this was not something he could elucidate to Jiang Yi, as it might offend the latter. A newcomer attaining access to the pavilion could not be underestimated. After a brief pause, Bai Bao decisively stated, I apologize. This attitude surprised Jiang Yi, starkly contrasting with his expectation of a price negotiation. Currently, you lack the requisite qualifications. Bai Bao gestured with an air of resignation. 5,000 vehicle coins is already a generous base salary, considering that the pavilion provides materials, crafting equipment, and orders. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds, enveloping the room in silence. Little Four instinctively held his breath, awaiting Jiang Yi's response. I'm sorry, he finally said. Little Four could not contain a soft exhale. Was it still not acceptable? Bai Bao's lips quivered slightly, brow furrowing. Yet Jiang Yi continued, while residency is off the table, we can collaborate. Bai Bao turned his gaze towards Jiang Yi. I prefer to be an independent craftsman, subsequently partnering with the pavilion on a per-order basis. As for the profits, naturally, I would take the lead in crafting. I propose a 70-30 split. Bai Bao instinctively interjected, no, it should be 60-40. Very well, Jiang Yi replied instantaneously. Deputy team. Little Four could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Bai Bao stood up, suddenly aware of his earlier words. Oh no, I've been outmaneuvered. I fell for his ploy. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a smile, unabashedly reveling in his current delight. With the platform, materials, and orders provided by the pavilion, he essentially assumed a hands-off management role, with the decision to accept orders resting solely with him. A 60-40 split was a considerable advantage. Bai Bao opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Cunning little rascal. Having accurately gauged the aspirations of individuals like himself to retain talent, he deftly nudged them down the slope. Engaging in business with the Daydream Pavilion, a 60-40 split seemed like a fanciful notion to most. Were it not for her refined demeanor, she might have impulsively sunk her teeth into Jiang Yi's neck at this very moment. The deputy, Xiao Si, quietly murmured. Bai Bao took several deep breaths, allowing her expression to regain its composure as she settled back into her chair. She waved her hand, signaling Xiao Si to silence. A 60-40 split it was, indeed. Moments later, a voice resonated with a slightly deeper, magnetic timbre. Zhang Yi's face lit up with a smile, contrasting sharply with his earlier cautious demeanor. Excellent. Zhang Yi revealed a set of pearly white teeth. In the air, the contract paper reappeared, accompanied by the system's voice. You have signed a cooperation agreement with the Daydream Pavilion, which includes the following terms. As an independent forger, you will undertake orders from the Daydream Pavilion, completing the corresponding tasks. The orders, materials, and forging will be provided by the Daydream Pavilion, which will also be responsible for their quality. Profits will be shared in a ratio of 6. Player Zhang Yi 4, Daydream Pavilion. After confirmation by you, the Daydream Pavilion. In the system. Upon the Daydream Pavilion confirming an order and sending it through the system, you may decide whether to accept it. The service area positioning card will be provided by the Pavilion. The system confirms that both parties are in an independent cooperative relationship, and either party wishing to terminate the relationship must obtain system confirmation. Zhang Yi rapidly reviewed the content in his mind, suddenly struck by an idea regarding the first clause. If I'm responsible for quality, could my role as a quality inspector not yield some benefits? It seems reasonable to earn a commission as a quality inspector, doesn't it? With this thought, Zhang Yi could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. After confirming the details and supplementing certain aspects, Zhang Yi and Bai Bao each affixed their signatures. Once he had signed, Bai Bao set down her pen with a deep sigh, casting a lingering glance at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi noticed a new title, Lifetime Honorary Member of the Daydream Pavilion, added to his attributes. Acting on impulse, he raised his hand, and a badge adorned with silver wings materialized on his chest. This reminded him of the green badge obtained by the brown bear manager and the mascot, Pink Pearl, which appeared to be an S-shaped emblem with a scepter in the center. Its significance remained a mystery. After reviewing the details, he glanced at the light screen displaying the Daydream Pavilion's products, and upon seeing that even refined steel was priced at 80 car coins, he promptly abandoned the idea of purchasing anything from the pavilion. The first floor housed only the arena. He couldn't conduct quality inspections there. He certainly couldn't drag their platform back with him. There was little to gain, having reaped nearly all the benefits. He was ready to take his leave. Chapter 42. Lights turn on. Exiting the underground VIP room, the raccoon, Xiao Si, led Zhang Yi back to the parking area where they had initially arrived. Stepping out of the white edifice, Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. Basking in the warmth of the sun, outside, the white cat awaited him, seemingly cradling something in its paws. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang Yi, your performance has left us utterly astounded, the white cat remarked with a smile. Zhang Yi politely nodded in acknowledgement. Here are the blanket and other items you mentioned, and we have also prepared an afternoon tea for you. Oh, Zhang Yi accepted the items handed to him by the white cat, discovering indeed the blanket designed to alleviate fatigue, along with a 3-piece set. Within another gift bag, he found small slices of cake accompanied by red tea, the cake exuding a delicate scent of sweet orange that tantalized his taste buds. How thoughtful of you. Thank you, Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. The white cat nodded, responding amicably. The parking fee amounts to 10 vehicle coins. Would you prefer to pay with a crystal card? Zhang Yi grimaced in annoyance. How ridiculous. Greedy capitalists. Instead of charging an entry fee, you impose a parking fee. 10 vehicle coins? Why not just rob me? The bear shopkeeper charges only 15 vehicle coins for a full massage. He begrudgingly pulled out his crystal card. The white cat pretended not to notice, swiping the card and returning it to Zhang Yi with both hands. A flash of light illuminated the familiar sight of the 2-tiered forklift, eliciting a sense of familial warmth within Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang Yi, here is Mr. Oko's business card, the white cat announced, offering him a card. Zhang Yi accepted it, noticing a special notification in the chat channel. You have received a friend request from the legendary craftsman Oko. Would you like to accept? Zhang Yi tapped to accept and promptly closed the chat channel. He placed all the items onto the cargo rack in front of him, waved farewell to the 2 cats, and departed from the service area. The white buildings faded from view as he navigated the fork in the road. On the endlessly stretching highway, Zhang Yi pressed the accelerator, driving approximately 30 kilometers until he had exhausted the last remnants of battery power, at which point he came to a halt. Leaning back in the driver's seat, he retrieved the orange cake and red tea from the bag as his makeshift dinner. Zhang Yi pondered the rewards garnered from this undertaking. Firstly, the collaborative relationship with the Daydream Pavilion and the privilege of lifetime membership. Secondly, a net profit of 375 vehicle coins along with a crafting opportunity from Oko. And lastly, the blanket and other items, which may seem unremarkable but could be placed under the driver's seat to continually diminish fatigue, an exceptionally worthwhile gain for a novice player to achieve such rewards. The Daydream Pavilion truly lived up to its name. The subtle cream burst forth with the fragrance of sweet orange on his palate, proving to be quite delectable. After finishing the cake in a few bites, Jiang Yi felt inexplicably refreshed. A notification appeared. Orange cake, exclusive to Daydream Pavilion members, priced at 30 vehicle coins. Consumption grants a one-time permanent boost of 2 in strength, 2 in stamina, and 1 in agility. 30 vehicle coins. Jiang Yi nearly choked on the red tea in disbelief. Upon realizing that black tea might possess similar properties, Jiang Yi resolutely swallowed the tea that had already clung to his teeth. The Watard black tea, a special offering for members of the Daydream Pavilion, priced at 20 vehicle coins, promised a one-time permanent attribute reward of 1 strength point after consumption, while also reducing current fatigue by 80 points. Indeed, Jiang Yi hurriedly took another sip. He glanced at his attribute panel. Player, Jiang Yi ID, 439900805 nickname. Melancholic French fry title. Daring and meticulous stubborn donkey vehicle. Forklift fatigue. 6012. Produced by the Daydream Pavilion. Its high cost is not the issue. Health. 80. Normal health level. Strength. 16193 stamina. 30323 agility. 20211 overall combatability. 35. With the expenditure of 50 vehicle coins, his overall combatability remarkably surpassed 30 points, reaching 35. Jiang Yi patted the block above the steering wheel and exclaimed, "Brother, I believe I can still run another 120 kilometers. Let's go, brother." Without pause, Jiang Yi drove for 3.5 hours until 9:30 in the evening, finally stopping when visibility became severely limited. Current fog encroachment distance, 760 kilometers. Today's distance traveled, 240 kilometers, although the service area delayed him slightly. The reduction in fatigue meant that the distance traveled was still commendable. The fog encroachment speed behind him was now 10 kilometers per hour, and the distance of 760 kilometers allowed Jiang Yi to remain unconcerned about the fog's increasing speed. After a quick meal of instant noodles, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. At that moment, he noticed that his private chat channel had been persistently flashing. Numerous whirlpools had emerged by the roadside, teeming with monsters. The creatures hurried by, seemingly unaware of their purpose. Jiang Yi was also in the dark. After all, it had no bearing on him, right? He replied with an "I don't know" to the messages from the unclosable window in orange, inquiring if they had any lighting fixtures to sell. He had been wanting to install lighting for some time, but had yet to come across any. Orange indicated he had not found any, while the unclosable window, whom Jiang Yi considered an unnamed lucky player, promptly responded. The unclosable window. Big shot. I have some. The unclosable window. They are a bit unique. Jiang Yi mused internally, wondering how unique lighting could truly be. Dismissing it, he replied, "Melancholic French fry. As long as it illuminates, that is sufficient." The unclosable window. If illumination is all that is required, then absolutely. This set of fixtures is even brighter than the ones I currently use. Remarkably, the unclosable window possessed 2 sets of lighting. What extraordinary luck was this? Jiang Yi couldn't help but inwardly lament. Melancholic French fry. All right. What do you wish to exchange? The unclosable window. Oil. As expected. Ultimately, Jiang Yi traded 2 5-liter barrels of oil for the lighting fixtures. A white light emerged, revealing an object resembling a glass orb. Within the orb, a kaleidoscope of colors dazzled, exuding a whimsical charm reminiscent of a fairy tale. Jiang Yi murmured, examining the item. "This looks quite decent, doesn't it?" Jiang Yi scrutinized the luminous orb from every angle and noticed a button nestled within its center, seemingly ready to be activated. As his finger pressed down, the orb unfurled. Lights on, a heavy metallic sound resonated, and an ominous premonition surged within Jiang Yi's heart. Chapter 43. A surge of powerful music. A powerful melody erupted. The transparent orb above blossomed, transforming its previously ethereal glow into a kaleidoscope of vibrant spotlights. Evenly distributed across the front seat, the rear compartment, and the edges on either side. To Jiang Yi's widening eyes, Even the once understated and heavy forklift tires now sported two azure green light strips. With a crisp sound, small oval light orbs began to spin along the tires, creating a dazzling spectacle. At least, that was how it appeared to Iron Anvil. Wow, brother, what is this? It's so cool. Iron Anvil's voice brimmed with excitement. The colorful light strips harmonized perfectly with his own colorful blocks, as if they were made for one another. As Jiangyi stood there, dumbfounded, the display revealed the name of this contraption: Dynamic Passion Light Strip. Description: Do you want to dance? A burst of explosive music. Do you want to dance? Another burst of explosive music. Jiangyi, I don't want to dance. I want to kill. The multicolored lights illuminated Jiang Yi's relatively fair face, distorting his expression in the process. In the dead of night, on a terrifying stretch of highway, a forklift pulsated with fervor. This certainly would not pass inspection. With a contorted face, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. The user unclosable window seemed to have anticipated the impending chaos. Before Jiang Yi could send his warm greeting, the latter had already dispatched a new gift, a soft hose. Unclosable window. Boss, I remember you mentioned wanting this before, right? I found it in the trading hall and exchanged it for 2 bottles of mineral water. This is a gift for you. Unclosable window. Embarrassedly scratching his head, dog delivering flowers emoji. Jiang Yi. He accepted the hose, pondered briefly, and ultimately decided to delete the asterisk in the chat box. Forget it, he sighed. It's not unusable. Unable to resist, Jiang Yi stole another glance at his vehicle. After the first round of colorful beams had swept through, the second round consisted of equally vibrant columnar light beams, projecting onto the ground in the shape of hearts. Jiang Yi's finger twitched, and after several deep breaths, he forced himself to reopen his eyes. In that moment, Iron Anvil inexplicably felt that his brother had aged significantly. Jiang Yi typed into the input box, melancholy fries, thank you. After a moment's thought, as a token of gratitude, Jiang Yi added, Intelligence. If you encounter a service area with vast white buildings, do not enter, unless you believe your combat prowess is sufficiently strong. The entrance to the Dream Gallery for 3 duels is, for most players, a one-way ticket to death. Through the window that refuses to close, news was observed. Although the nature of the white edifice remained a mystery, the influential figures had advised against entering, prompting vigilance in the observer. Indeed, those in power often possess a cold demeanor, yet warm hearts. The window that remained ajar cheerfully responded, understood. As the conversation between the closed and the unyielding window faded away, Jiang Yi graciously provided the player, Orange, with some biscuits and milk. Orange, at that moment, was diligently sorting through her meager supplies, a significant portion of which had already succumbed to decay. Upon spotting the biscuits and milk descending from the sky, she instantly thought of the benefactor, quickly sending an exclamation of surprise. Jiang Yi offered a brief explanation, stating that the blocks she had previously collected had been of great assistance, urging her to accept the gifts. Orange protested, No, esteemed one. This is a repayment for your life-saving kindness. You have already aided me immensely. There is no need for further gifts. It is I who should be offering you something. Melancholic French fries interjected, Just accept it. Weren't you in dire need of resources? Jiang Yi spoke candidly, revealing the stark contrast between Orange's fortune and that of the unyielding window. If his speculation regarding the end of the novice adaptation period leading into a resource-scarce phase was correct, then Orange was at risk of starvation due to her insufficient supplies. Jiang Yi's straightforward, yet caring tone brought a pang of emotion to Orange's heart. She rubbed her aching arms and sank back down, noting the bruises scattered across her arms and thighs. She had opened numerous treasure chests today, yet regrettably, most were empty, and many harbored monsters, now causing her discomfort. Rubbing her eyes, Orange typed, Thank you, esteemed one. Cute smiling emoji. After a while of observing the regional chat group, Jiang Yi noted that most participants were proudly displaying the resources they had acquired from their treasure chests, including food and materials. The initial fear and discomfort had gradually given way to ease, leading to casual conversations. After a time, Jiang Yi focused on a few resources he wished to exchange. But fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. Today had been particularly exhausting, leaving him feeling as though he lacked the strength even to move his fingers. He initially intended to rest. However, a sudden burst of exhilarating music erupted. Are you going to dance? The slightly hoarse AI voice shouted in sync with erratic flashes of light, startling Jiang Yi awake. It was the vibrant third phase of the dynamic light show, complete with an accompanying sound mode. Damn it! Jiang Yi couldn't help but let out an expletive. Thus, the anvil bore witness as Jiang Yi, who had previously reclined upon his three-piece set, emerged from the vehicle amidst a kaleidoscope of colorful lights, silent yet resolute, commencing his exercise routine. Chapter 44. The crafting table and the condensation device. On the 7th day of the novice adaptation period, just past 6 o'clock, the system's voice resonated punctually. This time, the announcement was more succinct, devoid of mockery or guidance. It simply reported that the rate of fog erosion remained at 10 kilometers per hour before vanishing. Jiang Yi had risen early, and after engaging in half an hour of exercise, he commenced his breakfast. In his hand was a handheld pancake, still warm due to its enclosed nature. However, true to its description, it was rather unpalatable. A thick crust made it nearly impossible to taste the hot dog within. As he ate, he washed it down with half a bottle of mineral water. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he noted that it appeared even gloomier today. The wind carried a palpable dampness, suggesting an impending rain. Would the forthcoming scenes be marked by rainfall? Jiang Yi mentally assessed his supplies, confident that the compartment was secure. The driver's seat, reinforced with steel plates and covered with waterproof fabric, should suffice. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. It couldn't be that simple. If it were merely rainwater, there would be no need to hoard so many supplies at the last moment. Regardless, he resolved to ensure his resources were well stocked first. After finishing his breakfast, he opened the chat interface and found the name of the legendary craftsman, Oko. Oko had sent a message. He clicked to open it and found a note dispatched at 6:15. Craftsman Oko, I wish to purchase that hammer. The Dream Pavilion mentioned the need to discuss it with you. Upon reading this, Jiang Yi could easily envision Oko, head bowed, speaking in a meticulous manner. The morning air was brisk, causing him to shiver slightly, yet he responded promptly. Certainly, profit sharing will be determined by the system, converted into vehicle coins. After a 15-second wait, his impatience grew as he finally received Oko's reply. Craftsman Oko, all right. Jiang Yi quickly typed, I'm preparing to use that forging opportunity. I need a crafting table. Another 20 seconds elapsed. Craftsman Oko, sure, no problem. Jiang Yi thought to himself, is the other party writing by hand? His lips curled slightly in amusement. In a sense, he wasn't entirely wrong. Meanwhile, in a nearby forging chamber, the giant Oko stood before a white light screen, his eyes fixed on the diminutive chat box that felt exceedingly small to him. This interface was primarily designed for players, and for Oko, it was indeed too trivial. He jabbed the send button several times before finally succeeding. A new message appeared in the chat. Jiang Yi, what materials do you need? Oko had promised to handle the forging and the blueprint issues. As for the materials, if he had them, he would bring them. If not, Jiang Yi planned to convert them into vehicle coins. Surely, Oko wouldn't be lacking in resources. Oko, with a serious expression, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to type a lengthy response when his companion, a raccoon, could no longer hold back and interjected. Mr. Oko, why not try voice-to-text? Oko turned. Where? The raccoon pointed its paw and swiftly pressed the note symbol below. 15 seconds later, Craftsman Oko, I need 12 aluminum strips, 10 iron blocks for steel plates, 1 universal iron power grip for universal wheels, 1 steel saw, 1 cutting turntable, and 4 material analysis redstones. Jiang Yi stared at the chat box, momentarily taken aback. These materials seem rather unfamiliar. The omnidirectional iron gripping tool, the cutting turntable, and the material analysis redstone. This cannot be correct. I merely require a crafting station to produce the condensation device, which only necessitates 1 5L glass container, 2 hoses, 5 screws, and 4 connectors. It hardly appears that such a complicated process is required. Jiang Yi felt a twinge of frustration. Surely, he could not allow the imposing figure of Oko to misappropriate his materials. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi typed, I possess aluminum strips, iron blocks, and steel plates, but I lack the other materials. May I purchase them from you or the Dream Pavilion using vehicle currency? Upon seeing the message, the raccoon named Xiao Qi's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to respond affirmatively, Oko had already replied, very well, you may purchase from me. The Dream Pavilion charges more. Xiao Qi, hey, Mr. Oko, I am still here. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, the two were engaged in a private conversation, and thus he hesitated not at all. All right, how much vehicle currency in total? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi hurriedly scoured the trading hall for aluminum strips and other materials. Fortunately, he had paid attention during yesterday's water group discussion. Craftsman Oko, a total of 500 coins. What? Jiang Yi nearly exclaimed. His current stock amounted to only 375 vehicle currency. Jiang Yi wiped his face and said, Mr. Oko, could we perhaps offset the cost with the hammer I am selling? Craftsman Oko, that is acceptable. The system quickly processed the transaction. A hammer of near golden quality typically sells for between 2,000 to 1,500 vehicle coins. Since the primary materials, secondary materials, and forging equipment were provided by Oko and the Dream Pavilion respectively, Jiang Yi ultimately received 500 vehicle coins, precisely covering Oko's material costs. Craftsman Oko, the crafting station will require 6 hours of forging time, and upon completion, it will be delivered to you through the system. Jiang Yi understood. Once he sent the message, his conversation with Oko turned gray, and upon attempting to access it, he found he could not interact further. His permissions were insufficient. Generally, unless fulfilling a bet, initiating a conversation with Oko would be improbable. However, Jiang Yi paid little mind to this. After all, he had established a connection with the Dream Pavilion, and should he require assistance later, he could reach Oko through them. Having resolved the crafting station matter, Jiang Yi felt a weight lift from his shoulders, his spirits considerably brighter. With a press on the accelerator, he began to log today's mileage. Considering the system's display of distance and mileage, it seemed not merely a reminder of the mist behind the player. Today, Jiang Yi was fully committed, not pausing for breath until he pushed his fatigue rating beyond the 60 threshold. Only then did he take a brief rest. Thanks to the comforts of a blanket and honey essential oil, Jiang Yi drove for a solid 8 hours, covering approximately 200 kilometers. During this time, he also collected a fair share of treasure chests. After parking, he unwrapped a pack of forgotten QQ candies, the orange-flavored gummies replenishing his depleted sugar. He then retrieved a sandwich. However, upon tasting, he found it somewhat sour and, upon opening it, discovered the presence of pickles, an ingredient he particularly disliked. As he grimaced and swallowed the sour cucumber, a flash of white light appeared before him. Jiang Yi jolted at the sight of the crafting station. Finally, the brilliance intensified until it surpassed Jiang Yi's wildest imagination. A rectangular platform measuring 1.5 meters in length, 1 meter and 3 centimeters in width, and 1 meter and 2 centimeters in height materialized within his compartment. The system automatically identified an appropriate position and placed it beside the quality inspection station. In an instant, the once spacious cabin felt constricted. Information about the crafting station illuminated the screen. Advanced crafting station description, a creation from the legendary artisan Oko. Capable of refining and processing most items when combined with blueprints and materials, the station guarantees durability until all resources are exhausted. Effect: utilizing this station reduces material consumption by 20, enhances success rate to 85, and possesses a chance to trigger item mutation and enhancement characteristics. An advanced crafting station, reduced material consumption, and an elevated success rate. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled as he retrieved the blueprint and materials for the condensation device, placing them directly upon the crafting station. Streams of white light enveloped the materials, accompanied by a melodious clinking sound. A countdown of 30 seconds appeared overhead, and after the time elapsed, the condensation device, featuring a transparent dual-colored glass container and tubing, materialized before Jiang Yi's gaze. You have triggered the item mutation and enhancement characteristic. Mutated multi-flavor condensation device description. Utilizing the white glass container, it can produce 500 milliliters of purified water per hour. Using the orange glass container, it can yield 250 milliliters of orange soda or sparkling water per hour. The condensation device requires no power to operate. With a lifespan of 719 days and 720 days, daily operational limit is 8 hours. Chapter 45. The Brick-Moving Emperor of the Human Race. Has the mutation characteristic been triggered? Jiang Yi curiously examined the glass container on the crafting station. The container appeared uncomplicated, consisting of a glass jar divided internally into 2 sides, connected by tubing, with an outlet reminiscent of those found at a cocktail bar. Condensation? Utilizing water vapor. Or something else. He was uncertain of the precise workings. However, the fact that it required no raw materials or power was immensely satisfying. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yi pressed the button on the white glass side. Condensation device activated. 500 milliliters of purified water in production. Estimated wait time, 1 hour, 0 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. 0 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. A small green countdown appeared above, indicating a wait of 1 hour. Below, the faucet connected to the tubing clicked, and a drop of water fell. Jiang Yi suddenly realized he needed a container to catch the output. He positioned the half-empty bottle of mineral water beneath it. Observing the condensation device operate for several seconds, Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. While an output of 500 milliliters per hour may seem modest, if entirely devoted to condensation for 8 hours a day, that amounts to 8 bottles of mineral water, sufficient to meet an adult's water requirements, including that for personal hygiene. The surplus can be sold at one's discretion. Water resources, irrespective of time or location, are an absolute necessity. As for the adjacent orange juice, Sprite, cola, and soda, Jiang Yi firmly believes that there will always be fervent enthusiasts among the populace. Perhaps he might even fetch a commendable price. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi affectionately patted the water condenser, wearing a rather priceless smile. The anvil connected to the quality inspection station observed Jiang Yi's expression with a degree of discomfort, opting to ignore it entirely. Upon exiting the carriage, Jiang Yi resumed driving as the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. The humidity in the air became increasingly palpable, with large, ominous clouds appearing in the sky, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. While driving, Jiang Yi kept a vigilant eye on the chat box. In the regional chat channel, player Human Brick Moving Emperor remarked, "By the way, have you all noticed the dark clouds above? It seems like rain is on the horizon." Player 4399 fell in love with 7K replied, "No kidding, with such a massive cloud, it would be hard not to notice. But if it rains, so what? Don't you have a canopy for your vehicle?" Player Human Brick Moving Emperor responded, "Canopy? You're dreaming. Not even a roof to speak of." Player 4399 fell in love with 7K. The Human Brick Moving Emperor cast a weary glance at his medical rescue bed. Yes, a medical rescue bed. He couldn't help but wonder if this darn road game categorized everything with wheels as a vehicle. Not only did the rescue bed lack a canopy, but it also had no steering wheel. For days, he had been either chased from in front of the rescue bed or desperately pursuing downhill from behind. Just thinking about it brought forth a wave of bittersweet nostalgia. Wiping his face, the Human Brick Moving Emperor gazed at the ominous clouds above. His mood decidedly less than cheerful. Player Human Brick Moving Emperor inquired, "Does anyone have waterproof cloth for sale? If it truly rains, my rescue bed will be utterly compromised. Once it gets wet, it becomes far heavier and more cumbersome for accumulating mileage." Noticing the message, Jiang Yi swiftly replied, "Player Melancholic French Fries, I have some." Player Human Brick Moving Emperor, "Wow, French fries, you're a lifesaver." Player Melancholic French Fries, "I possess waterproof cloth and a simple canopy frame. What will you offer in exchange?" Jiang Yi, disregarding the grand title, directly asked. Both the waterproof cloth and the canopy frame were items he had acquired from treasure chests. The former had superior efficacy akin to steel plates, while the latter was unnecessary for him as he already had a carriage. After sending the message, Jiang Yi observed the private chat channel flickering incessantly. Opening the private chat, he casually ignored those who greeted him, lamented, begged, or even inexplicably vented their anger at him. And indeed, he found the friend request from the Human Brick Moving Emperor. He accepted the request. Player Human Brick Moving Emperor, "Esteemed one, do you require food, water, or materials?" He inquired cautiously. His supplies were not abundant. He merely hoped to possess something that the esteemed one might need. The waterproof tarp and the simple carport frame were essential for him, while some individuals were selling the former. He had recently noticed a few players offering the latter at remarkably inflated prices. Other players were not oblivious. Upon sensing the possibility of rain, they instinctively understood the principle of supply and demand regarding carports. Consequently, they were all contemplating capitalizing on this opportunity to make a substantial profit. The esteemed players, however, were presumably different from these individuals. Certainly, the industrious ones did not harbor such naive beliefs that the elite would engage in benevolence. Yet, he surmised that those who achieved the first kill and upgraded their vehicles to level 2 would likely not lack resources and would have no need to exploit themselves for profit. The melancholic little fries inquired about vehicle upgrade fragments or other interesting item cards, expressing that they would gladly exchange something of greater value than the waterproof tarp and carport. He would then supplement the deal with additional food, water, and materials. Jiang Yi pondered this. He was not particularly in need of food, water, or materials at the moment. As for batteries, he had a relatively stable supply source from a window he could not yet access. Thus, he considered trading for vehicle upgrade fragments or items instead. Upgrading a level 2 vehicle to level 3 required 100 fragments, and Jiang Yi currently possessed only 15, which was still far from sufficient. So he decided to prepare in advance. Upon seeing the message, the industrious player couldn't help but marvel at the elite. While others were still fretting over basic supplies and power, the elite had already begun collecting fragments. The industrious player declared, "Great. I have 5 vehicle upgrade fragments." He contemplated the value of these fragments and realized they seemed disproportionate to the waterproof tarp and carport frame. With a frown, he retrieved a special service area locator card from his pocket. I also have a special service area locator card." The mention of the special service area locator card caught Jiang Yi by surprise, suddenly igniting a realization that made his heart race. Could it be? The melancholic little fries promptly responded, "Deal." Without hesitation, Jiang Yi sent over a freshly made buttery hot dog. As the bright light flashed and the golden-hued hot dog, exuding a buttery aroma, appeared in the air, the industrious player was nearly drooling. He could not suppress the urge to swallow. What a delightful treat, truly befitting an elite. A mere disagreement led to the spontaneous sharing of a hot dog. As the light faded and the hot dog descended, the industrious player snatched it with the eagerness of a tiger pouncing on its prey. It was hot, very hot. After a few moments of awkwardly handling it, he took a decisive bite, consuming half of the hot dog in one go. As for the danger of poisoning, he chuckled at the absurdity. Who would poison a warm hot dog in a survival game? Jiang Yi awaited a response from the industrious player, unperturbed by the thought that the latter might bolt after consuming the food, as the waterproof tarp and carport remained securely in his possession. Chapter 46. Resource Recycling Station and Monster Shop. Upon receiving the supplies, the brick-moving emperor of the human race swallowed the hot dog whole, savoring the warmth and the delightful aroma of the condiments. However, he did not forget his primary objective and quickly sent a message. This special service area locator card seems capable of pinpointing designated service zones. I've glanced over it and noticed there are places like a wellness center, a gym, and a recycling station. The brick-moving emperor himself was tempted to explore these locations. Yet adhering to a prudent approach, he refrained from using the card. After all, chests within this game were often guarded by monsters, and it was entirely plausible that the service areas might harbor similar pitfalls. Upon seeing the wellness center, gym, and especially the recycling station, Jiang Yi wasted no time and sent a message. "I would like to trade." He continued, "I have a waterproof tarp, a simple carport frame, 1 compressed biscuit, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a small 250 milliliters bottle of orange juice." Jiang Yi did not mention the hot dog, considering it merely a fee for the information exchanged. The brick-moving emperor responded promptly, "Excellent. Let us trade." His eagerness was palpable. The compressed biscuits, mineral water, and orange juice were all practical items. Having gone 7 days without fruit, he felt his skin had become parched. The thought of orange juice, particularly after consuming a calorie-laden hot dog, made his mouth water once again. This time, the brick-moving emperor smartly sent his supplies first. With 5 vehicle fragments and the special service area locator card in hand, Jiang Yi dispatched the waterproof tarp and other items as well. For the orange juice, please prepare a container. A mineral water bottle or a cup will suffice. I'll send it to you in an hour. Jiang Yi was unconcerned that this might reveal his water condensation device. He intended to sell mineral water and beverages in bulk later on, a fact that would be obvious to the discerning eye. The brick-moving emperor said nothing further, simply delighting in the exchange and sending over an empty bottle. After completing the transaction with the brick-moving emperor, Jiang Yi set up a link in the trading hall. Besides allowing direct trades between players, the hall also featured a store-like trading option. "Please name your shop," the system prompted. Jiang Yi pressed the button for an automatically generated name. Shop name, Everlasting Department Store, confirm. Jiang Yi clicked confirm. After confirming, the first item he listed was purified water, with 3 tiers for exchange. 1,500 milliliters for basic materials, such as 10 screws or 5 wooden planks. 3,500 milliliters for 6 steel plates or glass. The quantities and types of materials exchanged calculated according to specific ratios. The third tier included links for orange juice, cola, and Sprite, which would only accept special materials or items for trade, requiring communication with Jiang Yi to finalize the transaction. After setting up the link, Jiang Yi found it somewhat cumbersome. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out, "Brother Iron Anvil." "I'm here, brother," the voice of Iron Anvil replied. "Can you see the content in the trading hall?" "It seems I can," Iron Anvil replied. As he tested it and confirmed he could view what Jiang Yi had uploaded in the trading hall. "What about the information from other players?" "It seems to be possible as well." The Anvil then spoke up. "All right, then I'll leave the trading to you." "No problem. Just find me some iron ingots. A day without forging makes me restless." The Anvil readily agreed, as his daily routine consisted of accompanying Jiang Yi on drives, engaging in conversation, managing the trading hall, and engaging in a battle of wits with various players, haggling which he found quite entertaining. After giving his instructions, Jiang Yi specifically cautioned, "By the way, my friend, refrain from saying anything peculiar during transactions. Just conduct them normally. It's best to blacklist those who try to exploit or manipulate morally." "No problem, you can count on me." Though a slight unease lingered in his heart, Jiang Yi had no better option but to place his trust in Brother Anvil. Exiting the chat channel, Jiang Yi found himself in possession of a green special positioning card. The holographic display revealed, Level 1 Special Service Area Positioning Card. Description: upon use, players can refresh a designated Level 1 Special Service Area. Level 1 Special Service Areas include Honey Therapy Center, Community Library, Community Hospital, Strong Fitness Center, Blue Sky Kindergarten, Harmony Senior Care Home, Level 1 Resource Recycling Station, Level 1 Monster Shop. The holographic screen showcased a plethora of service area names, far exceeding Jiang Yi's expectations. However, he was certain that the Daydream Pavilion was not among them, as its level would be significantly higher than that of a Level 1 service area. Jiang Yi had visited the Honey Therapy Center before, although he was quite familiar with the Brown Bear shopkeeper, and the goods were reasonably priced. It wasn't what he needed at the moment. With the beginner's adaptation period coming to an end, Jiang Yi needed to stockpile other resources. With that thought, he naturally dismissed the community library, hospital, fitness center, kindergarten, and other such locations, as they seemed to have very specific purposes. Making it difficult to ascertain what he might obtain, it was safer to avoid them. Jiang Yi's gaze lingered on the Level 1 Resource Recycling Station and the Level 1 Monster Shop, his expression betraying some hesitation. Both the recycling station and the shop appeared to be excellent options, yet he could only choose one. Jiang Yi found himself in a quandary. From the information he had gleaned from the Brown Bear shopkeeper, quality inspectors typically took 15 of the goods for quality checks, which was essentially a commission. However, considering the persona he had established in the therapy center, as well as his unique position as the sole human quality inspector, Jiang Yi did not intend to follow the 20 commission rate. It would be preposterous. What if other inspectors had organizations backing them? Being a lone operator, if he took such a large cut, it might diminish goodwill with these shop owners or lead to issues with quality inspections, resulting in more harm than good. Even so, both the recycling station and the shop promised substantial profits. Jiang Yi speculated that the former might offer a wider variety of resources, while the latter could provide higher quality items. Perhaps there would even be tools or items he could use later on. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi pursed his lips and ultimately decided, "All right, I'll go here." Chapter 47. The Arrival of Brothers. After efficiently handling the last wooden treasure chest, Jiang Yi opted to utilize a special service area positioning card, designating the service area as a Level 1 resource recycling station. While the provisions in the shop could be anticipated, the resources at the recycling station might harbor unexpected delights. The sky grew increasingly overcast, yet Jiang Yi's spirits remained remarkably buoyant. He activated the forklift, and upon the positioning card taking effect, a new fork in the road materialized on the left side. You have used a Level 1 Special Service Area Positioning Card. Chosen service area, Level 1 Resource Recycling Station. Please note, entry to the Resource Recycling Station requires the payment of 2 car coins. Failure to pay may trigger a forced resource recovery event. 2 car coins. A forced resource recovery? It was no surprise that the brick-moving emperor of the human race had not personally chosen a service area. Most service areas necessitated car coins for entry, while a few, such as kindergartens and nursing homes, evoked a peculiar sentiment that deterred players from taking risks. Jiang Yi's car coins were primarily accrued through system rewards or achievements, as well as from service areas. During the novice adaptation phase, not all players were afforded such fortune. 2 car coins, Jiang Yi murmured with a twinge of regret, his fingers stretched out reminiscent of a bedridden patient. In just 2 days, Jiang Yi's assets had fluctuated dramatically. The considerable sum of 375 car coins had not instilled a sense of wealth in him, but rather made him more frugal. Brother Anvil, seemingly oblivious, pretended not to hear Jiang Yi's lament. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yi retrieved a crystal card from his pocket and steered the forklift towards the fork in the road. This place truly lived up to its name as a resource recycling station. Even from a distance, an unusual odor wafted through the air. This peculiar scent was neither sour nor foul, but an amalgamation of diverse aromas: gasoline, machinery, acidity, and foulness, all forcibly masked by disinfectants and cleaning agents. The smell assaulted Jiang Yi's senses, causing his stomach to churn. Damn it, he needed a mask. Unfortunately, he had yet to procure such an item. Neither Jiang Jiansheng nor Jiang Pa Pai would intentionally venture into the trading hall at this moment to make an exchange. After contemplating for 3 seconds, Brother Anvil suddenly flickered violently. Because Jiang Yi, akin to a sudden fit, inhaled a sharp, acrid breath of air. This inhalation lasted for 3 seconds. Brother? Brother Anvil was filled with confusion. Brother, are you all right? As the sourness engulfed him, Jiang Yi's face turned a shade of green, and he replied solemnly, I'll adapt. It's necessary for work. No need to be squeamish. Brother, do you have a penchant for self-torment? Brother Anvil thought to inquire. Yet, he concluded that Jiang Yi was not, in fact, masochistic. He was simply a madman, allowing the pungent air to traverse his nostrils and seeing no detriment to his health. Jiang Yi concluded that this substance did not qualify as toxic gas. As long as it wasn't tea poison, what harm could there be in taking a few breaths? Within the service area, there were peculiar creatures at work. If they could manage, what reason could there be for humans to falter? Perhaps it was the noxious fumes. Oh no. The stench had simply been inhaled too deeply. Now, Jiang Yi exhibited an unexpected calmness. The forklift advanced steadily until it was halted by a barrier. A luminous screen illuminated with the message, pending payment, 2 vehicle coins. Please select your payment method. Jiang Yi presented his crystal card, and upon recognition, the screen deducted 2 vehicle coins, leaving him with a total of 373. He parked his vehicle as he intended to venture further inside, when suddenly a voice called out, prompting him to glance around. Hey, look down. Jiang Yi lowered his gaze, spotting a neatly adorned duckbill cap. Ah, there was a person here. He followed the instructions and parked his vehicle, and soon a figure emerged from behind the resource recovery station, revealing a creature that appeared to be a mole, its height reaching only to his waist. Strangely enough, it seemed somewhat familiar to Jiang Yi. He felt as though he had encountered it before. Initially, the mole had been nonchalantly attending to the players who wandered in, but upon recognizing Jiang Yi, who had participated in the duel at the Daydream Pavilion, its demeanor shifted. The mole nearly dropped its sunflower seeds in surprise. Your seeds? Jiang Yi kindly offered the seeds he had caught, smiling amiably. Maintaining politeness in the service area was essential for fostering goodwill, a principle Jiang Yi adhered to fervently. However, the mole paid him no heed. Instead, it flung the seeds aside and bolted. Jiang Yi was left bewildered, covered in a shower of seeds. What was happening? Look out. The quality inspector is coming. The mole shouted as it fled, its expression portraying sheer terror, as if the inspector were a fearsome beast. Oh dear. This cunning human has obscured the quality inspector's badge beneath another title, allowing them to slip in unnoticed. How utterly despicable and deceitful. The mole sprinted away, and after a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Yi followed suit. As the mole dashed ahead, it glanced back in alarm, nearly leaping from fright at the sight of Jiang Yi's expression, which was one of exuberant delight, bordering on mischievousness. Brother, tone it down, you're scaring me, the mole exclaimed, its voice trembling. Jiang Yi licked his lips, sensing the potential for valuable treasures ahead. The mole's fear of the inspector could not stem from worry about causing harm. Rather, Jiang Yi surmised 2 possibilities. Either there was a wealth of resources here, or numerous substandard items awaiting inspection. Regardless, he was undoubtedly in the right place. Chapter 48. Heaven. The mole raced ahead while Jiang Yi pursued from behind, both seemingly unable to take flight. Hey, slow down a bit. I can't keep up. Jiang Yi shouted. The mole glanced back, noticing Jiang Yi's tall stature and long legs, which allowed him to close the distance in mere strides. Tears welled up in the mole's eyes. Don't come any closer. I'm coming. Jiang Yi replied defiantly. The mole, dizzy from running, suddenly spotted other moles. similarly clad in caps and overalls, emerging from either side. Quick, quick, shut the door. The mole cried out. Don't shut it. Jiang Yi echoed. Perhaps taken aback by Jiang Yi's tone, the group of little moles hesitated for a moment. What are you fools? If you don't shut the door, you'll lose your seeds. The mole shouted in despair. A few of the seemingly less intelligent moles exchanged glances, finally grasping the authority of their leader's words, and began to hurriedly close the gate. A massive iron gate loomed at the entrance of the recycling station, its gears clattering as it descended rapidly. In the frenzy of their escape, the mole tripped and ultimately tumbled through the gate just in time. A thunderous crash ensued, sending dust swirling. Cough, cough. The mole waved his hands to disperse the falling dust, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. That quality inspector didn't let me in, did he? Damn. This guy nearly killed me. Boss. Another mole exclaimed in terror. Panic surged in the mole leader's heart as he instinctively turned towards the voice. To his astonishment, he saw Jiang Yi, positioned like a superhero, low to the ground, emerging from inside the gate. This sight was no different from encountering a ghost for the mole leader. With his fists pressed against his face, he exclaimed, "How did you get in here?" Jiang Yi stood up, dusting off his hands and clothes with a grin. "Just like you, I rolled in." In that critical moment, as the enormous iron door was about to descend, Jiang Yi had not hesitated. He executed a somersault, slipping through the narrow gap of barely 30 centimeters. Had he been even a second slower, he might have been crushed beneath that iron door. The mole leader's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for several seconds. Was it truly worth risking one's life just to enter his own recycling station? This was a bit excessive indeed. Yet, recalling how Jiang Yi had boldly faced the level 20 Dreamer legendary craftsman Oko during their first duel in the Dreamland arena, the mole leader reconsidered. For Jiang Yi, this was likely just another day. As he steadied his racing heart, he silently cursed. Damn, this world is indeed fearful of madmen. Inside the hall of the recycling station, Jiang Yi stood facing a group of moles. The moles, clad in work uniforms, stood behind their leader, brandishing pitchforks, pickaxes, gloves, and brooms, as if preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi maintained a steady smile, discreetly surveying the environment of the recycling station. The interior was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. The predominant colors of the hall are green and white. Aside from the tools held by the moles, all other tools are meticulously categorized and stored, each adorned with a green label and corresponding identification number. In the center of the recycling station's platform, there exists a screen akin to that within the Daydream Pavilion, displaying a new message. Perishable food. Instant noodles 300 entered the resource recycling station. Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Perishable food, instant noodles. Each word seemed to strike directly at Jiang Yi's heart. But that was not the end. Abandoned road materials. Recyclable steel plates 20, discarded tripod tables 1, a stool with an extra leg 1, discarded folding spring mattresses 2, broken glass 30. Entered the resource recycling station. Perishable food. 100 meat floss breads with 3 days until expiration, slightly spoiled sweet oranges 100 from the Daydream Pavilion. And 50 soda crackers with half a month until expiration entered the resource recycling station. One message after another was broadcasted, and the mole leader's eyes brightened further upon spotting the humans across from him, even more dazzling than the scanning spotlights of the recycling station. This is problematic. The mole leader resembled a hapless farmer, gnashing his teeth and clutching a shovel, futilely standing before his meager possessions. Boss, how do we purchase these items? Damn quality inspector. This time, I absolutely cannot give you everything. Purchase? Both parties froze in confusion. Jiang Yi paused his hand-rubbing gesture. All for us? Which us are you referring to? Just you quality inspectors? The mole leader instinctively replied. Jiang Yi realized the mole leader might have misunderstood and waved his hand, explaining. I and the other quality inspectors are not, from the same company. We are unrelated to them. The mole leader appeared bewildered. Not from the same company? Indeed. When Jiang Yi entered, he had concealed his quality inspector badge beneath the emblem of the Daydream Pavilion. After all, he recalled that when he first entered the Honey Therapy Pavilion, the Brown Bear manager had lowered his favorability upon seeing his badge. To avoid such a situation, Jiang Yi had chosen to hide it. Now, however, he allowed his quality inspector badge to be visible, displaying only his name without any affiliation to other companies. The mole leader squinted at it for a while, and considering their height difference, Jiang Yi kindly lowered his body by resting his hands on his knees. The mole leader leaned in for a closer look and indeed confirmed he was an independent quality inspector. Are you truly unrelated to the Elephant Quality Inspection Company? Elephant Quality Inspection Company? The inspectors in this game are elephants? Jiang Yi noted this intriguing detail, affirming there was indeed no connection. As these words left his lips, Jiang Yi observed the mole leader's entire demeanor seemed to relax somewhat. The other moles exchanged glances, chattering excitedly, setting down their tools, and began to curiously scrutinize Jiang Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ponder the extent of oppression that this so-called Elephant Quality Inspection Company had inflicted. Why was it that the proprietors of these service areas reacted in such a manner upon seeing the inspectors? The mole leader scratched his head and inquired, "So, what did you just say about purchasing?" Jiang Yi replied candidly, "If I conduct a random inspection, I will take away 10 of the goods. As for other items, such as near-expiry food and discarded materials, I wish to procure them from you, the proprietor." The figure of 10 was a ratio Jiang Yi had contemplated on his way. 20% was indeed excessive. On one hand, it would hinder his efforts to enhance goodwill, and on the other, as an independent inspector without corporate backing, such a demand carried its own risks. The resistance displayed by the moles today further corroborated this notion. A 10 take would allow him to acquire goods while simultaneously fostering goodwill. The only concern was whether this would lead to detrimental competition with the original Elephant Quality Inspection Company. However, considering that the inspection company only interacted with the service area merchants and posed minimal threat to his position, Jiang Yi felt reassured. In this world, achieving a perfect balance is a rare feat. To attain something, one must be prepared to embrace the associated risks. 10. The mole leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Jiang Yi affirmed with a nod. Mole leader's goodwill increased by 10. Current goodwill, 5. Upon uttering his affirmation, Jiang Yi immediately noticed the mole leader's goodwill had surged by 10. Although his earlier confrontation had reduced it by 5, it was gratifying to see a positive number emerge. 10% was, in fact, merely half of the original inspection ratio. Furthermore, despite having initially set a 20 threshold for quality inspections, the inspectors typically took whatever they desired whenever they arrived, which was why he had stated that he would no longer provide them with goods. Once the randomly selected items were prepared, they would simply need to be delivered to my inspection vehicle. The remaining goods I would purchase with game currency, Jiang Yi declared. In the ensuing moments, Jiang Yi wasted no time and promptly instructed the mole leader to organize his fellows to bring forth the items for inspection. These items were, in essence, compressed blocks of materials. As Jiang Yi gazed at these blocks, his heart ached, nearly solidifying into a tangible form. These were precious resources. Before being transformed into blocks, they might have been instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, tables, chairs, and beds. Thus, the task of the recycling station was to process the materials intended for recovery into blocks, which could then be fed back into the system, decomposing them to obtain new energy and earn game currency, correct? Jiang Yi inquired, his heart heavy as he looked at the blocks. Chapter 49. A Bountiful Harvest, Part 1. Indeed, replied the mole leader, standing beside Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi mused to himself, this game profits from both ends. Players earn game currency while the monster NPCs must toil to acquire it. Meanwhile, the system, by merely dispensing game currency, reaps the time, energy, and even lives of both players and NPCs. Indeed, this set of rules proves applicable in any context. How much can one block be sold for in-game currency? Jiang Yi asked once more. 3 game currency, came the response. Only 3. Jiang Yi gazed upon the 1-meter square block, which had been delivered to the vicinity of the quality inspection vehicle by the industrious moles via a conveyor belt. At the end of the conveyor lay the processing area. How much material coalesces into a single block? This largely depends on the specific nature of the materials. For items nearing expiration, approximately 20 to 30 would be required to form one block, the mole leader stated candidly. This matter did not pertain to any confidentiality concerns. 20 to 30? Jiang Yi felt a pang of sympathy. The prices of food in the trading hall had remained exorbitantly high, and the realization that it took such a number of near-expiry items to form a single block, which could be sold for 3 vehicle coins, was nothing short of outrageous. An idea sparked in Jiang Yi's mind as he snapped his fingers and directly addressed the mole leader, saying, "How about this, boss? Take me to the processing area for a quick look?" The mole leader hesitated momentarily, remarking that this was against protocol. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a white card materializing in the palm of Jiang Yi's right hand. With a smile, Jiang Yi remarked, "It's merely a glance. You know how curious humans are about everything." As he spoke, he activated the crystal card, revealing a prominent number, 5, on its surface. The mole leader blinked in astonishment, feeling hesitant about the situation. Suddenly, the number transformed into a 6. "Children," the mole leader called out, "bring the esteemed quality inspector to the processing area. The inspector wishes to examine the equipment." "Excellent," Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Soon, he found himself surrounded by the moles, who warmly escorted him into another room. The exterior of the room appeared unremarkable, but upon opening the door, which seemed less than 1.5 meters wide, a vast expanse, nearly devoid of a ceiling, unfolded before Jiang Yi's eyes. The sky seemed to be riddled with countless openings, as 8 or 9 conveyor belts cascaded resources from above, depositing them layer by layer upon the ground. There were mountains of bucket instant noodles and soft loaves of bread that resembled clouds. On the other side, materials intermingled with steel, templates, and dilapidated furniture. Heaven, a veritable paradise. Were it not for the presence of the moles, Jiang Yi would have already begun filling his backpack. The anvil heard the audible gulp from Jiang Yi's throat, prompting him to exclaim, "Boss, are these for sale? How much?" The mole leader followed Jiang Yi's gaze, surveying the items with skepticism. "Do you truly wish to buy these? They are deemed unrecoverable by the system." "Buy?" Jiang Yi asserted with unwavering resolve. "I would spend my entire fortune to acquire them. However, these must be recycled. Otherwise, I cannot fulfill my quota," the mole leader replied, looking troubled. "Quota?" Jiang Yi countered. "What is the purpose of your quota, and what do you stand to gain?" Vehicle coins," the mole leader replied. "Then, if you sell the processed materials to me, what will you gain?" "Also vehicle coins," the mole leader admitted after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, since both paths ultimately converge, it would be entirely feasible for you to sell to me. This way, you and your little mole offspring could labor less and indulge in more sunflower seeds." Upon hearing the mention of sunflower seeds, the eyes of the other moles sparkled with excitement. "Sunflower seeds." The human said we could enjoy more sunflower seeds. The mole leader remained resolute. However, aside from the currency, the workload was also a significant criterion for ranking. "Ranking?" Jiang Yi countered. "Who determines your ranking?" "The quality inspector." The mole leader uttered these words, and upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Jiang Yi's face, he finally grasped Jiang Yi's intentions. A switch of hands. Profiting from the price difference. The mole leader hesitated. Jiang Yi pressed on. "If you process a batch of 20 to 30 near-expired goods and condense it into a cube, you would earn 3 currency units. How about this? For the same quantity, I shall offer you 5. 5. The remainder, which I do not desire, you could continue to process into cubes and sell in the system, thus allowing you to earn even more while ensuring a certain workload. What do you think? And what about the ranking?" The mole leader did not forget this pivotal question. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, retreating to advance. "You know that quality ratings are limited." "Nonsense. He has no company, so where does the limit come from? As long as the profits are substantial and the quality remains reasonable, he could award excellent ratings to all the anomalies." The mole leader nodded, indicating his understanding of the limited nature of quality ratings. While observing the mole leader's expression, Jiang Yi realized he had guessed correctly once again and said, "As long as the basic quality meets the standards, it is quite negotiable regarding the ratings." "Understood," the mole leader murmured. Inside the recycling station, the chattering moles fell silent, aware that it was time for their leader to make a decision. The little mole's eyes darted about, and Jiang Yi was curious to see the outcome, but restrained himself. With his left hand in his pocket, he assumed an air of nonchalance. The mole leader contemplated for a few seconds, earnestly gazed at Jiang Yi, and finally declared, "All right, it's a deal. It's done." Chapter 50, A Bountiful Harvest, Part 2. After the mole leader spoke, he immediately approached an area stacked with instant noodles, extending his claws to reveal approximately 30 buckets of instant noodles. "These, for 5 currency units." Jiang Yi struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising in a smile, and nodded, "No problem." However, the mole leader did not stop there. He rummaged through a nearby pile of small bread rolls and produced about 10 of them, stating they were complimentary. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly, taken aback. "I know what you intend. These must be quite precious to the players, right?" In response to the mole leader's inquiry, Jiang Yi did not evade but nodded affirmatively. This was an undeniable fact. I agreed to our transaction, but it is not solely for the price difference of 2 currency units. The mole leader inferred with a knowing glance at Jiang Yi. Oh, is it for the quality rating? The mole leader shook his head, replying earnestly, I see great potential in you. Jiang Yi exclaimed, genuinely surprised that it was for his own benefit. I witnessed your performance in the Dream Pavilion competition. You undoubtedly possess the potential to surpass other players. The Mole King stated earnestly. Jiang Yi was somewhat astonished, realizing that the Mole King had indeed observed his match. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with this mole. Was this a form of investment in himself? Jiang Yi pondered with a hint of peculiarity. His original intention was to cultivate goodwill with the service area proprietors for long-term investment, but unexpectedly, he found himself as a subject of investment as well. I agree to our transaction, and I can provide you with additional resources. However, dear Jiang Yi, the Mole King had taken to addressing him in a more endearing manner. You must promise that you will conduct the monthly quality inspections. Jiang Yi hesitated. It mattered little whether he participated himself. But if the Elephant Quality Inspection Company were to conduct their checks, he could hardly obstruct them. Seemingly sensing Jiang Yi's concerns, the Mole King hastily added, as long as the quality inspection emblem remains, a consistent inspector will be assigned for your sessions, so you need not worry about encountering different inspectors. Very well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt no further hesitation. At worst, as the inspection date approached each month, he could simply prepare the designated service area identification cards in advance. Excellent, it is settled. Seeing Jiang Yi's readiness, the Mole King's favorability surged by 10 points. With the terms and transaction established, Jiang Yi immediately commenced a large-scale procurement. Quality inspection? That can wait. I am quite busy. The little moles observed Jiang Yi's eyes gleaming with greed as he fixated on the pile of near-expiry food items. This, and this, I shall take them all. Jiang Yi pointed at the instant noodles of his apprentice, the black elephant, and Tangningren. Then with a sweeping gesture, he cleared the neatly arranged beverages prepared for disposal. Those, and those, I want them too. The little moles swiftly gathered all the requested supplies. However, gazing at the mountain-like heap of resources, Jiang Yi found himself in a predicament. Alas, my backpack and vehicle cannot accommodate all this. Jiang Yi had even stuffed 2 red bean buns into his pockets. As Jiang Yi fretted over this situation, the Mole King clapped a hand on his shoulder from behind, nearly causing Jiang Yi to execute a surprise shoulder throw. Oh no. A waste throw. Here, use this. A space stone. Although it lacks the refinement of a spatial storage card, it is specifically designed for recycling. And while it possesses no other notable advantages, it can hold a significant quantity. The Mole King handed over a moon-shaped stone. Jiang Yi accepted it, probing within. Discovering a vast space measuring 20 m by 20 m by 20 m, divided into 4 large compartments. While referred to as compartments, they were essentially rooms separated by tangible energy barriers. With this item, he could undoubtedly store a vast array of goods. Excellent. Jiang Yi reached for it, but found it too heavy to lift, glancing up. Mole King. 50 vehicle coins. Jiang Yi replied, agreed. I had thought it would be a gift for myself. 50 vehicle coins may seem substantial, yet Jiang Yi is no fool. He harbors no doubts about the intentions of the Mole King, who seeks a long-term partnership, opting to ensnare him with such a trivial sum. Moreover, the internal storage capacity of this spatial stone is indeed considerable. Once the spatial stone was acquired, Jiang Yi deftly directed his consciousness to fill it with supplies. He swiftly gathered 13 items of near-expiry food. Had it not been for the insufficiency of vehicle coins, he would have wished to load them all back. You have acquired 540 packets of instant noodles, remaining shelf life, 1 month. 100 packets of meat floss bread, remaining shelf life, 3 days. 60 packets of compressed biscuits, remaining shelf life, 1 month. 60 cartons of milk, remaining shelf life, 3 days. Duck bones, remaining shelf life, 15 days. Among the near-expiry food items, the majority Jiang Yi collected were instant noodles and compressed biscuits. The former is high in calories and rich in oil. Even past their expiration date, they merely surpass the taste period and remain perfectly edible. The latter provides fundamental nutrition. Both are exceptionally suited for stockpiling or resale. As for the meat floss bread, milk, and many other items, they were largely supplementary. To his delight, Jiang Yi also stumbled upon a selection of somewhat wilted vegetables and overripe fruits on the verge of decay, which he promptly collected. You have acquired 20 nearly rotting oranges, 30 half-wilted spinach, 15 spoiled watermelons full of seeds. After adjusting the static slots in his backpack, Jiang Yi selectively placed some of the items inside. Having completed the 7-day novice adjustment period, most individuals had acquired primarily convenience foods. With the poor physical condition of modern humans, consuming such fare would have long since wreaked havoc on their digestive systems. The prices for vegetables and fruits in the trading hall have consistently remained high. After thoroughly scouring the near-expiry food, Jiang Yi shifted his gaze to the discarded materials awaiting processing. Brother Anvil, can you remelt the discarded materials? Jiang Yi inquired inwardly. If possible, this would be a windfall. Indeed. However, I require a crafting table and a furnace. With the crafting table at hand, Jiang Yi wondered if there was a furnace available. A furnace? The Mole King glanced at the little moles. The little moles hung their heads, exchanging glances until one, adorned with a bow on its tiny head, piped up in a youthful voice. I know where there is a furnace. All eyes turned towards him. Jiang Yi stepped forward eagerly. Where? The little mole extended its arms, and for a moment, Jiang Yi hesitated, casting a glance at the Mole King, who offered no objections. Tentatively, Jiang Yi reached out, mimicking a gesture of embrace. As anticipated, the little mole promptly nestled into his arms. Jiang Yi lifted it up, and the little mole turned, exclaiming, "Over there, brother." All right. Jiang Yi cradled the little mole and proceeded in a specific direction. The soft body of the little mole felt akin to holding a child. Upon reaching a corner of the processing room, Jiang Yi indeed spotted an overturned furnace, abandoned redstone energy furnace. Description: in its prime, it was a fine furnace, but regrettably, it fell victim to a foolish smelter and subsequently exploded. May heaven be devoid of foolishness. Note: utilizing the advanced crafting table carries a certain probability of repair. Jiang Yi blinked, for it was the first time he encountered such derogatory phrases within the description displayed on the screen. The resentment of this energy furnace appeared to run deep. However, the advanced crafting table was precisely what he needed. He could certainly give it a try. Chapter 51, A Bountiful Harvest, Part 3, Setting the Little Mole Down on the Ground. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 pieces of dried tangerine peel candy from his pocket and offering them to the little mole. The mole accepted them with both hands, its large eyes unblinking as it gazed at Jiang Yi, beaming sweetly. Thank you, big brother. Approval rating of the mole leader, 3. Current approval rating of the mole leader, 18. To his surprise, the approval rating had increased by 3. It seemed that the mole leader held its little ones, or rather its family, in high regard. Jiang Yi placed his hands on his knees, his tone softening further. Thank you for guiding me. You are truly clever. Hee. The little mole, flattered by Jiang Yi's praise, turned a rosy shade and scurried behind the other moles. Yet, it peeked out from behind them, curiously observing Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose, straightened his back, and began his work. He was immensely grateful that he had not given up on exercising over the past week, combined with the honey and various titles. His strength and physical attributes had significantly improved. Otherwise, he might not have been able to lift this discarded redstone energy furnace. With a shout, Jiang Yi hoisted the furnace onto the conveyor belt. This furnace was originally among the discarded items, and the mole leader charged him nothing extra, allowing him to send it via the conveyor to the quality inspection vehicle. Inside the quality inspection vehicle, a considerable number of blocks awaited inspection. The space was quite cramped, forcing Jiang Yi to hop as he moved about. With a clang, the vehicle's door shut. Approaching the inspection station, he glanced at the anvil in the corner. Brother, I leave it in your capable hands. Not a problem, the anvil replied readily. For the time that followed, Jiang Yi relinquished control of his consciousness to the anvil. Having learned from their previous experience, their collaboration became increasingly harmonious. Throughout the process of operating the advanced crafting table, Jiang Yi also memorized some techniques and tricks, not out of suspicion or distrust. After all, the anvil and he were bound by soul, and a modicum of trust existed. However, Jiang Yi thought it prudent to be prepared for any eventuality, thus acquiring some skills would be beneficial. Operating the advanced crafting table required a certain level of mechanical knowledge, as well as an understanding of many rules and supernatural forces at play. Observing closely during the repair of the discarded redstone energy furnace, he noticed that the materials within the crafting table Specifically, the analysis of redstone and the omnidirectional power gripper were pivotal in the process. After a thorough analysis, he said, "Brother, I still require 2 steel plates and, a small piece of redstone." Redstone? Zhang Yi felt a slight headache. He had only heard of this material from Oko and had never encountered it in the resources he had mined or in the trading hall. It must be a high-grade material. If not, Oko's fur will suffice, the anvil mused after a brief pause. Zhang Yi, what material is the hair of Oko made of? Why can it be used in the forging of anything? However, it truly exists. Zhang Yi, with a peculiar expression, pulled out a few strands of orange-red hair from his pocket and explained, "Use it sparingly. This is what remained from our duel. Once it's gone, it's gone." His conversation with Oko had been restricted, and he would only have the opportunity to reconnect once he received a new order from the Daydream Pavilion. Not a problem, Zhang Yi declared as he observed the anvil, deftly tossing the 3 strands of orange hair onto the material analysis redstone. Main reaction components have been repaired. Reaction effect. Good. Moments later, the light screen displayed a message. Zhang Yi stared in astonishment at the words on the screen. Wow, it truly works. This defies logic. Redstone energy furnace under repair, 10, 20, 30, 100. Redstone energy furnace repair complete. Upon seeing the phrase repair complete, Zhang Yi's eyes widened with excitement. Thanks to the power of blocks, thanks to Oko's hair. Just as he was about to remove the redstone energy furnace, he noticed, "You have triggered the item mutation upgrade feature." Had he activated the item mutation feature again? Initially elated, Zhang Yi's heart raced with nervousness as he gazed at the light screen. Mutated fiery redstone energy furnace description. This is a legendary redstone energy furnace that has undergone 2 life and death experiences. It integrates cutting-edge redstone technology with the essence of the legendary craftsman Oko. Note, the rebirth experience and Oko's traits have rendered it somewhat volatile. Moreover, it has a penchant for singing. Every day at 6:10 a.m. and 6:00 p.m., it must sing, or it will transition from volatile to manic depression. Utilizing this energy furnace does not require filling with coal. However, it necessitates regular maintenance and care, with specific maintenance materials dependent on the furnace's wear and tear. New owners should pay attention to its well-being. Zhang Yi contemplated the lengthy description in silence. A furnace that could shift from volatile to manic? Why was everything around him so peculiar? He sighed, concluding that as long as it was functional, it was acceptable. Setting the fiery redstone energy furnace down from the crafting table, Zhang Yi began inspecting the blocks. With the advanced crafting table analyzing the material composition, Zhang Yi, now a quality inspector, was no longer just a counterfeit relying on his eyes and taste. After evaluating the block's dimensions, weight, and primary components, Zhang Yi ultimately deemed it satisfactory. An hour later, Zhang Yi finally opened the compartment. After an hour of labor, he felt considerably drained. His once relatively fresh hair now hung limply. Indeed, work was exhausting. With a weary voice, he announced, "Inspection complete." Upon hearing this, the moles, who had been gathered outside the quality inspection vehicle, swarmed around him, chattering eagerly about the inspection results. The mole leader shouted a few times, "Quiet, quiet." Yes. The mole leader approached Zhang Yi, rubbing his hands together, his face filled with anticipation. "So how is it, Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi, feeling drained, moved his leaden elbows and wrists and replied, "It's qualified. It can be rated for excellence." As the words fell, a splendid green metal descended from the heavens, landing before the Mole King. "Excellent. We have achieved excellence." The little moles chattered excitedly, encircling Zhang Yi in joyous celebration. This was their inaugural triumph in attaining such a commendation. Previously, no matter how diligently they toiled, they could only secure a good rating. To their astonishment, this time they had received an excellent evaluation. "Boss, boss, we have achieved excellence." They clamored, their voices filled with glee, eagerly anticipating the purchase of more sunflower seeds. All right, let us buy. The Mole King's face couldn't suppress the beaming smile that adorned it. Mole King's affection level, 5. Current affection level, 23. He cradled the small green metal in his hands as if it were a precious treasure, proudly pinning it to his chest. Observing the smiles of the little ones, Zhang Yi felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Leaning against the quality inspection cart, he took a moment to gaze before finally announcing, "Well, the quality inspection has concluded. I must take my leave." The total, including the space stones, amounts to 292 vehicle coins, correct? I shall transfer it to you. Upon hearing this, The Mole King instinctively gasped, "You're leaving already?" Jiang Yi responded with a gentle smile, affirming his departure. The Mole King cast a glance, feeling a touch of reluctance. Yet, Jiang Yi could not linger in the service area indefinitely. He had to move on. The little moles, upon realizing Jiang Yi's imminent departure, felt a pang of sadness. After all, he was one of the few who would engage with them, unlike other creatures who found their chatter bothersome and seldom interacted. "Let us have dinner together before you go. We can munch on sunflower seeds," urged the little moles, tugging at Jiang Yi's sleeve. Amused, Jiang Yi replied, "Humans can't be satisfied with that." The inquisitive little mole, intrigued, asked, "Then what do you eat, brother?" Jiang Yi hesitated momentarily. "Well, we should eat everything, including you." Glancing at the adorable expressions of the little moles, he decided against uttering such a chilling remark. At 5:45 p.m., Jiang Yi departed from the primary resource recycling station. The little moles who had come to see him off vanished from sight as he restarted the forklift, laden with cargo. The clouds above grew denser. The sun long vanished, as the day began its transition into night. Observing the dimming sky, Jiang Yi pressed the accelerator and set forth on his journey. Chapter 52. Acid Rain Border City. Exiting the novice adaptation period, it's time to change scenes. At 9:50 p.m., the highway was largely devoid of movement, with only a handful of weary players struggling onward due to insufficient mileage. Under the kaleidoscopic glow of lights, Jiang Yi had completed half an hour of exercise and was now entering the stretching phase. He had adapted well to the vibrant ambience of the dynamic light strips. They were undeniably radiant. Notably, before switching on the lights for the night, he first listened to a composition from his temperamental energy furnace. Let us put it this way. In peaceful times, hearing such discordant melodies could very well lead to dire consequences. It was utterly dreadful. Can you believe it? As soon as the furnace opened its mouth, it emitted the unmistakable voice of Oko. However, Jiang Yi had grown accustomed to it. After all, he had yet to encounter anything particularly normal thus far. He decided to endure it. Jiang Yi thought numbly while switching hands to stretch his arm. Habitually, he pondered that the supplies he had stockpiled would be put on the shelves tomorrow. On one hand, he felt utterly drained and lacked the inclination to think. On the other hand, he needed to observe the situation after the novice adaptation period to determine the pricing of his goods. Having completed his training, the clock struck 10 at night. The entire server's interface lit up. "Oh hey, oh dear novice players. It has been a while since you last heard the system's voice. Have you missed it? Player Your Wild King Rampant. Miss your mother. Player Your Wild King Rampant has been muted for 2 hours." Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. The sheer audacity of the banter was a delight. After a brief pause, confirming the mute status of Your Wild King Rampant, the system's voice resumed. "Ahem, back to business. The novice adaptation period, 7 days, has officially concluded. I trust that all players have familiarized themselves with the mechanics of road survival. A select few have even advanced ahead of you all, engaging with the meticulously prepared service areas and the monstrous merchants. I believe you must have had quite an enjoyable experience." But the system paused, adopting its familiar sarcastic tone. "You must admit, what you have encountered so far has been rather trivial, hasn't it? No challenge whatsoever. Easily within reach. Easily within reach. So, are you ready, novices? Tomorrow, under the bright sun, a new scene, Acid Rain Border Town, will be unveiled. This scene will last for an entire month. During this time, players will experience a drastically different, absolutely exhilarating life in road survival within Acid Rain Border Town. Please look forward to it." As soon as the system's message concluded, Jiang Yi witnessed a flurry of messages erupting in the chat channel, filled with exclamations and a myriad of "oh my gods." Player 0215, Acid Rain. This isn't just ordinary rain, is it? How on earth do we handle this? Player heart moves faster than action. A month-long duration. The 7-day novice adaptation period nearly exhausted me. How on earth will we survive for 30 days? Player Goddess Shoes. I drink water for 3 years. Damn it. This game has no intention of letting us live. What was that about a service area? Why haven't I encountered one? Player Goddess Shoes. I drink water for 3 years. What is a service area? Can someone share? What's inside? The mention of the service area briefly surfaced before being pushed down by other messages. It was amusing. How could information gathered through life and death encounters be so easily shared in the chat channel? Jiang Yi merely glanced at it and paid little mind. Most of the chat was filled with complaints, with a few speculating on the specifics and rules of Acid Rain Border Town. But aside from the literal interpretation of acid rain, they couldn't deduce much more. Jiang Yi was also deep in thought. Acid rain would most directly affect vehicles. The corrosive nature of acid rain implies that most players would need to reinforce their vehicles, for if their vehicles were damaged, it would almost signify the end of the road game. Furthermore, if reinforcement were necessary, the trading prices of fundamental materials, such as steel plates, would likely rise. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had stockpiled a considerable amount. It seemed that he would need to urge Brother Anvil to work overtime to reforge that batch of scrap materials. Beyond vehicles, Jiang Yi speculated that acid rain might also impact the supply of water and food, though he felt uncertain about this aspect. After all, most food and water on the roads were derived from treasure chests. Unless the acid rain affected the refresh rate and content of these chests, the impact would be minimal. This aspect was difficult to predict, and he would have to wait for tomorrow's developments. Setting aside the literal implications of acid rain, Jiang Yi paid particular attention to the concept of the border city. It was indeed a rather peculiar notion. After all, if one were merely driving on the road, the distinction between a city or a non-city held little significance for players, unless a new map were introduced. Vaguely, Jiang Yi recalled the outlines of a city shrouded in the white mist on either side of the road. Could that be the border city? Perhaps there were new maps hidden within the fog? As Jiang Yi pondered over the messages in the chat box, both Orange and the unclosable window sent him messages. Yet he could not provide them with definitive answers, simply suggesting they wait until tomorrow. Regarding the service area, he casually mentioned that entering and engaging within the service area would require spending vehicle coins. These two were, after all, long-term investment subjects for Jiang Yi, so sharing some intelligence with them was not unreasonable. As night deepened, the chat box continued to refresh rapidly. It was evident that the arrival of the new scene ignited a sense of tension among the players, leading them into wild speculations. Had it been before, Jiang Yi would have secretly cursed the system alongside everyone else. However, perhaps it was the abundance of resources that alleviated his anxiety, for he felt remarkably calm. To put it plainly, if he were to perish amidst the so-called acid rain in the border city while hoarding a house full of food and steel plates, it would only serve to affirm his ill-fated existence. Shaking his head, Jiang Yi cast aside his jumbled thoughts. Sleep. Only after a good night's rest could he muster the energy to face the new day. Chapter 53. Top 100 rankings at 6 in the morning, Jiang Yi awoke, startled by the incessant ticking above him. It was raining. He abruptly sat up, still shoeless, and was greeted by the screen flashing in his face. Congratulations, player. You have achieved the self-disciplined superhuman title and received the corresponding honor. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, quickly checking the explanation on the screen. Self-disciplined superhuman achievement. Description: hockey person, how is it that you can persist in daily workouts even during the novice adaptation period? How infuriating. Note: to achieve this accomplishment, one must persist for 7 days during the novice adaptation period, accumulating over 1 hour of exercise daily without interruption. Title of self-disciplined superhuman. Wearing this title grants an enhancement of 3 to strength, 3 to endurance, and 3 to agility. Entering the gym service area while adorned with this title increases the likelihood of enhancing the gym owner's favorability. Self-disciplined superhuman? Is that even possible? Jiang Yi meticulously compared the titles of self-disciplined superhuman and the cautious stubborn donkey. Both titles provide a boost of 3 to strength and 3 to endurance. Although the stubborn donkey offers slightly less agility enhancement, it possesses the effect of locking fatigue points, making it the superior choice at this stage. Jiang Yi chose not to change his title. Donning his shoes and raincoat, Jiang Yi boldly braced himself against a steel plate and opened the carriage. He cautiously extended a portion of the steel plate, and with a crackle, raindrops began to splatter upon it. The steel plate is undergoing erosion from acid rain. Durability is declining. After approximately 3 minutes, his palm began to ache, but upon visual inspection, he could discern no damage to the portion where raindrops had fallen. The durability was still under assessment. It appeared that the corrosive nature of the acid rain was not as severe as anticipated and remained within tolerable limits. Jiang Yi lowered the steel plate, feeling a sense of relief. Opening the chat channel, he noticed messages flooding in at an astonishing pace. Some individuals had been awake from last night until today. The trading hall's steel plates and other materials had been entirely sold out. There were even players quarreling due to one seller's rapid fingers, attempting to retract their sale. Player born to be king. Hey, brother. I was just about to take down my item. How did you manage to buy it immediately? I want to cancel the trade. Mountain and water. What is the problem? You listed it, I bought it. Player born to be king. I'm the seller. I want to cancel the order. What is wrong with that? Mountain and water. Shrug, shrug, shrug. I've already traded my item. If you can cancel the transaction, go ahead and try. Player born to be king. You. Jiang Yi quietly observed, feeling indifferent to such matters. To be frank, items listed in the trading hall are one-time deals. Retracting a transaction due to price increases or other reasons is not as simple as it seems. Moreover, this ID seemed somewhat familiar. Jiang Yi glanced at his notation. Player born to be king. Morality blackmailer 1. Ah, that morality blackmailer. Jiang Yi's memory was jogged. Wasn't he one of the two individuals who had previously urged him to share information? One was named Born to be King, and the other, Boundless Love. What a surprise it was to find him here, now attempting to retract a trade for resources. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue, disregarding the individual as he continued to await the system's announcement for the day. Just after 6:05, the messages in the chat channel seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, anticipating the new rules for the day. Virtual fireworks erupted on the screen as the system's voice resonated. Good morning, esteemed players. Today marks the inaugural day after the conclusion of the novice adaptation period. Are you not filled with excitement and joy? Have you felt the gentle whispers of acid rain caressing your spirit? The morning's acid rain is merely the first delightful surprise as you embark on your journey. Many more wonders await. Subsequently, our system will introduce a weather segment, encompassing today's forecast and temperature to further enrich your survival experience. A gentle reminder, within the acid rain-affected city, the majority of water and food resources have been eroded, posing potential dangers to your health if consumed. However, if you are a culinary enthusiast or possess a peculiar palate, feel free to indulge in this unique dining experience. Today's fog erosion rate stands at 20 kilometers per hour. Our system eagerly anticipates witnessing your expressions as you set forth on your journey. So prepare your rain gear and set off swiftly. Upon completion of the announcement, the chat channel fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt moments later. Countless players were muted, while many others succumbed to panic. The water and food resources had indeed been corrupted by the acid rain. The fog's erosion rate had doubled to 20 kilometers per hour. Survival seemed impossible. After outlining the new rules, the system offered no respite, unleashing a barrage of fireworks, though this time, the message was entirely different. Hey, the new rules have been articulated. Yet a summary of the previous game is also required. Our system has conducted a comprehensive evaluation of all players' performances during the novice adaptation period across the entire server and region. We are now ready to unveil the top 100 players of this area. Top 1. Player Melancholic French Fries, during the novice adaptation period, traveled a distance of 1,825 kilometers, earning a total of 930 vehicle coins, with a resource abundance rating of S. Top 2. Player Unease, during the novice adaptation period, traveled a distance of 3,500 kilometers, earning a total of 20 vehicle coins, with a resource abundance rating of C. Top 3. Player Thunder Z, during the novice adaptation period, traveled a distance of 300 kilometers, earning a total of 25 vehicle coins, with a resource abundance rating of C. Top 4. Player The Unclosing Window, during the novice adaptation period, traveled a distance of 150 kilometers, earning a total of 3 vehicle coins, with a resource abundance rating of D. Top 32. Player Your Wild King Rampant, during the novice adaptation period, traveled a distance of 200 kilometers, earning a total of 50 vehicle coins, with a resource abundance rating of C. As the IDs of the top 100 players were announced, it became evident that one individual's rating was strikingly distinct. Player Your Wild King Rampant exclaimed, "Goodness, it's the esteemed French fries again. 930 vehicle coins. An S rating for resource abundance. Did you rob monsters?" Player Good Luck Spray remarked, "Wow, I haven't even seen a shadow of a vehicle coin, and this esteemed player has already accumulated over 900. The total vehicle coins of the top 100 players combined might not even match theirs." Player Do Not Learn Economics lamented, "Alas, there are indeed disparities. The unclosable window of the player, what is it? That signifies the prowess of the elite. Do you comprehend?" The player's mother asserts that as long as the name is sufficiently lengthy, fools will follow suit. The unclosable window. Dare you claim it is not hanging? Damn it. Isn't it left ajar? He cannot dare to be the great little French fry. Thus he can only remain the unclosable window. The unclosable window of the player. Esteemed one, do not heed him. Take me along. I am easy to manage, a 187 centimeters muscular man. A splendid companion for both home and travel. The unclosable window of the player. A devoted admirer fervently adores, player Ginger. To the one above, is the Alita girl? What of your 187 centimeter stature? I am a charming, humorous, intelligent, and delightful young lady myself. The unclosable window suddenly realized, I must not disclose the revered one's identity, or my position as an admirer may be jeopardized. He promptly replied, the unclosable window of the player. I can accommodate both ways, you know, shyly. Upon reading this message, Jiang Yi let out an exclamation, a shiver coursed through him. Chapter 54, Grateful Prostration to the Elite, bowing. Upon seeing his name in the top 100, Jiang Yi was not particularly surprised. However, it was indeed a pleasant surprise to discover that the evaluations were calculated based on the earned car currency. After all, Jiang Yi had contemplated that this car currency might be a significant asset. Should such a settlement occur after the novice adaptation period, he pondered whether to retain some. Yet, most of his previous expenditures were essential, leaving little room for savings. Thus, the settlement based on earned car currency ultimately worked to his advantage. As Jiang Yi had speculated, during the novice adaptation period, mileage served as a crucial evaluative criterion. The top 10, even the top 30, boasted over 3,000 kilometers, which was rather unkind to Jiang Yi, who had idled on the first day without making any progress, and the disadvantaged speed of the electric forklift. Fortunately, the car currency and resources compensated for this shortfall. What took Jiang Yi by surprise were the other names on the leaderboard. That unrest he seemed to have encountered a few times. This fellow had been searching for his sister, and to rank second surely indicated some personal fortune. Then there was Thunder Z, an ID he also recognized. Following were your Wild King in the unclosable window. As for the latter, Jiang Yi felt compelled to re-evaluate this individual's luck rating, as they managed to secure the 12th position despite driving a fuel-consuming vehicle and expending numerous resources on gasoline. Truly the embodiment of a fortunate soul. As for Wild King, Jiang Yi found it perplexing. It seemed their vehicle was a skateboard. How could a skateboard traverse such distances? Moreover, with the map now transformed into acidic rain, how could one manage with a skateboard? Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds, ultimately concluding that everyone possesses their unique methods of survival. Aside from these individuals, the morally coercive born to be king also secured a commendable rank at top 42, a position not to be underestimated. Memorizing the names on the leaderboard, Jiang Yi promptly disregarded those in the chat channel who subtly hinted at him or directly addressed him. His private chat channel was erupting with notifications, an incessant stream of little red dots emerging. Messages from strangers encompass a plethora of content. The majority consist of greetings and pleasantries, while a minority directly implores for assistance. They often beseech, "Oh, esteemed one, you possess such ample resources. Might you spare a little for us?" They invoke notions of a unified human front and the most fundamental empathy. In response to such messages, Jiang Yi typically opts to mute them. In times of shared survival, your absence was palpable, and during the distribution of resources, you shall certainly be absent as well. Assisting Orange was an act of compassion on his part, prompted by the memories it stirred within him. However, he harbors no such benevolence for others. As he cleared away the vexing messages, a new notification appeared. Congratulations. You have achieved the dual top 1 across all servers and regions. Would you like to make an announcement? An announcement will yield rich rewards. Jiang Yi chose to proceed with the announcement. Fireworks erupted, and the name Melancholic French Fries once again graced the screen prominently. Congratulations to the player Melancholic French Fries from the Dragon Nation's 189th District, 99th Sub-District, for attaining the coveted top 1 across all servers. Below are the evaluation records. A flurry of records emerged from every direction, ensuring that no matter what players might be engaged in, be it dining, exercising, accelerating, or even using the restroom, they would be enveloped in a 360-degree display of the content. Seeing the screen filled with the name Melancholic French Fries, Jiang Yi felt a desire to cover his face. He was not inherently socially anxious. Many considered him a social maverick, which is why he chose to live stream and record videos. However, such overwhelming publicity was difficult to endure. Jiang Yi's ears tinged with a hint of crimson. And with the carriage empty, he resolved to pretend it was unnoticed. Wow, brother, that's impressive, Jiang Yi exclaimed. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Iron anvil. Iron anvil trembled slightly. What? When did you learn such phrases? Jiang Yi was vexed, feeling as though his earnest and simple-minded companion had fallen victim to the vulgarities of society. Iron anvil chuckled. I picked it up from the chat channel. You mustn't use it recklessly, especially during transactions, Jiang Yi admonished. I know. I have my boundaries, Iron Anvil assured him. I treat everyone in transactions with patience and kindness. Trust me, brother. Skeptically, Jiang Yi opened the trading hall, only to find that the reviews for his store, Everbright Supermarket, were indeed overwhelmingly positive, with several praising the reasonable prices and amiable service, which eased his concerns slightly. After broadcasting the records, the system, with its familiar sardonic tone, remarked, Did the novices see that? Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be greater than that between humans and pigs. Ding. You have received a complaint from Pig Young Master 1. The message appeared fleetingly before vanishing. Had Jiang Yi not been fixated on the screen, he might have doubted his perception. The system paused momentarily, feigning nonchalance. Regardless, let us all extend our gratitude to the novice players of Dragon Nation's 189th District, 99th Sub-District for their esteemed top 1 player, Melancholic French Fries, as the collective mediocrity of the players has bestowed a district-wide reward upon you all. In the Dragon Kingdom's 189th region, 99th Subdivision, players have been awarded 500 milliliters of pure water and 1 pack of compressed biscuits. The system's announcement has vanished, replaced by a full-screen exclamation mark. The top player in the entire server, the Melancholic Little French Fries, continues to elevate their prestige. This marks the 3rd server-wide announcement achieved by this esteemed player. Although the chat channels for the regional and world servers remain closed, the players in the 99th subdivision, unaware of the reactions from other subdivisions, nonetheless feel a sense of pride upon seeing the announcement on the screen. Furthermore, they have indeed reaped tangible benefits. In fact, the world chat has erupted with activity. Player Pink Bear exclaims, in the Dragon Kingdom's 189th region, 99th subdivision, Melancholic Little French Fries, 930 car coins. For the sake of clarity, no other languages will be used. Readers may translate as needed. Player Pink Bear continues, 930? Is that reasonable? How could it be so much? Player David adds, report this, it's deception, absolute deception. Player Old Sakura Code asserts, yes indeed. Deception. How could Dragon Kingdom possibly achieve top 1? Player Anastasia comments, is this the top player of Dragon Kingdom? Quite intriguing. Within the chat channel of the 99th public area, the sentiments are remarkably unified. Thank you, esteemed player. Bowing emoji. 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 Chapter 55. Practice makes perfect. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Yi exited the incessantly scrolling chat channel and returned to the main system screen. Indeed, the announcement rewards were displayed. Jiang Yi clicked to claim his prize. You have received server-wide announcement rewards. 2 golden treasure chests. 2 golden treasure chests? Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy. Alas, the luck card had already been utilized. Such fortune is rare. He had never encountered them in the trading hall. If only he had a luck card to accompany the 2 chests, he would surely obtain something remarkable. Jiang Yi promptly stored the 2 golden treasure chests within his space stone. It must be said, the resource recovery station's dedicated space stone is exceptionally useful. It can even be bound to Jiang Yi's unique ID, alleviating concerns about other players acquiring it. He hung the crescent-shaped space stone around his neck. He had no intention of opening the golden treasure chests just yet, as they might contain monsters, and without the luck card's enhancement, given that the external map had reset, Jiang Yi decided to proceed with caution. Now his next task was to link up with the previous wave. Jiang Yi returned to the chat channel, where the expressions of gratitude were still on display, but new messages had also emerged. Player Born to be King remarked, that should suffice, right? Player Born to be King continued, Melancholic Little French Fries, esteemed player, may I inquire about the method to acquire car coins? This item holds significant importance in survival games. If it could be shared, it would grant everyone the potential to acquire it. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, exclaiming, damn it, here we go again. Why don't you share it yourself? Haven't you also obtained 3 vehicle coins? Player 0716, 11 chimed in, Great One. Please take us along. Others harbored similar thoughts, but refrained from speaking out. Now, with the topic of Born to be King being raised, they eagerly echoed the sentiment. It is true that the esteemed player excels at leading others, but after all, what belongs to him remains his. He is wealthy, while they are financially constrained. Player your sweet potato. Hey, big brother little French fry, please teach us. If we could also acquire vehicle coins and resources, we would surely repay the Great One. Player your wild king unabashed. Those above, do not go too far. You just received all the resources won by the Great One, and now you turn around and engage in moral coercion? Your wild king unabashed did not hold back, bluntly revealing these individuals' intentions. Unable to contain his amusement, the player closed window chuckled and deleted the comments he had prepared, slapping his thigh in delight. Player Born to be King. Your wild king unabashed. Your words are excessive. Are you implying that we assume little French fry will not assist us, and we are engaging in moral coercion? On the road, balancing on a skateboard with a pale blue energy shield overhead, your wild king unabashed frowned at the messages from Born to be King. Player your wild king unabashed. I did not say that. Player your wild king unabashed. Are you so twisted in your interpretation that you have not developed your Wernicke's area? Or is half of your Broca's area missing? Player Born to be King. What do you mean by that? Player your wild king unabashed. Nothing much, just read more books. You fool. Jiang Yi smirked. This your wild king unabashed certainly appealed to him. The Wernicke's area is responsible for language comprehension, while the Broca's area governs language expression. Was the wild king perhaps a medical student? He chose to disregard Born to be King entirely, focusing on the public channel to type. Player melancholic little French fry. I will be placing a new batch of food, water, and basic materials in the trading hall. Those in need may come to purchase. After sending the message, Jiang Yi promptly attached the link he had prepared the previous evening. The system had indicated that resources such as food and water would be notably scarce in this scenario, so Jiang Yi did not stock too much, retaining a significant amount for himself. Most items were perishable, needing consumption within a short time frame. He only listed 50 units of instant noodles and compressed biscuits each. He had no intention of making a one-time sale. The acid rain border town is set to last for 30 days. It was clear that prices would only escalate. Initially, Jiang Yi intended to create some anticipation for the store. After sending the message, no one replied, as nearly everyone had flooded into the trading hall, eagerly waiting. They swiftly searched for the ID of the melancholic little French fries, and many were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the store name that appeared. Aeon Department Store, the name of the illustrious merchant. What an infuriatingly mundane title. Player I promise you a lifetime of prosperity remarked. One must admit, both the ID of the magnate and the name of the store are exceedingly unexpected. Player Teddy Baby concurred. The unclosing window let out a soft snort, inwardly musing. What do these people know? How could you possibly comprehend this cool, yet endearing human-machine sensation? Such tastelessness. While the unclosing window grumbled, their mind wandered back to the adorable emoticons shared by the magnate. Unbeknownst to them, the image of little French fries had increasingly merged in their mind with figures like Rei Ayanami, Saber, and Yukino Shida. As players engaged in banter, Jiang Yi's link had already been activated. 321 seconds gone. Player I promise you a lifetime of prosperity exclaimed, damn it, it's gone. Who got the instant noodles? Who snatched it away while the child was momentarily distracted? It's vanished. It's vanished. Player your wild king is unrestrained interjected, noob. Your wild king is unrestrained continued. Just practice more. A slight smile crept onto Wild King's lips. Just moments ago, he had swiftly seized 5 buckets of instant noodles, 3 compressed biscuits, and 4 steel plates. This was accomplished through the exchange of 3 vehicle upgrade fragments and 2 screws. Although 3 vehicle upgrade fragments may seem plentiful, Wild King understood that the prices of food would only escalate from here on. The current price set by Little French Fries was entirely reasonable. Moreover, judging by the displayed goods, the magnate likely had more stock. It was indeed necessary to establish a good rapport with the magnate in advance. Chapter 56. Are you insane? However, was the magnate collecting vehicle upgrade fragments? Wild King pondered silently. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi had completely disengaged from messaging. After half a minute of operation, he opted for a relaxed approach, leaving everything to the anvil. Indeed, responding to private messages remained as laborious as ever. In contrast, The anvil enthusiastically assisted him in replying to messages with the fervor of a tempest obliterating a tree stump, akin to Optimus Prime encountering a transformer, filled with passion and delight. Relishing the back and forth, oblivious to the taste of the bygone Shuhan era. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Yi resumed his focus on the main screen, where notifications of successful transactions continuously appeared. Transaction successful. You have received 3 vehicle upgrade fragments, 2 screws. Transaction successful. You have received 1 vehicle upgrade fragment, 2 glasses. Transaction successful. You have received 1 vehicle upgrade fragment. Transaction successful. You have received 1 car coin. Jiang Yi primarily accepted vehicle upgrade fragments, car coins, and a few essential materials for upgrades. Aside from these transactions, several private messages had been brought to light by the anvil. Bro, there's a guy named Wild King who offers some decent items. Take a look. The anvil called out in his consciousness. Wild King? Jiang Yi's interest was piqued. Upon opening the private chat channel, he promptly disregarded the sycophantic overtures and focused on the friend request from the audacious player, known as Wild King. Esteemed one, might you grant me a place on your friends list? Wild King implored. If you happen to have provisions, water, or the like, could I be prioritized? I can exchange vehicle upgrade fragments for them. Rest assured, I possess an ample supply of vehicle upgrade fragments. Wild King continued fervently. Oh, esteemed one, do take a look at me. I am open to any offers, whether it be for swords or steel wool. Disregarding Wild King's last remark, Jiang Yi's mind was consumed by a singular phrase. I possess an ample supply of vehicle upgrade fragments. A notification appeared on the main screen. Player Melancholic Fries has approved your friend request. You may now chat. Startled, Wild King halted his skateboard. My goodness, the esteemed one has consented. He quickly opened the private chat channel, where Melancholic Fries had already sent a message. 10 buckets of instant noodles, 5 compressed biscuits, and 5 cups of 250 milliliters orange juice, cola, or Sprite. What do you offer in exchange? Jiang Yi's conversational style was typically succinct, yet upon reading the contents, Wild King nearly lost his composure. 10 buckets of instant noodles, orange juice, cola, or Sprite. Just how much stockpile is this? Is the S-rank supply level truly this formidable? It must be said that Wild King was somewhat naive. The system's S-rank designation was not solely based on quantity. Although the latter was indeed impressive, it primarily stemmed from the quality of resources. Jiang Yi was likely the first player in the entire server to have utilized both a high-level crafting table and a high-level energy refining furnace. 10 vehicle upgrade fragments. Would that suffice? Wild King proposed. Jiang Yi, ever succinct, agreed. Shortly thereafter, the 10 item fragments were promptly dispatched. It was refreshing to encounter someone straightforward, or perhaps someone brimming with confidence in their abilities. Jiang Yi nodded in approval as he sent over the materials, including 2 overripe oranges that were on the verge of spoiling. What are these 2 oranges? Wild King inquired. A gift for you, replied Melancholic Fries. They would rot anyway. Lacking sufficient inventory space, Jiang Yi contemplated briefly before adding coldly that should there be any further vehicle upgrade fragments or item cards, he could be approached. Resources are plentiful as well, Melancholic Fries confirmed. After meticulously typing the final period, Jiang Yi intended to conclude the conversation. However, a slip of his hand resulted in the unintended dispatch of a sticker featuring a Hello Kitty cat adorned with a peach-pink bow and dress, raising its chubby little hands with a speech bubble proclaiming, "Keep it up." Jiang Yi's expression blanked for a moment as he raised his hand, preparing to retract the message, only to inadvertently click delete. The dialog box fell into an eerie silence, with the other party continuously indicating they were typing. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated. What the hell is happening? Brother, what's wrong? Iron Anvil exclaimed, startled. The golden chest has opened, and monsters have spawned. Jiang Yi remained silent, his face a mask of contemplation. Who on earth invented this emoticon-based input method? It is truly a bane. Jiang Yi lacked the courage to reopen the chat box. Never mind, the trade was nearly complete. It was time to move on. Shaking his head, Jiang Yi attempted to erase his memory as if nothing had transpired. He approached the door of the inspection carriage once more and squatted down to retrieve the steel plate intended for testing. The surface of the steel plate showed little change. The holographic display indicated steel plate's current durability is continuously declining. Remaining usable time is being assessed. Assessment complete. Current usable time is 23 hours and 12 minutes. 23 hours and 12 minutes? That means an average of 1 steel plate per day. Jiang Yi glanced at the nearby wooden board and iron block. Perhaps due to the differing properties of the materials, the wooden board's sustainability had diminished to 12 hours, while the iron block had a longer usable time of 18 hours remaining. After calculating the durability of various materials under the acid rain, Jiang Yi cautiously extended his hand, grimacing as he observed the pale yellow droplets fall onto his hand. Plop. You are suffering from acid rain erosion. Health is declining. The effect of acid rain on the human body actually resulted in a decrease in health. Jiang Yi quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a slight itch where the rainwater had landed, yet overall, it remained within tolerable limits. He shook his hand and winced. Compared to the novice adaptation period, the difficulty of the acid rain border scene had increased exponentially. No wonder there were explosive treasure chests in the last few days of the novice period. It was all about fattening the pig for slaughter. The chat channel was filled with requests for trading materials to modify vehicles. Many players, having previously amassed materials during the treasure chest frenzy, were now facing shortages. Others who had failed to secure materials in the trading hall turned to Jiang Yi, hoping he would release another batch. One player lamented, "Melancholic French fry, please save the children. Is there any more material to sell?" The child's hand speed was too slow, sobbing. Another player chimed in, "Melancholic French fry, please post another link." Yet another declared, "I wholeheartedly agree." A player, born to be king, added, "Melancholic French fry, indeed, your material abundance is rated S-class, creating a gap with the rest. You can hardly utilize all those materials yourself. You could easily trade them in the hall. Even if prices rise, we can understand." Now, what was most crucial was for everyone to help one another and overcome difficulties together, right? Melancholic French fry, a player with boundless love affirmed, "Yes, yes. We can accept higher prices." Jiang Yi remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. A bunch of clowns. What does acceptable even mean? This was purely a seller's market, and these jesters had the audacity to negotiate prices. As Jiang Yi contemplated closing the chat channel, a sudden message from your Wild King Unrestrained pierced through the silence. "Your Wild King Unrestrained. Hold on, my friend. Allow me to unleash my wrath upon these individuals. Do not let them tarnish your chat box." Jiang Yi, initially inclined to dismiss the offer, believing that engaging with such individuals would only grant them undue satisfaction and a sense of importance, was interrupted by the next moment's unfolding drama. On the public screen, player born to be king exclaimed, "Who was speaking just now? Player boundless love. Who dares to insult me?" Jiang Yi paused, taken aback. Moments later, player born to be king erupted in a frenzy. "It's you, isn't it? You were the one who insulted me from afar, weren't you?" Your Wild King Unrestrained retorted without hesitation. "And what of it, my father? Are you so eager to show me respect before everyone?" Player born to be king shot back, "Are you insane?" He had initially been focused on the chat box, waiting for a response from Little French Fries, when suddenly, amidst the fog that enveloped the surroundings, a male voice thundered, startling him to the core, nearly causing a heart attack. "What nonsense are you spewing in the chat channel? Do you truly believe others are oblivious to your intentions? You wretched creature." Each of these words echoed ominously, making player born to be king momentarily believe that divine intervention had occurred. It was only upon recognizing the familiarity in the tone that he realized some player had employed a specific item against him. This style, coupled with thoughts of recent altercations with other players, led player born to be king to pinpoint your Wild King Unrestrained as the source of his ire. Yet, in response to player born to be king's fury, Wild King merely remarked, "You're just a minor inconvenience. Unlike you, a mutation in genetics, afflicted with cerebral palsy." Even from a distance, Jiang Yi could sense the palpable rage simmering within player born to be king, as if a lifetime of grievances had lodged in his throat. Chapter 57, Thunder Z. It was unclear what your Wild King had done to provoke such a fierce reaction from player born to be king. But Jiang Yi found amusement in the situation. His spirits lifted somewhat. He decided to close the chat box. During the time spent waiting last night, and just earlier, he had reinforced his vehicle, applying 3 layers of thick steel plates to the top and sides of the cabin. In the lower sections, he had meticulously stuffed cotton and insulating materials to prevent water seepage. The driver's seat had received similar fortifications. As for his protective gear, Jiang Yi retrieved a set of industrial waterproof clothing from his backpack, donned a pair of dry-clean boots salvaged from the recycling station, and carefully adjusted a peculiar steel plate protector equipped with a support frame atop his head before stepping out of the cabin. Though rather unseemly, this ensemble was remarkably durable. Upon exiting the cabin, Zhang Yi surveyed his surroundings. The road remained familiar, yet the scenery on either side appeared subtly altered. He couldn't shake the feeling that the mist had grown somewhat thinner. The contours of the city became increasingly discernible, and Zhang Yi could even spot some antiquated industrial pipes laid bare, their surfaces seemingly marred by reddish rust. It appeared that within the acidic rain of the border town, not only the weather had transformed, but perhaps the roads had too. A sense of alertness stirred within Zhang Yi as he gripped the steel fork in his left hand and approached the driver's seat. The front of the driver's area had been fortified with high-defense glass, and fortunately, this contraption seemed free from the constraints of blueprints. Under the guidance of the anvil, Zhang Yi had successfully forged it. He pressed down on the accelerator, only to realize something was amiss. The tires, too, had succumbed to the corrosive rain, significantly reducing their speed. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, increasingly aware of the necessity to enhance the forklift's velocity. He pondered whether this apparatus could be upgraded post-vehicle enhancement, or if there existed corresponding materials or items. In the upper right corner, current fog erosion distance, 600 kilometers. Kilometers traveled today, 0 kilometers. The current rate of fog erosion stood at 20 kilometers per hour. Over 8 hours, that would amount to 160 kilometers, effectively weeding out players with insufficient power. As the forklift ventured forth, Zhang Yi drove, while keenly observing the transformations along the roadside. Indeed, the scene was starkly different from the final days of the novice adaptation period. After half an hour of driving, not a single treasure chest had come into view. Conversely, the fog on either side, in the wake of the vehicle's passage, appeared to thin and flow more freely, at times allowing Zhang Yi glimpses of the cityscape on both sides. This was a city characterized by an overarching brownish-yellow industrial aesthetic, where most structures were either factory-style edifices or expansive commercial warehouses. Occasionally, he spotted what resembled residential areas, marked by imposing walls and towering buildings reaching 4 to 5 meters in height. Was this the so-called border town? Observing the barbed wire atop the sparse walls of the residential zones and the protruding glass, Zhang Yi instinctively thought that such a style seemed designed to ward off something. What could be lurking within the border town? A myriad of bizarre associations flickered through Zhang Yi's mind. At that moment, he noticed something shimmering in the reflection of the rain. A treasure chest. Zhang Yi slowed the vehicle. It was a silver treasure chest. Presently, Zhang Yi felt a measure of confidence regarding silver chests, yet he reminded himself that battling beneath the acidic rain necessitated swift resolution. Steering the forklift towards the roadside, the steel fork at its front plunged directly into the silver chest, causing its lid to spring open. A gray rat, measuring about 40 to 50 centimeters, darted out from the chest, racing towards Zhang Yi along the front shelf of the forklift. This gray rat boasted elongated, sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, as though tainted by some form of pollution. It could not be allowed to bite him. It might carry an infection. Zhang Yi lowered his center of gravity, thrusting the steel fork forward, but the rat deftly evaded. Remaining composed, he swung his short knife downwards with his right hand. The dagger struck the rear half of the mouse's body, embedding itself halfway in. The mouse, in agony, thrashed wildly, its head colliding with the tempered glass, producing a series of loud bangs. A spray of crimson blood erupted from its mouth, and where the blood fell, Zhang Yi noticed white bubbles forming on the ground. Poisonous. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed as he swiftly brought down the dagger, severing the mouse's hindquarters entirely. Remarkably, even without half its body, the creature continued to move. The mouse's dull, yellow eyes squinted as Zhang Yi observed a large swelling rapidly forming on its upper body. Reacting in a split second, he abandoned the dagger and leaped from the driver's seat. With a resounding bang, mere seconds later, the mouse's upper body exploded. Yellow liquid mixed with blood erupted violently, splattering against the high-security glass, accompanied by a faint corrosive sound. Although the damage was minimal, it left shallow white marks behind. On the ground, toxic white bubbles began to appear. Zhang Yi, having evaded the splatter, felt pity for the iron anvil embedded in the steering wheel, which had a front-row seat to the mouse's explosive demise. The iron anvil let out a retching sound. Zhang Yi, still shaken, glanced at the remnants of the deceased mouse. After the explosion, what remained could hardly be called a corpse. It was merely residue. In comparison to the previous silver treasure chest, the creatures within the silver treasure chest in Acid Rain's border city posed nearly double the challenge. Jiang Yi surveyed the chaos in his driver's seat and gritted his teeth, opening the main screen to give it the middle finger. Damn game. Damn system. In the public chat channel on the main screen, Jiang Yi noticed many avatars had turned gray, a stark contrast to their previous lively chatter. The number of players had plummeted. Player Thunder Z, everyone, be cautious. The creatures within the treasure chests can self-destruct, and some are corrosive or toxic. If your overall combat ability is below 30, I advise against opening silver treasure chests. Jiang Yi recognized the name Thunder Z, a prominent player who had secured a spot in the top 3. Judging by the chat, he seemed to be a kind-hearted and enthusiastic individual, reminiscent of Uncle Hat. Thunder Z shared information about the creatures within the treasure chests, prompting a chorus of lamentation in the chat. Player Dimension 2. Damn, I already know. I nearly got blown up by that mud ball. If wooden treasure chests are like this, then I'll pass on the silver ones. Player Your Sweetie, I got scared. You big brothers need to comfort me. Player The Window That Won't Close. How can we comfort you when the big brothers have already been scared to death? Gazing at the mud ball creature from the wooden treasure chests, Thunder Z paused for a moment, then glanced at the wooden treasure chest at his feet, which had already been opened. Beside it lay a corpse, an utterly grotesque hyena with half its head severed. Mudball creatures? Such monsters exist too? Why is it that I only encounter hyenas, wolves, leopards, and even unidentified monstrous species? Chapter 58. 5-person instance participation card. Jiang Yi observed the various monster information shared by others, committing it to memory. Some had encountered the mouse monster, and unfortunately, one had been bitten, urgently requiring fever and anti-inflammatory medication. Jiang Yi traded with him, exchanging 5 vehicle upgrade fragments and 1 vehicle coin before closing the chat channel. He washed the mouse's corpse away with water, squatting before the silver treasure chest to commence its opening. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps the treasure chests in Acid Rain's border town would be different. With a whoosh, a flash of white light emerged, revealing 2 rotting cabbages. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly, his lips twitching. What on earth is this? You have acquired 2 rotting cabbages. Note: consuming cabbages eroded by acid rain carries an 85% chance of infection. Appropriate medicinal treatment is required. Please consume with caution. What constitutes this as a reward? Is this merely sending garbage to others? Moreover, consuming this would merely induce nausea. There's a high probability of infection. Jiang Yi's expression darkened as he continued to open the supplies. You have acquired 2 steel plates with a durability of 50. You have acquired 2 bottles of 550 milliliters contaminated mineral water. Note: drinking contaminated mineral water carries a 100% chance of health deterioration and a 70% chance of infection. Appropriate medicinal treatment is required. Please drink with caution. You have acquired 1 vehicle upgrade fragment. You have acquired 1 vehicle coin. That's it. Jiang Yi turned the entire silver treasure chest upside down, hoping this wasn't all there was to it. Damn it, prices are rising. And my shop must raise its prices too. The refresh rate of these supplies is utterly outrageous. Just as Jiang Yi gritted his teeth in frustration, suddenly, with a snap, a card fell out. A luminous screen instantly appeared. You have acquired 1 5-person instance participation card. Description: using this participation card allows entry into the corresponding instances on both sides of the highway. The highway game and instance game operate independently. Participation cards are categorized into single-player, multiplayer, district-wide, and other instance cards. Each instance's participation conditions, content, and rules will be announced separately. During the use of the participation card, players can choose whether to hide their personal ID. After the completion of certain large multiplayer instances, evaluations and rankings will be conducted using their real IDs. Rewards within the instance reflect true gains, and life or death within the instance is genuine. Players should make decisions carefully based on the instance descriptions regarding participation. A 5-person instance participation card. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted slightly. This was the first time he had seen a clearly defined item that allowed interaction with other players, aside from the parallel highway. Furthermore, the presence of single-player, multiplayer, and district-wide instances implied that new game rules might emerge in the future. Jiang Yi quietly opened the chat channel, only to find no one discussing related matters. Either they hadn't obtained it, or everyone had tacitly chosen to keep it confidential. Jiang Yi discarded the rotten cabbage and contaminated mineral water into the mist, clutching the 5-person dungeon participation card in his hand. Focusing his consciousness on the card, He observed the mist before him undulating like rippling water, first trembling, then boiling. Soon after, he witnessed the mist parting as though cleaved by some unseen force, opening a passageway. Simultaneously, new information materialized on the luminous screen. 5-person D-class dungeon, corrupted tunnel. Description: this dungeon does not require a vehicle. The time flow ratio of this dungeon to the main game's highway survival is 241. Upon successfully completing the main quest, players will receive basic rewards, 20 vehicle coins and 15 vehicle upgrade fragments. Successfully finishing the main quest and additional tasks will unlock extra rewards on top of the basic ones. MVP players can unlock hidden rewards. The game time for this dungeon is 3 days. If players fail to complete the tasks within the designated time, they will be forcibly teleported out of the game, and a certain percentage of resources will be deducted based on their performance. Do you wish to enter the dungeon? This dungeon invitation card will expire in 3 hours. Could it be that the dungeon truly opens within the mist? This implies that possessing a participation card grants the opportunity to probe the surroundings of the highway. Is this the delightful surprise the system spoke of aside from the acid rain and treasure chest refresh rates? Jiang Yi contemplated this revelation. The acid rain continued to pour down relentlessly. After a moment of reflection, he made his choice. You have chosen to enter the 5-person D-class dungeon, corrupted tunnel. Choice confirmed. Jiang Yi observed a spectral door manifest within the mist, revealing a new passage extending within. He did not hesitate regarding entering the dungeon. The 7-day novice adjustment period had imparted a crucial lesson. Taking the first step is paramount. Since the dungeon had been unlocked, lingering indecisively could lead to missing vital resources for survival. Moreover, within the dungeon, he could conceal his ID, and the time flow was merely 3 hours compared to the highway survival. The opportunity cost remained manageable. Resolute, Jiang Yi returned to the forklift. After adjusting the steel plates above the forklift and the high defense glass in front of the driver's cabin, he patted the anvil atop the steering wheel, saying, "Brother, keep an eye on the vehicle. Multitasking is essential." "Me?" the anvil replied in surprise. Jiang Yi uttered in response. The anvil seemed to contemplate scratching its head. But alas, it had no hands. It merely offered a gentle reminder. The vehicle should be able to park by the dungeon entrance. It says temporary storage up there. Jiang Yi turned to see the large characters temporary storage emblazoned on the side of the passage. Damn, I was overly anxious and missed that. Despite his determination, he felt a genuine apprehension. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi dismissed the incident and resumed his seat in the driver's cabin, steering the vehicle to the temporary storage. A white light enveloped the area, and the forklift vanished from sight. The vehicle would reappear after 3 days within the dungeon, equating to 3 hours in reality. Jiang Yi took a few moments to gather his thoughts before striding confidently into the instance. 5-person D-class instance, Corrupted Tunnel. Chapter 59, Corrupted Tunnel, Part 1. As he walked through the passageway shrouded in swirling white mist, the path ahead gradually widened. He could even hear the voices of others. The male and female voices became increasingly distinct, and Jiang Yi found it rather enchanting. After all, the last time he heard the voices of living beings in this game was from that warm-hearted brother who offered assistance. From another perspective, if it weren't for the presence of Brother Anvil, along with the regional chat and private messaging features, most individuals traversing this otherwise solitary road would ultimately succumb to madness. Humans are, after all, social creatures. Even those who pride themselves on retreating to pastoral solitude and embracing a life of independence inevitably partake in the fruits of socialization, often without realizing it. Lost in thought, the owners of those voices soon came into Jiang Yi's view. A burst of white light coalesced, revealing an industrial workshop dominated by hues of brown, black, and yellow. Upon entering the instance, he found himself directly inside a building, under the glare of incandescent lights. Jiang Yi also spotted several other individuals. There were 2 men and 2 women, a middle-aged man, a young man, a mature woman, and a girl who appeared to be a student, perhaps still in high school. This latter assumption was based on the fact that she was clad in a tattered school uniform emblazoned with the words Qinjiang No. 1 High School. The middle-aged man had a cigarette dangling from his lips. Unlit, it seemed he preferred the flavor without the smoke. Evidently, these 4 were the other players matched for this 5-person instance. Upon noticing Jiang Yi, the 4 individuals turned their attention to him, and the sight elicited a laugh from the young high school girl. "Haha, what kind of outfit is that?" Jiang Yi, adorned with a steel plate atop his head and wearing a protective suit fashioned from waterproof fabric, along with heavy boots, certainly appeared peculiar. He sheepishly smiled, tucking the steel plate into his backpack, realizing that it was not raining after all. The last person arrived as the middle-aged man stowed his cigarette, glancing around before speaking. With 5 of us, I suppose we're all here? Yes, came the response from the young man beside him. This young man, seemingly around the same age as Jiang Yi, exuded a lively spirit. Since arriving, he had been engaging in conversation with the others, clearly eager for interaction after the silence of the road. Wearing a pair of black glasses, he naturally turned to Jiang Yi with a smile and inquired, "Why did you come in so late?" Jiang Yi casually replied, "I had some issues with my vehicle that delayed me." The young man nodded slightly, expressing his discontent. "I wonder who designed this game. At first, I thought I was hallucinating while playing. Now we have acid rain and dungeons. It's truly unbearable." He continued, "By the way, my name is Yufeixing," as he took on the role of introducing himself. For the next 3 days, they would be working together on tasks, so it was essential to establish a basic acquaintance. "This is Uncle Han," he said, gesturing towards the middle-aged man, who nodded at Jiang Yi, who responded with a shy smile, appearing quite reserved. This demeanor was in stark contrast to his persona when dealing with monsters. Perhaps, in some respects, he found more trust in the creatures than in humanity, especially after the ordeal on the parallel highway. "This is Sister Xiaowei." The young man then turned to a woman in the group, likely in her late 20s. Sister Xiaowei appeared to be a rather carefree and capable woman, with long, curly hair, dressed in professional attire, yet sporting a pair of sneakers. She glanced at Jiang Yi and smiled lightly. "Hello." "Hello," Jiang Yi replied in kind. Lastly, there was a high school girl, who seemed to possess a lively personality, eagerly chiming in, "You can call me Xiaoqi." "What's your name, big brother?" With wide, curious eyes, Xiaoqi looked at Jiang Yi. It was undeniable that without that peculiar outfit, Jiang Yi had a certain charm that appealed to young girls, embodying the essence of a handsome and bashful neighbor or senior. "Jiang Tai," he stated earnestly. "Jiang Tai?" Xiaoqi echoed, nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief introduction among themselves, a luminous screen materialized. 5-person D-level dungeon, corrupted tunnel, mission loaded successfully. Main task 1, exploration of the tunnel. Description: successfully locate the tunnel entrance and deploy markers. A flash of white light revealed 5 flags before the group. Clearly, these were the markers. However, the notion of a corrupted tunnel sounded perilously ominous. As the reality of the task sank in, Yufeixing's smile faded slightly. Uncle Han surveyed the group, pondering for a couple of seconds before retrieving a long knife from his backpack, stating, "The corrupted tunnel sounds dangerous. If anyone has weapons, it would be wise to prepare them." He paused momentarily. "I trust that everyone can survive the novice adjustment period. After all, obtaining this dungeon participation card indicates that you each possess your own skills. During the mission, everyone must contribute. Otherwise, we may fail the task and face penalties and resources, which would be detrimental for us all." As he spoke, Uncle Han cast a particularly watchful glance at Xiaoqi and Jiang Yi's positions. It was evident that Xiaoqi's identity as a high school girl would not garner her any special sympathy here. Rather, it suggested that she too must have resources or means, for otherwise, she would not be present alongside them. As for Jiang Yi, Uncle Han instinctively noted the latter's presence, though Jiang Yi appeared unremarkable aside from his face. Uncle Han, having encountered all sorts of individuals during his border trading ventures, sensed that Jiang Yi possessed an air of distinction. His dark, seemingly shy eyes belied a profound calmness. To maintain such composure in an unknown dungeon was indicative of a person far from ordinary. When Uncle Han cast a glance at Xiao Chu, she merely pursed her lips, refraining from comment, for there was nothing amiss in Uncle Han's observation. Afterward, Xiao Wei and Yufeixing acknowledged him, the former producing a dagger while the latter revealed a steel rod. Jiang Yi brandished a short knife, its glinting blade cutting through the dim light of the workshop, exuding an intimidating presence. Yufeixing's eyes brightened involuntarily as he remarked, "What a fine blade." With all 4 individuals armed, only Xiao Chu remained. After a moment of hesitation, she produced a soft click. As the group's gazes turned toward her, Xiao Chu maintained her composure and declared, "This is my weapon." In her hand lay a silvery firearm. Chapter 60, Decaying Underground Passage, 2, The Corrupted Fish Corpse, Carbon-Based Life Form Calming Device. No wonder Xiao Chu not only navigated the novice adaptation period, but also secured a participation card for a 5-person dungeon. While it was possible she possessed other means, the mere presence of a gun was sufficient to establish her authority within the team. The expressions of those present subtly shifted. Jiang Yi's gaze lingered on Xiao Chu for a moment. In the game, players could engage in mutual combat. Yu Feixing swallowed hard and jested, "Wow, sister. You actually have such a treasure." Xiao Chu huffed lightly, choosing not to respond. Uncle Han was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the gun. It must be said that each player in the game had their own fortunes, despite Jiang Yi believing he had inadvertently advanced ahead of the others. He had yet to encounter such a weapon. Xiao Wei, intrigued, turned to Xiao Chu and inquired, "Did you obtain that gun from a treasure chest?" Xiao Chu affirmed with a nod. "Ah, what luck!" Xiao Wei exclaimed enviously. The others nodded in agreement. Recognizing that possessing a gun in the early stages of the game could lead to rampant destruction. "Why am I devoid of such fortune?" Yu Feixing lamented. "Alas, it seems everyone but me is a powerhouse." "Xiao Chu, you found such a splendid weapon. I can only imagine how fearsome the top-ranked melancholic French fries player must be." "What do you mean? Just because I found a gun, I am weak?" Xiao Chu retorted defiantly. No, of course not." Yu Feixing quickly interjected with a smile. "It merely indicates your luck." Xiao Chu scoffed lightly and adjusted her grip on the gun. Jiang Yi could distinctly sense that the tension among the group eased upon the gun's departure from the forefront. The carbon-based life-form calming device lived up to its name. As for the mention of their names, being referred to as a powerhouse was beyond imagination. He could only wonder what sort of creature the top-ranked player truly was. Xiao Chu spoke earnestly, adding, "Perhaps such a person does not exist at all. They might be a player fabricated by the system, or perhaps a boss or a high-level NPC. You understand, some games have such settings." Xiao Chu made a playful expression. Jiang Yi replied, "Why am I not human anymore? Didn't the expert speak in the chat channel? It must be a trick of the system." He mused. "It seems as if the system possesses intelligence." Jiang Yi interjected, "Do not associate him with that repugnant system. All right, let's not dwell on the expert. They certainly won't be here. Let's focus on completing our tasks." Xiao Wei interrupted, breaking up the childish banter between Yu Fei and Xiao Chu. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wei, the expert they mentioned was indeed present, clad in peculiar waterproof fabric and unusual boots. This place resembled a food processing factory. Inside the workshop, Xiao Wei wielded a dagger, prying open a putrid mass on the conveyor belt, her brow furrowing. The moment she exposed it, strange red worms and maggot-like creatures scattered in all directions. A foul stench assaulted everyone's nostrils. Xiao Chu waved his hand, exclaiming, "How awful!" Xiao Wei, closest to the source, grimaced, and before she could speak, a clear, resonant voice echoed, "Put on a mask." Turning around, she saw Jiang Tai, who was holding a medical protective mask. Jiang Tai, Jiang Yi, had not donned a mask himself. His self-crafted protective suit included a high-protection face shield designed to guard against acid rain. "Thank you," Xiao Wei said gratefully, preparing to accept it. Noticing Jiang Yi's shy demeanor, she instinctively teased, "Is there a charge?" Jiang Yi replied seriously, "Yes, there is." Xiao Wei was taken aback, just as she was about to dismiss the offer, thinking she had won herself. Yet, the earnest youth continued, "This dungeon incurs no fee." Xiao Wei paused for a moment, grasping Jiang Yi's intention. It was a gesture of goodwill expressed in a different manner. In a 5-person dungeon, cooperation was essential, unlike in a solo dungeon. Though Jiang Tai was introverted, he silently established the fundamental rapport. After providing Xiao Wei with a medical mask, Jiang Yi distributed masks to Uncle Han, Yu Fei, and Xiao Chu as well. These masks had originally been given by the moles at the resource recovery station in 2 large boxes. Beyond hospitals, the resource recovery station was the most abundant place for such items. With no cost involved, Jiang Yi gladly utilized them to cultivate basic trust and goodwill. Before his strength grew, playing the lone wolf in a 5-person dungeon was tantamount to seeking death. The others received the supplies with gratitude, their gazes towards Jiang Yi softening considerably. Like Xiao Wei, the group explored the workshop, where the conveyor belt was laden with decaying food. It appeared they had not yet reached the finished goods area, as the food lay exposed and was severely decomposed. Jiang Yi had previously scavenged a considerable amount of refuse at the recycling station, becoming somewhat familiar with the various odors of diverse materials. He could barely discern that this seemed to be seafood or fish paste. This location, near a river, a port, or the ocean, Judging by the level of decomposition of the food, it ought to be a raw material processing factory, which typically is situated close to its source. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi spoke up. What we have here should be seafood or fish paste ingredients, correct? Huh, Yufei exclaimed. Uncle Han approached from the edge of the workshop, pointing to a green label and nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it appeared to read, Weilong's Seafood Processing Factory, Haiqing District. Yufei instinctively remarked, wow, you can actually smell that? Your nose is sharper than a dog's, bro. Jiang Yi, standing behind Xiaowei, had initially not worn a mask and had not come into contact with these materials, relying solely on his sense of smell to identify them. Remarkably, he could distinguish the scent of seafood amidst such a foul odor. Impressive. Is the term sewage referring to the processing factory? Jiang Yi inquired. Without dismissing the possibility, Uncle Han concurred. If it is sewage, we should continue forward through the workshop. There surely won't be any sewage outlets inside. Following this line of reasoning, Xiaowei continued her analysis, agreed. The group had no objections, though Jiang Yi felt something was amiss. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Regardless, they could not linger in the initial location. They resolved to venture deeper. With determination, the group gathered and proceeded towards the depths of the workshop. Throughout their journey, they felt as though they were stepping on a gelatinous substance, sticky, wet, heavy, and nauseating. This must be the residue left on the floor from the decaying materials within. Upon exiting the workshop, they encountered a corridor extending ahead when suddenly, a series of sharp sounds echoed in their ears. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. You have triggered a side quest, Corpse of Decayed Fish. Description: please eliminate at least 5 fish corpses. Completing the quest will yield a basic reward of 5 car coins. Additional rewards will be directly related to the number of fish corpses eliminated. Note: encountering fish corpses may result in a chance of infection from corpse poison, requiring medical treatment. As the sound resonated, a surreal scene unfolded before their eyes. A grotesque vision of grotesquely decaying fish scattered about the corridor's end, their bodies covered in green pus and yellow liquid. Some even sprouting their own grotesque eyes, staring blankly at the 5 individuals. Suddenly, they turned their lifeless gazes toward the group. Chapter 61. The Decayed Sewage Passage. 3. It's crushed by you. Yufei shouted. Uncle Han turned to flee. Don't linger. Disperse quickly. Huh. Oh. Yufei, readying his steel rod, realized the implication. They would indeed make ideal targets if they remained clustered together. It is indeed better to disperse. The 5 individuals spread out, with Yufei racing toward the flank where Jiang Yi stood, while Uncle Han positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Chu. Turning back, Uncle Han inquired earnestly, what is your capability in close combat? How many bullets do you have? Xiao Chu's complexion turned pale, although she had vanquished numerous monsters from treasure chests. Encountering such a grotesque fish corpse was a first for her. Not much. I have 25 bullets, she responded, her voice trembling despite her fear. 25? That should suffice. Uncle Han's gaze was resolute. Stay close to me and refrain from firing prematurely. There may be other monsters lurking. Just look for an opportunity to assist. Understood. Xiao Chu nodded vigorously. In a brief moment, the fish corpses had surged into the midst of the 5, most of them converging towards Xiaowei. Earlier, she had disturbed the materials on the conveyor belt, and thus bore the strongest scent. The sound of fish tails slapping against the floor echoed ominously as the corpses glided unnaturally across the ground. The yellowish eyes of the fish exploded upon contact with the floor, a sight that sent chills down Jiang Yi's spine. How utterly repulsive. They're coming. Yufei shouted, gripping the steel rod tightly, and swung it at the first fish corpse that approached him. The rod struck the body, bizarrely sliding off. Yet the remaining force landed squarely on the fish's belly. With a sickening pop, the fish exploded. Yufei froze, witnessing the yellow-green liquid about to splatter him, when Jiang Yi swiftly kicked him aside. Clang. Ouch. Yufei's words were cut short as he was propelled a distance away, landing on his knees. A pained expression on his face. The yellow-green liquid splattered on the ground, causing it to froth white. You have slain a corrupted fish corpse. You have earned 1 vehicle currency. The notification flashed, but Yufei was too stunned to respond. Jiang Yi's kick, while not entirely damaging to the enemy, certainly inflicted some self-harm. After pushing Yufei aside, 2 fish corpses immediately surrounded Jiang Yi, charging towards him from either side. Jiang Yi lowered his center of gravity, feeling a slight perspiration on his palms. Despite his recent efforts to enhance his physical prowess, he knew that his abilities paled in comparison to seasoned fighters or combatants. He equipped the title, Self-Disciplined Superhuman. Wearing the title granted him bonuses of 3 in strength, 3 in stamina, and 3 in agility. With an additional 2 points in agility, he felt as if he could perceive the movements of the fish corpses with clarity. The 2 fish corpses advanced towards him in a zigzag pattern, drawing from his prior experience in close combat with the monsters from treasure chests. A moment of inspiration struck Jiang Yi. As the left fish corpse was about to collide with him, he swiftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, a gleaming dagger descended vertically from his right rear. Swish! The dagger was exceptionally sharp, plunging directly into the fish's body. The notification read, "Your refined short blade's durability is diminishing. The fish corpse is corrosive and will damage the blade's durability." However, there was no time to dwell on that. Jiang Yi's expression darkened as another fish corpse approached him. He withdrew the dagger and struck again, severing the eyeball of a nearby fish corpse. A yellow-green liquid erupted forth, and with swift reflexes, Jiang Yi retrieved the steel plate from his backpack, shielding himself with it. The liquid splattered onto the plate, and Jiang Yi pressed his entire weight against it. He could feel the fish corpse thrashing violently, when suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Brother, move over." It was Yu Fei's voice. Jiang Yi quickly shifted aside as Yu Fei lunged forward, and together they pressed the steel plate firmly against the wall. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi thrust the dagger towards the fish corpse's head. Eventually, the creature behind the steel plate grew limp, devoid of any movement. The system chimed. "You have slain a corrupted fish corpse 1. You have gained 1 car coin, a successful kill." Jiang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. While Yu Fei continued to brace himself, eyes shut tight, for directly above him were the unblinking eyes of the deceased fish along with its tentacles. "It's dead. You can let go now," Jiang Yi remarked with a blend of amusement and exasperation. "What?" Yu Fei questioned. "I said it's been crushed," Jiang Yi repeated. It was only then that Yu Fei grasped the situation. Gasping heavily, Yu Fei was about to speak when he noticed Jiang Yi had vanished. "Jiang Tai?" Yu Fei shouted, panic setting in as he scanned the surroundings, finally spotting Jiang Yi beside Xiao Wei. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Wei being the first to encounter the materials on the conveyor belt that she attracted the most fish corpses. For fish corpses encircled her. Upon seeing the grotesque appearance of the corpses, Yu Fei couldn't help but grimace. As Jiang Yi dashed over, he swiftly dispatched the nearest fish corpse with a single stroke. When he focused again, he beheld Xiao Wei executing a remarkable 180-degree turn in midair, her seemingly delicate arms unleashing tremendous strength. With her elbows converging, she delivered a powerful strike to the abdomen of the fish corpse, resulting in a resounding explosion. Just as a few drops of yellow-green liquid sprayed forth, Xiao Wei propelled herself to the other side, her right-hand dagger plunging deeply into the fish corpse's head. "You have slain a corrupted fish corpse 1. You have slain a corrupted fish corpse 1. You have gained 1 car coin. You have gained 1 car coin." Double kill in a single second. Chapter 62, The Corrupted Underground Passage, Part 4, Employee Dormitory. What a formidable person. This was Jiang Yi's immediate reaction. After witnessing Xiao Wei's double kill, Jiang Yi, emboldened by her success, retaliated with a swift strike, severing the head of the fish corpse he had previously sent flying. "You have slain a level 2 corrupt eyefish corpse. You have acquired 1 chariot coin." The severed head fortuitously landed right before Yu Fei, who had just intended to come to assist. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring directly into the fish's gaze. A moment later, Yu Fei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "You." Xiao Wei swiftly gathered her slightly disheveled hair into a bun atop her head, revealing her neck, pale as jade. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her porcelain-like visage, creating an unexpectedly heroic and captivating scene. "Thank you." Xiao Wei smiled at Jiang Yi, who returned the gesture with a bashful nod. After dispatching 3 fish corpses, Xiao Wei and Jiang Yi effortlessly took down a 4th. This time, Jiang Yi deliberately slowed his movements, turning his attention to Xiao Wei. Keenly observing her actions and her assessment of the battle opportunities, he felt a profound deficiency in experience and knowledge in this regard. Ultimately, the final kill fell to Xiao Wei. With the fish corpses in this area dealt with, they turned their focus to Uncle Han's side. Although the number of fish corpses there was scarce, one was notably larger than the rest, likely the leader among them. The fish corpses wriggled across the ground, while Uncle Han and Xiao Chu navigated alongside. occasionally leaping to the second floor of a nearby passage or tossing down steel plates from above. As Jiang Yi and Xiaowei approached, Uncle Han called out, "Be careful. This fish corpse can spit toxic bubbles." No sooner had he spoken than the large fish corpse reared up, its numerous eyes becoming engorged with blood. Its abdomen began to swell, and with a resounding pop, a large mass of yellow-green toxic bubbles was propelled towards Jiang Yi and Xiaowei. They quickly separated, and the bubbles splattered against the wall, releasing their contents. After regaining their stance, Jiang Yi and Xiaowei exchanged a glance. One brandished a dagger, while the other wielded a short sword, flanking the fish corpse from opposite sides and striking at its left and right flanks. Chunks of flesh were severed. The fish corpse emitted a pained wail, producing a strange, resonant hum. For a brief moment, they were taken aback as the fish corpse suddenly charged towards Uncle Han and Xiao Chu. Uncle Han positioned himself in front, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his slightly sunken eyes. He then swung his long knife from above, cleaving the fish corpse's head in two. Yet, there was no indication of a kill. "Be careful," Jiang Yi shouted instinctively, but above Uncle Han, within the cleaved fish corpse, several eyes began to coalesce, black, thread-like energy spreading forth, and a massive yellow eye emerged, writhing in the center. Just as that eye was about to fixate on Uncle Han, a resounding bang echoed. A large hole appeared above him. Xiao Chu had fired her weapon, her face pale as she gripped the silver gun, trembling slightly. "You have slain a level 2 corrupt eyefish corpse." 1 minute later, Xiao Chu's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. The end has come. The soft melody carried a hint of suppressed sobbing. Although she had grown accustomed to the perilous nature of the journey since her arrival, this monstrous creature was an unprecedented encounter for her. Within the dimly lit corridor, the air was thick with the stench of decaying fluids and indistinguishable remnants of grotesque fish, a nauseating aroma that permeated the surroundings. With the second-tier fish carcasses eradicated, Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of relief. At last, the five exchanged glances. Despite their brief acquaintance of less than 2 hours, the harrowing battle for survival had significantly bridged the gap between them. "I truly thought I was a goner," Yu Feishing remarked, still shaken. "Thank goodness for Brother Tai. That kick indeed saved my life." "Brother Tai?" Jiang Yi pondered momentarily, trying to recall who that might be. "Oh, that's me. I'm glad you're all right," he responded. "Huh. I knew this mission would not be straightforward," Xiaowei said, retrieving a towel from her backpack to wipe the sweat from her brow. "As for the side quest, each of us needs to eliminate at least 5 of those grotesque fish. So far, we've only managed to dispatch 6. There's still a long way to go." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chu's expression soured. "So many left to deal with." Uncle Han sighed. "Let us do our best to eliminate as many as we can. Ultimately, this is merely a side quest. If we fail, it's not the end of the world. The primary objective is to complete the main quest as swiftly as possible." "Agreed." Yu Feishing, Xiaowei, and the others nodded in affirmation. After the intense battle, they had grown more familiar with one another, and as they pressed forward, they adjusted their formation. Xiao Chu was positioned in the center. Her lack of proficiency in close combat warranted this, while the carbon-based life-form cooler was ideally situated to provide fire support at a moment's notice. Xiao Wei and Jiang Yi took positions to the left and right, respectively, both agile and relatively strong in combat. Uncle Han moved to the front of the group to scout ahead and draw fire, while Yu Feishing assumed a position at the rear to cover the group. With their formation established, the 5 continued their exploration. "Sister Xiao Wei, you're truly impressive." In the silence of the corridor, the unease settled in, prompting Xiao Chu to initiate a light-hearted conversation. Xiao Wei smiled at the compliment, not concealing her prowess. "Well, I've dabbled in Muay Thai." Though she referred to it as merely dabbling, Jiang Yi recognized her as a true expert based on her combat reflexes. No wonder she had taken the initiative to inspect the items on the belt earlier. She clearly possessed confidence in her abilities. "Wow, Muay Thai. That must mean your overall combat prowess is at least 30, right?" "Overall combat prowess. I see it says 55, Xiao Wei replied casually. Jiang Yi and Yu Feishing simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Jiang Yi glanced at his own combat capability, which stood at 35. Xiao Wei's prowess exceeded his by a staggering 20 points. As Jiang Yi processed this revelation, Yu Feishing had already dropped to his knees, dismayed by his own 28 points. With a flattering grin, Yu Feishing exclaimed, "Sister, do you need a strong leg to lean on?" "I'm available." "No, I'm quite all right." Xiao Wei smiled as she gently declined. Alas, sister, why are you like this? Xiao Wei cast a sidelong glance at Yu Feixing. Her expression a mix of amusement and reproach, then solemnly remarked, "It would be preferable to have Jiang Tai here instead." The individual in question, Jiang Yi, forced a smile. "Well, a smile would suffice. Sister, we cannot judge solely by appearances." Yu Feixing protested. "Who told you that I only consider looks?" Coughing lightly, Uncle Han, who had been at the forefront of the group, prompted the younger members to pay attention. "Here it comes." The group fell silent and gathered around. "This is a map of the factory," Yu Feixing exclaimed with excitement. The others hurried to take a look as Uncle Han pointed to the yellow dot in the center. "This should be our location, situated within the passage between the raw material workshop and the office of the workshop director. The passage at the other end of the office leads to the filtering and processing workshops, and beyond that are the secondary processing, packaging, and transportation workshops." Uncle Han's finger traced the yellow and blue lines on the map. Outside the workshops, there are also employee dormitories, which occupy a considerable area. If we are searching for the sewer, I lean towards the ground behind the transportation workshop and the area of the employee dormitories, Uncle Han speculated. "That makes sense." Xiao Wei nodded. "Logically, there shouldn't be sewers in the production and packaging workshops. The likelihood is indeed greater in other areas. Should we split up to search?" Yu Feixing suggested, scratching his head. "No." Both Jiang Yi and Uncle Han replied simultaneously, exchanging glances. "Why not?" "Xiao Jiang, you explain," Uncle Han urged. Jiang Yi nodded and addressed the group. "Although these two areas are quite expansive, I do not recommend splitting up. First, there might still be fish corpses scattered in other locations. Second," he hesitated, casting a worried gaze at the blue star-marked location of the employee dormitories on the map. "If there are decaying fish corpses in the raw material workshop and the passage, could there also be corresponding dangers in the employee dormitories?" Chapter 63, Decaying Sewers, Part 5. The Mad Workshop Director's Pen. Could there be decaying humans as well? Yu Feixing's voice trembled slightly. Uncle Han, maintaining a serious demeanor, shook his head. "It's hard to say. Then let's not split up. We'll take it one step at a time." Xiao Wei sighed, her expression tightening. Even in this so-called D-level instance, the difficulty exceeded her initial expectations. This was distinctly different from the monster difficulty described by the merchant of the parade. Xiao Wei recalled the red fox she had encountered. The difficulty levels of game instances are categorized as SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, in descending order. The content of the instances varies immensely, and the experiences within are not uniform. However, generally speaking, if one performs well, the chances of survival in D and E level instances remain quite high. Yet now, she found herself questioning the validity of that assertion regarding survival likelihood. Damn it, how could they deceive me? Just those two sentences cost me 3 vehicle coins. Xiao Wei's expression darkened, prompting Xiao Chu to express concern. She shook her head, claiming to be merely a little fatigued. A few individuals continued to traverse the corridor, opting not to split up for exploration. They decided to follow the route leading through the processing workshop and the transportation area. As for the somewhat unsettling employee dormitory, they concluded to explore it only after they had thoroughly examined the first pathway. Before reaching the processing workshop, they encountered what appeared to be the workshop's supervisor's office. This office was modest in size and surprisingly contained a single bed. Upon seeing the bed, Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, a sentiment mirrored by the others. For most players, a bed was a rare commodity. Not everyone had the fortune of unlocking a quality inspection vehicle that came equipped with a built-in bed. Nor did they possess a rescue bed like the industrious brick-moving emperor of humanity. Moreover, not only the bed, but also the bed frame, nightstand, table, and chair were all valuable items. Even the tattered and discolored quilt atop the bed was not something they wished to overlook. However, the question lingered. How would they divide these treasures? The challenge of searching collectively was becoming evident to Jiang Yi. Exchanging glances, a subtle understanding passed among them. It was Yu Feixing who first broke the silence, raising his hand. "I prefer to be straightforward. I want that bed. I can offer basic materials in exchange." "I feel the same," Xiao Wei chimed in with a smile. With the first two expressing interest, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Han, however, was not focused on the bed, but rather on a heavy iron box nearby. "I want this. I can trade basic materials or vehicle upgrade fragments for it. How about you, Taigo?" Yu Feixing nodded and turned his gaze to Jiang Yi. Having just been saved by Jiang Yi, he felt comfortable addressing him with such familiarity. Jiang Yi thought to himself, I lack nothing at the moment. What I truly need are vehicle upgrade fragments, vehicle currency, and items that can enhance my strength. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, I don't require it right now. I need to address my food situation. Upon hearing the word food, the expressions of the others darkened considerably. They too were in dire need. The acidic rain in the border city was expected to last 30 days. And given the current treasure chest drop rates, food prices would surely soar to astronomical heights by the end. At that moment, they felt a twinge of jealousy towards the illustrious little French fry, who seemed to possess an abundance of food, enough to overflow an entire shop. How maddening! Yet, perhaps it was a silver lining for them. Ultimately, in their direst hour, the esteemed shop of the big shot would be their lifeline. Unlike the foolish individuals from Born to be King and Boundless Love, who had reportedly been blacklisted by the big shot and were unable to purchase any items, these two nincompoops shamelessly sought other players to procure items for them. The illustrious little French fry likely disregarded these clowns. But if the big shot were to limit purchases due to their antics, they would surely be furious with those two. Regardless of the circumstances, they remained envious of little French fry. Oh, how they longed to know the true identity of that extraordinary figure. Would the big shot consider sharing an experience guide? I would certainly strive to learn. Little Chu quivered slightly, dabbing at her nose. Beside him, Jiang Yi silently mused, do not be so dismissive. Even if I were to venture forth, you would not dare to follow suit. You merely need to gamble with your life at the outset, and then once more within the dream pavilion. During this time, you might encounter a few service areas. He paused, adding, at present, I have no specific needs. Basic materials or food would suffice. Xiao Chu continued. Jiang Yi contemplated for a moment and opted for a consensus. Basic materials, vehicle upgrade fragments, and food would be acceptable. Although he mentioned food, he surmised that no one would be willing to trade food. Agreed, they conferred. Ultimately deciding, Xiao Wei took the bed and its coverings in exchange for 8 steel plates, for wooden planks, and 8 vehicle upgrade fragments. Uncle Han acquired a heavy iron box, trading for vehicle upgrade fragments and 8 screws. Yu Feixing opted not to take the bed, but secured a folding lounge chair and a pillow, offering 4 steel plates and 8 vehicle upgrade fragments in return. Jiang Yi received 3 steel plates, 1 wooden plank, 2 screws, and 5 vehicle upgrade fragments. Additionally, he collected 3 vehicle coins from the slain corrupted fish, rendering his haul quite satisfactory. The 5 scavenged for a moment in the office of the workshop director when suddenly, Jiang Yi seemed to have an epiphany. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, if this is to become a processing workshop, I wonder if there might be finished canned goods. His words ignited a fervor akin to a spark igniting a flame among the players, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation. Canned goods. Such treasures. Canned food is inherently designed for long-term preservation. One need not fret over expiration dates. Furthermore, if the food is sealed, the likelihood of contamination is minimal. They exchanged glances, hastening their pace. Indeed, the excitement is palpable. Yu Feixing let out an exclamation, startling Xiao Chu, who nearly drew her weapon in alarm. Yu Feixing waved his hands in reassurance, indicating it was merely him. Xiao Chu rolled her eyes in response. Uncle Han, upon hearing Jiang Yi's suggestion, smiled. If there were indeed edible canned goods, it would be splendid. They could simply divide it among themselves. Absolutely. Xiao Chu replied with a smile, while Yu Feixing, after a brief hesitation, quickly concurred, yes. The atmosphere among them remained amicable. As they continued to search for smaller items, they instinctively separated, each claiming whatever they found. Jiang Yi chose not to venture towards the storage lockers or restrooms, but instead approached the desk. Upon the desk lay an open notebook of sorts, accompanied by a pen. Curiously, Jiang Yi circled around to the back of the desk and prodded the pen with his knife. Instantly, a translucent display appeared, visible only to him. The pen of the Mad Workshop Director. Description: in the aftermath of the acid rain, this city succumbed to madness. The unassuming workshop director of a port food factory was among the first to witness it all. With this pen, he chronicled his observations and contemplations. By marking or inscribing the name of any player other than himself with this pen, that player will suffer a certain degree of misfortune. Mark or write the names of other players with a limit of 10. Using this pen to inscribe or record your own name will unlock a new attribute. Spirit. Note: the spirit attribute is related to multiple dimensions such as intelligence, endurance, and telekinesis. By writing your name, you will receive a spirit enhancement for the next 12 hours. with no writing limit. However, beware of unknown voices. Selling this pin to the wandering monster merchant will reward you with generous currency and unexpected surprises. Chapter 64, The Corrupted Tunnel, Part 6. Isn't that a little tune? What a remarkable item. The anvil had yet to discern the characters on the light screen when, in the blink of an eye, the pen on the desk vanished. The anvil exclaimed in surprise. Upon a second glance, Jiang Yi remained expressionless, now scanning other areas. The pen had been swiftly stowed away in his spatial stone. Such nimble fingers. Jiang Yi's heart raced, yet his face revealed no emotion. He strolled along the desk, feigning interest in his surroundings while reflecting on the information he had just encountered. The pen of the Mad Workshop Chief. While the name may not sound impressive, its efficacy seems extraordinarily potent. Inscribing a name could lead to the bearer encountering misfortune. A fusion of sealed object 008 and the dice of fate. Although there is a usage limit, 10 names is still formidable. The second function is even more astonishing. It can unlock a new attribute. Despite the ominous warning of beware of unknown voices, it remains an incredibly powerful capability. Furthermore, even if one cannot utilize this item, it can be sold to the wandering monster merchant. If the system, that wretched entity, claims it offers generous currency, it will undoubtedly fetch a high price. What a windfall. Brother Tai, have you discovered anything on your end? Out of the corner of his eye, Yu Feixing had appeared behind him without notice. Jiang Yi maintained his composure and casually remarked, "There seems to be a notebook on the desk." "A notebook?" Yu Feixing inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yi nodded. He indeed spotted a notebook, though he had initially noticed the pen. "What does it say?" Jiang Yi gestured towards the notebook, indicating that Yu Feixing should take a look. The others, upon noticing, gathered around as well. On the desk lay an aged notebook, its pages yellowing and the texture brittle. Xiaowei prodded it with the tip of her dagger, finding no abnormalities. After exchanging glances, it was Uncle Han who cautiously opened the notebook. March 21st, weather, clear. Everything is normal in the factory. That scoundrel Lao, he has been hoarding the merchant's liquor. I wondered what he was hiding in the employee dormitory. If he weren't the factory director's nephew, I would have thrown him out long ago. March 22nd, weather, cloudy. Everything is normal in the factory. Lao He, Lao Su, and Xiao Wang are playing cards. March 23rd, weather, clear. Having received no new orders, I decided to dispatch the goods from Xuqing first. I instructed old Su to handle the deliveries. That stubborn old, he is nowhere to be found. The notes are rather disjointed, primarily reporting on production and the conditions of the workers. Uncle Han continued to leaf through the pages until reaching April 14th, with the weather recorded as clear. Oh, on this day, we received a substantial order, and our inventory was insufficient. Such is the nature of business. When it gets busy, it feels as though one can scarcely catch a breath. During quieter times, one may find themselves idle for months on end. Never mind. Let us venture out to sea once more. As we set sail, several of us sensed an unusual atmosphere. The act of flipping through the notes had slowed. April 15th. The weather, overcast. On the first day at sea, all was normal. Alas, while everything is manageable at sea, the food leaves much to be desired. April 16th. The weather, still overcast. On the second day at sea, all remained normal. Old He claimed to have seen numerous fish at night, urging us to join him in catching them. April 17th. The weather, overcast. On the third day, everything was still normal. Old He proclaimed he had caught 2 sizable fish. April 18th. The weather, overcast. The fourth day proceeded as normal. April 19th. The weather, overcast. The fifth day continued without incident. We divided the large fish among ourselves for a meal. Old He remarked that it was the most delectable fish he had ever tasted and expressed his intention to fish again the following day. April 20th. The weather, overcast. All remained normal. Yet, despite the notes indicating normal, anyone observing could sense that something was amiss. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Yu Feixing let out a sound of alarm. The expressions of the others were equally grave. Jiang Yi's mind raced. Since April 14th, upon receiving the so-called large order, there had not been a single sunny day recorded in the diary. Moreover, it was evident that the notes exhibited contradictions in their chronology. In the earlier entries, Old He had been portrayed as a lazy individual, reluctant to take on work, yet after setting sail, he eagerly volunteered to fish. Recalling the grotesque fish carcasses they had encountered, the so-called fish surely harbored some issue. Uncle Han continued to leaf through the entries. April 23rd, the weather, rain. We were returning home. It rained. We caught an abundance of fish. This time we would surely fulfill the order. However, where is old he? Didn't he say he would join us for fish? Upon reading those last two lines, Jiang Yi felt a sudden jolt. Inside the dimly lit workshop manager's office, a loud pop echoed. Xiao Chu covered her ears, letting out a startled cry. The others were equally startled, looking up only to realize that it was merely a light bulb that had burst. In an instant, the yellow light left faint imprints on the faces of those present. Xiao Chu seemed to be shaken by something, trembling in place. Uncle Han, feeling a headache coming on, had to speak up. It's just a light bulb that burst. Don't panic, Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu, I've told you not to move about. It's dangerous. In the gradually darkening environment, the heartbeat of the crowd overlapped. And soon, the trembling voice of Xiao Tzu emerged. Uncle Han, I haven't moved. I'm with Sister Xiaowei. What do you see? Uncle Han's pupils contracted sharply within his gaze. A figure was distinctly crouched by the office desk, seemingly trembling in fear. Wasn't that Xiao Tzu? Chapter 65. The Corrupted Tunnel, Part 7. Slaughter. Something strange has infiltrated their midst. Jiang Yi's expression darkened considerably. They had been examining the notes for at least 10 minutes, and the thought that this entity might have been watching them the entire time sent chills down his spine. Although the fish corpses appeared to be in disarray, they were tangible, identifiable threats. But what on earth was this thing? Jiang Yi did not linger. After all, he had no intention of being the last to fall. In the darkness, he crouched low and stealthily approached the door, just as he was about to escape. Suddenly, a light screen popped up. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden side quest. Unknown creature. Jiang Yi. The doorknob was firmly shut. Initially, everyone had been concerned about a potential ambush. Hence, all doors were secured. Yet, the moment Jiang Yi placed his hand on the knob, he felt as though he was pressing against something peculiar. What was this sensation? It was neither hard nor soft, but rather an unsettling in-between. Could it be that he had inadvertently touched that thing? A jolt of dread coursed through Jiang Yi, and in the next instant, he felt the thing at the center of his palm close, akin to an eye blinking. Damn, Jiang Yi murmured under his breath, feeling utterly unlucky. He quickly withdrew his hand, and without a second thought, he thrust a knife into the unknown entity. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh was immediate, accompanied by a piercing scream. Blood streamed from both Jiang Yi's eyes and ears. On his attribute panel, his health dropped by 20 points. You have suffered an unknown mental attack. Your health is continuously declining. The alerts echoed in his mind. In the darkness, Jiang Yi knocked over a pile of cardboard boxes, which, already in disarray, crumpled further upon impact. The cacophony startled the remaining few, resembling frightened birds. Xiaowei's voice pierced through the chaos. What happened? Enduring dizziness and the pain in his elbow, Jiang Yi shouted, There's something. It can attack mentally. Be cautious. His shout served dual purposes, to divert the remaining individual's attention and to issue a warning. After Jiang Yi's exclamation, Xiaowei immediately retrieved 2 emergency flashlights from her backpack. The beams of light illuminated the small office, restoring visibility for everyone. The crowd hastily searched for Jiang Yi's whereabouts. Sensing a warm, damp breath behind him, Jiang Yi quickly turned over. As he rolled and landed, he looked up to behold a large mass enveloped in liquid, writhing incessantly. From this grotesque form protruded a long appendage, reminiscent of a tongue, upon which were numerous fish heads of varying sizes. Behind this appendage, a human head could barely be discerned. The creature supported itself with its hands on the ground, partially revealing a body clad in deep blue work attire, upon which a nameplate seemed to be affixed. Through the searchlight, Jiang Yi, positioned closest to the monstrosity, discerned the nameplate bore the character E. Old He. In an instant, Jiang Yi recalled the notes that mentioned Old He. He had not vanished. Rather, he had transformed into this abomination. What on earth was happening? Yu Feixing stared in astonishment as the creature, having missed its attack, elongated its body like a spider, merging limbs adorned in various garments, hands, legs, arms. This appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of at least 4 individuals. With a sudden leap, the creature ascended to the office's beam, oozing viscous fluid everywhere. Then looked down upon the 5 individuals from its elevated position. Its yellowed eyes multiplied and split into numerous pairs, just as it prepared to raise its head. A sharp whoosh sounded from below. Xiaowei's dagger plunged decisively into the creature's throat. The roar that followed was diminished significantly. The five below were momentarily paralyzed with fear as the creature leapt down, its elongated tongue aimed directly at Yu Feixing and Xiaoqin. As the tongue approached, Xiaoqin, stunned by the shock, froze in place, yet gritted her teeth, trembling as she aimed at the beast. Bang! The gun was misaligned, striking only the lower half of the creature's torso, causing Xiaoqin's complexion to pale instantly. The grotesque tongue, adorned with repulsive fish heads and viscous fluid, swept towards them, revealing an indistinct, writhing maw below. At that moment, Xiaoqin felt an involuntary push propelling her forward. In the instant she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of Yu Feixing's equally pale face. In that fleeting moment, no one anticipated what would transpire. Roar! The creature's long tongue encircled Xiaoqin's head. Then with a sickening snap, it was brutally severed. Blood gushed forth, filling their vision. Thud! The silver handgun clattered to the ground as Yu Feixing lunged down, frantically retrieving the weapon, intent on fleeing. However, in the next moment, as he bent to grab it, a glass bottle appeared out of nowhere, rolling beneath his feet, causing him to stumble and fall. Chapter 66, Corrupted Tunnels, Part 8. You have acquired Four-Eyed Sardine 10. As he fell, Yu Feixing pondered the origin of the glass bottle, wondering how he had missed it earlier. With a loud thud, he hit the ground, the silver handgun slipping from his grasp. Just as he attempted to crawl back for it, a shadow loomed overhead. Due to the glare of the searchlight, Jiang Yi appeared somewhat eerily grim at that moment. As Yu Feixing began to speak, his words caught in his throat. A steel fork abruptly pierced into Yu Feixing's skull, and blood erupted forth, creating a scene that was eerily reminiscent of the earlier melody. Beside him, Xiao Wei's outstretched hand froze in place, while Uncle Han gazed with narrowed eyes at the typically reticent young man. Xiao Wei could hardly comprehend how, in the span of mere 30 seconds, the situation had spiraled into chaos. The fork had claimed Yu Feixing's life, and Jiang Yi felt his Adam's apple roll with a calmness that contrasted starkly with his initial experience of taking a life. This was merely the first of many. He would inevitably adapt and confront the grim reality ahead. Furthermore, Yu Feixing had been far more resolute in his actions when he had attempted to push Xiaoqi, retrieve the handgun, and make his escape. Following the earlier incident, a fragment of Jiang Yi's previously tender heart had now hardened entirely. Regardless of their shared humanity or the camaraderie of laughter moments before, what did it matter? When true danger loomed, a companion could prove far more lethal than the monsters in front of you. Jiang Yi's mind was clearer than ever. When Yu Feixing had suddenly leaned in to examine his notes, Jiang Yi had discreetly marked his palm on the young man's back. At that moment, he had not intended to herald Yu Feixing's misfortune. However, upon the revelation of the latter's true intentions, Jiang Yi did not hesitate. He had locked onto Yu Feixing and confirmed the mark, activating the curse. As for Jiang Yi himself, when he was discarded in a tattered cardboard box, he had already inscribed his name upon his arm. He had never truly trusted these individuals, and in hindsight, such precautions now seemed essential. Jiang Yi's status had transformed into Player, Jiang EID, 43990-805 nickname, Melancholic French Fry title, Self-disciplined superhuman courageous and meticulous stubborn donkey, unequipped, lifetime honorary member of the Daydreaming Pavilion, unequipped, vehicle, forklift fatigue level, 60 health points, 58. You are under continuous mental assault from an unidentified entity. In simpler terms, you have lost sanity. Strength, 193 stamina, 323 agility, 213 mental, hidden attribute activated 15-2. You are wielding the pen of the Mad Workshop Supervisor. Congratulations. Your mental attribute will increase by 20 over the next 12 hours, and you will become luckier. But beware, you are also drawing closer to madness by 20. How delightful that is. Comprehensive combat ability. 41 to Jiang Yi's surprise, his hidden initial mental attribute was unexpectedly commendable, starting at 15 points, which, combined with the pen's additional effects, elevated it to 17 points. This also explained why he was able to swiftly regain his composure after experiencing what appeared to be a close-range mental assault from an entity resembling Old He. After the steel fork dealt with the monstrous entity, Uncle Han and Xiao Wei noticed a distinct change in Jiang Yi's demeanor. Yet, Jiang Yi had no time to indulge in their gazes. The accursed creature still lurked nearby. Grasping the silver-white pistol, he swiftly turned around. The headless corpse of Xiao Chu stood motionless, and with a calm gaze, Jiang Yi fired 3 shots. His aim was directed at the creature's head, but alas, all bullets struck the wall behind it. Jiang Yi, Xiao Wei. The shock in Xiao Wei's eyes morphed into a complex expression. What accuracy? I said, my brother. As the clang of the anvil echoed. Silence. Jiang Yi interrupted the incantation, bellowing at Xiao Wei and Uncle Han to flee towards the door. Understood. In the blink of an eye, perhaps due to Jiang Yi's initial goodwill or the instinctive response humans exhibit in perilous situations, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han swiftly dashed toward the exit. The creature lifted its head and opened its maw towards Jiang Yi. Much like the corpse of the second-level corrupted fish, this monstrosity could also launch toxic bubbles. Stinking fish bubbles surged from all directions. Jiang Yi fired a shot, shattering the nearest bubble, then retrieved 2 cans from his backpack, releasing a cloud of white smoke that gradually filled the room. What is this? Xiao Wei had no time to ponder as she hurriedly rolled out beside the door. Where do we run now? She shouted to the two. There were only 2 paths. One was blocked by the creature, the other led to the staff dormitory, a place they initially deemed highly dangerous. Caught in a dilemma, the monster charged from behind the door. Uncle Han contemplated for merely a second before forcefully flinging the door open, propping it up with the iron box he had just acquired. The sound of the door being struck echoed, resonating in the hearts of everyone. Xiao Wei was drenched in sweat, and the veins on Uncle Han's neck bulged. Both turned to Jiang Yi. His eyes darted around as if he had made a decision. Just a moment longer. Bang! Another impact, and Uncle Han nearly faltered. The door was forced open a crack. What are we waiting for? Uncle Han shouted. Jiang Yi, with a tense neck, fixed his gaze on the door. Inside, Old He was desperately battering against it. Through the gap, Jiang Yi's dark eyes met the creature's dim yellow ones. Old He licked his lips, foul liquid trickling from the fish head above. Half a minute passed, with Xiao Wei and Uncle Han bracing against the door. How much longer must we wait? Xiao Wei gritted her teeth. Now, Jiang Yi declared. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette and a metal lighter inscribed with "Do Not Touch, Young Master" that ignited continuously. Xiao Wei and Uncle Han exchanged bewildered glances. Is he seriously smoking at a time like this? In the midst of 2 astonished gazes, Jiang Yi ignited a cigarette with a crisp snap before tossing both the cigarette and the metallic lighter into the fray. Bathed in the dim yellow light, Jiang Yi's youthful, fair visage bore an expression of grim determination. His lips parted slightly, uttering a single word, "Run again." The notion of fleeing flickered in Xiao Wei's mind for merely a second, before she realized her body was moving uncontrollably. She was sprinting with fervor. Why? Why was she so compliant to Jiang Yi's command? Not only Xiao Wei, but Uncle Han was equally affected. Upon Jiang Yi's command to run, the 2 of them, driven by instinct, disregarded the peril behind them and plunged forward with reckless abandon. Within the passage, Jiang Yi led the charge, with Xiao Wei and Uncle Han trailing closely behind. Xiao Wei, having trained in Muay Thai for years, found herself struggling to keep pace with Jiang Yi. One could not deny that Jiang Yi's survival instincts were terrifyingly acute, just as they had covered a mere 10 meters. Uncle Han suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a massive inferno, accompanied by debris soaring through the air. Rushing toward them, Uncle Han cursed loudly, tightening his glutes instinctively. The fiery wave surged forth like a python, relentlessly pursuing them. Although the trio had taken off earlier, they were still caught up in its grasp. With a thunderous boom, the fireball erupted, propelling the 3 bodies into the air like dandelion seeds caught in a gust of wind. Jiang Yi felt the world spin violently for an instant before being hurled upwards, only to be harshly slammed against the wall. He then plummeted back down. With a resounding thud, Jiang Yi's body crashed into a wooden frame like a ragged sack. A chilling mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations, player Melancholic French Fries. You have completed a hidden mission. Eliminate the unidentified fusion creature. You have earned 50 vehicle coins. You have acquired 10 four-eyed sardines. Note, these fish, slightly contaminated yet highly active, grant a temporary boost of 3 strength, 3 agility, and 1 constitution for 6 hours upon consumption. Caution, consuming this food when mental attributes are below 12 carries a high risk of madness. You have received 1 random beginner survival pack. You have obtained 10 steel plates and 4 glass pieces. You have acquired 1 bloodstained work uniform." Chapter 67, Corrupted Tunnels. 9. Would you like to add me as a friend? The substance Jiang Yi sprayed was a cooling aerosol. This item had emerged during the final days of his novice adaptation period. Ostensibly, It held little utility in the new environment of acid rain border city. Yet, Jiang Yi had chosen to retain it, for he was aware of its alternative application. The primary component of the cooling spray is, in fact, liquefied petroleum gas, predominantly composed of propane and butane. The fundamental principle behind this substance is to store these flammable and explosive gases in a pressurized metal canister, allowing them to vaporize rapidly upon release and absorb heat from the surrounding environment, thereby achieving swift cooling. However, in certain locales, such as those characterized by high temperatures and pressures, this miraculous cooling agent transforms into a veritable fire-breathing dragon. Jiang Yi suddenly pondered, isn't this akin to a bomb? Jiang Yi, having made preparations to enter the instance, had not anticipated the necessity to utilize such a device so soon. The difficulty of the D-grade instance surpassed his expectations. A mechanical voice incessantly echoed in his mind as Jiang Yi collapsed to the ground, a persistent buzzing reverberating within his head. Boom! Another explosion erupted, illuminating the corridor as if it were dawn, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, making him feel nauseous. After 5 minutes, the raging flames in the air finally began to subside. Jiang Yi sensed a tingling in his limbs, and his waist and abdomen felt as if they had been struck by a powerful blow, aching and sore. Damn! The suave depictions of protagonists in films tossing bombs with ease are indeed mere fabrications. The disorientation, tinnitus, nausea, and the immense shock to both his mind and body were hardly mentioned. Furthermore, the scorching sensation on his skin, ravaged by the heat, was an undeniable reality. Jiang Yi propped himself up against the wooden frame, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his footing. He spat out a mouthful of ash. His face smeared with soot, and his makeshift protective gear was tattered, with only scraps of fabric clinging to him. Standing upright, he gazed towards the other side of the corridor, where the office of the workshop supervisor once stood. It had been reduced to a heap of ruins. Jiang Yi wobbled as he rose, his arms and thighs adorned with numerous wounds. He retrieved a bandage and a small bottle of mineral water from his inventory, hastily tending to his injuries. After wrapping the bandage around his wounds, he felt a slight acidity in his stomach. Hunger pangs struck him. In a daze, he pulled out a sandwich and began to devour it voraciously. A faint sound reached his ears as a dark, grimy arm emerged from beneath the wreckage, followed by a striking yet disheveled face framed by long hair. Xiao Wei crawled out from beneath a pile of shattered wood, and upon seeing Jiang Yi, who was similarly covered in soot and seated amidst the debris, she couldn't help but chuckle. The once soft strands of his hair now stood stubbornly upright, resembling a wild mane. Their eyes met, and then, with a burst of laughter, Xiao Wei broke the tension. A smile crept across Jiang Yi's face. Even he was uncertain of the reason behind it. On one side of the wall, with a loud crash, a massive iron box that had been blasted apart was kicked open, revealing the figure of Uncle Han. Uncle Han was momentarily at a loss for words. After several seconds, with a hint of resignation, he rasped, "Xiao Jiang, could you please inform us before you act next time?" As the words fell, he turned to Jiang, noticing the child's bewildered expression, leaving the remainder of his thoughts lodged in his throat. Never mind, as long as nothing serious occurred. Night had descended. This marked Jiang Yi's first night within the instance. In a party of 5, only 3 remained. The trio huddled together, a small pot nestled between them. Xiao Wei gazed at Jiang Yi with surprise, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiang, you can cook?" The pot, however, was not Jiang Yi's. It belonged to Xiao Wei. After acquiring it, her primary use had been to heat water. Though she had attempted to prepare simple dishes, she regrettably discovered that, apart from wasting food, it offered her no benefits. Jiang Yi merely acknowledged her with a hum, deftly adding oyster sauce, soy sauce, and a pinch of chili. "Not bad," he casually replied. The food simmering in the pot was not Jiang Yi's either. Unless Jiang Yi was seeking something from someone or occasionally felt benevolent, the prospect of acquiring anything from him was utterly hopeless. The ingredients consisted of flour from Xiao Wei and oyster sauce, soy sauce, and chili from Uncle Han. Xiao Wei remarked that flour in her hands was only good for making paste, suggesting it be shared among everyone instead. As for Uncle Han, his culinary skills could only be described as not fatal. Yet, they certainly did not reach the level of being delicious. Thus, Jiang Yi became the designated cook. One must admit, had Jiang Yi not been burdened with numerous tasks and encounters daily, his survival journey would have been relatively pleasant. After all, a cook is never truly left hungry. Presently, Jiang Yi was preparing a tomato meatball soup. After briefly heating the seasonings, he began by sautéing scallions in oil, then proceeded to chop vegetables and celery into segments in the warm pot. He then diced a slightly overripe tomato, mixing it with the previously opened tomato sauce, filling the room with its rich aroma. Xiaowei found herself salivating involuntarily. With a splash, Jiang Yi poured in an entire bottle of mineral water, which, of course, also originated from Uncle Han. After tending to the pot, Jiang Yi began to mix the dumplings with water from the bottle cap, skillfully twirling them with chopsticks. The preparation of dumplings differs from kneading flour. It primarily requires a balance of water and dough, ensuring the dumplings are tender and chewy rather than floury. Jiang Yi rolled up his sleeves, revealing his bandaged forearm. Under the light, the young man's presence exuded an unexpectedly steady and dependable aura. Xiaowei found herself entranced, thinking, "Oh my, it's no wonder they say that a man who works diligently is handsome. Even this young lad exudes a sense of reliability in this moment." Xiaowei propped her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, "Xiao Jiang, with your vast array of skills, you must be quite formidable." She momentarily contemplated mentioning the incident involving Yu Fei's unusual behavior and the decisive actions taken thereafter, but recognizing the inappropriateness of discussing such internal strife, she opted for a different approach. "Your decisive actions certainly indicate that you are no ordinary player. Are you perhaps among the top 100 players in our district?" Jiang Yi chose to respond vaguely, something like that. "I knew it." Xiaowei smiled. Until now, they had refrained from disclosing their player IDs, which was a tacit understanding between them. After a moment's thought, Xiaowei willingly divulged, "I'm ranked around 30. That's quite impressive, isn't it? What do you think, Xiao Jiang? Shall we become friends? I could trade resources with you in the future." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sniff the air, enchanted by the delightful aroma wafting from the pot. How long had it been since she had indulged in such hearty, steaming meals? Chapter 68. The Corrupted Underground, Part 10. The monster merchant. Xiaowei's gaze was sincere. She had not overthought the matter. Her current desire was simple. Although she was unaware of Jiang Tai's exact ranking, adding him as a friend would allow her to trade resources with him in the future. Most importantly, she could unashamedly, or rather, sincerely request that he cook for her. Even if it meant offering additional compensation, she was more than willing. Xiaowei now felt a pang of regret for not having learned to cook in the real world, as she had been subsisting on fast food, which was beginning to take a toll on her. Upon hearing her, Jiang Yi stirred the dough balls in the pot with one hand, while holding chopsticks in the other to prevent them from clumping together. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us leave it be. If fate permits, we will naturally get to know each other." "All right then." With Jiang Tai having expressed himself thus, Xiaowei saw no reason to press further. Uncle Han, who had intended to add her as a friend, ultimately decided against it upon hearing this exchange. As the dough balls plopped into the pot, Jiang Yi instinctively reached for something nearby. Typically, during his live streams, he would have eggs at hand, but predictably, he grasped at emptiness. "No eggs," Jiang Yi mused, clicking his tongue. He added a bit more vegetables, and the aroma intensified. Eventually, both Uncle Han and Xiaowei fell silent, their eyes fixated on the simmering contents of the small pot. The sound of their swallowing echoed in the air. Jiang Yi found the situation amusing. Perhaps being a cook in a survival game was not such a bad idea. It seemed there was a market for this skill. While not everyone might afford it, he could certainly connect with many formidable players through this talent. Lost in thought, the broth in the pot began to bubble. "It's ready," Jiang Yi casually announced. But before he could finish, 2 bowls were thrust before him. Cough, cough. It was slightly embarrassing to request food from a child, but in the face of such deliciousness, Uncle Han set aside his reservations. Jiang Yi scooped a bowl for each of them with a large spoon, while he himself embraced the pot to indulge in its warmth. In the remaining time, none of the 3 spoke. Tears were nearly streaming down Xiaowei's face. The aroma was intoxicating. Silently, among the trio, she finished her meal the quickest. Xiaowei cast a conflicted glance at Jiang Yi. He hesitated momentarily, pondering whether she might ask him for something, though he himself was not well fed. Unexpectedly, after a moment of internal struggle, Xiaowei seemed to have made a decision, murmuring as she retrieved an object from her backpack. It was a dark mass, resembling the flesh of some monstrous creature. Both Jiang Yi and Uncle Han looked at Xiaowei in confusion. Xiaowei licked her lips and inquired, "Jiang, are you tired? Is everything all right?" Jiang Yi responded affirmatively, to which Xiaowei cheerfully stated, "I have some ingredients here. Why don't we cook together?" "What?" Jiang Yi scrutinized the item in her hand, incredulously questioning. Is that really an ingredient? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was a couple of pieces of charcoal. Oh, don't be deceived by its appearance. I acquired this from a monster merchant. Monster merchant? A flicker of interest ignited within Jiang Yi. He recalled tales from the Mad Workshop director's pen, which mentioned that selling the pen to wandering monster merchants would yield substantial rewards. While he was not inclined to part with his pen, he found the notion of a monster merchant intriguing. Yes, a red fox. Xiaowei nodded, gesturing to illustrate its height, about 2 heads taller than her. I made some trades with it, and it gave me this meat. This is the flesh of a black-ringed snake. Consuming it can enhance one's attributes. Such a treasure. Uncle Han marveled from the side. Jiang Yi's interest piqued. Indeed, everyone on the road possessed their own fortunes. He had unlocked numerous service areas, yet other players had done the same. He himself had encountered the so-called monster merchant, but remained unaware of the unlocking points. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yi proposed, I could help you prepare the ingredients if you share how you encountered the monster merchant. Not a chance. Xiaowei promptly declined, leaving Jiang Yi momentarily speechless. However, she quickly added, you can prepare the food now, and the 3 of us, including Uncle Han, will share it. Your portion will serve as your reward. Uncle Han, ever astute, chimed in, I can exchange it for vehicle upgrade fragments. Deal. Xiaowei continued, directing her gaze at Jiang Yi. As for the information about the monster merchant, let us have a temporary meeting. I'll share how I encountered the monster merchant and the details of our transaction. All you need to do is agree to cook 2 meals for me in the future, and I'll provide the ingredients. What do you say? Just as Jiang Yi was about to respond, Xiaowei grasped his arm, narrowing her eyes like a fox, and implored with a pitiful expression, I'm begging you. For just 2 meals? It was quite the sacrifice to be so earnestly beseeched by a strikingly beautiful woman. Most would find it difficult to refuse. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi was not like most people. He was Jiang the Skinner. Each meal will cost an additional 2 vehicle upgrade fragments. Cooking requires time, and time is indeed a cost. Brother, you have a heart of stone. Where has that harmless, shy little angel, who sweetly handed me a mask, gone? Xiaowei feigned annoyance as she spoke. I did not. Do not speak nonsense, Jiang Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the ground, denying her accusations. Wow, Xiaowei exclaimed, but after a moment's reflection, she reluctantly acquiesced. Fate had ultimately decided to bestow upon her, the gluttonous pig, 2 fragments for vehicle upgrades. Acceptable enough. Xiaowei gritted her teeth. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. The tomato dumpling soup was soon consumed, and Xiaowei proceeded to dip a cold steamed bun into the remaining broth until it was finished. Jiang Yi crouched down, beginning to slice the meat, intending to prepare smoked meat. This choice was both practical for preservation and convenient, as they would need to start a fire that evening anyway. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and sleeping in the dungeon was hardly feasible, at least not at present. Thus, the trio decided to take turns keeping watch for 3 hours each until 6 in the morning. Jiang Yi, tasked with handling the ingredients, planned to sleep last. Within the collapsed passageway, they all retrieved their sleeping gear. Xiaowei brought out the bed she had just stored in her sleeping bag, while Uncle Han and Jiang Yi had simple wooden boards and cotton padding. Of course, Xiaowei was indeed a remarkably generous sister, offering to lend her bed to the 2 of them after she awoke. Presently, Xiaowei had already buried her head within the sleeping bag and drifted off, her breathing steady and rhythmic. She was utterly exhausted. Uncle Han leaned against the side of Xiaowei's bed and soon fell asleep as well, listening to their breaths. Jiang Yi found a peculiar sense of tranquility. He shook his head and continued slicing the meat. Chapter 69, Corrupted Tunnels, Part 11. I am targeting the elite. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yi gazed at the immovable piece of meat before him, beginning to doubt his existence. Brother, if I recall correctly, I've been using my so-called refined dagger to slice this piece of meat for 10 minutes, right? Jiang Yi suddenly voiced his thoughts. Yes, brother, replied Taijuan. Then why is this thing utterly unyielding? Jiang Yi thrust his knife into the meat once more, yet again, he merely grazed the thin outer layer, as if an invisible membrane lay within, preventing him from penetrating further. Could it be due to my health points diminishing? That cannot be right. Would that affect strength? Jiang Yi questioned further. His health points had dropped by 20 due to Lao He, but were now gradually recovering. Logically, health points should not impact strength. What was going on? Jiang Yi, skeptical, switched to a steel fork, yet it proved futile. Did this black-ringed snake possess some kind of cheat? While Jiang Yi pondered the enigma of the meat, he remained unaware that even Xiao Wei, whose strength had surpassed 30 points, was equally helpless against it. However, Xiao Wei did not attribute this to her lack of strength. She merely thought it might be her own inexperience with butchering. She genuinely lacked knowledge in this area, assuming that those skilled in culinary arts possessed their unique methods for dissecting meat, much like a butcher carving a cow or the legendary Lao Ba. Jiang Yi struck several blows. Not a tremor. He struck again. Still, there was no response. I refused to be daunted. He struck yet again. With a sudden splatter, "Brother, you're bleeding from your nose." The anvil roared within Jiang Yi's consciousness. Confounded, Jiang Yi pressed his hand against his nose, feeling the warmth of blood between his fingers. "You have been subjected to a mental attack by the deceased black ring serpent, Jiang Yi." He stared incredulously at the 2 pieces of meat beside the fire. "Are you suggesting that these 2 pieces of flesh are attacking me? Moreover, a mental attack. What on earth is this black ring serpent?" "The black ring serpent is extremely displeased with the desecration of your corpse and has unleashed a powerful mental assault." Jiang Yi. Before Jiang Yi could even question the system, he felt an intangible force crashing into his mind like a bolt. In an instant, his nose bled profusely. Simultaneously, within Jiang Yi's consciousness, a massive black serpent, coiling and towering at least 10 meters high, materialized. Jiang Yi barely had time to comprehend the serpent's appearance before it lunged at him. Its enormous maw aimed to devour his head. Initially, Jiang Yi instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but then he realized, "This is my consciousness. A mere mass of flesh dares to intimidate me." With this thought, he grew increasingly resolute and lowered his hand. The serpent's colossal mouth passed directly over his head, and he could even catch a whiff of its foul odor. The air thick with a chilling aura of cold-bloodedness. As the black ring serpent glided past him, it seemed taken aback by Jiang Yi's lack of fear. Its body spiraling with curiosity, Jiang Yi wiped the spittle from his face and then, with a sudden epiphany, declared, "Fork, come." At his command, the fork materialized within his consciousness. Grasping the fork, Jiang Yi charged recklessly at the black ring serpent. In the serpent's eyes, the human appeared utterly deranged. Thrusting the fork directly into its own body, with a forceful jab, he plunged it deeper, employing the same technique he had used to skin wild boar. Enraged, the black ring serpent swung its tail, sending Jiang Yi flying. Yet, mere moments after landing several meters away, he stood up, muttering, "In my consciousness, I cannot feel pain." With that, he charged at the serpent once more, fork in hand. Black ring serpent. This cycle continued repeatedly. "You are subjected to a mental assault from the black ring serpent. Assaulting you. You are subjected to a mental assault from the black ring serpent. Assaulting you. You have received a strike from the black ring serpent's grudge. You hold a grudge too. You have received." Jiang Yi remained oblivious to the passage of time as he wrestled within his consciousness, until, amidst the fog, the massive remnants of the black ring serpent descended from above, a large steel fork protruding from its head. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi sat cross-legged atop the serpent's head. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yi's consciousness, though lacking limbs, radiated an exuberance. "You have slain the lingering spirit of the black ring serpent. You have achieved a new accomplishment and title. I conquer only elites." Note, to unlock this achievement, one must vanquish a specific class of specialized creatures or their souls within a specialized domain. Emphasizing strengths while avoiding weaknesses? Such notions are non-existent. I take action with direct strokes, executing tasks with sheer force. My aim is to conquer elites. Upon donning this title, one may conduct a mental attribute assessment. Should our mental attribute surpass that of the opponent, the highest attribute of the adversary will be forcibly diminished by 20. Furthermore, while wearing this title, there exists a slight probability of replicating one of the opponents, including players and monsters, talent titles, or attribute skills. Please be advised, wearing this title will invoke the disdain of the Black Ring Serpent clan, stemming from the depths of one's soul. After the system announcement concluded, Jiang Yi's consciousness jolted back to reality. He abruptly opened his eyes. The flickering orange flames danced before him, while the soft sound of Xiao Wei's gentle snoring filled the air, indicating she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Uncle Han, on the other hand, furrowed his brow and turned on the edge of the bed. Jiang Yi's back was drenched in sweat, his chest stained with blood. An onlooker might mistakenly believe a gruesome murder had just transpired. Fortunately, the lingering scent of tomato soup combined with the acrid aroma of gunpowder and the foul stench obscured the metallic tang of blood. Wiping his nose, Jiang Yi noticed the dried blood had formed a hardened crust. Summoning the main screen, he glanced at the time, 11:35. A full 95 minutes had elapsed since 10 o'clock. Turning his attention to his attribute panel, player, Jiang EID, for 3990805 nickname, melancholic French fry title, self-disciplined superhero stubborn donkey with a bold yet cautious heart, not equipped. Lifetime honorary member of the Daydream Pavilion, not equipped. I conquer only elites, not equipped. Vehicle, forklift fatigue level, 60 health level, 62. You feel weary and drowsy. Your body is gradually recuperating. Child, you require rest. Strength, 193 stamina, 323 agility, 213 spirit, 1512, 2. Base attribute growth and bonus attributes. Good heavens. What did you just do? Do you realize you were on the brink of becoming a simpleton? A fool daring enough to flirt with folly, a true warrior indeed. After a fierce battle, you gained 2 spirit. By the way, just a reminder. You were so engrossed in your fight with the Black Ring Serpent that you completely missed the summons from Madness and the Abyss. Beware of that pen. Comprehensive combat capability, 4132. The spirit attribute had plummeted to 1. Were it not for the self-disciplined superhero title, he would likely have rendered himself a fool. Jiang Yi's back broke out in a cold sweat once more. Chapter 70, Corrupted Tunnels, 12, A Feast of Smoked Meat. Jiang Yi sat still for a moment, glancing back at the two, and upon confirming they showed no signs of awakening, he let out a sigh of relief. Almost losing control, Jiang Yi noticed that the 2 pieces of black meat beside him remained unchanged, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion of his own making. He quickly rose to his feet, but the abruptness nearly caused him to collapse back onto the ground. Damn it! His mental state was so depleted that he felt dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, an eerie murmur began to echo in his ears. He recognized the sound. It was a side effect of that pen. With his mental acuity diminished, the whispers became increasingly pronounced. Shaking his head to dispel the fog, he retrieved some honey from his backpack and dipped his fingers in, savoring the sweetness that offered a fleeting clarity. The honey jar didn't specify whether it had any effect on his mental state, but Jiang Yi surmised that if it alleviated fatigue, it could certainly offer some relief in this regard. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, yet gradually, he found the whispers less unbearable. In fact, they seemed far less grating than the cacophony of his own volatile energy core. Had he, after enduring such torment, developed a resilience to this phenomenon? After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the thought. He was merely a step above a daze and preferred not to provoke further chaos. The Iron Anvil brother watched as Jiang Yi vacillated between deep contemplation and muttering to himself, occasionally raising and lowering his dagger, too frightened to speak. Although he had long perceived Jiang Yi as somewhat unhinged, he now felt an unsettling conviction that Jiang Yi might genuinely be on the brink of madness. Just as the Iron Anvil trembled in trepidation, Jiang Yi plunged his knife into the chunk of black-ringed serpent meat. This time, the blade moved with unparalleled swiftness. The cutting was remarkably smooth. It was nothing short of silk-like. As he chopped, an unsettling grin spread across Jiang Yi's face. The Iron Anvil was tempted to call the authorities. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Uncle Han's body jolted as his self-set alarm rang. With his large knife still secured to his hand, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He then turned his attention back to Jiang Yi, who was engrossed in roasting meat, his focus almost unnervingly intense. Jiang Yi, Uncle Han called out. Jiang Yi showed no reaction. Gently, Uncle Han tapped Jiang Yi's shoulder, prompting the boy to tilt his head and glance at him. Uncle, you're awake? Jiang Yi spoke slowly, his words drawn out significantly. Uncle Han found this peculiar but could not discern the reason behind it. He attributed it to the aftereffects of the explosion. You should get some rest, he said, casting a sympathetic glance at the dazed Jiang Yi, lowering his voice as if soothing a child. I'll handle things from here. All right. Jiang Yi felt his thoughts slowing considerably. With the 3 of them taking turns to sleep, he was responsible for the hours from 10 at night to 1 in the morning, a span of 3 hours. Followed by Uncle Han, and finally Xiaowei. This arrangement would allow each of them 6 hours of sleep by the time dawn broke at 7. Jiang Yi scratched his head and said, Leave the rest buried in the fire. I'll handle it after I wake up. All right. Uncle Han replied solemnly, adding a gentle reminder. You should sleep quickly. Jiang Yi nodded, oblivious to Uncle Han's strange expression tinged with sympathy. After the shift change, Jiang Yi leaned against the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. In his dreams, a cacophony of murmurs enveloped him, mentioning four-eyed sardines, old he. I want to eat fish, and director, please don't hit, along with warnings not to venture into the depths of the sea. Amidst this, the chanting of the energy furnace echoed in his mind. The two voices clashed, achieving an eerie equilibrium. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yi drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was the enchanting aroma that roused him. It was truly intoxicating, even though he had feasted before sleeping. The scent wafting through his nostrils made his mouth water uncontrollably. His body still felt heavy with fatigue, and it took immense effort for Jiang Yi to pry his eyes open. As he sat up, he heard Xiao Wei's voice beside him. You're awake? Her tone was slightly weary, yet brimming with anticipation and vitality. Jiang Yi gradually straightened his posture, his vision clearing to reveal Xiao Wei's radiant smile. While Uncle Han also stirred awake. The fire had long since extinguished. At the factory's window, the daylight broke, though the rain-laden sky remained overcast. Had the window not been so high and lacking a clear path to ascend, they might have dismantled both the window and its glass. Jiang Yi acknowledged with a grunt and jumped down from the bed. Though his head still swam slightly, the 6 hours of sleep had alleviated much of his weariness. Once all three were awake and had tidied up, Jiang Yi approached the charcoal fire, caught in the expectant gaze of Xiao Wei. Her eyes practically sparkled. Heaven knows the willpower she exerted to sit idly by the fire for 3 hours, resisting the temptation of the 2 pieces of smoked meat. Jiang Yi, equally famished, wasted no time and quickly retrieved the 2 pieces of smoked meat with a stick, placing them on a clean iron plate. He removed the inedible outer layers, expertly slicing the meat within before returning it to the heat. At that moment, the edges were a crispy golden hue, while the interior glowed a rich reddish-brown from the smoke. Jiang Yi sprinkled a bit of black pepper on top. Regrettably, there was no lime juice, but he had something equally delightful in his pack, a bottle of orange juice. Black pepper smoked meat with orange juice would suffice. Xiao Wei's gaze fixated hungrily on Jiang Yi's orange juice, her lips glistening slightly. The moment he turned around, she had already adeptly produced 2 upgrade fragments for vehicles in her left hand and a mug labeled I am the Emperor in her right. Her face a picture of flattery as she implored, "Good brother, could you spare some for your sister?" "Sure," Jiang Yi readily agreed. With vehicle upgrade fragments on the table, everything was negotiable. Uncle Han cast an envious glance at the two, yet reluctantly chose to restrain his desires. He simply had no more vehicle upgrade fragments left to spare, especially since he still needed to barter for the smoked meat. Chapter 71, Corrupted Tunnel, 13, Jiang Yi, Xiao Wei, and Uncle Han each divided a third of the smoked meat. Xiao Wei remarked that the refined manner of a lady eating was not something gentlemen ought to witness. With that, this lady boldly embraced the smoked meat and viciously tore off a large chunk. Jiang Yi, what happened to the ladylike demeanor? How does it taste? Observing Xiao Wei devour the meat with delight, he could not help but inquire. Xiao Wei, expression unclear, Jiang Yi. Xiao Wei lifted her face from the meat, and to his surprise, her round face was brimming with tears. Jiang Yi, did I use too much black pepper? Before he could voice his concern, Xiao Wei already exclaimed, delicious. Absolutely delicious. That's good, Jiang Yi replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Shifting his gaze from Xiao Wei, he began to enjoy his own breakfast. Perhaps due to lingering fatigue, Jiang Yi felt a persistent ache in his head. He didn't rush to eat the meat. Instead, he took a sip of orange juice to quench his thirst. To his astonishment, the orange juice tasted remarkably delightful, reminiscent of the NFC orange juice from his past life. It possessed a subtly sweet and slightly sour flavor, with a hint of bitterness. One sip awakened his taste buds. Setting down the orange juice, Jiang Yi picked up the smoked meat and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, its texture akin to beef, providing a satisfying chew. Furthermore, he felt a warm flow in his stomach as he consumed it. You are consuming black ring snake meat. You gain 10 health points. You gain 1 strength. You gain 1 agility. You gain 1 constitution. As he finished the last morsel of the black ring snake meat, the mechanical announcement gradually quieted. A third of the black ring snake meat had astonishingly increased his health by 10 points, strength by 3 points, constitution by 3 points, and agility by 3 points. Additionally, he even acquired 1 point in mental growth attributes. Jiang Yi's status panel transformed to Player, Jiang EID, 439908005 nickname. Melancholic French fry title. Self-disciplined, superhuman, bold, and cautious, stubborn donkey. Not equipped. Lifetime honorary member of the Daydreaming Hall. Not equipped. I fight for elites. Not equipped. Vehicle. Forklift fatigue level. 60 health points. 6272 strength. 19213 endurance. 32353 agility. 21243 spirit. 1573 2. Base attribute growth and bonus attributes. Mentality is gradually recovering. Overall. Combat capability. 3,237. All attributes had seen a notable increase, and his overall combat capability had returned to its previous level. Once his mental state fully recovered, it was likely that his combat ability would further improve. Truly, the wares from the wandering monster merchant lived up to their reputation. With a warm sensation settling in his stomach, Jiang Yi glanced at Xiao Wei. He intended to ask her to send him the information about the monster merchant through temporary chat. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Wei sprang to her feet and executed a set of military-style exercises right there. The graceful lines of her muscles were taut, resembling a lithe and agile leopard. Jiang Yi watched in astonishment as Xiao Wei's face flushed crimson. Finally, she delivered a powerful kick to a wooden plank leaning against the wall, producing a sharp crack as it split cleanly in two. To his surprise, there seemed to be an underlying force. The plank exploded apart. It was evident that Xiao Wei had also received a significant enhancement in her attributes, and judging by the circumstances, it was more than just a minor increase. What a remarkable innate martial physique. Uncle Han's reaction was somewhat similar to his own, yet he did not display the same level of exaggeration as Xiao Wei. After shattering the wooden plank, Xiao Wei felt a newfound lightness in her body. A smile appeared on her face as she cheerfully remarked to Jiang Yi, "Indeed. I need to find a chef. The meat of this black-ringed snake is truly exceptional." Jiang Yi wished to point out that it was not merely a matter of the chef, but rather a correlation with the mental attributes. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, as mental attributes were hidden traits that most players had yet to unlock. He had other matters he wished to explore. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Yi changed his title. "You have changed your title to I am the elite. You have initiated a mental attribute assessment on the specified player. Dungeon rules. Player name is anonymous. Mental attribute assessment complete. Your mental attribute exceeds that of the opponent. Commencing replication of talent title attribute skill." Jiang Yi's heart raced with anticipation. He fervently hoped for a successful replication. Once he exited the dungeon, he might not encounter Xiao Wei again. Each player could replicate a skill only once, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity. As he consumed the last of his orange juice, he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wei. "Brother, your gaze is rather lecherous," the anvil suddenly interjected. "Less chatter," Jiang Yi thought, rolling his eyes inwardly. Was this not the first time engaging in such clandestine activities? He did not have to wait long. Approximately 2 seconds later, the system announced, "You have successfully replicated the player's skill, Basic Muay Thai." Basic Muay Thai. It was accomplished. Jiang Yi was elated beyond measure. He never anticipated that such a slim chance would actually yield success. "Why are you grinning at me like an idiot?" Xiao Wei asked, puzzled. Jiang Yi's smile faltered momentarily before he replied, "Oh, I was just reminded of an older sister I once knew." "Oh," Xiao Wei responded, intrigued. "Once we finish our meal, let us prepare to set out. We still have main quests to pursue." Jiang Yi swiftly diverted the conversation. As he spoke, he passed by Uncle Han and discreetly activated another skill. "You have initiated a mental attribute assessment on the specified player. Dungeon rules. Player name is anonymous. Mental attribute assessment complete. Your mental attribute exceeds that of the opponent. Commencing replication of talent title attribute skill." He had initially anticipated no significant gains. However, to his astonishment, 2 seconds later, the system chimed in. "You have successfully replicated the player's talent, the loyalist." Description: a loyal person inherently exudes an aura of trustworthiness, resulting in a natural affinity with all players or monsters. When the affinity or favorability reaches a certain threshold, it will trigger a fortuitous random event. May all things remain loyal to you. The loyalist? Jiang Yi was utterly astonished to discover that Uncle Han possessed such remarkable talents. It was no wonder that upon first encountering him, despite not knowing him, Jiang Yi felt an inherent trust in this elder. From one perspective, such a gift perhaps attested to Uncle Han's admirable character. Chapter 72. The Corrupted Tunnel, 14. However, the replication probability was astonishingly high. What had happened to the promised slender odds? Could it be that the mental fortitude of these two individuals was comparatively feeble? Never mind. It was more prudent to focus on the task at hand. After finishing their breakfast, the trio did not dawdle, promptly organizing the items strewn about the floor before retracing their steps to the director's office. The office was now a mere ruin, devastated beyond recognition. One could not deny that the cooling spray had been aptly employed. It was indeed a veritable clearing tool. Jiang Yi gazed at the charred ground in disbelief. There was scarcely anything left to salvage. As his gaze shifted, he beheld the burnt corpses. One belonged to Xiao Chu, and the other to Yu Feixing. A moment of silence enveloped him as he recalled the last time he saw them. Xiao Chu had affectionately called him brother, and Yu Feixing had referred to him as Iron Brother. Beside him, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han exchanged glances, both sighing deeply. Xiao Wei approached, suppressing her physiological discomfort. After all, who would not feel a chill when confronted with headless corpses? Yet, she steeled herself to confront the bodies on the ground, determined to engrave this scene into her memory. Until now, she had never encountered such death. However, on the open road, such tragedies were inevitable. Lost in thought, she could not help but retch slightly at the sight. Behind her, Jiang Yi inquired, "Are you all right?" Without turning, Xiao Wei responded while leaning against the ground, "I should prepare my sister's remains. At the very least, she shouldn't decay alongside these wretched fish corpses." Xiao Chu, who had called her sister, deserved a proper farewell, for she was but a child. "Very well," Xiao Wei said as she gathered Xiao Chu's charred remains. Retrieving a piece of pale pink fabric from her backpack to envelop her. "May my sister find peace beyond this wretched game," she murmured softly. "She will," Jiang Yi replied quietly. Uncle Han turned away, exhaling a heavy sigh. After bidding farewell to Xiao Chu, they chose not to dwell on Yu Feixing's body any longer. Exiting the office, the trio continued down the tunnel, triggering several side quests along the way, vanquishing 5 or 6 corrupted fish corpses and 2 second-level corrupted fish. Their teamwork was commendable, yet, regrettably, Jiang Yi's marksmanship was alarmingly poor. He aimed 3 shots at the head and chest of a second-level corrupted fish, only to miss spectacularly, striking its tail instead. Xiao Wei, with a swift elbow strike, cleared the encroaching fish corpses and looked incredulously at Jiang Yi, exclaiming, "Brother, your aim is quite the masterpiece of human anatomy. Do you not engage in any tactical games, like Delta Force?" Jiang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had no retorts to offer. Indeed, he rarely played games. His time was consumed by the pursuit of creating videos for profit. However, in stark contrast, Xiao Chu's marksmanship was nothing short of terrifying. Jiang Yi recalled vividly how Xiao Chu had achieved a headshot on the first level 2 decaying fish corpse he encountered. After missing 3 shots, he decided against wasting more bullets and switched to a harpoon. As he grasped the familiar weapon, he felt the previous clumsiness of his body dissipate significantly. He knew that his nascent proficiency in Muay Thai was at play. Wishing to conceal his abilities, Jiang Yi refrained from overtly showcasing his martial skills. Yet even so, his movements and weapon handling became much more fluid. He was no longer merely flailing about like a novice striking blindly. With Xiao Wei and Uncle Han providing support, they were more than capable of dealing with the level 2 decaying fish corpses. The notifications rang out. "You have slain a decaying fish corpse 1. You have slain a decaying fish corpse 1. You have slain a level 2 decaying fish corpse 1. The sounds of victory continued, and soon he received, "You have completed the side quest, Decaying Fish Corpse. Basic reward. 5 car coins previously dropped. You have earned an additional kill reward for car coins." In total, Jiang Yi amassed 9 car coins from slaying the decaying fish corpses. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the exorbitance of the Daydream Pavilion. The earnings from a day and a half of work, excluding the 50 car coins from the hidden quest, were insufficient to cover the parking fee. Indeed, it is easier to spend money than to earn it, Jiang Yi mused. After eliminating the decaying fish corpses, the trio ventured into the processing workshop. Unfortunately, they discovered a lack of finished canned goods. Xiao Wei nearly overturned the production line in frustration, yet nothing was found. She began to question her existence. How could there be not a single can? The place was as pristine as if it had been ransacked. A food production factory without food. Does that even make sense? Xiao Wei exclaimed, her teeth gritting audibly. She had been eagerly anticipating the chance to find some sustenance in this workshop, only to be met with utter emptiness. Jiang Yi, Upon hearing her distress, pondered for a few moments. It was indeed illogical. There was no reason for the raw materials in the previous workshop to have included rotting fish, while this one was devoid of everything, unless the supplies had been relocated. Jiang Yi rubbed his fingertips together, various images swirling in his mind, and suddenly spoke up. How many employees does this factory have according to the director's diary? Why do you ask that? Xiao Wei replied, puzzled. Uncle Han chimed in. Old He, Old Su, Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, the old man on security duty, Aunt Su who cleans, and about 4 or 5 day laborers. Seems like just those few. The staff of such a small food processing plant was indeed minimal, with most workers hired on a daily basis based on orders. Jiang Yi nodded thoughtfully. Setting aside the 4 or 5 workers who receive daily wages, they presumably do not reside at the factory. As for Lao He, Lao Su, Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, the elderly security guard, and Aunt Su, who handles cleaning, along with the director himself, there are a total of 7 individuals. Jiang Yi recalled the slain amalgamation, which possessed only 6 pairs of eyes. This indicated that one person was indeed absent. Suddenly, clarity struck Jiang Yi, and he turned to the two, contemplating. There must be another person. They took away all the canned goods and other provisions. Xiao Wei gasped in shock. Another person? Jiang Yi nodded and articulated his hypothesis. Xiao Wei felt a chill run down her spine. Could it mean that another individual was hiding here? A local native, or perhaps a creature akin to Lao He? Jiang Yi shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. A sudden possibility flashed through his mind, and he spoke up. If it were you. Upon discovering the presence of a monster in the factory, where would you seek refuge with food? Almost in unison, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han exclaimed, the tunnels? Chapter 73. The Corrupt Tunnels, 15. It is either down we go, or let him ascend. The good news is that we have a clue regarding the tunnels. The bad news is that great danger may lurk within. Xiao Wei furrowed her brow and couldn't help but inquire, if they are indeed in the tunnels. Is the remaining person still alive? Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds and replied solemnly, perhaps they are alive. Or perhaps they have perished due to a lack of sustenance. In any case, they have not yet fallen into Lao He's clutches. After speaking, he instinctively rubbed the tips of his index and middle fingers, a habit he had when deep in thought. Let us return to the office. Jiang Yi suddenly declared. Now. Xiao Wei and Uncle Han looked at him simultaneously. Jiang Yi nodded and turned to leave, stating as he walked, who first documented Lao He's abnormalities in the journal. It was the director. From the moment Lao He chased us out of the office, it became evident that he could roam the factory. Since he can wander and has not found that individual, it suggests that the person is indeed not hiding above ground, but is concealed within the tunnels. Lao He is unaware of the tunnel's location. Otherwise, he would have already eliminated the remaining individual. By locating that person, we can uncover the tunnel's whereabouts. Considering who might have first noticed Lao He's anomalies, it is most likely the director, who would know of a hidden passage unknown to the general employees. Additionally, why might Lao He be lingering near the director's office? Besides sensing our presence, could it be that his subconscious is urging him to seek the remaining person within the office? In any case, finding the director or any traces he left behind will lead us to clues about the tunnels. Jiang Yi articulated his deductions in one breath, leaving Xiao Wei utterly astonished. How had she not considered this? Reflecting on the intellect of those who can cook, she hurried to keep pace with Jiang Yi, exclaiming, but yesterday, we did blow up the office. No worries. Old He failed to detect the tunnel above. Detonating it will likely cause no significant disruption and might even reveal additional clues. Indeed, a spark of realization ignited in Xiao Wei's mind. However, one must still be prepared. The fate of the director remains uncertain, whether he is alive or dead. And upon returning from the sea, he may very well have succumbed to contamination. Jiang Yi interjected. Xiao Wei felt a tightening in her demeanor. Behind them, Uncle Han silently brandished his large blade. Among the initial 5 to enter the instance, he had originally been assumed to be the leader. However, it now appeared that the captain had shifted to Jiang Yi. His discernment was impeccable. This young man was indeed extraordinary. The 3 moved swiftly, quickly returning to a dilapidated office filled with ruins. They searched tirelessly around the collapsed shelves and shattered desks for a quarter of an hour, yet found nothing. In a moment of despair, Jiang Yi suddenly halted. He dropped to the ground. Xiao Wei exclaimed, "What is he doing?" As Jiang Yi made his move, the entire office fell eerily silent. Although they were unsure of his actions, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han had begun to instinctively trust Jiang Yi after previous events. Holding their breath in anticipation, Jiang Yi pressed his ear to the ground. He was not merely listening with his ear, but employing a new skill he had discovered after unlocking the mental attribute. It seemed he could perceive more through his eyes and hear more through his ears. This was an instinct born of the spirit. To enhance his focus, Jiang Yi closed his eyes. In that moment, he could distinctly hear the subtle breaths of the other two, the patter of rain against the high windows, and the sound of droplets falling in unknown corners of the abandoned factory. Moreover, there was another faint breath that did not belong to them. From beneath layers of flooring or mixed concrete, Jiang Yi, lying on the ground, detected an additional breath. His body froze momentarily. Then, his gaze lifted to meet Xiao Wei and Uncle Han's eyes, his finger pointing downwards, indicating the location beneath them. Right here. Xiao Wei and Uncle Han grasped Jiang Yi's implication. Xiao Wei was filled with dread. Right beneath them? This meant that the last individual could very well have been listening to old He, the creature, while they traversed above him. He might even be underground, observing them with an inscrutable gaze from below. Although Xiao Wei had never encountered such a scene, the human capacity for imagination is boundless. At that moment, she felt a chilling sensation. After confirming that the breath did indeed belong to someone else, Jiang Yi felt a slight tingling in his body. Nonetheless, he stood up, feigning nonchalance, and made a new sound. He patted Uncle Han on the shoulder and began to articulate a theory that had previously been dismissed. Uncle Han responded promptly, seamlessly continuing the conversation. As Jiang Yi spoke, he initiated a temporary conversation. Code A, Jiang Yi, the remaining individual, is located underground. Code B, Xiao Wei, this is truly terrifying. I really do not wish to continue. Code C, Uncle Han, enough. We are merely one step away from completing the mission. Let us endure a bit longer. Code C, Uncle Han, Xiao Jiang, what shall we do now? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi responded. Now that we have discovered the location of the tunnel, we have two options. Either we descend or we lure him up. The primary mission is to explore the tunnel, successfully locating its entrance and marking it, having identified the tunnel below. We can either forcefully breach an entry point or entice the individual below to ascend, thus revealing the entrance. Code B, Xiao Wei, if we descend, can we use explosives? Code A, Jiang Yi, that may not be feasible. It is a flat surface, and we must find an incision first. Code B, Xiao Wei, I could attempt to use your steel fork to see if it can penetrate. Jiang Yi, have your strength sword after consuming that cured meat. The steel fork against the solid concrete floor? Is that even feasible? Even if it were, Jiang Yi would not risk his weapon, while the fork's durability is unquestionable. He doubted that a thrust would leave its sharpness intact for future use. Though he possessed a short knife, Jiang Yi was most adept with this modified steel fork, sturdy, resilient, and remarkably powerful. Code A, Jiang Yi, I feel that may not work. Is there anything else? Code B, Xiao Wei, anything else? Could you be more explicit? I do not grasp complex matters. As she spoke, a bright expression adorned Xiao Wei's face, her large eyes blinking innocently, almost naively. Code A, Jiang Yi, do we have any gas-type devices? Code A, Jiang Yi, the tunnel must have ventilation. Otherwise, the individuals inside would not survive. Perhaps we could use this to force them out. Upon seeing the flickering information on the screen, Xiao Wei recalled something and hurriedly opened her inventory. Before retrieving the item, she seemed to remember something else and quickly typed, Code B, Xiao Wei, you too. Put on your masks. It is best to hold your breath as well. Upon reading this, Jiang Yi and Uncle Han exchanged a tense glance, and Jiang Yi promptly retrieved a gas mask from his backpack, while Uncle Han, already equipped with a mask Jiang Yi had previously provided, held his breath. Just as they were ready, Xiao Wei, as if preparing for battle, produced an item from the void that resembled a mass of flesh. Wearing her mask, Xiao Wei's face appeared pale with distress. A horrendous stench, almost indescribable and akin to atrocity, assailed them. Jiang Yi had yet to comprehend the source of this odor before it struck him like a punch to the nose. Not only his nose, but his entire throat and stomach began to churn. Before he could utter a word, he was seized by a violent bout of retching. What on earth is this? It is far more terrifying than any biochemical weapon. Chapter 74. The Corrupted Tunnel, 16, Teleportation Departure. This, of course, originated from the monstrous merchant. It is said to be a type of shark meat. Upon receiving the meat, Xiao Wei felt an overwhelming urge to sever her own hand over the next 2 days. The stench was unbearable. Xiao Wei placed the meat on the ground where Jiang Yi had been lying, and even in that position, the foul odor began to permeate the air. After depositing it, Xiao Wei fled, with Jiang Yi and Uncle Han following suit, both dazed and running purely on instinct. This substance is far more potent than any toxic gas or smoke bomb. Its efficacy is indeed beyond reproach. The trio reached the office door, and even through it, the stench was unbearable. Jiang Yi's eyes filled with tears, and Uncle Han's complexion turned pale. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Yi asked, "What on earth is this?" Xiao Wei, her eyes brimming with tears, strained her voice to respond, "It's some shark meat, obtained from the monstrous merchant." Jiang Yi was taken aback. "Really?" Xiao Wei confirmed with a nod. But as the foul odor assaulted her senses once more, she instinctively attempted to cover her nose, only to be met with the scent lingering on her hands, nearly causing her to faint. Jiang Yi quietly distanced himself from Xiao Wei, while Uncle Han was on the verge of losing consciousness. This truly exemplified the adage of inflicting 100 casualties upon the enemy, while suffering 1,000 losses oneself. After 5 agonizing minutes, just as the trio was about to suffocate from the stench, a noise finally emerged from below. A loud crash echoed from beneath the ground. Xiao Wei's rolling eyes returned to focus, and she gasped in disbelief. There really is someone. Hearing this, Jiang Yi quickly elbowed Uncle Han in the stomach. Xiao Jiang, is it dawn? Uncle Han mumbled. Uncle Han, stay alert, Jiang Yi urged. Uncle Han shook his head, gradually regaining awareness upon seeing the expressions on their faces. Is that thing coming up? Uncle Han whispered. It appears so, Jiang Yi replied in a hushed tone. Be cautious. The three held their breath, and after about 10 seconds, the sound of objects colliding became increasingly distinct. It seemed that the individual below first stepped on something, causing a cascade of items to topple, followed by a frenzied assault on the walls. Their mental state did not appear to be stable. After waiting another half a minute, Jiang Yi, with keen eyes, noticed a slight movement in one section of the desk. The desk had long since been reduced to a pile of splintered wood, making this movement particularly conspicuous. It's coming out, Xiao Wei whispered. All right, Jiang Yi silently affirmed within himself. At that moment, Jiang Yi raised his silver handgun. He had taken down Yu Fei and slain the mutated Lao He, so the silver handgun was rightfully his. Even if others harbored ulterior motives, they would reconsider in light of the bomb Jiang Yi held, although neither of them knew that the so-called bomb was merely a cooling spray coupled with a lighter. Raising the handgun, Jiang Yi prayed silently, I must hit my target. As the wooden board of the desk shifted, a series of clicking sounds echoed, reminiscent of gears turning, followed by a sudden thud. The individuals below appeared to be rendered dazed by the foul stench, exhibiting an unsettling agitation as they attempted to open the door. The grinding noise of the gears ceased, and abruptly, a heap of wooden planks tumbled downwards. The concealed trapdoor was flung open. An object resembling a head emerged from below, soon followed by a significant portion of its body. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed as he squeezed the trigger. The gunshot, bang, striking the shoulder of the individual. The bullet embedded itself in the right shoulder, erupting in a spray of crimson. Damn it, Jiang Yi cursed inwardly. He had aimed for the head. Unable to discern the features of the individual, he prepared to fire again, but beside him, Xiao Wei had already risen, her long hair billowing in the wind, despite the noxious gust emanating from the narrow passage. In that moment, she resembled a warrior, her dagger hurled with precision, striking the individual squarely in the head. Unlike the typical outcome of such a strike, where a bloodied wound might result, this was akin to being struck by a cannonball. The head was propelled high into the air and flew away. It must be said, at any moment, a successful ambush delivers the most potent and immediate impact. Jiang Yi's mouth fell slightly agape as Xiao Wei, with a pleased hum, remarked, Brother, you have much to learn. After the head was obliterated, the trio cautiously awaited, or perhaps, briefly succumbed to the overwhelming stench, as they stood for a quarter of an hour, the suffocating odor only slightly dissipating. Yet, it was merely a slight improvement. Jiang Yi suspected that even if the individual had not been shot or stabbed in the head, the prolonged exposure to the foul air might have rendered survival impossible. Xiao Wei led the way, rolling her eyes as she returned the piece of flesh to her inventory, vowing never to retrieve it unless absolutely necessary. With the shark meat stowed away, the air's foulness lessened considerably. Jiang Yi crouched down to examine the remaining torso of the suspected director, astonished to find that the body was reduced to just a single leg, specifically, Only a thigh remained. He glanced at the severed head, which was nearly bald. The scalp almost adhering to the skull, with sunken cheekbones and deep indentations along the bridge of the nose, while the corners of the mouth were smeared with unidentifiable flesh. Jiang Yi's initial reaction was that this individual appeared to have contracted prion disease, likely having begun to consume their own flesh. Xiao Wei and Uncle Han also crouched beside him. Xiao Wei frowned, inquiring, "Is this the director?" Uncle Han pointed to a nameplate on the clothing, resembling that of old He, suggesting it was indeed him. Xiao Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, "Thankfully, he is far less monstrous than we had imagined. Who would have thought there would be indigenous inhabitants within the instance? This man had it tough, truly tough. His supplies must have dwindled significantly while the monsters guarded above, leaving him to await death in the tunnel." Jiang Yi did not lament the fate of the director. To be frank, they were not so different from him. Though it appeared they had choices and possibilities, the encroaching fog of the highway and the rearward threat loomed over them like a monstrous specter. The elder brother remained silent, as did the second. However, within the instance, the potential existence of indigenous inhabitants of this world was a detail worthy of attention. This implied that perhaps survival on the highway was not merely the vivid game they envisioned, but rather a complex interplay involving multiple realms. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet it was evident that this instance was not a conducive environment for contemplation. Having located the entrance, they should prioritize completing the main quest. After thoroughly searching the director for any useful supplies and finding none, the three did not hesitate to place the flag issued by the system beside the already opened secret door. Suddenly, a mechanical voice broadcasted, "5-person D-level instance, corrupted tunnel. Congratulations. Players have completed main quest 1, initial exploration of the tunnel. It has been detected that players have completed the task within the designated time and will be teleported away in 5 seconds. The 5-person instance invitation card has expired." "So soon? Aren't we going into the tunnel?" Xiao Wei exclaimed in surprise. However, just 5 seconds later, a white light enveloped the three, rendering them unable to hear each other's voices. Chapter 75. The identity tag of the wilderness which the dim office vanished. And Jiang Yi caught only a fleeting glimpse of the tunnel before being teleported out. The swirling fog enveloped him, rain began to fall from above, and a chilling wind swept past, causing him to shiver. Had he truly been expelled from the instance? This instance was akin to a heartless rogue. A strange thought crossed Jiang Yi's mind. The main quest had concluded, yet he had expected they would delve deeper into the tunnel. Was it possible that this invitation card only permitted access to this point, with further secrets needing to be unlocked? Or would other players venture into that instance? Surely, their act of planting flags was not simply free labor for the system. After pondering for a few seconds, feeling the rain above, Jiang Yi wasted no time. With a mere thought, he summoned his forklift. As it materialized, vibrant, dynamic lights illuminated ahead, seemingly greeting him. The red and green lights, which had previously been somewhat irksome, now radiated a warm glow upon his head as he emerged from the shadowy tunnel. Jiang Yi hastened towards the driver's seat, taking 2 steps at a time. The iron anvil embedded in the seat lit up briefly, cheerfully proclaiming, "Welcome home, brother." Home, Jiang Yi pondered, slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed, this could be considered a home of sorts. As Jiang Yi sheltered within the confines of the driver's seat, he felt the chilling aura dissipate slightly. Soon, the system's announcement echoed, commencing the settlement of the dungeon task. Evaluating the settlement for the D-grade dungeon task, corrupted tunnels with 5 participants. You have completed the main quest 1, initial exploration of the tunnels. Reward, 20 vehicle coins, 15 vehicle upgrade fragments. You have additionally assisted in defeating the tunnel guardian, earning extra rewards, 5 vehicle coins. 5 vehicle upgrade fragments. You have completed the side quest, corpse of the corrupted fish. Rewards have been distributed within the dungeon. You have completed the hidden task, unknown creature. Rewards have been distributed within the dungeon. Jiang Yi was well aware of this information, yet the subsequent announcement caught him off guard. Your performance in the dungeon was exceptionally outstanding, and a mysterious creature was drawn to you, leaving behind an identity card. Wilderness which, do you wish to accept? Please note, accepting the identity card does not impose any binding effects. You retain full autonomy and voluntary rights. An identity card? What is that? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. A purple card materialized in his palm, its center etched with the silhouette of a hooded purple figure, exuding an aura of mystery. Jiang Yi flipped it back and forth, attempting to immerse his consciousness within it, but nothing transpired. With a soft click of his tongue, he stowed the card away. The system continued to announce, time spent in this dungeon, 37 hours, 21 minutes, 52 seconds. You will receive additional bonus effects. Participants in this dungeon, 5, players settled. 3, you will receive additional bonus effects, the demise of 2 players, and yet, there were still additional benefits. The malice of this game towards its players was glaringly apparent. It felt as though they were nurturing a poison. Based on comprehensive performance evaluation, you have been selected as the MVP player for this dungeon game, and hidden rewards are about to be unlocked. You may choose from the following 4 rewards. 1. 20 vehicle upgrade fragments, 50 vehicle coins. 2. 2 random service area refresh cards. 3. 1 random silver weapon. 4. 1 system basic convenience store 60s limited free purchase participation card. After 10 seconds, a random choice will automatically be made for you. The 4 hidden rewards appeared before Jiang Yi simultaneously, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that all 4 were indeed quite appealing. The first could be utilized for economic growth. The second, concerning service areas, was invaluable, as his early advantage, aside from his profession, stemmed from encountering numerous service areas, allowing for a significant accumulation. The third was related to his personal strength, as a silver weapon was already a commendable armament. Jiang Yi recalled the materials provided by Oko, and the forging venue from the Daydream Workshop, which had produced a weapon of near golden caliber that fetched a staggering price. Currently, his refined steel trident and short sword lacked any grade whatsoever. However, after 5 seconds of deliberation, as the system approached its countdown conclusion, Jiang Yi ultimately chose the 4th option. The first 3 options are certainly enticing, yet no human being can resist the allure of a zero-cost, 60-second shopping spree at a convenience store. Moreover, this temptation arises amidst the scarcity of food and resources during a day of acid rain. No creature would ever disdain an abundant stockpile. Furthermore, the basic convenience stores operated by the system may differ significantly from those run by the monsters. In brief, they might harbor an array of unique treasures. You have chosen to hide reward for. The participation card for the 60-second zero-cost shopping spree at the basic convenience store has been issued. A card reminiscent of a supermarket shopping card from a previous life materialized in Jiang Yi's hand. The system continued its announcement. Based on the completion level and performance of this task, your rating for this dungeon game is... The mechanical voice paused momentarily. It's not an S rank. If Xiao Wei were to hear Jiang Yi's words, her face would surely contort with frustration, for at that moment, she had only received a C rating. Moreover, the system provided an additional remark. The mysterious audience has expressed approval of your combat abilities. However, they are deeply disappointed by your intellect. Xiao Wei's face turned a shade of green with anger as she struck the ground amidst the acid rain, leaving a faint imprint on the bronze chests appearing along the roadside. Jiang Yi muttered something under his breath, but dismissed it. After all, the rewards from this dungeon were already substantial, not to mention the fragments for upgrading vehicles, vehicle coins, and the participation card for the shopping spree. The skills and talents he had acquired from Xiao Wei and Uncle Han were already a windfall. And let us not forget the 10 four-eyed sardines. Although these creatures appeared somewhat unsettling, they indeed enhanced attributes. However, consuming them was not advisable at this moment. His mental state had yet to recover, and eating the sardines now could very well lead to madness. After organizing the various items collected during this dungeon task, including a hodgepodge of materials scavenged from the factory, Jiang Yi resolved to first accumulate some mileage on the road. Following that, he would utilize the shopping cart to stock up on supplies. Just as he pressed the accelerator, suddenly, an exhilarating light strip illuminated, and in the rearview mirror, 2 roads converged with a pickup truck barreling directly towards Jiang Yi. Chapter 76. You heartless and unfeeling individual. You shall never be forgiven. A parallel road. Jiang Yi was taken aback and quickly sensed that something was amiss. This was no ordinary parallel road. The velocity of the pursuing player was akin to a charge aimed directly at him. Someone had discovered his identity. Had a certain item been used against him? Jiang Yi's initial suspicion fell upon Xiao Wei and Uncle Han, but he swiftly dismissed this possibility. Although he had vaguely mentioned his ranking within the dungeon, he had not disclosed excessive information, and he had been quite prudent with his resources, making it improbable that his identity as the melancholic French fries would be revealed. Then, Could it be an item capable of locating players? Just as this thought flickered in Jiang Yi's mind, the pickup truck had already surged to the rear of his forklift. The forklift faced an unrelenting pursuit from the vehicle ahead. As for the rear, one could only remark that the connection point of the inspection vehicle was excessively cumbersome. Even though Jiang Yi was attempting to steer away in thought, the pickup truck still crashed forcefully into the cargo hold. The sudden impact sent Jiang Yi's center of gravity lurching forward, and the force from behind jolted him, nearly causing him to slam against the windshield. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yi clung desperately to his seat. The steering wheel twisted 180 degrees, and the forklift traced an exaggerated arc across the road. With a firm press on the accelerator, he charged forward against the pickup truck, now enveloped by the encroaching fog. The cargo hold was torn open by the pickup, but fortunately, Jiang Yi's forklift had been upgraded to a level 2 vehicle, significantly enhancing its sturdiness, thus not impeding its power and maneuverability. The driver of the pickup, evidently caught off guard by Jiang Yi's ferocity, was unprepared for the collision into the mist. Jiang Yi pressed the pedal to the floor, in the dim, oppressive weather. Acidic raindrops pelted both vehicles, creating a scene reminiscent of a high-octane film. Both vehicles were now engaged in a gamble, testing who could withstand the pressure of the fog first. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Yi had never been one to shy away from a wager. When he set his mind to something, he became a force of nature, even frightening himself. Moreover, the current circumstances clearly favored him, with the forklift's extended length providing him greater distance from the fog. Indeed, as the rear cargo of the forklift and the rear wheels of the pickup vanished into the mist, the player inside the pickup lost their composure. In Jiang Yi's rearview mirror, he caught sight of the player peering out from the window, their head and half their body visible, their expression frantic, mouth moving as if shouting something towards him. Jiang Yi scoffed, swiftly retrieving a silvery handgun with his left hand, pointing the dark muzzle at the player, and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed. The bullet struck the pickup's window, shattering the glass and coming within a mere 5 centimeters of the player's face. This was a literal demonstration of intimidation. The player, known as the melancholic French fry, was now acutely aware that Jiang Yi wielded a firearm. Of course, only Jiang Yi knew that this was not a display of intimidation. He had missed his mark yet again. "Brother, perhaps you should practice your aim." Iron Anvil could not help but comment. "At this rate, you'd struggle to hit a creeper in the world of blocks." "I will," Jiang Yi managed to choke out after a prolonged silence. Nevertheless, it appeared that this shot had an effect. The individual in the pickup seemed to abandon resistance. The tires ceased their spinning, and the window rolled down. Peering through the opening was a gaunt, shadowy face, with deep-set eyes that suggested many sleepless nights and inadequate meals. A new temporary chat appeared on Jiang Yi's primary screen. Anonymous player. "Boss, I surrender." Anonymous player. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Seeing the messages, Jiang Yi's brow furrowed. This person truly recognized him as the melancholic French fry. How on earth had they figured it out? Jiang Yi remained silent, lips pressed tightly together, and fired 3 more shots. The 3 gunshots shattered the windows of the pickup truck. An anonymous player exclaimed, "Spare me. Almighty One, I truly erred. Please do not take my life." Another shot rang out. Bang! The expression of the man in the rear contorted entirely, and new messages appeared in the chat box. "Melancholic French fries, do not overstep your bounds. If you fire again, I shall expose your vehicle and your identity in the chat group. You must realize how many players are eyeing your supplies and equipment. Let us all take a step back." As the messages continued to pop up, Jiang Yi merely scoffed. "Take a step back? When you crashed into me, did you show any inclination to retreat?" Nonetheless, there was something familiar about the tone of this individual. Never mind, this was not the time for such thoughts. The man cowering in the vehicle was not a sustainable situation. Jiang Yi maneuvered the damaged forklift further to press the pickup truck into the fog, and simultaneously, he opened the driver's seat, lowered his center of gravity, and swiftly lunged towards the rear of the pickup. With a silver pistol in his left hand and a dagger in his right, Jiang Yi, clad in protective fabric and high boots, appeared strikingly youthful under the oppressive acid rain. Yet his fierce demeanor and the unmasked intent to kill in his eyes caused the man behind him to tremble involuntarily. The man shouted, "Do not approach." What responded to the man was the final gunshot, as the entire windshield shattered. The man covered his head with his hands, and Jiang Yi, having appeared in front of the pickup truck, no longer needed to conceal his strength. He executed a complete 180-degree turn in midair, landing atop the pickup with a thud, while simultaneously, the dagger in his hand slashed towards the man's face. This maneuver was reminiscent of the moment when Xiao Wei executed a double kill on the corrupted fish corpse. The man, witnessing the incoming blade, suddenly experienced a flicker of realization. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt as if a black curtain was descending from above, threatening to envelop him entirely. Was this a mental assault? Jiang Yi momentarily hesitated. The man in the driver's seat, seeing this, was filled with delight. However, the next second, the gleaming white blade flashed, and a crimson hue filled the air. The man's smile froze on his face, and between his constricting pupils appeared a long scar. His visage cleaved in two. A mental shock? Apologies, but at this moment, what I fear the least is a mental assault. Acid rain fell relentlessly, and the player within the pickup had already succumbed to his fate. Jiang Yi lowered his head, a trace of indifference now gracing his youthful countenance. The mechanical voice announced, "You have killed player Great Love without bounds. You have unlocked a new achievement. You cold-hearted being, he shall never forgive you." Description: as a cold-blooded killer devoid of moral standing, your kind shall never be forgiven by your peers. However, we are utterly enamored. Note: complete a triple kill within a month to unlock this achievement. You have received achievement rewards, 2 silver chests, Chapter 77, The Jack. You cold-hearted and unfeeling individual. He shall never forgive you. To think this is also an achievement. Ignoring the system's morbid sense of humor, Jiang Yi gazed at the broadcast and murmured softly, "Players. Boundless love?" After sifting through his memories for a moment, Jiang Yi suddenly recalled, isn't this the second incarnation of the moral coercion fanatic? The first is the one born to be a king. The second is this boundless love. These two, like a duet, delight in calling each other out in the chat channel and urging others to share information about the roads. It turns out to be this fellow. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue, retracting the short blade and lifting the individual effortlessly with one hand. With his strength having reached 24 points after donning the self-disciplined superhero, he could still manage to lift a person with ease. The body of boundless love flopped limply onto the driver's seat, and Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, searching for supplies. When a player dies, their inventory dissipates as well. However, except for players with space storage items, the inventory space is generally insufficient for most players. Items like cards, which come in different types, cannot stack in the inventory and are typically carried on one's person. The left pocket was empty, but the right pocket yielded 2 metallic cards. Jiang Yi's eyes brightened slightly as he retrieved the cards. You have obtained Player Locator Card 1. You have obtained the Gaze of the Ominous Deep Sea 1, a Player Locator card. This must be the item that Boundless Love sought for himself. As for the latter, the Gaze of the Ominous Deep Sea, Jiang Yi scrutinized it closely. Description: on the day when the sea mist rises and the fish eyes dim under the ocean's breath, acid rain gradually envelopes the city. This card is a curse card, allowing the user to direct the gaze of the deep sea at a specified player or monster. The specified method is consciousness locking, which carries mental impact and pollution. Upon successful judgment, it will drastically reduce the opponent's attributes, with a maximum reduction of 80. Note: when gazing into the abyss gazes back at you. Beware, for the voice of darkness approaches. Upon seeing the maximum reduction of 80, even Jiang Yi, having previously acquired similar items like the Frenzied Workshop Chief's Pen, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This item's numerical performance is simply extraordinary. No wonder Boundless Love dared to charge in so recklessly. If he hadn't developed mental attributes, and if his mental attributes were relatively high, being struck would indeed render one helpless with an 80 reduction in status. Jiang Yi felt a surge of wariness within. Never underestimate any player in the game. Under the conditions of opportunity and luck, even the most unassuming player can unleash formidable destructive power. After securing the 2 cards in his spatial pendant, Jiang Yi continued to scour the remaining pickup. There were indeed plenty of materials such as steel plates, wooden boards, glass, and screws. But aside from a hardened piece of bread, there was practically no food to be found. It appears that the Boundless Love has placed the items in the inventory, and acquiring 2 item cards is quite satisfactory. Jiang Yi leaped from the vehicle and then turned his gaze towards the dilapidated pickup truck. After stroking his chin thoughtfully, he suddenly opened the chat window and found the user unclosable window. Melancholic French fries. Do you have a jack? Unclosable window replied instantaneously. Unclosable window. However, The question mark was visible in the chat box for merely a second before it was retracted. The chat window indicated that someone was typing, and the other party seemed quite astonished as to why the esteemed individual would require a jack. But indeed, he had one. When he entered the game, he truly had a jack among his survival gear. Unclosable window. Yes, esteemed one, I have it. Melancholic French fries. What will you exchange for it? Jiang Yi responded succinctly. Unclosable window scratched his head, momentarily uncertain about the appropriate value for the jack. After a few seconds of hesitation, unclosable window tentatively suggested, would 12 bottles of mineral water suffice? Having entered the acid rain border town less than a day ago, the prices of food and water were skyrocketing, and it was at this moment that people began to realize just how generous the esteemed French fries truly was. Initially, when the esteemed 1S Everbright department store set prices for food in exchange for vehicle upgrade fragments or vehicle coins, many had quietly grumbled that this was profiting from national adversity. However, now, observing the soaring prices in the trading hall, players recognized that, compared to the French fries, the hearts of other players were far darker. After all, the esteemed French fries had ample stock and looked down upon their meager offerings, while the water and food that other players could sell were as precious as their very lives. They would not part with them without demanding a substantial price. If Jiang Yi had glanced at the chat box divided by zones, he would have noticed that most players were lamenting their plight. Player, where is the Everbright department store S restock? Melancholic French fries. My child is on the verge of starvation. Would you accept 2 vehicle upgrade fragments in exchange? 3 would be acceptable as well. Player 0214. A blood oath for Everbright department store to restock. Player Blue Slate. A joint blood oath for Everbright department store to restock. Player opponent. Boo-hoo. I'm terribly hungry and in need of food and water. In the chat box, many sought out French fries, but regrettably, even if Jiang Yi were to read their messages, he would remain unresponsive. He had no intention of restocking in the near future. He had not come to engage in charity. While stockpiling may be deemed unethical, it was undeniably gratifying. Jiang Yi observed the cautious request for half a bottle of mineral water from unclosable window in the chat box and allowed his greedy instincts to relax momentarily. With the condensation device at his disposal, water was virtually a costless resource for him, making it a worthwhile investment. Moreover, the jack held significant utility for him. Melancholic French fries, no problem. With that, Jiang Yi promptly transmitted a bottle of Nongfu Spring to unclosable window. As the mineral water dropped, a wide grin spread across unclosable window's face. The esteemed French fries remained as cold in demeanor as warm in heart. So endearing. Unclosable window. Frantically clutching the mineral water and sporting a specially designed head-mounted umbrella, twirled around a few times amidst the acid rain. Hastily, he retrieved the jack from the corner of the truck bed, which was shielded by a rainproof cover and steel plates, and sent it to the boss. Chapter 78. A new profession. The red jack, resembling a fire hydrant, was handed over, and Jiang Yi extracted it from the blinding light. He then positioned the jack beneath the pickup truck. The sound of a hammer echoed, prompting Iron Anvil to inquire, "Brother, what are you up to?" Jiang Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down and leaned forward, stating earnestly, "Dismantling the vehicle." Iron Anvil was taken aback. The system only mentioned that the vehicle is uniquely bound and unrecoverable. It never specified that components are also uniquely bound and irretrievable, right? Jiang Yi, while speaking, applied a wrench, crafted from iron and a workbench, which proved to be quite useful despite not being a professional tire socket wrench. Before attending university, he had worked as an auto mechanic for 3 months during summer to gather tuition fees, retaining a wealth of knowledge and skills. He swiftly loosened the bolts and, using the dismantling head, produced by Iron Anvil and himself, the Forging Rat King, removed the anti-theft screws. Next, Jiang Yi caressed the raised section beside the tire, seeking a familiar sensation, and positioned the jack accordingly. The jack gradually ascended, lifting the tire just a couple of inches off the ground. Jiang Yi rotated the wheel and completely detached it. After removing the first tire, he proceeded to the second, third, and fourth. Subsequently, he opened the door of the pickup to disconnect the power and drain the fuel, as the next phase of the operation required ensuring safety. Before the system could react, Jiang Yi had already completed the disconnection and fuel drainage. By the time the system detected a player dismantling their vehicle, he had removed the doors, hood, and suspension system. The system was in shock. Jiang Yi's movements were swift and agile, as if he had been disassembling vehicles on an assembly line for a decade, remarkably adept. In fact, Jiang Yi had indeed relished the experience. He had performed exceptionally well at the repair shop, and if it weren't for his university commitments, they would have considered promoting him to assistant manager. Observing Jiang Yi's poised readiness to continue, the system emitted a sharp alarm. Player melancholic French fries. What are you doing? The system was alarmed. So much so that it omitted the customary greetings, neglecting to address him as dear player. Jiang Yi paused momentarily, lifted his head, and simply stated, quality inspection. The system was perplexed. After this, Jiang Yi intended to continue dismantling, causing the system to feel as though its circuitry might explode. How could someone, after the system had already indicated that the vehicle was irrecoverable, contemplate dismantling it into parts? Was the survival path too mundane? Or had food supplies been sufficiently stockpiled? Just as this thought crossed its mind, the system realized that something was amiss. The individual before it seemingly had just completed a dungeon game, not only achieving an A rating, but also earning the hidden MVP player reward, coupled with an S-level rating for his resource abundance. Amidst a subtle turmoil, the system began to falter. Gentle reminder. Dear player, melancholic French fries. The vehicle is uniquely bound to each player and cannot be reclaimed. I did not reclaim the vehicle. I was merely disassembling a few minor components. With that, Jiang Yi detached the entire chassis. The system interjected. Is this truly a minor component? Unfazed, Jiang Yi continued his task. The system fell silent, and Jiang Yi paid it no mind, for he had committed no infraction. Just as he pondered how to proceed without a professional cutting tool, he suddenly felt his body suspended in midair. Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Don't play games you can't afford." A radiant light coalesced into a massive hand that seized Jiang Yi entirely. At that moment, he resembled a BJD doll ensnared in the grip of an enigmatic giant hand. His legs were trapped within the palm's embrace, and the abrupt suspension quickened his heartbeat, sending his blood racing. Just as he was about to speak, a colossal visage devoid of features and gender materialized before him, mere centimeters away. It was immense, frigid, mechanical, and mysterious. This was Jiang Yi's immediate impression of the face. It must be noted that most humans harbor an innate fear of such gigantic humanoid entities, and Jiang Yi's outcry was stifled in his throat, yet he maintained an appearance of calm rationality. The system's voice resonated once more. Player melancholic French fries. You have acquired a new profession, system reclamation worker. A new profession? Jiang Yi detected a familiar scent. Is this yet another attempt to plug a bug with a profession? He blinked and gazed at the screen that had appeared before him. System reclamation worker? Description. You possess the authority to reclaim system vehicles. All processed vehicles and their components belong to the system and must be uploaded for reclamation. The system will provide a comprehensive quote based on component value, labor complexity, etc. The profession of system reclamation worker is classified and must not be disclosed, exhibited, or disseminated. The gigantic face loomed closer, delivering its cold pronouncement. Dear player, melancholic French fries, do you accept this profession? There was a peculiar pause in the voice, and Jiang Yi sensed an undercurrent of danger. His form was immobilized in the air, and the massive hand instilled a sense of unease within him. Initially, he had merely sought to experiment. Yet it seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. Was there something concealed within the vehicle that the system did not wish players to reclaim? Contemplation flickered in Jiang Yi's darkened eyes as the mechanical visage gazed silently. After a silent standoff lasting nearly 10 seconds, Jiang Yi finally spoke. I accept. For now, preserving my life is paramount. As Jiang Yi's voice faded, a wide, light golden scroll materialized at the center of a colossal hand. Instinctively, Jiang Yi glanced over, only to behold a myriad of intricate symbols and an array of incomprehensible texts adorning the scroll. These symbols and texts intertwined, seemingly encapsulating enigmatic information, while beneath the scroll lay a blank expanse. The massive hand shifted slightly. Jiang Yi's body rolled downward, and he hastily grasped the area above his fingertips, rising to an upright position as he was transported before the scroll. This scene was reminiscent of what he had witnessed in the Dream Pavilion. Was this the contract paper? Was the system indicating that he should sign the contract paper to establish a pact? Considering the earlier mention of the profession being classified, Jiang Yi hesitated for a few seconds before placing his palm upon the blank space. The contract was established. A radiant white light emanated, and Jiang Yi's original quality inspector badge materialized on his chest. Beneath his inspector identity, a line of new content appeared. Visible only to Jiang Yi, System Reclamation Worker, Jiang Yi. The two badges overlapped. Chapter 79. Are there experts? Had Jiang Yi's second profession not been so extraordinary, he might have triggered a fourth server-wide announcement. The two badges overlapped on Jiang Yi's chest, perhaps due to his acceptance of the profession, allowing the bug to be rectified. The cold mechanical head, emanating a murderous intent, gradually dissipated. Though its pure white visage lacked facial features or expression, Jiang Yi perceived an almost imperceptible nod from it. This action sparked a thought in Jiang Yi. Wait, could this system and that oddly enigmatic system be one and the same? This system appeared to align perfectly with common perceptions of such cold, mechanical entities. As for the other one, his imagination of it was limited to a malicious version of the Timal genie. A flurry of chaotic thoughts coursed through his mind as the massive hand set him down. Upon landing, Jiang Yi took a step forward, only to realize his legs felt somewhat weak. He certainly couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of this absurd system. With a tightened expression, he seemingly nonchalantly slipped his hand back into his pocket, gripping his pant legs firmly on either side to prevent himself from collapsing. Having witnessed this scene many times before, the anvil's colossal head gradually dissipated. Jiang Yi straightened his sideways-turned face, withdrawing his hands from gripping his pant legs and allowing his body to relax. Phew, the anvil's voice echoed leisurely. Brother, did you almost make a blunder just now? Jiang Yi chuckled lightly, his expression calm. Just a bit of dirt on my clothes. Can't kill you, can I? The anvil silently scoffed inwardly, but dared not voice it. Fearing Jiang Yi might retaliate with a fork, Jiang Yi moved his numb legs in place, observing the traces of the system's disappearance, pursing his lips. The depths of his dark eyes concealed his thoughts. He still felt too weak enough to lack the qualification to touch secrets. Jiang Yi lowered his head, having genuinely sensed the lethal intent embedded within the system, or rather, the game itself. He etched the emotions from that moment deep into his memory, exhaling a sigh of frustration as he resumed dismantling the vehicle. At this juncture, he felt utterly powerless, oblivious to the secrets of this game and world. All he could do was strive to empower himself, transforming into a somewhat stronger ant, capable of enduring a little longer before the true dangers arrived. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Yi finally completed the disassembly of the vehicle. You have successfully dismantled the vehicle. A radiant white light enveloped the remnants, and after a thorough scan, new text appeared. Detection complete. Recovery offer, 120 vehicle currency. Would you like to report for recovery? Jiang Yi stared at the 120 vehicle currency, momentarily taken aback, before internally exclaiming, What? 120 vehicle currency? What's the matter? The anvil inquired. Jiang Yi's expression contorted. The earlier threat to his life by the system was swiftly forgotten, replaced by regret for not having capitalized on the initial opportunity. He gritted his teeth, lamenting, Had I known I should have dismantled that truck during the first parallel road encounter. His inaugural experience with the parallel road, marking his first player kill, had involved a heavy truck. If a dilapidated pickup could fetch 120 vehicle currency, how much would that heavy truck yield? As he pondered these thoughts, he hesitated to respond to the system. The main screen flickered several times, and moments later, it suddenly displayed. Reevaluation complete. New recovery offer, 130 vehicle currency. Would you like to report for recovery? If the player does not make a decision within 10 seconds, the system will proceed with the initial recovery offer, 109. 8. Jiang Yi swallowed the 120 vehicle currency recovery offer he had nearly reported. Were there still experts around? Could the system possibly think he deemed the first offer too low to accept? No, he couldn't afford to underestimate the system's intentions. This must mean the profit margin on vehicles was greater than he had anticipated. Even with the price increase, there remained ample room for profit. How devious this system was. Catching him off guard, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and declared a new figure, 140 vehicle currency, or we shall not negotiate. After uttering this, his heart raced. The earlier incident where the system had taken advantage of him was still vivid in his mind. Indeed, a gambler who takes a risk once is invariably tempted to gamble again. Yet, the mechanical voice chimed in. Transaction successful. Jiang Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had been shortchanged. Damn it, they didn't hesitate at all. What did this signify? It implied that even at the 140 vehicle currency offer, there was still profit to be made. How infuriating that the system had initially offered only 120. Following the transaction, amidst the swirling mist on either side, white hands emerged, grasping the disassembled remains of Jiang Yi's pickup truck and drawing them into the fog. A peculiar and unsettling crunching sound resonated, and the vehicle vanished from sight. A sum of 140 vehicle coins had been credited to Jiang Yi's account, which, upon his conscious decision, was transferred to the storage card provided by the Dream Pavilion. As he beheld the steadily rising balance, Jiang Yi's expression brightened considerably. His vehicle coin savings had now surpassed the significant threshold of 300, reaching the impressive total of 375. For the majority of players at this stage, such a figure was indeed remarkable. With the amount firmly etched in his mind, Jiang Yi clapped his hands, brushing away the droplets of water that had settled upon him, and with a sense of satisfaction, returned to the driver's seat. He pressed the accelerator, propelling forward with vigor. He drove for a continuous span of 2 hours until the protests of his stomach compelled him to halt. From the stationary compartment of his inventory, he retrieved a KFC family bucket, extracting 3 pieces of original recipe chicken, a spicy chicken wing, a corn cob, and filled a cup with cola from the orange container in the rear compartment before returning to the driver's seat. Exhausted and famished, with his body temperature plummeting, he required these calorically dense foods to swiftly restore his energy and vitality. Having just passed lunchtime, the chat box remained quite lively, with players engaging in jovial banter despite their struggles. Player, how are you in the two-dimensional world? Greeted everyone, good afternoon. By the way, some enthusiastic netizens have been inquiring about what the streamer had for lunch today. The streamer responded, let me share with you all. I enjoyed air-fried chicken, air-fried fries, and sipped on a generous amount of the northwestern wind. The flavors are rich, and I highly recommend it. For those wishing to acquire the same meal as the streamer, they could click the link in the lower right corner to check their inventory status. Player, your wild king is unrestrained queried. How's everyone's mental state up there? Player, how are you in the two-dimensional world? Replied, the streamer is doing splendidly. A second later, they added, the streamer is indeed very, very well. Player, your wild king is unrestrained retorted. Such a cheerful disposition is truly delightful. Chapter 80. I am a professional. Player, your wild king is unrestrained encouraged. Brother, if it's too overwhelming, just cry it out. Holding it in ISNT sustainable. Player, how are you in the two-dimensional world? Lamented, woe is me. During my novice adaptation period, I traded a family bucket for 2 batteries. Woe is me. As he observed the flood of woe is me messages filling the screen, Jiang Yi glanced once more at the family bucket in his hands, letting out a soft click of his tongue. No wonder this child was in such a frenzy. Given the current food prices, that family bucket could likely be exchanged for at least 10 vehicle upgrade shards, along with a small heap of essential supplies. Perhaps it could even yield additional vehicle coins. Yet this unfortunate child had traded it for a mere 2 batteries. In the chat, player, your wild king is unrestrained mused. This truly defies reason. What a remarkable investment insight. Even during the novice adaptation phase, this price is quite outrageous. Player, how are you in the two-dimensional world? Lamented. Feeling utterly helpless. At that time, I was so desperate for power that I hastily sold the family bucket for a pittance. Unexpectedly, in the acid rain border town, the prices of food have soared to such heights. Players in the chat box, reveling in the drama, eagerly chimed in. Player 0816. Your investment insight is commendable. Even Buffett would approve. Player slanting shoulders. Even Musk would feel inferior. Likes, likes, likes. Player Starry Night. Let us not be too harsh. The original poster is already in a dire situation. Such remarks will only deepen their sorrow. Oh, by the way, do you still wish to sell something? Can you privately message me? I'd like to stock up in advance. Player Villager and Werewolf. Starry Night. You have not spared them either. The barrage of comments continued to refresh, all expressing sympathy for this two-dimensional character. At that moment, suddenly, a system announcement appeared. Welcome, players, to Acid Rain Border Town. Noticing your interest in the culinary delights of this unique setting, we are excited to announce the upcoming food sharing event to enhance your gaming experience. Participating is quite simple. Share a picture of the food you are currently enjoying, and the top 100 players who garner the most attention and likes will receive rewards. We encourage your active participation. As the system's message concluded, Player Two-Dimensional, how are you? Are they chasing after me to kill? Player Two-Dimensional, how are you? This is excessive. However, these 2 messages were soon eclipsed. Compared to mere entertainment, players were far more interested in the rewards. Sharing food could lead to rewards. This was a risk-free opportunity for gain. Before long, a player posted a somewhat blurry image, perhaps due to a hasty shot. The picture appeared slightly out of focus, yet the content was still discernible. Next to the steering wheel lay a half-eaten ham and lettuce sandwich, topped with what seemed to be a dab of mayonnaise. Upon posting the photo, a side notification appeared, attention level, 20, and it continued to rise, reaching 30, then 45. Player Chickpea, that sandwich looks delicious. Accompanying this message, a heart icon appeared beside the attention level, representing 1 like. Following this, an increasing number of players began to share their own culinary delights. It must be said that modesty is indeed a virtue of the Dragon Kingdom people. Although everyone in the group lamented about having no food, in reality, player Your Wild King, hot dog image, orange juice image. Jiangyi glanced over, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the hot dog and orange juice that the Wild King exchanged for vehicle upgrade fragments? Jiangyi pondered, while the Wild King had already sent a private message. Your Wild King. Hey, esteemed one, let us use your food for the competition. Jiangyi couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. What do you mean my food? This was purchased by you, not stolen. Jiangyi pondered little and promptly sent a message, melancholic French fries. Upon typing OK, a charming yellow hand emoji appeared in the chat box. And without a second thought, he hit send. The Wild King, gliding on his skateboard, noticed the peculiar yet endearing yellow hand, and, for reasons unknown, a smile crept onto his lips. He swiftly replied, Your Wild King, unrestrained. Boss, are you willing to share your lunch? Glancing at the message, Jiangyi contemplated briefly, feeling no inclination to resist. While it could potentially incite jealousy, the prospect of rewards overshadowed any concerns. Melancholic French fries, send. Your Wild King, unrestrained, excellent. I eagerly await your photos, boss. He added, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The Wild King's current mood resembled that of a participant in a competitive match, having brought along a remarkably skilled friend. His thoughts were less about his own performance and more about how to showcase his esteemed companion in front of others. After sending the message, Jiangyi set down the spicy chicken wings he had almost brought to his lips. Since he had resolved to partake in the activity, he would do so earnestly. Being a food vlog blogger was no trivial matter. With determination, Jiangyi stowed the food in his backpack and stood up, stealthily slipping into the rear compartment once more. Inside, he retrieved a small wooden table salvaged from the recycling station and placed a soft cloth atop it. Next, he unearthed a set of exquisite tableware, meant for afternoon tea, which he had kept tucked away for about 4 days. The delicate bone china plate, initially intended for small cakes, now held chicken wings, chicken pieces, and freshly retrieved French fries. The elegant goblet, designated for wittered tea, was filled with cola, though lacking ice. A chilled cola would have been utterly refreshing amidst the dreary weather. Subsequently, Jiangyi produced his electric cooker, poured in some oil, and cracked an egg, frying it until golden before setting it aside. He then added pork, specifically wild boar meat obtained from a previous treasure chest. While its flavor could not compare to the exquisite black-ringed snake dish provided by Xiao Wei in the dungeon, the aroma was still tantalizing after frying. Jiangyi skillfully pan-fried a pork chop, incorporating egg, ham, scallions, and black pepper, before also cooking a small piece of sausage. The pork chop was placed on a heavy iron plate, adorned with a couple of onion rings. With the main course, sides, and beverage prepared, he pondered what else might be needed. Remembering his vlog shooting habits, he snapped his fingers. Lighting and music. For lighting, he opted for vibrant, dynamic LED strips, which would prove quite useful. As for music, he hesitated at the thought of the local DJ's tunes, but just then, a rich and captivating tenor echoed through the space, startling Jiangyi. Jiangyi's gaze turned toward the source of the sound, emanating from the redstone energy furnace. The lid of the blazing furnace was slightly lifted, as if proudly signaling its prowess to Jiangyi. Jiangyi, well, music resolved. Chapter 81. Each showcases their talents. Players, in their relentless pursuit of rewards, have resorted to all manner of tactics. After all, compared to the uncertainty of encountering monsters and the high likelihood of receiving spoiled food or water, the system's rewards certainly sound more secure. Moreover, who says one must have a lunch to participate? In the chat box, a player named Your Hair Flows Through My Hands posted, "Hello everyone, this is my lunch," accompanied by a picture of a smooth wooden board. You received a like from Player Tomorrow's Star. Player Tomorrow's Star, we are alike. Player, your mother is truly talented. We three are the same. On the side, the wooden board's popularity surprisingly reached 12 points. The likes accumulated to 5. Witnessing this, more and more players halted their vehicles to join the competition. On the highway, the previously indecisive player Orange glanced at the messages in the group chat, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to share her lunch. It seemed that, compared to these individuals, hers was quite decent. Player Orange, hello everyone, this is my lunch. Compressed biscuits, mineral water 13. After posting, Orange saw her popularity rise by 2 points, but soon her message was pushed up. Just then, suddenly, on the main screen, you received a like from player Melancholy French Fries. Orange was momentarily taken aback, then thought, oh my goodness, a big shot. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She never expected that a prominent player would take notice of her message. After a moment of reflection, Orange sent a private message to French Fries. Thank you. Big shot. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who was arranging the scene, casually checked the messages and, upon seeing the familiar ID, gave a like. Noticing the private message flashing, he replied nonchalantly, Melancholy French Fries. After pondering the tasks he had to undertake shortly, Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment. Then, considering the favor owed to the girl, decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. Melancholy French Fries. The messages are refreshing too quickly now. There's little attention on your post. Wait until I notify you, then send the photo again. Without a second thought, Orange replied, GIF of a bear embracing its mother. Okay. Upon seeing the familiar GIF, Jiang Yi felt no issue with it. He thought to himself, as expected of a girl, she truly enjoys these adorable expressions, and succinctly responded, Melancholy French Fries. Okay. After sending the message, Jiang Yi continued with the scene arrangement. Just then, he noticed another familiar ID, that of Thunder Z, who had previously reminded everyone in the group about the suspicious Uncle Hat. However, upon seeing the content of the image, even Jiang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The image depicted half a pig. Player Thunder Z, hello everyone. This is my lunch. Bowing, strong arm, smiling. The big shot speaking style remained quite simple, even somewhat robotic. Yet, the prowess was undeniable. Within the scene, the camera draws in closely, eschewing composition to deliver a visceral shock directly to the viewer's senses. Before us stands a pig of considerable size, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, its physique remarkably robust. The flesh and bones have been meticulously prepared, with smaller bones extracted and placed upon a wooden board, which bears traces of water as if it had been hastily cleaned of blood. Beneath the board, dark stains of blood remain. Player Jianghu Laidage, my goodness. They've butchered a wild boar right here. I can hardly imagine. If such a creature spawns from a treasure chest, I would surely perish in an instant. Player Ursiuan Zinulio, brother Latang truly possesses formidable prowess. Player Ursiuan Zinulio, I humbly worship you, my esteemed brother. Player Qingju Ningming, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Player Qingju Ningming, blurry visuals, yet undeniable strength. Player Nai de Yuan Wuxin Changquang, is this what it means to be a master? Absolutely awe-inspiring. Truly remarkable. Player Renzu Banjuan Dadi, tears of envy trickle from the corners of my mouth. Before long, Latang's image ascends to the pinnacle of the rankings. The attention and likes surge continuously. Amidst this, several players inquire about strategies for dealing with such formidable foes. Remarkably, Latang shares his insights. Player Latang Z, the weakness of these creatures lies in their abdomens. First, one must locate their blind spots, and then strike their abdomens with a hard object repeatedly. A few blows will render them incapacitated. Once they are weakened, a swift cut to the neck will suffice. Player Latang Z, such pork is remarkably fresh. As Latang Z's message concludes, the chat window momentarily freezes for 2 seconds before being inundated with frantic messages. Player Ni de Yuan Wuxin Changquang, locate the monster's blind spot. Player Ursiuan Zinulio, strike the abdomen. A few blows to incapacitate. Player Jintishu Mingnan, a swift cut to the neck. Player Guan Buxiang de Chuang, such pork is remarkably fresh. Player Latang Z, is there an issue with my explanation? Player, is it not the case? The phrase is it not the case? Refreshes incessantly, highlighting the outrage of the less formidable players. At this moment, Jiang Yi becomes increasingly convinced that Latang, whether or not he is the famed Uncle Hat or a special forces operative, is undeniably a combatant of astonishing skill. Goodness, in mere words. A wild boar of 3 to 4 meters in size meets its demise. In Lei Tang's words, this is merely fresher pork. Such power is truly fearsome. Following the flood of exclamations, player Ni de Tiantian suddenly addresses Lei Tang Z. Player Ni de Tiantian. Lei Tang Z, you are so impressive. Unlike some, who know nothing. Brother, could you spare a bit of that pork for me? Pleading, pleading, pleading. My food is almost gone, and soon I shall go hungry. Oh dear. However, it is not Lei Tang who responds, but the Wild King. Player Ni de Yuang Wuxin Chongquang. Is this an outright solicitation? Upon reading the succinct 3 words in the chat, Jiang Yi could not contain his laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. The idle anvil and the boisterously chanting energy furnace were startled by Jiang Yi's sudden laughter, causing the energy furnace to even hiccup in fright. My apologies, Jiang Yi chuckled, slapping his thigh. After sufficient laughter, he wiped away the tears of mirth, exclaiming, I have a low threshold for humor. Ha ha ha. This Wild King is simply delightful. Ha, his tongue is indeed sharp. Chapter 82. Why has the icon of the big shot turned gray? Within the chat box, player can't close the window. Ha ha ha. Wild King. Don't be too direct. Player spectator, let the brawl commence. Popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Player two-dimensional, how are you? Llama peeking. Even the previously silent Jiang Yi wore an expression of anticipation. And your sweet did not disappoint. Player, your sweet. Voice message tens. Upon seeing the voice message, Jiang Yi exclaimed, having last encountered a voice message from Orange, who at that time presumably lacked the energy to do anything but send a voice note. To his surprise, this sweet had also sent a voice message. Clicking on the voice message, a saccharine voice, enough to raise goosebumps, filled the air. Player, your sweet. Brother Thunder, the Wild King is bullying me. Wah. You must do something about him. The delicate female voice reverberated within the compartment, rendering the usually volatile energy furnace utterly speechless. The energy furnace's door opened from within, revealing the redstone energy block inside, seemingly gazing intently at Jiang Yi, as if to say, is this truly a human voice? Jiang Yi felt a slight tingling in his ears, rubbing the goosebumps on his forearm, and he clicked his tongue in surprise. He was aware that some boys were quite fond of such voices. However, he personally found it rather off-putting, almost inhumane. Furthermore, during his time as a streamer, he had garnered attention for both his looks and voice, with various entertainment guilds reaching out to him, including offers for voice chat rooms. He understood well that such setups could provide sound cards and other equipment, enabling even the most rugged man to produce a cute girl-esque voice. As Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and muttered, if the person on the other end were a rugged man, that would be something to behold. After your sweet had sent the message, Minnie opened the voice note, and your Wild King, upon hearing it, immediately replied, Player, your Wild King, control me? Who do you think you are? Nose picking. The Wild King's formidable attack power remained unabated. While your sweet chose not to confront him, but instead sought the assistance of Thunder Z, looking as if she aimed to ride the coattails of his power. After a few light-hearted messages filled the chat box, Thunder finally responded to your sweet's persistent and rather bothersome request. Player Thunder Z, your sweet. Saluting. I am an only child, you see. Jiang Yi erupted into laughter, even more boisterous than before. He laughed so hard he nearly toppled off his small stool, exclaiming, what a ridiculous only child. Ha 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 ha. In the chat box, an endless stream of laughter echoed, with the spectators expressing their immense satisfaction. However, some were perplexed by your sweet voice and pretended to offer a few words of consolation. The players' hearts are too cold. I dare not approach, one remarked. Sweetheart, don't take it to heart. If you feel too sad, it will harm your health. Jiang Yi surmised from the speaking style that this individual was likely in his 40s, his words dripping with a certain slickness. Yet, your sweetness seemed to be unaffected by such remarks. Thank you, dear brother, for comforting me. It's all right. The big guy is just being straightforward, you replied with a playful wink and a heart gesture. After finishing one round of gossip, the players began to share photographs of their meals. Most of the food was rather unremarkable, either compressed biscuits or instant products, primarily instant noodles, bread, and snacks. A few standout items included sandwiches, boxed fried rice, handheld pancakes, hot dogs, pizza, and fried chicken. Among these dishes, Jiang Yi recognized many as products from his own Aeon supermarket. The most impressive of all was a pot of handmade noodles resting on a wooden fire. With an egg cracked into the noodles and some greens added, the edges of the iron pot shimmering with grease. This seemingly simple dish evoked countless memories for players before they entered the game. The steaming aroma of the pot, with noodles, vegetables, and eggs, was a truly precious meal on the path of survival. Craving noodles now, player Orange remarked. It looks so ordinary, yet for some reason. Seeing the noodles makes me want to cry, player Yesterday Echo replied. Jiang Yi sighed as he read the player's messages, giving a thumbs up to the noodles. After all, simplicity can touch the heart. He glanced at the player ID of the individual who posted the picture and let out a soft unrest. Isn't that the second-place finisher searching for his sister? Sure enough, as the image gained popularity, surpassing even Thunder's, Unrest sent a message in the group. Thank you for the likes and attention, everyone, player Unrest began. I would like to occupy this public space for a moment. I'm looking for my sister, Ning Ning. If you see this message, please private message me. If any other players have related information, feel free to message me. Goodness, a true sister complex. Climbing the ranks just to ensure his sister sees him. This brother, you too must yearn to find your sister. Jiang Yi shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As the popularity of Thunder and Unrest's images soared, the two were already the top 3 and 2 of the 999 zone in the Dragon Kingdom's 189 district. Naturally, other players began to wonder about the top player. Melancholic French Fries. Up until now, Melancholic French Fries had not sent any messages at all. Could it be that the big guy disdained the rewards distributed by the system? Or perhaps, upon entering a new scenario, he had yet to acclimate? Or had something unfortunate occurred? In a fleeting moment, players' thoughts diverged widely. On the first day of acid rain, although the prices of food and water skyrocketed, the number of deaths did not surge alarmingly. After all, on one hand, the intensity of the acid rain was not yet overwhelmingly severe. On the other hand, the presence of a novice adaptation period and a trading hall meant that players were faring relatively well. Many were still indulging in leisurely pursuits during the midday hours. Player Qingqing Zichin, finger pointing. I'm quietly keeping an eye on a certain big shot named Little French Fry's competition picture. Player Ursiyuan, Little French Fry. Has he already released a photo? Where is it? I want to join the spectacle. Player Qingqing Zichin, finger pointing. Not yet. I'm just waiting for it. Player Ursiyuan. Oh, I see. I thought my idol had already posted. Player Enian Yonghun. Upon seeing the name of Little French Fry, I mistakenly thought he had posted something and hastily clicked into the chat box. Player Bailuabwa. I must say, the melancholic Little French Fry is truly worthy of being the top in the region. Even without sending a message, he draws considerable attention just by being mentioned. The number of players waiting in anticipation grew, while Jiang Yi remained unfazed. The current disquietude and the volume of likes were substantial. If he was to participate in the competition, it was with the ambition of securing first place. Otherwise, the rewards might not even cover the cost of his meal. Jiang Yi was unperturbed, yet someone else was growing anxious on his behalf. Player Ni de Tian, melancholic Little French Fry. Aren't you entering the competition? I have immense faith in you, Fry brother. Anticipation. Player Jiang Xia Di Yi Shinqing. Let it be. Such rewards are likely beneath someone of his stature. Player Ni de Tian. How could that be? This is a system reward, a cost-free event. There is no reason for him not to participate. Player Ni de Tian. Could it be that something unexpected has occurred? Upon reading Ni de Tian's last statement, Jiang Yi astutely sensed something amiss. Player Ni de Tian. Oh my goodness. Player Jiang Xia Di Yi Shinqing. Player Ni de Tian. You all should check the group chat list for yourselves. It seems the Big Shot's avatar has turned gray. Chapter 83. Li Dai Tao Jiang players cannot view the status of individuals in corresponding subgroup chats or player profiles unless they click into them. Jiang Yi was aware of his own prominence, yet for some reason, he felt that Tian's words were somewhat jarring, as if they were leading towards something. After Tian spoke, indeed, many players noticed that the melancholic Little French Fry's avatar had indeed turned gray. Player Ursiyuan. Damn, it seems to be true. Player Chuka Yongbu Y. Player 0124. A gray avatar means it's impossible. Inside the off-road vehicle, Orange furrowed his brow, and in his haste, he bumped his head against the roof. Little French Fry, just a moment ago, was speaking to me. How could anything have gone awry? The chat group was inundated with messages regarding the gray avatar of the esteemed little French fry, while in a private chat, Jiang Yi faced an incessantly open window, receiving direct messages from the industrious human brick moving emperor and the wild king. Unclosable window. Are you well, esteemed one? Are you engaged in some special task? This individual seemed to possess a similar experience, as they not only inquired about Jiang Yi's status, but also ventured to guess that he was indeed undertaking a unique mission. In truth, this was the case. The gray avatar was merely a consequence of the dungeon participation card entering a hidden state, which would persist for 3 days. Human brick moving emperor. Hey, esteemed one. There's a monkey in the group causing a ruckus. Should we respond? Your wild king. Esteemed one. Are you unable to reply? Shall I go and scold them? Reading the last simple 3 words, Jiang Yi felt a flicker of amusement. Yet, considering the protests of the energy furnace brother, he opted to send a message in silence. Melancholic little French fry, greetings. Upon seeing this solitary word in the chat box, unclosable window, who had momentarily halted their restless leg, resumed their anxious movement. On a truck, little curly hair tugged at their curls, exhaling in relief, murmuring to themselves, I knew my goddess could not easily encounter mishaps. While unclosable window contemplated venting in the group, they refrained, believing the esteemed one must have his own plans. In another corner, Jiang Yi completed his final preparations, thoughtfully observing the incessantly refreshing messages in the chat. He indeed had his own designs, and dimly felt as though he had grasped something significant. Jiang Yi's dark eyes fixated on the IDs and messages flashing through the chat, committing each ID to memory. It appeared that the players who emerged were predominantly those who had previously echoed the sentiments of Born to be King and Boundless Love. Among them was your sweet. These individuals incessantly discussed Jiang Yi's seemingly vanished presence, fervently speculating about his potential misfortune. Jiang Yi absent-mindedly stroked his fingertips. Today, he had encountered the parallel highway, where the players coincidentally belonged to the Boundless Love faction. Was this mere coincidence? After waiting for 5 more minutes, the chat messages had reached a fever pitch. Aside from your sweet, others began to wonder why melancholic little French fry had yet to respond. Had something indeed gone awry? Only a few players who had participated in the dungeon and other activities chose to remain silent, content to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, on another highway, a canopy-covered electric vehicle bore Xiao Wei, her long legs dangling on either side. The main screen displayed her gray avatar as well. With a disdainful glance at the commotion in the chat, Xiao Wei scoffed, these fools, utterly ignorant, dare to confront the esteemed one. I wonder if their brains are underdeveloped or if they are merely lost in dreams. Xiao Wei scrolled through the chat list and found the profile of Little French Fry. Indeed, the avatar was gray, and the profile was exceedingly simple, devoid of any content. It seemed the esteemed one had little interest in engaging with them. Xiao Wei murmured, do you truly comprehend the significance of S-level resource abundance? This represents the potential largest merchant within the trading hall. Offending them would be sheer folly. How can these individuals fail to grasp such a simple principle? As she spoke to herself, she clutched her head, a moment of clarity flickering in her less than sharp mind. Or could it be that they possess some form of support? Never mind, it's too perplexing. After contemplating for a while and feeling a slight headache, Xiao Wei decided to abandon her thoughts. Her gaze suddenly shifted to the temporary chat where Code A and Code C, known as Jiang Tai and Uncle Han, were engaged in conversation, still reminiscing about their time in the dungeon. After sharing news about the monster merchant with Jiang Tai, Xiao Wei had been teleported out of the instance. She wondered if Jiang Tai and Uncle Han had entered the competition. Jiang Tai was quite the cook. But could it be that the sister Khan was feeling uneasy? Xiao Wei pondered the steaming bowl of noodles, lost in thought. She did not doubt Jiang Tai's capability to reach the top 2 positions. Rather, she questioned whether he would use a pseudonym like Little Daly. Xiao Wei realized her method of elimination was somewhat absurd, yet her intuition warned her that she could not equate the two. Within the group chat, the number of Jiang Yi's followers continued to swell. Suddenly, a message appeared in one player's private chat. Your sweetheart, is it nearly time? Your sweetheart, you should be able to speak now. Your sweetheart, We've sent you all the food after stepping on the little fries. You can ride this wave of popularity. Your sweetheart, why are you silent? Hello? In this private chat, your sweetheart had completely shed the dainty demeanor exhibited in the group chat, now appearing unusually cold and direct. On the other end of the private chat was Born to be King, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and tension. His gaze was fixated on another status bar, where the avatar of Boundless Love had turned gray. Just half an hour prior, Boundless Love's status had been normal. In that brief span, only one event had transpired. Boundless Love had attempted to assassinate melancholy little Fries. With a grimace, Born to be King pondered, what on earth is happening? Both Boundless Love and melancholy little Fries were now in a state of unresponsiveness. The situation was far from what your sweetheart had envisioned. Had Boundless Love successfully dealt with little Fries, or had they both perished in the process? Surely, with the curse card in hand, Boundless Love wouldn't fall to little Fries. For that was a mental assault. Various speculations raced through Born to be King's mind, while the relentless barrage of messages from your sweetheart only heightened his confusion. Your sweetheart, where the hell are you? Your sweetheart, not speaking? You're not planning to abscond with our resources, are you? Your sweetheart, I advise you against harboring such thoughts. Your sweetheart, we still have 2 positioning cards. Li Dai Tao Jiang, if you can't use them, then you're the one to ask. Damn it. Upon seeing the phrase Li Dai Tao Jiang alongside 2 positioning cards, the player known as Born to be King uttered a frustrated exclamation and struck the steering wheel with vigor. Amidst the acid rain, the sound of a horn echoed. In the distance, a mist swirled, inciting an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Born to be King, feeling irritable, lifted his gaze and decided to take things one step at a time. He wiped his face and sent a message in the group chat. Player Born to be King. Smile, fist bump. Hello everyone. Here is my lunch for today. Please enjoy. As the message was dispatched, an image followed. On a small wooden table lay a bowl of instant Yangzhou fried rice, a plate of mapo tofu, accompanied by a sandwich, a wrap, and a small cup of orange juice. It was a feast of colors, aromas, and flavors, a rather extravagant meal within the constraints of a survival game. Chapter 84. The group fell silent, each member captivated. Player CatDog. Wow, that looks absolutely delicious. Player Layered Peaks. No wonder you're the esteemed Born to be King. Though modest, your prowess is undeniable. Player Green Pastures. That hot dish must have come from a treasure chest, right? Can hot dishes even be stored in the backpack? Player Born to be King. Indeed, Green Pastures. It can be done using the item stasis slot. Player Green Pastures. So this information is shared directly? Truly worthy of the esteemed Born to be King. Fist bump. Player Born to be King. Fist bump. Fist bump. Fist bump. It's merely a unified human endeavor. It's the least I can do. In the chat window, the sumptuous lunch prepared by Born to be King garnered considerable attention. And with the news of sharing the item stasis slot, he quickly earned the admiration of many players. The image shared by Born to be King surged to the top 3 in popularity. He temporarily overlooked the situation on the other side, Boundless Love, and began to respond to various messages in the group. Player Born to be King. Hot dishes generally can only be obtained from silver treasure chests after the acid rain. The odds should have diminished significantly. Player Born to be King. The item stasis slot is a special type of tool, similar in usage to the backpack item slots. Player Born to be King. What is there to hide? I'm not like some individuals who wish to hoard everything for themselves. Player Born to be King. I mean no offense. I merely believe that in this new scenario, our lives have become increasingly challenging. At such a time, those who remain secretive and unwilling to share information appear rather ungenerous. Player Born to be King. Of course, I respect everyone's choices. Not all possess the same level of awareness. Player Born to be King. Alas, I am still not strong enough. If I were to grow truly powerful, I would undoubtedly lead my brothers and sisters to discover the true path within this game. The chat window had transformed into a showcase for Born to be King. Messages fluttered incessantly, and the unshuttered window bore witness to Born to be King's subtly pointed remarks, inciting ire. Damn it, he had always despised those moralists. The moment they opened their mouths, they perched atop their moral high ground, lamenting others' well-being while dispensing hollow evaluations and stirring the emotions of the uninformed masses to cultivate their own reputations. Thus far, Born to be King has contributed little beyond sharing the universally acknowledged information regarding the static grid. In fact, it pales in comparison to Thunder Z, which has genuinely revealed the blind spots and vulnerabilities of wild boars. Furthermore, the remarks from Born to be King are laden with veiled barbs, seemingly devoid of direct mention, yet unmistakably aimed at the top player, the perpetually silent melancholic French fries. Although the esteemed player previously established the Everbright department store, The community does not perceive this as an act of goodwill. Rather, they suspect ulterior motives for personal gain. In the chat box, Born to be King evidently finds solace in the adulation of sycophants and the bemusement of onlookers. The player expresses, "It seems we all share common queries about the roads. If anyone requires assistance, feel free to add me as a friend. I can serve as a conduit for communication." He continues, "Please do not hesitate to reach out. We are all striving for survival, and it is a tough journey for everyone." He muses, "Mutual assistance is a fundamental notion, yet deep down, I yearn to connect with the great melancholic French fries, fist bump, though I fear I may not be deemed worthy." Initially, I sought to inquire if the esteemed player had any unique methods for acquiring resources to share with all, but to this day, my request remains unapproved. He laments, "I am at a loss as to where I may have offended him, or perhaps he simply wishes to withhold such knowledge from the rest." As the conversation progresses, Born to be King becomes increasingly animated. With each message sent, at least a dozen replies echo his sentiments, creating an atmosphere where he feels as though he commands the attention of the masses. This sensation is utterly intoxicating. Just as he prepares to send another message to further ignite the imagination of his fellow players, suddenly, a singular image appears in the chat box. There are no greetings, no introductions, merely a simple picture. Yet upon its arrival, the chat box freezes as if a pause button has been pressed. The sole reason for this stillness is the player ID of the sender, melancholic French fries. This is a captivating animated image enveloped in a soft lavender glow, accompanied by a melodious and magnetic recitation that resonates in the background as the picture is shared. Beneath the warm light lies an elongated table draped in a black cloth, adorned with exquisite white porcelain dishes and elegant goblets. The white dishes hold an assortment of simple fried delicacies, while a nearby square basket contains long loaves of bread, accompanied by a jar of viscous honey. In front of the dishes rests a substantial iron plate, featuring a fried pork chop garnished with black pepper and onions, alongside a perfectly fried egg, the sizzling oil still audibly crackling atop the pork chop, a testament to the fact that this is not fast food, but rather a lovingly prepared meal. Within the goblets, a brown liquid bubbles and swirls, complemented by 2 glass cups holding orange juice and soda water, respectively. In the background of the image, one can faintly perceive what appears to be an exceptionally spacious compartment, furnished with items resembling beds, tables, and lounges. Above the fried pork chop, the photographer seemingly overlooked the animated aspect of the image, which culminates at a particular moment when slender, fair fingers appear to grasp a utensil, squeezing fresh lime juice. The delicate, almost fragrant essence of the lime juice seems palpable as it drips onto the pork chop with a soft plop. In an instant, Jiang-E hears the system's notification sound erupt in his ears, signaling a flurry of likes from various players. The cacophony of notifications is overwhelming, prompting him to cover his ears in an attempt to mute the incessant noise. This reaction exceeds even his own expectations. In the chat box, silence reigns as no one speaks. They merely shower the image with likes. Aside from the surge of likes, Jiang-E glances at the side panel displaying followers, which has skyrocketed to 20,000 in under 20 seconds. The entire 999-point zone comprises barely 10,000 individuals. Upon viewing this image, most players share a singular realization. While they are struggling for survival, the elite have already begun to seek a higher quality of life. Music, lighting, ambience, nutrition, and flavor combinations, all appearing so relaxed and perfect. At the conclusion of the image, the nonchalant gesture of the elite seems to convey a casual sentiment. "Oh, I was merely cooking. I didn't notice the messages. What are you amateurs up to? Quite amusing. I shall share one as well." It is no wonder that people draw such associations, for humanity's imagination and glorification of the strong have always been remarkably potent. Chapter 85. The location card within the chat box. A message devoid of any text or greetings instantaneously ascended to the 3rd position on the popularity leaderboard, swiftly displacing the image of the reigning champion. Player A, truly a star. Rarely does one strike, yet when they do, they soar to the top. Player B, the gap between us and the elite is akin to, well, how should I put it? Analyzing the situation, let's just say, sigh, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. Player C, you, up there, just made me waste 10 seconds admiring the champion's photo. Player D, how perplexing. Player E, why is this happening? Originally contemplating the prowess of the champion. Player E nearly lost their balance upon encountering this message, almost sending their skateboard flying. What is going on with this old cow? After Player D's message, a moment of silence enveloped the chat, as none could accurately gauge the temperament of Player A, nor could they predict a reaction. Yet, Jiang Yi's response was rather lackluster. He remained unperturbed. As he had often stated, he had encountered far more audacious matters in his private messages. Besides, he had other affairs to attend to. In the private chat channel, melancholic Player A, are you there? Help me acquire a location card. Player B, present. The moment the message was dispatched, Player B replied instantaneously, prompting Jiang Yi to suspect that this individual had been vigilantly awaiting his message. After sending his reply, Player B realized he might have overexerted his enthusiasm. Oh well, it was hard not to be excited upon glimpsing the goddess's true form. Even if it was merely a hand half revealed, the lighting, ambience, ethereal silhouette, and slender fingertips exuded an authority that brooked no doubt. Lost in thought, Player B let out a silly laugh, only to quickly suppress it, aware that such behavior could seem rather foolish. He earnestly revisited the goddess's message, and it was only then that he discerned her request. A location card? What exactly is this? Player B searched the trading hall, but found nothing. Surely, the goddess had also searched for it. She must be asking me to assist her in acquiring it from other players. Though somewhat giddy, Player B believed his mind was still sharp. The champion likely refrained from trading personally, not due to lack of time. After all, the champion was not struggling for survival like them, but rather, he surely had his own pressing matters. Additionally, the champion's renown would inevitably lead some players to inflate prices. Hoping to profit from his stature, resolving to assist, Player B replied, "No problem, esteemed one. What do you intend to offer in exchange, and what is your price limit?" Upon reading Player B's message, Jiang Yi nodded quietly, recognizing the wisdom in his choice of a long-term investment. This individual certainly communicated effectively. Melancholic Player A, let them set the terms. The location card is rather unique, as it can pinpoint a player's identity. Player B, the window that could not be closed startled me. I had not anticipated that this so-called positioning card could directly locate individual players. Wait a moment, individual players. The window that could not be closed seemed to have contemplated something, breaking into a silly grin. Realizing that I had once again strayed into dubious territory, I slapped my cheeks twice to regain composure and hastily sent a message. All right. Melancholic French fries replied, Mem. After sending the message, Jiang Yi forwarded 2 screws. Melancholic French fries remarked, brokerage fee. Initially, the window that could not be closed intended to return the items, but recalling the style of the big shot, I quietly accepted them instead. After pondering for a moment, I could not suppress my curiosity and asked, what does the big shot need the positioning card for? Are they looking for other players? As soon as I sent the message, I regretted it. How reckless. Although I had become somewhat familiar with the big shot, we had not quite reached the level of friendship. Would the big shot think I was being overly inquisitive? While I was entangled in my thoughts, Jiang Yi, unfazed, simply replied, Mem. To ask an individual, or to eliminate an individual. I nearly sprang from the driver's seat. My eyes widened in shock as I stared at those few simple words in the chat box, and I swallowed hard. Eliminate someone. Jiang Yi was undoubtedly aware of the impact such a statement would have on an ordinary person. It was, after all, a test for the window that could not be closed. Naturally, Jiang Yi knew he had no right to judge others, but differing paths lead to divergent fates. If the window that could not be closed could not accept this, Jiang Yi would subsequently abandon this long-term collaborator. As he observed the chat box, Jiang Yi silently savored the pork chop on the table. The frying was just perfect. The sweet and sour notes of the lime balanced the rich oiliness of the pork chop, releasing a fragrant aroma and a savory sweetness that compelled Jiang Yi to take another bite. Beside him, the anvil seemed to drool over the organs it felt were non-existent. Yet it believed that as an anvil, it should not experience hunger. Brother, is it delicious? The anvil inquired. Ah, yes, it's delicious, Jiang Yi replied absent-mindedly. Could you spare me a bit? Jiang Yi turned in his seat, puzzled. How could I give you some? The anvil pondered for 2 seconds, then suddenly flickered excitedly, exclaiming, Brother, I've got it. If you give me a small piece, place it on a plate in front of me, and light 3 candles. I believe I learned from other players that this allows non-existent spirits to enjoy food. Why not give it a try? If you don't have candles, you can create a few iron sparks for me instead. Jiang Yi wiped his face, silently turned back, and continued eating the pork chop, pretending he had not heard anything. Brother? Calling me father won't help. I will not set up an altar in my vehicle, Jiang Yi thought to himself. In the chat window, the message from unclosable window faded into silence, prompting Jiang Yi to click back to the partition chat. Within that space, the popularity of his photo continued to surge, surpassing Born to be King, Thunder Z, and the previously leading Unease, now reaching an astonishing 60,000 in attention. Jiang Yi dismissed feelings of envy and jealousy, as well as the audacious suggestions from his sister to have him deduct points or take a seat. He noticed that ever since he sent his message, your sweetheart had ceased to communicate, and so had Born to be King. Not only had they stopped messaging, but in stark contrast to their previous vibrancy, they now resembled two quiescent quails. Clearly, something was amiss with these two. Jiang Yi's expression turned grave. After being struck by boundless love with a positioning card and a curse card, Jiang Yi swiftly acquired new wisdom, that is, to extinguish potential threats before they manifest. Had it not been for the mental buff obtained in the dungeon, he might have truly fallen into the trap set by boundless love. He had previously noticed the disruptive behavior of these three in the group, but had chosen to disregard it. Indeed, experience is the best teacher, and Jiang Yi would not permit himself to repeat such mistakes. Now, he was determined to rectify his error using the positioning card. As for unclosable window, a hint of coldness flickered in Jiang Yi's dark eyes, just as he prepared to seek out the Wild King or the human race's brick-moving emperor. A private message appeared. Unclosable window. Boss, I've acquired the positioning card. I've sent it to you. Chapter 86. What a charmer. An extra-long chapter for cloud drifting. A beam of white light materialized in the void, revealing a card before Jiang Yi. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Unclosable window. Boss, I messaged in the group chat and among players I know, and two players are willing to sell positioning cards. One is a friend of mine, and the other is Unease. Unclosable window. I compared their offers, and Unease's was more reasonable than my friend's, so I took the liberty of trading with him. Unclosable window. My friend wanted 5 buckets of instant noodles, 5 bottles of mineral water, and vehicle upgrade fragments. Unease asked for 3 buckets of instant noodles, 4 bottles of mineral water, and any 5 basic materials. By the way, he mentioned that if there's news about his sister, he wouldn't need those supplies and could even offer additional item cards. Boss, I feared you might be in a rush, and I happen to have the supplies. So I traded with him first. You can just send me the materials once you're done. Seeing this lengthy message filled with concern about delaying his affairs, Jiang Yi's lips twitched. I'm not that pressed for time. Could unclosable window possibly think I'm eager for immediate action? Although somewhat amused, he smiled as he glanced at the item card in his hand and the messages in the chat window. It seemed he no longer needed to seek out new partners. Jiang Yi typed in the chat box, melancholy French fries. Okay. The yellow icon reappeared, accompanied by an okay hand gesture as Jiang Yi distributed the supplies. One must admit, the efficiency of the unclosable window was remarkably high. It swiftly located the positioning card. With the card in hand, the subsequent tasks became straightforward. Jiang Yi closed the main screen and meticulously organized all his weapons, a rebar fork, a short blade, and a silver handgun. By now, he had learned the name of this silver handgun. Silver-winged assassin description, semi-silver grade weapon. It once belonged to a female professional assassin, referred to by its owner as the ultimate gentleness arriving with the wind. Indeed, one could not deny that being a weapon of a human female assassin, its prestige surpassed that of the hammer he had forged with craftsman Oko in the dreamland of daylight. The silver-winged assassin automatically configures 15 rounds of ammunition. With a reload time of 2 hours, the bullets possess a slight probability of breaching shield values, inflicting true damage, the extent of which depends on the opponent's overall strength and current state. The silver-winged assassin's kills come with an automatic calibration effect, enhancing accuracy by 15. It was evident that within the instance, honesty was scarce. As Xiao Chu stated, the gun's ammunition was limited, not to be used without restraint. Yet, the silver-winged assassin could regenerate its bullets automatically, although the speed of replenishment was not extraordinarily swift. Jiang Yi understood that this feature distinctly separated the silver-winged assassin from an ordinary handgun. Not to mention, the weapon also boasted true damage and automatic calibration. However, this was entirely understandable. After all, they were not a genuine team and could not afford to be entirely forthright. Even he had concealed much. Additionally, from the silver-winged assassin's description, Jiang Yi gleaned another piece of information: shield. This attribute, much like Spirit, was likely something that could only be acquired postnatally. With 9 rounds remaining in the Silver-Winged Assassin, he deemed it sufficient. Furthermore, Jiang Yi also equipped the previously acquired curse card, Gaze of the Ominous Deep Sea. After preparing all his weapons, he retrieved 2 silver treasure chests and an unopened random beginner survival pack from the spatial stone. He first opened the silver treasure chest. You have obtained 5 vehicle upgrade fragments, a soon-to-expire authentic fermented old jar sauerkraut beef instant noodles, 2 glass pieces, and 1 crab-flavored broad bean. As expected, in the acid rain border town, the probability of treasures was affected. The loot was not as abundant as before, but it was still passable. Jiang Yi proceeded to open the second chest. You have obtained 1 vehicle coin, 2 550 milliliters Nongfu spring mineral waters, 2 hemostatic bandages, 1 universal wheel, and 1 QQ milk tea so delicious that it makes one gasp. Note: you must accurately call its name, or you will not be able to enjoy it. If misnamed, there is a 50% chance it will turn into scorpion genital juice. Staring at the final item, Jiang Yi pondered for a second before tossing it to Qingzi. Melancholic French fry. There's a cup of milk tea I don't need. Do you want it? After a brief pause, Qingzi replied, how can I accept this? Milk tea, a delightful quencher, is laden with calories and sugar, rendering it a commodity of diminishing value in today's market. Melancholic French fries remarked, it's nothing. With that, Jiang Yi promptly sent over the item, casually inquiring, can you read it? As Orange beheld a cup of brownish-yellow milk tea descending from above, she instinctively read its name while glancing at the message from the esteemed French fries. Can you read it? What a curious question from such a distinguished figure. Despite the peculiarity of the inquiry, a light, joyful smile involuntarily graced Orange's face, reminiscent of her mother's playful queries when encountering unfamiliar, intriguing items at home. With this thought in mind, Orange cleared her throat and earnestly sent a voice message. Orange, I can read it. Orange, QQ delicious milk tea. The girl's earnest yet youthful voice echoed within the confines of the carriage, drawing the attention of the iron anvil and energy furnace, who fell into silence alongside Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi parted his lips, instinctively producing a sound akin to Q, but promptly halted. Melancholic French fries responded, it's a gift for you. It doesn't suit me. You should enjoy it. Upon reading the message, Orange let out a small sigh. Her gratitude towards the esteemed French fries deepening. He truly was exceptionally kind to her. After sending the photo, he had even reminded her to share her lunch photo in return. Following suit, many players, while perusing the esteemed figure's messages, inadvertently increased their own visibility and accumulated numerous likes. Although she did not ascend to the forefront, she managed to squeeze into the top 50. Now, with the esteemed figure gifting her milk tea, the only way she could repay him was by striving to live well and grow stronger. Only then could she possibly assist him in his times of need, rather than remaining in a position of dependence, hand open for his generosity. Yu Cheng, persevere. Strive harder. You can surely achieve it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, Orange's internal journey was unfolding. In truth, he merely wished to avoid the risk of consuming a potentially hazardous concoction due to an inability to pronounce its name. He found the item difficult to price in the trading hall and deemed it a waste of resources, preferring instead to let Orange take a shot at it. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. After accepting the milk tea, Orange discreetly sent Jiang Yi 3 vehicle upgrade fragments. It was not that she was reluctant to part with her resources. Rather, her luck had been exceedingly poor. During the initial adjustment phase, her loot had already been substantially less than others, and now, in a new setting, the chances of obtaining items had diminished further. However, buoyed by the encouragement from French fries, Yu Cheng discovered a renewed sense of optimism. If she couldn't acquire materials, she would slay more monsters. If she couldn't find quality items, she would run more often. There would always be opportunities. After finishing her QQ delicious milk tea, Jiang Yi resumed his exploration of the random beginner survival package. You have acquired a complete set of combat attire, a black tactical suit, a pair of mountain combat boots, a specialized helmet, tactical goggles, an inner ballistic vest, and a military dagger. Indeed, it is a comprehensive survival package, yielding remarkably practical items. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled as he removed his makeshift protective gear, revealing his lean waist. With enhancements to his strength and physique attributes, Jiang Yi's figure became increasingly lithe and powerful. No longer did he bear the pallid and frail appearance of before. His skin now bore various wounds, adding an edge to his demeanor. As he donned the full combat outfit, adjusting the goggles and the high-collared, tapered suit made from what seemed to be a special material, he stepped out of the vehicle. Under the acid rain, the durability of the suit diminished at a remarkably slow rate, while within tolerable limits. Not bad, Jiang Yi mused, raising his arm to inspect the attire with satisfaction. Brother Iron Anvil is quite right. It looks splendid. Try to avoid using too much internet slang, Jiang Yi replied, his expression sobering as he focused his consciousness to override the positioning card. A layer of white light enveloped him, and he locked onto the consciousness of the player. Born to be King. Chapter 87. Halt and disembark. On another road, within a small cargo vehicle, a man in his late 20s leaned against the driver's seat. His face etched with malevolence as he stared at the main screen displaying a continuously refreshing chat box, specifically fixating on the name that kept surfacing, Melancholy French Fries. After Melancholy French Fries posted a particular photograph, all the words he had meticulously prepared became lodged in his throat. How is he still alive? How could that be possible? Hadn't his avatar already turned gray? Along with great love without bounds, it had faded to gray. He had assumed these two were doomed to perish together. He had subtly probed within the group numerous times. If French Fries were indeed alive, how could he possibly remain silent? Could it be that he is reveling in my humiliation? Is this deliberate? As Born to be King pondered these thoughts, he unconsciously gnawed at his fingernails. His nails were short, nearly to the flesh. With each bite, the already torn flesh reopened, blood oozing forth. Deliberate? Why would it be? Why must they treat me this way? Everything was meant to unfold according to plan, was it not? To crown me the true king, to share all intelligence, to lead everyone to survival. Was that not desirable? These selfish beings. Born to be King tore at a piece of flesh from his hand, the sharp pain jolting him awake. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, but abruptly halted. As he lowered his head, he noticed a new winding road emerging through the dispersing fog on his left rear. Born to be King felt a surge of tension, a parallel road. The pupils slightly constricted amid the oppressive weather, as the once mild acid rain suddenly intensified, pattering against the roof of the vehicle. In the line of sight, a yellow contraption, presumably a forklift, emerged on the parallel road. Under the rain's reflection, the vivid hue of yellow nearly seared the eyes of the protagonist, Born to Rain. Behind the forklift, a cargo compartment could be vaguely discerned, towering high, certainly surpassing the height of his modest truck. Was there truly a compartment behind the forklift? This seemed improbable. An unease gripped him as the forklift approached with a deliberate pace, instilling a sense of formidable pressure. Was it malevolent or benign? Yet, Born to Rain pressed his foot against the accelerator, readying himself for a swift escape. He pursed his lips tightly, retrieving a short blade from his backpack. A dark green mark graced the blade, an indication of its prestigious quality. Though merely of bronze grade, it boasted a sharpness that eclipsed that of other short blades. This was a weapon lent to him by your sweet sweet. It was said that, after employing the Li Dai Tao Jiang technique, it could swiftly empower him. The forklift drew closer from behind, seemingly unhurried. After a morning of travel, Born to Rain's fatigue was still recovering, without a clear understanding of the situation. Immediate flight seemed unnecessary. Furthermore, a glint of fierce determination and profound greed flickered in his eyes. With a compartment and power, perhaps he could attempt to seize the opportunity. He harbored an inexplicable intuition that the individual behind the machinery appeared quite affluent. His thoughts shifted continuously, seemingly oblivious to his earlier declaration of wanting to survive alongside everyone. The two vehicles gradually aligned. Upon leveling, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This vehicle appeared far more advanced than he had anticipated. The forklift's tires were nearly twice the height of his own, a feature typically reserved for heavy-duty trucks. The driver's seat, the edges of the cargo compartment, and the inner rims of the wheels were all adorned with light strips, presumably for illumination. Such lighting apparatus had only sporadically appeared in chat boxes and trading halls, often accompanied by exorbitant prices. Aside from your sweet sweet, none among them had ever possessed one. At the front of the forklift was high-grade bulletproof glass. Just by observing the quality of the glass and its one-way visibility, it was evident that it surpassed anything he had used. This was virtually a vehicle that comprehensively outclassed his own. Born to Rain felt a suffocating sensation in his mind, akin to a creature suddenly locked onto by some oppressive force. This feeling was abrupt, yet moments later, it seemed to revert to normalcy. His sluggish mind struggled to process the information. A vehicle that utterly dominated his own. Could it possibly be a Tier 2 vehicle? The secondary vehicle. One wonders how many players currently possess it. Yet, who was the original owner of the secondary vehicle? Born to be king, he slowly blinked, sensing that the surrounding environment had grown significantly darker. The sound of acid rain drumming on the car roof lulled him into a drowsy state. What was happening? On the other side, Jiang Yi held a deep blue card that shimmered with an eerie glow. This was the Cursed card, Gaze of the Ominous Deep. When employed against a designated player or monster, this card could unleash the gaze from the abyss, inflicting mental shock and pollution. Upon a successful judgment, it would severely weaken the opponent's attributes, with a maximum reduction of up to 80. In the mental judgment, your mental attributes exceed those of your opponent. Cursed card is now in effect. Though it pained him to do so, Jiang Yi hesitated not and made his move. Not to mention that even a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit. He could not boast that he now completely overshadowed other players, as if he were that lion. Speaking from the perspective of card playing, many players are reluctant to part with their few powerful cards, holding on to them until the end, ultimately allowing their opponents to escape while leaving themselves with endless regrets. Jiang Yi endeavored to avoid foolishness. Once he took action, he would spare no effort. Items would eventually present themselves. However, once an unexpected event occurs, nothing remains. This notion was clear to Jiang Yi. Born to be king felt the air in the driver's seat becoming increasingly suffocating. His mind akin to being simmered in a pressure cooker, hypoxic, numb, throbbing, gasping for breath, his vision began to blur. Bang! His forehead collided with the car door, and his fingers instinctively moved to the window, rolling it down. The damp air from outside rushed in, and he strained to open his eyes. To the side, a forklift appeared seemingly out of nowhere, a ghostly presence merely centimeters away. The window was already down, revealing a silver gun with a bright gleam aimed directly at him. A voice commanded, "Pull over, step out." Chapter 88. Boundless, yet standing firm, a somewhat youthful voice echoed, leaving Born to be king momentarily bewildered. He shook his head, the muzzle of the silver pistol seeming to fragment and overlap before his eyes. "Step out," the voice repeated, gritting his teeth. Born to be king was about to press the accelerator and burst forth. However, at that very instant, bang, a bullet shot out from a very close distance. Startled, Born to be king watched as countless shards of glass erupted. The bullet struck the windshield before him. Instantly, rainwater poured in, through the dark goggles and mask. He could not discern the face of the other individual. Yet, he felt an exceptionally cold gaze fixated upon him. Moreover, it seemed he could sense that this person had remained utterly composed from the moment of appearance, entirely unlike a player randomly generated on the parallel highway. Coming for him? Impossible. He had not offended anyone, and it could not possibly be those sweet-faced fellows. His own matters were yet unfinished. Those individuals would not reveal themselves now. Who is it then? As the thoughts of being born a king swirled, the individual across seemed to have lost all patience. Raising a pistol and aiming it directly at his forehead, the weight of confusion clouded the mind of the one born a king, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. After a brief moment of deliberation, he opened the door to the driver's seat. As the door swung open, he tumbled out, landing ungracefully, rain pelting his face, diminishing his health steadily. Beside him, the door of the forklift swung open, and Jiang Yi, clad in a black combat uniform, leapt down. Just as the one born a king raised his head, a foot landed squarely on his back. Oof! He struggled momentarily, a silver handgun pressing against his temple. "I ask. You answer," came the calm tone of the man. "What is the relationship between you, your sweet, and boundless love?" Upon hearing those names, the pupils of the one born a king dilated in shock. How did he know? "No, you are the melancholy French fry?" he exclaimed suddenly. The three of them had united against only one adversary, that being the melancholy French fry. Jiang Yi mentally winced, wondering how hearing his online alias felt so mortifying in reality. He elbowed the one born a king in the forehead, reiterating, "I ask, you answer." The one born a king, amidst the acid rain, felt his face nearly ablaze, instinctively turning away to evade the query. If the melancholy French fry became aware of their scheme, their lives would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Since he had not yet acted, there must be some hesitation. Perhaps if he stalled a moment longer, his sweet still possessed 2 location cards, and there might still be hope. The one born a king was lost in his daydreams when, in the next instant, a sharp pain erupted violently in his thigh. Jiang Yi had plunged a dagger deep into his leg. The pupils of the one born a king constricted in shock. Behind him, in a place unseen, Jiang Yi's own gaze narrowed slightly. He was not a killer. Before entering the game, he was merely an ordinary person. Such drastic measures weighed heavily on his conscience unless circumstances necessitated their use. Jiang Yi steeled his resolve. Do not forget, it is the boundless love that charged directly at you. Those individuals were genuinely intent on your demise. He continually reinforced his mental fortitude, maintaining an impassive facade. The one born a king, in agony, was at a loss for words, but Jiang Yi prepared to strike again. This time, indeed, the one born a king panicked and blurted out, "Stop. I will tell you." Jiang Yi's eyes flickered momentarily, followed by the sound of the dagger piercing flesh once more. This time, it was in his calf. Blood streamed from the wound. "You." The one born a king trembled violently, disbelief etched across his face. "I ask, you answer." Jiang Yi's tone remained cold, as if the one before him were merely an inconsequential prisoner. The one born a king shuddered. This time, he dared not remain silent or evade the question, hastily nodding. "What is the connection between you and your sweet? What have you done regarding boundless love, and what is your purpose?" Born to be a king felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his strength and stamina were being diminished in every conceivable way. He intended to stealthily draw the dagger from his pocket, but was pinned to the ground by Jiang Yi. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yi had employed some unknown means, leading to a comprehensive debilitation. This was the gaze of the ominous deep sea. Thus, great love without bounds was undoubtedly ensnared in the hands of the melancholic French fries. Given this, we are in a cooperative relationship. Your sweetie is responsible for providing us with props and supplies, while great love without bounds, and I shall assist my sweetie in eliminating certain players. Initially, your sweetie had set her sights not on you, but on Thunder Z. She first utilized a curse card, ensuring that the probability of monsters emerging from Thunder Z's chest soared to 100, with their numbers increased by 500. However, Thunder proved to be more formidable than we had anticipated. All the monsters were vanquished. Born to be a king gasped, feeling darkness encroaching before his eyes. Jiang Yi remained silent. The primary focus was on Thunder, with a 100 spawn rate and a 500 increase. Was this even acceptable? It must be said that Thunder Z was indeed more powerful than one could imagine. Furthermore, your sweetie was no ordinary foe. Although Jiang Yi did not wholly trust Born to be a King's account, suspecting that he might be fabricating his story to downplay his own involvement, he gambled on the belief that the current Born to be a king lacked the wit and courage to deceive him. With a lethal strike against Thunder, your sweetie could still chat nonchalantly with Thunder in the group. Perhaps he was intentionally employing this tactic to further divert attention, making it impossible for others to connect the dots back to him. That facade of a coy green tea girl was but a ruse. Jiang Yi grew increasingly suspicious of the true nature lurking beneath your sweetie's skin. Continuing on, if Thunder's plan failed, oh no, your sweetie would shift the target to you. Your sweetie possessed a Li Dai Tao Jiang prop card. Li Dai Tao Jiang. In light of great love without bounds assassination and Born to be a king's performance, Jiang Yi seemed to grasp something profound. What was the function of that prop card? Born to be a king raised his head, then paused under Jiang Yi's icy gaze, slowly adhering the card to the toe of Jiang Yi's shoe. "I have revealed everything. I implore you, spare me. You must understand, when a player dies, their backpack dissipates as well, thus you would gain nothing from my supplies. Spare me, and I shall divulge everything about your sweetie's situation. Please, we are all human. Being drawn into this game is already unfortunate enough. I beg you, show mercy and let me go. I just want to survive. Spare me. Afterward, I will do anything you ask. I can help you kill. Anything at all. Just let me live." Born to be a king wept profusely as he spoke. "I just want to survive. I have family. I have children." He buried his head deeply, his kneeling form appearing especially pitiable, while Jiang Yi stood beside him, contrasting sharply as a merciless executioner. Jiang Yi was somewhat amused by this performance, remarking that everyone is essentially the same. With his lips pressed tightly, he stated directly, "Let us first discuss the effects." As he spoke, he raised his pistol once more and shot at the right calf of the player known as Born to be King. This time, Jiang Yi felt significantly less moral burden. Indeed, he owed a debt of gratitude to Born to be King for alleviating much of his guilt. Such individuals, who constantly proclaim that we are all the same, all human, all unfortunate, can, in the next moment, willingly pledge to eliminate other players to ensure their own survival. They exhibit no boundaries, embodying hypocrisy at its finest. After a few moments of silence, Born to be King finally spoke, providing a detailed explanation of the concept of Li Dai Tao Jiang. The essence of this was that the complete substitution was predicated on death. By eliminating a certain player, either oneself or another could cultivate an equivalent or similar level of prestige and recognition to that player, and upon reaching a threshold deemed acceptable by the system, one could achieve total replacement, inheriting all the resources and permissions obtained by the slain player. Jiang Yi pondered this notion in his mind. He found it rather peculiar. While the description aligned with the name Li Dai Tao Jiang, and indeed with the actions of great love without boundaries and born to be king, he sensed a contradiction. For instance, the stipulation of either oneself or another player was troubling. If Li Dai Tao Jiang truly operated as described, enabling the inheritor to claim all resources and permissions of the fallen, why did your sweetheart not designate themselves for the inheritance? Resources can be allocated, but permissions cannot. There was no indication that the slayer and the designated inheritor must be the same individual. So why did your sweetheart not choose to designate themselves? Furthermore, the description of complete substitution seemed odd. Jiang Yi felt that this Li Dai Tao Jiang card was not as simple as it appeared. Moreover, did your sweetheart possess an excessive number of item cards? The positioning card, the Abyss Curse card, and the Li Dai Tao Jiang card, all provided by your sweetheart. Such odds seemed rather abnormal. Could it be that your sweetheart had some extraordinary circumstances or profession that allowed them to unlock a multitude of item cards? Perhaps his judgment had erred. While using the positioning card, he had fixated on the notion that Born to be King was the mastermind. But it now appeared that your sweetheart resembled the true puppeteer behind the scenes. You should have focused on locating your sweetheart instead of Born to be King. Yet, conversely, the abundance of item cards possessed by your sweetheart might also prove formidable. Jiang Yi's thoughts raced. If left unchecked, that individual might accumulate even more means. It would be wiser to act now, while they had already expended a wave of item cards, and take the initiative. The more he contemplated, the clearer his strategy became. Born to be a King may no longer yield further valuable information. From the current intel, it appears that your sweetie is an exceedingly cautious individual. Throughout, he has not revealed his sinister side. He embodies boundless love while engaging in murderous acts. The notoriety stems from being born to be a king. While your sweetie is merely a delicate green tea, no one could have anticipated that he possesses such cunning. First, eliminate the king, then seek out the unclosable window, and directly contact his friend, who offers location cards at a steep price, or perhaps someone else. A sudden strike now may catch your sweetie off guard. Jiang Yi resolved to act decisively. As the king still sought mercy, he would swiftly pull the trigger for a fatal shot. The silver bullet penetrated the skull, causing the king's head to explode like a watermelon. Before this occurred, the king looked at Jiang Yi with incredulity, his eyes seemingly asking, "Did you not wish to gather information? Why strike now?" With the king dealt with, the system announcement echoed, "You have unlocked a new achievement. Kill to prove the path." Description: as the saying goes, if a friend dies, the path remains. Strike first to gain the advantage. For those who hesitate suffer. Completing 4 kills within a month, you have mastered this principle. You have received achievement rewards, 2 silver treasure chests, yet another 2 silver treasure chests. This does not even account for the resources he would soon scavenge. Indeed, the adage of killing and burning for riches holds true. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue, first searching the king's body and discovering scattered car coins, 2 packs of cigarettes, a lighter, and a dagger. He had long noticed the king's furtive actions. The latter believed he was discreet. Yet it was merely an illusion born of the Abyss Curse card's mental pollution. The fellow brazenly rummaged through his pockets, making it nearly impossible not to notice. It must be said, the Abyss Curse card is indeed terrifyingly powerful. After scouring the area, Jiang Yi initially intended to dismantle a few tires and the vehicle frame, planning to return the vehicle to the system. However, upon approaching the driver's seat, he stumbled upon an odd object. It was a car pendant, hanging above the driver's seat. At first, Jiang Yi paid it little mind, but as he bent down, a peculiar sensation coursed through him, akin to the early days of dozing off at a school desk, only to be jolted awake by a sudden drop, feeling as though he might fall. Instinctively, Jiang Yi grasped the seatbelt. What was happening? He was certain he had dealt the king 2 additional strikes. The system's achievement reward confirmed this. Could there be a delayed effect item at play? Jiang Yi grew wary, noticing only a peachwood pendant, swaying in rhythm with the driver's seat. The peachwood pendant, Li Dai Tao Jiang. In an instant, Jiang Yi connected the dots. Indeed, based on my experience with the use of prop cards, it seems that this particular item either requires a strong will to be forcibly locked or necessitates the aid of a specific medium. For instance, that pen must be marked before it can be utilized. Could it be that this pendant serves as a mark akin to the classic exchange of one item for another? Boldly I hypothesize, yet cautiously I seek verification. Given my own reaction to this object, Jiang Yi removed the pendant and approached the headless corpse of the born-to-be king. As anticipated, the moment the pendant drew near, he felt an inexplicable allure manifest before him. One end of the pendant was indeed connected to the born-to-be king. But what of himself? When had he become entangled in this web? Was it during the assassination attempt by Boundless Love? Had the initial locking and marking been accomplished amidst the chaos of that endeavor? These enigmatic prop cards are simply insurmountable. A chill crept over Jiang Yi's heart. He first placed the pendant within the spatial stone to create a physical barrier, and then, with deft hands and feet, he began to dismantle the vessel of born-to-be king. Simultaneously, he sent a message in the chat window of unclosable window, melancholic French fries. Another positioning card, please. Unclosable window. Revoke. Though merely a second passed, Jiang Yi still caught sight of the question mark and exclamation mark in the chat window. Opposite him, unclosable window gaped in astonishment. His mind reduced to 2 thoughts. Still want to kill? Big shot. Has he lost his mind? Chapter 90. Consume it whole. Another positioning card, please. Jiang Yi would never fathom the magnitude of shock this phrase instilled in unclosable window. It is worth noting that when he first learned that melancholic French fries intended to take a life, he had spent a considerable amount of time mentally preparing himself, convincing himself that perhaps melancholic French fries had his own grievances, that perhaps it was merely a matter of necessity. Nevertheless, he ultimately made a request within the chat channel to procure a positioning card within 3 minutes. Yet, he remained a person of principles and boundaries. In the private chat channel, unclosable window. Alright, big shot. Melancholic French fries. Okay, yellow hand emoji. Unclosable window. It is still too difficult to refuse melancholic French fries. As the acid rain pattered down incessantly, unclosable window cautiously stuffed 2 steel plates above his driver's seat while timidly retracting his head. Although he was uncertain of the probability of thunder during acid rain, he felt it prudent to exercise caution given his current unease. After sending the message, unclosable window simultaneously reached out to his friend Anubis of Anxiety. To his surprise, Anxiety responded first. Anxiety, another positioning card. Unclosable window fell silent, pondering. I wish to inquire about that as well. Who exactly does the big shot intend to kill? How many? He scratched his head, contemplating what excuse he should concoct. I need the positioning card to visit my grandmother? My girlfriend? In any case, it is absolutely, unequivocally, 100% not for the purpose of taking a life. In the recesses of his mind, countless excuses were concocted, as he pondered how to discreetly navigate the pressing dilemma of the unshuttable window. Fortunately, the figure of unease, seemingly devoid of idle curiosity, posed a singular question before promptly presenting his terms. Agreed. My conditions remain unchanged: food, water, and basic materials. Should there be any news regarding my sister Ningning, I shall provide the locator card free of charge, along with further remuneration. Is the food still instant noodles? Inquired the unshuttable window. Anything will suffice. Ingredients are preferable. If their value exceeds that of instant noodles, you may deduct from the basic materials and water, replied the figure of unease. Very well. Upon dispatching the message, the unshuttable window exhaled a sigh of frustration, relieved that no further inquiries were made regarding the purpose of the request. Although he had concluded that, based on his interactions with the enigmatic figure, there was no necessity for indiscriminate violence, the reality remained that this was a living player, a flesh-and-blood individual, and he struggled to act as if nothing had transpired without trepidation. A twinge of melancholy crept into the unshuttable window's heart. Why did the figure feel the need to confide in him about such trivial matters as murder? Would it not have been simpler to let him assist without the burden of knowledge? This unnecessary complication left him in turmoil. Was this some form of assessment from the figure? Surely not. Thoughts swirled tumultuously in his mind. and he shook his head, resolving to first fulfill the figure's request. He relayed the terms to Jiang Yi, who was almost finished dismantling the vehicle. The vehicle recovery has been completed. Valuation, 90 vehicle coins. Shall it be reported for recovery? 90 vehicle coins? Despite the hasty and somewhat rough dismantling, a medium-sized truck should command a price exceeding 90 vehicle coins. Even the generous pickup truck had sold for 140 vehicle coins. This wretched system was clearly deceiving him. With a scoff, Jiang Yi calmly asserted 130 vehicle coins. The system fell silent for a few moments before responding in a mechanical tone. 125 vehicle coins. This faceless entity dared to haggle with him. 140 vehicle coins. System? ? This is incorrect, is it not? In human negotiations, both parties typically converge on a midpoint. Why is the price increasing instead? System. Reassessment completed. Second recovery valuation. 125 vehicle coins. Shall it be reported for recovery? If the player fails to make a decision within 10 seconds, the system will proceed with the initial recovery valuation, 109. 8. This tactic again. However, a price of 125 vehicle coins was already more favorable than he had anticipated. Jiang Yi nodded in acceptance of the transaction. As mist swirled around him, a pair of white hands emerged, drawing in the disassembled remnants of the truck. Jiang Yi's storage card reflected an increase of 125 vehicle coins. Murder, arson, golden belts. Without a modicum of self-control, one could easily veer off course. Yet, Jiang Yi was not preoccupied with such thoughts. After all, let us not forget that there are still fundamental boundaries to uphold. Otherwise, this game would lack principles entirely. Should one succumb to temptation, the meaning of existence would inevitably vanish. Furthermore, other players are not mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Underestimating others will invariably incur a commensurate price. Jiang Yi, with a clear mind, tidied up his supplies, and, upon discovering the message regarding the unclosable window, pondered, would ingredients suffice? In that case, I have plenty. The price of instant noodles, a convenience food, is only destined to rise. Selling them now would result in a slight loss. Ingredients, however, are subject to my culinary skills, tools, and preparation time. Thus their price is comparatively lower. Last time at the resource recovery station, I hoarded a significant amount of ingredients. Fruits and vegetables are teetering on the brink of spoilage. Jiang Yi contemplated and typed, a vegetable family bucket, with an abundance of vegetable varieties. Shall we exchange? After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, the unclosable window replied, let us do it. He agreed. Very well. Jiang Yi nodded, and then retrieved a collection of vegetables on the verge of spoilage or already half-rotten, including cabbage, pumpkin, and eggplant, stuffing them into the snakeskin bag he had acquired from the Born to be King event and transmitted them via the system. In total, approximately 13 snakeskin bags were filled. Melancholic French fries. Select some that you desire. The rest can be left for him. The unclosable window. All right. Thank you, esteemed one. The unclosable window, accustomed to such gestures, took a perfectly ripe tomato, a pumpkin, and a baby bok choy before transmitting the supplies to the unsettled. Upon receipt, the latter appeared quite satisfied, instructing the unclosable window that there was no need to bring water or basic materials, and even sent a friend request, indicating a desire for long-term trading should the need arise. The unclosable window, belatedly realizing, thought of that photograph. The unsettled, like the esteemed one, is also skilled in the culinary arts. The image of the esteemed one's slender form under the purple light and his long, fair fingers began to fill her mind, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Ah, the esteemed one truly excels in every regard. The positioning card was sent over, and the unclosable window handed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi tidied it up slightly and once again grasped the silver-winged killer, the steel fork, and the short knife, along with the curse card, to utilize the positioning card once more. In the palm of Jiang Yi's hand lay a peculiar black mark. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an eye devoid of eyelashes, reminiscent of the murky fish eyes encountered within the instance. This was the result of using the Mad Workshop director's pen to inscribe his name. Emerging from the instance, the 12H had refreshed once more. Jiang Yi first employed the pen to amplify his spirit. Subsequently, he retrieved a cardboard box and inscribed upon its upper side, your sweet name. Within the ensuing 12H, your sweet name shall encounter a degree of misfortune. Simultaneously, the limit on the number of names that can be inscribed by this pen has been reduced to 8. Since I intend to take action, I shall spare no effort. Jiang Yi, having finished with the frantic workshop director's pen, retrieved from his backpack a peculiar four-eyed sardine. This fish, having undergone the process of smoking, exhibited a rich dark brown hue, its elongated body and gaping mouth revealing a set of fine, sharp teeth. The four eyes of the fish seemed to gaze back at him from any angle, creating an eerie sensation. Jiang Yi's throat bobbed slightly as a voice akin to a hammer striking an anvil resonated. Brother, are you truly going to consume this? With his lips pursed tightly, Jiang Yi's gaze instinctively drifted away from the fish's eyes, wishing to avoid the unsettling sight. Yet suddenly, a notification appeared. You are being watched by the four-eyed sardine. This fish was highly sensitive in its former life and requires constant mental attention. Otherwise, it will generate sorrowful factors within its flesh, along with corresponding toxins. Please do not disregard it. Consume it completely. Jiang Yi responded with bewilderment. Hello, is there anything normal in this game? Chapter 91. For Clouds Drifting. The Mourner, an extended chapter. A curious vehicle. Black in color with its rear door ajar, and the phrase Safe Journey emblazoned on its side, was occupied by a middle-aged man. Dressed in a black tank top, and sporting a pair of traditional Beijing cloth shoes. He flicked open his lighter with a snap and ignited a cigarette, exhaling smoke from his stubbled lips. The man frowned as he observed a player's avatar in the private chat channel abruptly turn gray, and with another snap, he closed the metallic lid of the lighter. TSK, seems that fool is no more. That guy had something, he muttered under his breath. On the main screen, the man's ID boldly displayed your sweetheart. Indeed, your sweetheart was far from being the sweet little green tea girl. Even the gender was entirely mismatched. New messages popped up in the private chat channel from a player named Mountain Water. Sweetheart, I have found the teleportation card. It's exactly where you said it would be. I must tell you, the danger level of this dungeon is unimaginable. If I hadn't run quickly, I would have perished alongside those fools in the tunnel. Who would have guessed that the entire underground of Acid Rain Border City was interconnected? Those idiots ahead were fixated on the garment factory above the tunnel and completely overlooked the internal fire escape passage, which harbored monsters. Alas, sweetheart, you must compensate me well for this. Do you understand? All right, sweetheart, if you call me Brother Mountain one more time, I will deliver the teleportation card to you. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes in exasperation and muttered a curse. However, he quickly suppressed the urge to retaliate, holding a metal plate as he began to speak in the chat channel. Your sweetheart. Voice message. Brother Mountain, you are so amazing. You truly conquered that dungeon. Your sweetheart. Oh, stop teasing and send over the teleportation card already. Your sweetheart. Brother Mountain, you've worked hard. I've already sent food and water, along with vehicle upgrade fragments. Within the confines of the obsidian vehicle, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s emitted a voice so sweet, it was almost incredulous. Despite the disdain and profound disgust etched on his countenance, these dim-witted fools, were it not for the machinations of his own scheme, he would have no desire to continue dealing with them. Yet, he was left with no choice, as other players were impervious to his tactics, particularly that Thunder Z. He had sought out Thunder Z both overtly and covertly on multiple occasions, only to be met with indifference or curt responses. Player Thunder Z, fist salute, fist salute, fist salute. Let us keep matters to business. We cannot privately contact the masses. You're sweet. What a splendid notion of not privately contacting the masses. Truly, he detested that particular faction to the core. When powerful players proved unyielding, he had no recourse but to conspire with these easily manipulated individuals. Fortunately, while the latter lacked strength, they were manageable. Shortly after dispatching a message, a card materialized, illuminated in white light. Your sweet reached out to grasp it. However, whether due to a system glitch or his own momentary lapse, he awkwardly misaligned his hand, causing the card to slip away and tumble into the crevice of the rear compartment with a resounding thud. Damn it! Your sweet cursed under his breath. As he bent down to retrieve it, the card slid further down the compartment, crashing into the rain-soaked ground with a loud clap. Damn it! Your sweet exclaimed with mounting frustration. Was he stepping in dog excrement, or what? As he internally raged, he donned a raincoat and was about to disembark when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The road to his right appeared to be merging. This was a parallel highway. Your sweet's heart tightened. Had they arrived so swiftly? Upon witnessing the avatars of boundless love and born to be king fade to gray, he surmised that it was indeed that individual who had acted. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would find him so quickly. A fierce expression crossed your sweet's face as he retrieved the transmission card. In the next instant, he felt as though his mind had been struck by a colossal hammer, and a stream of crimson poured from his nostrils. By all that is holy, what audacity! Your sweet spat, rising unhurriedly from the rear compartment to meet the gaze of the approaching forklift. Amidst the gloomy acid rain, Jiang-Yi spotted another figure on the parallel highway. Their eyes met across the rain-soaked expanse, and in that fleeting moment, both sensed an indescribable peril. Jiang-Yi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Your sweet was indeed not a woman. Rather, he was a mature man in his 30s or 40s. Moreover, his vehicle was none other than a hearse. Upon seeing the forklift, your sweet instinctively grew wary. A secondary vehicle, a forklift, and the aura of annihilation it exuded could only belong to the melancholic French fries. The two individuals gazed at each other for a few seconds before, almost simultaneously, two explosive sounds rang out, one directed inward and the other outward. The outward explosion was triggered by the explosives that your sweet had previously buried along the road. The direction of these explosives aligned perfectly with the convergence of the parallel roads. Upon witnessing the avatar of boundless love turn to gray, he surmised that this figure had likely met their demise at the hands of Jiang-Yi. The conversation with Born to be King was merely a ruse to stabilize him, allowing for a delay that would ultimately enable him to play the role of a sacrificial pawn. He speculated that Jiang-Yi was a formidable character, potentially capable of utilizing a tracking card to approach, which is why he had preemptively set the explosives, waiting for the vehicle to draw near for a direct detonation. If this strike proved successful, the subsequent events would unfold with relative ease. However, your sweet did not anticipate that Jiang-Yi would also possess explosive capabilities. Logically, at this stage, no one besides himself should have access to demolition-type devices. Could it be that he had a special profession? Indeed, Jiang-Yi did have a unique vocation, though it had no connection to demolition. He merely replicated the massive explosion from the five-man dungeon using a cooling spray and a pre-processed circular heater. At the intersection of the two roads, colossal fireballs erupted, intertwining and consuming one another, while the acidic rain above was scorched away by the flame's intense heat, causing the ominous clouds to dissipate somewhat. Below, Jiang-Yi's forklift was directly struck by the flames on both sides, the light strips singed beyond recognition, and the protective steel plates affixed to it were blown apart upon the initial impact. Before the second explosion could occur, Jiang-Yi instinctively pressed the accelerator, executing a swift 180-degree turn. This was a wholly instinctive reaction, after consuming the highly agile four-eyed sardine, which demanded acute mental focus. Jiang-Yi gained enhancements of Strength 3, Agility 3, and Constitution 1 within a span of 6 hours. Coupled with the mental fortitude granted by the Deep Sea Gaze enhancement, his overall combat power had approached 50, allowing him to react purely on instinct in that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, your sweet, caught within the range of the cooling spray and circular heater that Jiang-Yi had thrown, found herself in a dire predicament. As the gas from the cooling spray erupted, it quickly ignited into vast waves of flame, and she began to experience an intense, almost peeling pain on her skin. Fleeing swiftly from the rear of the vehicle, she retrieved a piece of black peach wood from her backpack. The red talisman affixed to the wood illuminated, conjuring an invisible barrier that shielded her from the initial wave of flames rushing toward her. Soon, the black peach wood disintegrated into powder in her hands, vanishing completely. This was a one-time protective item. Damn it! Your sweet dove into the driver's seat of the hearse. In the rearview mirror, amidst the swirling smoke, the bright yellow forklift emerged from a drift, charging directly toward her. Enough of this. It was time to leave. The lunatic behind was a true maniac. The strategy of substituting Li for Tao has already begun to yield results. The two fools, Boundless Love and Born to be King, have long believed that their targets were Thunder Z and melancholic French fries. In truth, however, the true objective of Li's substitution is none other than them. Upon your sweet vehicle, above the black peach talisman, two crimson streaks, as vivid as blood, can be seen. Li's substitution. Grim Reaper's profession-specific item. Designate one or more players as sacrifices through the bestowal of specified attributes, skills, items, etc. Upon successful designation, the user can gain corresponding attributes, skills, and item bonuses from the accumulated damage endured by the sacrifice. If the final funeral segment leads to a death not directly caused by oneself, the user can completely replace the sacrifice, inheriting all of their resources, permissions, talents, and special skills. On the main screen, the icon representing your sweet vehicle's inventory has transformed from 1 to 3. Were it not for the lack of time and the threat of discovery, perhaps in this partition, one could have acquired even more. But alas, that is not the case now. Behind the hearse, a bright yellow forklift relentlessly pursues, while the steel fork ahead nearly closes in on the hearse's compartment. A fierce smile graces your sweet vehicle's face as you slightly lean out from the driver's seat, only to be met with a gunshot. Bang! The bullet strikes the hearse's rearview mirror. You retract your head, biting down hard on your molars, realizing that your initial growth was too slow. Now, dealing with melancholic French fries proves somewhat difficult. The 36 stratagems suggest retreat as the best option. There will be more opportunities for revenge in the future. In your palm, the teleportation card is enveloped in white light. 2 seconds later, the light spreads across the entire black hearse, and a massive vortex materializes as you drive straight into it. Jiang-E suddenly slams on the brakes, halting just before the vortex. Chapter 92. Bringing up the wrong topic, a colossal white vortex appears on the highway. The bright yellow forklift hesitates for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to stop ahead. The forklift bears varying degrees of damage on both sides, and even the front windshield has been blown away halfway. Acid rain descends from the heavens, splattering upon the steering wheel, causing the iron to screech in protest. Jiang-E snaps back to reality and hastily retrieves an umbrella from his backpack. Although the umbrella's durability against acid rain is limited, it should suffice for a short while. He places the umbrella on the driver's seat, leaps out, and approaches the vortex. Inside the vortex, a vast expanse of white light awaits, concealing the destination. Your sweet vehicle has anticipated your arrival and has already made preparations. This exchange involves mutual predictions of each other's expectations. Moreover, judging by the methods employed, your sweet vehicle proves no less adept than yourself. How could he possibly set up explosives? Receiving a firearm from Xiao Chu was already astonishing. How could your sweet vehicle manage to obtain explosives? It has been merely a day since the novice adaptation period ended. And is it reasonable to acquire such things in this new scenario? Could it be that your sweet character, akin to an unshuttered window, commenced with an inherent advantage? Wielding a lethal weapon such as a detonator? This seems implausible. If I were in possession of a detonator from the outset, chaos would surely ensue. Monsters would fall one by one, and pairs would meet their demise together. This is simply not right. It defies the very essence of your sweet character's discrete development. At least in the initial stages, they were genuinely engaged in private conversations within the group, chatting about this and that. Is this a unique opportunity? That orb of white light appears to be a prop card as well. What exactly has your sweet character acquired? And why are they able to unlock these peculiar functionalities with such ease? Jiang-E stood before the vortex, his expression behind the mask fluctuating between hope and despair. This operation could be deemed a failure. Although he had glimpsed the true visage of your sweet character to some extent, he had still allowed them to escape. His own vehicle suffered significant damage. While he could repair it with basic materials, the depletion of resources was irreplaceable. Indeed, one must not underestimate other players. Had he not resolved to exert his full strength from the very beginning, utilizing the cooling spray for detonation, he would have surely fallen prey to your sweet character. With preparations in place, both sides sustained injuries. Contemplating this, Jiang-E's demeanor slightly improved. The frenzied workshop manager's pen, combined with the gaze from the depths of the ocean, along with the previous wave of high-temperature shock, surely rendered your sweet character not entirely unscathed. Yet, he pondered, where had this individual vanished to? As Jiang-E considered this, he swiftly focused his thoughts and accessed the regional chat channel, searching for your sweet character within the participants list, only to find that the name had vanished. It was as if they had never existed. Could it be that your sweet character had departed from the 999th district? In another realm, heavy snow raged, illuminating the day. A black, flame-tailed spirit vehicle emerged from the white vortex, crashing heavily onto the icy road. Upon landing, the black vehicle halted for a second before uncontrollably sliding forward, the path strewn with protruding ice spikes. With a resounding crash, the black vehicle collided with the foremost ice spike, the impact's shockwave overwhelming your sweet character within, resulting in a violent internal tremor and a spurt of blood. Steam mingled with blood erupted forth, as the bone-chilling wind rushed in through the breach caused by the collision. He had been unluckily assigned to a scene characterized by frigid snow. He possessed no means of warmth or insulation. To make matters worse, upon colliding with the ice spike, it shattered, sending a scattering of ice shards to either side, fortuitously unveiling a nearby silver treasure chest. Within the silver chest, a flash of white light gave way to a creature resembling a streamlined seal, its belly distended, supporting its upper body. The seal adorably nodded at your sweet character. Initially taken aback, your sweet character then erupted in anger, cursing, "Get lost, you beast." The seal, startled by the outburst, recoiled slightly, revealing its 30-centimeter-long fangs. Your sweet pupils suddenly constricted. The 999th district. The parallel road is on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yi clenched his molars, ultimately returning to the forklift. His head and face covered in dust. Even through the layers of helmet and mask, his nasal passages were entirely blackened by the dust from the detonated explosives. During the ensuing hours, Jiang Yi's mood was far from pleasant. He drove the dilapidated forklift recklessly for nearly 120 kilometers, only coming to a halt after exhausting himself to a fatigue level of 60. As dusk gradually descended, the sound of rain ceased. The exterior of his already battered vehicle was further corroded. Fortunately, he had gathered ample materials at the recycling station, and with the energy furnace at his disposal, he could refine and produce his own supplies. Otherwise, this setback would have signaled the end of his basic resources. Even so, the once bright yellow forklift was now dull and grimy, patched here and there, presenting a rather pitiful sight. While repairing the vehicle, Jiang Yi vowed to himself that he would undoubtedly find that sweet little rascal. Setting aside the losses incurred, this individual harbored murderous intent towards him. Along with cunning schemes and methods, he must eliminate this threat, or it could pose significant risks. After finishing his repairs, with the acid rain subsiding, the air above the ground inexplicably felt stifling. Jiang Yi retrieved a small stool from his backpack and placed it outside the vehicle. He unfolded a small tabletop, upon which sat a self-heating hot pot. The lights, music, pork chops, snacks, and cold drinks were all mere illusions. In times of exhaustion, one yearns for nothing more than convenience foods, the true path to sustenance. Jiang Yi savored a bursting beef ball. Despite being instant food, its texture was surprisingly firm. He couldn't help but glance down, pondering the era from which this stock originated, pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor, and picked up another beef ball. At this moment, outside the forklift, the lights were dim. The light strips had been destroyed and remained unrepaired. Jiang Yi changed out of his dusty combat uniform into a tank top and shorts, donning a pair of blue flip-flops. In that moment, as he held the self-heating hot pot, he resembled an elderly gentleman leisurely strolling downstairs. No one would suspect that this was the melancholic little French fry ranked first in the district. Just as Jiang Yi was slurping his wide noodles, suddenly, the private chat channel lit up, the unclosing window, peeking JPG, "Boss, has the matter been resolved?" It should have gone relatively smoothly, right? As the message popped up, the half door that was already hanging by the rear of the vehicle fell with a thud. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi slurped the noodles, his face darkening as he typed, "Melancholic little French fry, it's 50-50. I found the instigator and went after him, but unfortunately, he got away." 50-50. The situation was not progressing smoothly. The unclosing window scratched his head and inquired further, "Is he not dead? Are you all right, boss? You didn't get hurt, did you? You're so formidable. You shouldn't be injured, right?" Jiang Yi pondered that if he did not believe the window that could not be closed bore no malice, he might start to suspect the young man of being sardonic. The melancholic little French fry replied in the negative. The window that could not be closed responded, "That is reassuring. Truly, you are a great figure," accompanied by a playful emoji of a dog licking a high heel. This particular image sent a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine. He promptly shut down the private chat channel and returned to the main screen. The engagement with the dining sharing event had noticeably dwindled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly secure the top position today. He hoped for some splendid rewards. Otherwise, the day would indeed feel rather disappointing.